Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1373 to Chapter 1401. Wang Ting and Yu Qiqiao returned to the universe-level dormitory. The moment the ship landed, the two received a message at the same time. They couldn't help but look at each other. What is it this time? Yu Qiqiao's eyes were filled with shock as she looked at her intelligent wristwatch. Wang Ting, it's a secret area. The college is informing you that you're about to head to the secret area. Yuan Genggen's excited voice rang in his head. It's a secret area. Wang Ting's heart jumped. He was also excited as he quickly asked, when are we leaving? In 2 hours, all new students will gather in the dormitory area. There will be a ship coming to pick you up. Yuan Genggen repeated the message. That's great. Wang Ting was extremely happy. I can't wait to see what the secret area looks like. At this time, Yu Qiqiao finished reading the message, her face filled with excitement. We can head to the secret area now. Wang Ting nodded at her. I wonder what secret area it will be. According to the past, the top 10 of the genius competition will most likely go to the absolute beginning secret area, but this time, you're a little special, you might be able to go to the chaos secret area. Yu Qiqiao said, it's just that there's no record of which secret area the prodigies on the star list went to, so we have no way of knowing. Chaos secret area. Wang Ting's eyes shone, he was looking forward to it. This was the highest level secret area. If he could enter it, it would undoubtedly be of great help to him. However, he knew that this wasn't something he could decide, it was up to the college to decide which secret area to go to. From the explanation of secret areas, Wang Ting found out that the chaos secret area wasn't a place normal fighters could enter. There were many benefits to the chaos secret area, but it was also filled with danger. Normally only sector lords or immortals could enter. Very few universe level and domain lord level fighters went. One was because they weren't strong enough, the other was because they didn't have enough points. Of course, even if they went, the death rate would be very high. This was recorded in all kinds of information in the academy. There's no hurry. We'll know soon enough. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind as he said calmly. Yu Qiqiao nodded and took a deep breath to calm herself down. 2 hours passed quickly. Within these 2 hours, people came from all directions and returned to the dormitory area, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Academy's spaceship. There were also people who couldn't hold themselves back and walked out of their manners. Geniuses from various forces gathered together and discussed the upcoming journey to the mystic realm in low voices. There wasn't a single senior in the universe-level dormitory, everyone was a new student. To the older students, crossing over to the universe level was a piece of cake. They had been in the academy for so many years, if they still hadn't crossed over to the universe level, then they could just drop out and go home. Starry Sky Academy would not tolerate such a waste. Wang Ting and Yu Qiqiao stood on the lawn outside the manor and quietly looked at the sky. Neither of them spoke. At this time, a figure walked out of the manor not far away. It was Xianxia. He was considered to be able to hold himself back and waited for 2 hours before coming out, unlike the others who were already waiting outside. Brother Xianxia. Wang Ting greeted him. Xianxia nodded slightly at him and suddenly turned to look at another manor. Wang Ting and Yu Qiqiao also seemed to feel something and looked over. There were a total of 4 manors near them. They were gathered at the foot of the mountain and were built alongside the mountain. It was an excellent place to stay. When they first arrived, one of the manors was already occupied. It was just that they didn't know who lived inside. Actually, they were all curious. Since they lived so close to each other, it was inevitable that they would bump into each other in the future. At this time, a figure walked out from inside. When Wang Ting and the others saw the figure clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. The other party's appearance was indeed somewhat beyond their expectations. It was a tall and thin man with 4 limbs like a human. His entire body was wrapped in dried tree bark. Some branches grew out from the cracks in the bark and the branches were dotted with green leaves. His head was also like a tree crown with a small sapling growing out. For some reason, although the other party looked very rough, there was an inexplicable sense of comical feeling to it. Treant. Yu Qiqiao's face revealed a look of astonishment. Treant? Wang Ting also curiously sized up the other party. He didn't expect such a strange life form to live in the manor. But thinking about the living environment nearby, it seemed to fit the requirements of a treant. No wonder he lived here alone. This is the treant race, a very rare race. Yuan Gunggun's surprised voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. He explained, the treant race is a plant life form. It is very strange and rare in the universe. They are generally more compatible with wood attribute origin power and are born with high wood attribute talent. Of course, some treants may also have other attributes of origin power, such as fire, earth, and so on. Even thunder, light, and other special attributes are possible. This is very normal. Even some spirit trees may have a thunder attribute, like the light-containing tree, not to mention a plant life form like the treant race. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and laughed in his heart. Yes, the treant race can be considered a very unique race, but this race is very easy to die young and it is very difficult for them to grow. I didn't expect to see a treant race in Cosmic Star College this time. It seems that the other party's talent is very strong, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting secretly nodded and activated the Eye of Truth. An imperceptible golden light flashed through his eyes. A dense green ball of light appeared in his eyes. It was the treant, and in this dense green ball of light, there were two extremely dazzling balls of light, one red and one purple, thunder attribute, fire attribute. This treant actually had wood, thunder, and fire attribute talents. And looking at the appearance of the light, all three types of origin power had obviously reached the peak of the star level. There were no shortcomings. Damn. When Wang Ting saw the color of the light, he couldn't help but curse. This treant was obviously abnormal. In addition to the most basic wood attribute, it actually had fire and thunder attributes, two extremely strong attack force attributes. It was really hard to imagine. How did such a strange life form come to be? Although Wang Ting's words just now made sense and felt that it was normal for a treant to have other attributes besides would attribute origin power, when he actually saw such an existence, he still felt that it was a little unbelievable. He could only sigh at the wonders of the world. Everything was possible. What's wrong? Did you see something? Yuan Gungun hurriedly asked. After being together for so long, he already knew that Wang Ting had some kind of special eye that could see through many things. For example, origin power, realm, this treant is a little amazing. Wang Ting sighed. He actually has wood, thunder, and fire attribute origin power at the same time. Hiss. Yuan Gungun directly sucked in a breath of cold air. Really? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? You're doubting my eyes, Wang Ting said. Incredible. Incredible. This treant definitely has a great background. Yuan Gungun sighed and suddenly said, Wang Ting, hurry up and get to know him. Who knows, you might have unexpected gains in the future. Am I the kind of person who makes friends for benefits? You're insulting me, Wang Ting said unhappily. Yuan Gungun immediately choked. But it's not a bad idea to get to know him. After all, he's a very rare treant. I'm very interested in him, Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone this shameless. However, before Wang Ting could walk over, the treant seemed to have sensed Wang Ting's gaze and suddenly walked toward him. There was no expression on the treant's face, and it looked a little stiff. Its eyes were dark green, and its mouth was as dry as an old man's. Therefore, aside from its comical appearance, it looked a little fierce and fiendish. Therefore, when Yu Qiqiao and Yu Yunxian saw him walk over, they couldn't help but frown slightly. What was this treant trying to do? Wang Ting patted Yu Qiqiao's shoulder and calmly looked at the treant, unmoved. The treant walked in front of Wang Ting and opened his mouth slightly. His voice was somewhat hoarse, like two pieces of wood rubbing against each other. Hello, I'm Borat. Wang Ting and the others were slightly stunned. This scene was a little out of their expectations. This treant actually ran over to greet him, and it seemed to have a silly look on its face. Hello. Wang Ting reacted and said, I'm Wang Ting. Wang Ting. Treant Borat repeated and then said, nice to meet you. Good. I'm also very happy to meet you. Wang Ting didn't think that there would be a day when he didn't know how to talk to people. He had no choice but to awkwardly introduce Yu Qiqiao and Yu Yunxian while he was at it. At this moment, a huge spaceship appeared in the sky and quickly flew over, hovering above the universe-level dormitory area. It's here. Wang Ting's spirit rose and looked up. Yu Qiqiao, Borit, Yu Yinxian, and the others all looked over. All new students, board the spaceship. A voice came from the spaceship and the cabin door of the spaceship opened. As soon as the voice fell, figures suddenly rushed into the sky and entered the huge spaceship. Let's go too. Wang Ting called out and flew into the sky. Yu Qiqiao, Borit, and the others immediately followed and rushed into the spaceship. After a while, all the new students entered the spaceship and no one wanted to fall behind. The huge spaceship didn't stop at all and flew straight to a mysterious place on the 7th Starry Sky Academy continent. Inside the spaceship, the geniuses who had entered the 7th Starry Sky Academy were all gathered here. Wang Ting's gaze swept across the crowd and found many unfamiliar faces. These people should be geniuses who had arrived at the 7th Starry Sky Academy earlier than them. They were not on the same ship as them, so he had never seen them before. The spaceship's interior was very spacious. It was a large spaceship that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. This was not an exaggeration, a large spaceship had such a capacity. In fact, this was still considered small. There were many larger spaceships, and some of them could even accommodate hundreds of millions of people. This was unimaginable, but it was a reality in the universe. Therefore, these geniuses did not feel crowded inside the spaceship at all. Instead, it was extremely spacious. Suddenly, a figure in the crowd came into view. Zhulongshan. It's him. Yu Qiqiao also noticed Zhulongshan and whispered. Don't pay attention to him. Let's see if he still dares to come and find me. Wang Ting smiled faintly. At this time, Zhulongshan also noticed Wang Ting. His gaze swept over with a slightly gloomy expression, but he did not come over. He only glanced from afar before finding a place to sit down cross-legged. Around him were the geniuses who had followed him before. These people seemed to be led by Zhulongshan. Well, even if Wang Ting had cheated them of their points, they would still stick to the same path. They probably would not dare to blame Zhulongshan. Instead, they would blame Wang Ting. It was Wang Ting who had caused them to lose points. For new students, every point was precious. This enmity was too great, however, they did not dare to find trouble with Wang Ting. These geniuses had all witnessed the battle between Wang Ting and Zhulongshan. They had to admit that Wang Ting was indeed strong enough to contend with Zhulongshan. And Zhulongshan was the strongest person in their torch dragon weave. Therefore, they could only wait for Zhulongshan to find Wang Ting. Of course, the most important thing right now was to advance to the universe level in the secret region. Everything else came later. It could be said that this mystic realm was a huge opportunity. Some people might not have a high ranking in the genius competition, but that didn't mean they couldn't rise up in the Cosmic Star Academy, far surpassing other geniuses. This was the attraction of the mystic realm. In the past, there had been many geniuses who had obtained unimaginable benefits after entering the hidden territory. Because of that, they had risen to prominence, even surpassing the first place of the genius competition. At the end of the day, they were all geniuses. Some of them just lacked an opportunity. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes swept over everyone indifferently. Wang Ting saw the man standing at the front of the crowd at a glance. Although this person was only wearing a simple white robe, his aura was extraordinary. He was clearly standing there, but it was as if he had merged with the void, as if he was just a projection. And the most peculiar thing about him was that other than a pair of dark red eyes, there were 2 more eyes on both sides of his cheeks. However, those 4 eyes were closed at this moment and were not open. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on this man, especially on the 4 eyes on both sides of his cheeks. They were extremely surprised. This man didn't speak, but all the new students quieted down and didn't dare to make a sound. Immortal level, this person was definitely an immortal level powerhouse. He didn't deliberately emit his power, but that kind of pressure was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. This was a kind of pressure that came from the level of life. Just like when Wang Ting seized the body of the void-devouring beast, his bloodline power was so strong that ordinary giant star beasts couldn't pressure him. The two were the same. Students. A dignified voice suddenly came from the man in white. Everyone's spirits were lifted. When the man in white saw that everyone's attention was focused on him, he spoke again. The mystic realm is about to open. All of you will enter the mystic realm, so the newcomer list will also be opened. All the new students will be on the list. All of you should do your best. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at the man in white in shock. The newcomer list, this was no doubt an excellent opportunity for everyone. But it was also an opportunity for competition. When the newcomer list was opened, all the new students would be on the list. It was equivalent to letting all the new students compete and be ranked again. Such competition was bound to be unusually fierce. Looks like it'll be very lively in the future. Yu Qiqiao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she muttered to herself. It's more than lively. It's going to explode. Wang Ting shook his head. Wang Ting, you're very strong. Borat, the tree tribe warrior next to him, looked at Wang Ting and said. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, and his expression was strange. What the hell, was Borat praising him? It was embarrassing to be like this when they just met. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Wang Ting felt that he had to return the compliment, so he said, you're very strong too. Let's compete? Borat said. Sure. Wang Ting gladly agreed. He had never been afraid of a competition. Yu Qiqiao glanced at Borat. She felt that this tree man wasn't easy to deal with. He actually wanted to compete with Wang Ting. Did he know who Wang Ting was? If he knew and still wanted to compete with him, it meant that Borat was very confident in himself. If he didn't know, then he would probably be shocked. Wasn't competing with a freak like Wang Ting looking for trouble. However, she definitely wouldn't say these words out loud, in case the other party said that she looked down on people. After the man in white announced the opening of the newcomer list, he didn't speak again. He stood in place and closed his eyes to rest. Everyone looked at the man in white, and then began to whisper to each other. In the distance, Xianxia glanced at Wang Ting and suddenly walked towards him. Wang Ting, the newcomer list is open. Let me see how good you are as a prodigy on the stars ranking. Xianxia's tall body stood in front of Wang Ting, looking down at him and speaking with slight contempt. Previously, Wang Ting's use of the academy arbitration made him angry and disdainful. He felt that Wang Ting was using underhanded methods and could be said to be extremely shameless. It's none of your business how good I am, Wang Ting said indifferently. If Xianxia had spoken to him nicely, he wouldn't have minded returning the body of the shining dragon lineage to them. However, the other party had an arrogant and bossy attitude. Right from the start. He even used his power to suppress him and almost hurt Yu Qiqiao. If he still obediently returned the body of the shining dragon lineage, wouldn't others look down on him? Wang Ting would never spoil people who took themselves too seriously. You don't dare? Xianxia frowned and said disdainfully. Say whatever you want. Not everyone can talk nonsense in front of me. If you want to see how good I am, you should weigh your own abilities first. Wang Ting chuckled. You. Wang Ting's look of disdain for Xianxia made Xianxia furious. A wave of anger almost spewed out of his eyes. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, there's a time when you're humiliated. At this moment, a laugh came from behind Xianxia. Wu Yan. Xianxia turned around and looked at the person. His expression turned even uglier. He glared at the other party and said coldly, this has nothing to do with you. Can't I just watch the show? The other party laughed. It was a young man with long black hair. There were black lines on his face that looked like totems and gave people a strange feeling. Wang Ting glanced at the other party and couldn't be bothered with him. You must be brother Wang Ting. I've heard a lot about you. Wu Yan didn't intend to let Wang Ting go. He came over and said politely. Who are you? Wang Ting asked. Wu Yan. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be so direct and didn't give him any face. Ahem, it's normal that brother Wang Ting doesn't know a nobody like me. I'm just one of the countless geniuses in the Wu Pagoda territory. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not like brother Wang Ting who's on the stars ranking. Everyone knows about you. Wu Yan coughed and laughed. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Wang Ting didn't take the other party's flattery to heart and asked calmly. Wu Yan's face stiffened. What the hell, he was trying so hard to compliment the other party. Shouldn't he respond? This Wang Ting didn't seem to be moved at all. He felt as though he was trying to push his warm face against a cold butt. Haha, he's on the stars ranking. I don't think even you are interested in him. Xianxia sneered. Haha, brother Wang Ting is a straightforward person. I like to make friends with straightforward people. Wu Yan's eyes flickered. He laughed and said, Brother Wang Ting, Xianxia and I don't get along. Why don't we work together to get rid of him? Xianxia's face darkened when he heard this. Wu Yan, don't go overboard. Brother Wang Ting, what do you think? Think about it. Wu Yan ignored Xianxia and continued to speak to Wang Ting. Thank you, but it's okay. If he provokes me, I can deal with him alone. Wang Ting looked at him strangely and shook his head. Wu Yan choked on Wang Ting's words. Deal with him alone, this guy was crazy, even he didn't dare to say that he could deal with Xianxia alone. Wang Ting actually said that. Was it ignorance? Or confidence? Arrogance? Xianxia's face darkened. He was angered by Wang Ting. This bastard didn't care about him at all. Since brother Wang Ting is so confident, I'll wait and see. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and smiled with interest. Wang Ting, you're good. It's been a long time since someone dared to look down on me. We'll settle this slowly. You better pray that your ranking on the newcomers' ranking is higher than mine. Otherwise, what you said just now will be a joke. Xianxia said coldly and turned to leave. Wang Ting ignored his harsh words. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. Yu Qichao looked at him and didn't say anything. She also sat cross-legged beside him and waited with her eyes closed. Yu Yunxian was a little surprised. She didn't know why Wang Ting had a conflict with the other party. The geniuses around them watched the show and discussed with interest. Wang Ting was a hot topic. A genius on the stars ranking would be the center of attention wherever he went. Xianxia finding trouble with Wang Ting was what many people wanted. They could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They wanted to see how strong Wang Ting was. The man in white didn't open his eyes. He didn't seem to care about the fight between the students. After about 10 minutes, the spaceship suddenly shook. Everyone stopped talking. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the white-robed man. The man in white opened his dark red eyes and said, We've arrived at the secret territory. Let's get off the spaceship. Yes. Everyone responded and flew out of the spaceship. Wang Ting, Yu Qichao and the rest followed in the crowd. When everyone came to the outside world, they were all shocked by the scene outside. This is... Wang Ting's eyes widened slightly as he looked around. In front of him was a gray area that covered an extremely wide area with no end in sight. And in that gray area, a huge vortex slowly rotated. It seemed to have a soul-stirring power that could suck everything in. Wang Ting's gaze swept across those vortexes, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In front of each vortex, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. They sat there like old monks, without any aura. They didn't even reveal the slightest bit of aura. It was easy to ignore them at a glance. Wang Ting opened his eyes of truth, and couldn't see their realm. Everything was hidden. He was shocked. He knew that they were definitely top experts, but he didn't know what realm they were in. The foundation of Cosmic Star Academy was too deep, there were so many experts like them. Where is this place? Yu Qichao looked around, her eyes filled with unconcealable surprise, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. I don't know, this area is very strange. It seems to be isolated from the outside world. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. He noticed that his surroundings were gray. He didn't know where he was at all. He didn't even see the entrance. He didn't know how the spaceship came in. This is where the secret realm is located. Those vortexes are the entrances to the secret realm. The experts of the academy moved them here with great power, the man in white explained. He wasn't explaining to Wang Ting alone. Instead, he was explaining to everyone. Everyone had the same question in their hearts. Hiss. Yuan Gungun sucked in a breath of cold air. It's hard to imagine what kind of power it takes to move all the entrances to the secret realm here. Wang Ting and the others were also shocked. Looking at the vortexes around them, they couldn't imagine what kind of power it was. Okay, get ready to enter the secret realm. The man in white waved his hand and said, "Do you see the stone tablets at the side of each area? The corresponding areas are marked on them." Only then did Wang Ting and the others realize that this gray and blurry area was actually divided into 4 big areas. The stone tablets were the boundaries, separating the 4 areas from each other. Every region had a whirlpool. Among them, the area marked Primal Chaos Secret Realm had the fewest vortexes, with only 5. The area marked with the Absolute Beginning Secret Realm Stone Steel had more whirlpools, 16 of them. The area marked with Universe Secret Area had the most vortexes, 23 of them. The area marked Doomsday Secret Realm only had 12 vortexes. Wang Ting was surprised. It was understandable that there were so few Primal Chaos Secret Realms. After all, they were very rare. But the Doomsday Secret Realm was even rarer than the Absolute Beginning Secret Realm. The man in white paused for a moment and then continued. I'm sure you all know that there are 4 types of secret realms. They are Primal Chaos Secret Realm, Absolute Beginning Secret Realm, Universe Secret Realm, and Doomsday Secret Realm. The stone tablets have all stated it. The top 10 of the Battle of Geniuses can enter the Absolute Beginning Secret Realm. You can choose which vortex to enter. The top 500 of the Battle of Geniuses can enter the Universe Secret Realm. The vortex is also your choice. The top 1000 to 500 of the Battle of Geniuses can enter the Doomsday Secret Realm. The vortex is also your choice. Everyone's hearts jumped as they looked at the vortexes. They were already looking for their own fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything. Only when they truly entered would they know what the secret realm was like. They couldn't see it from the outside. The top 1000 of the Battle of Geniuses are also here? Wang Ting looked around and muttered to himself. Those warriors didn't interact much with them, so Wang Ting didn't recognize them. He did see a few familiar figures, but he didn't know if they were the geniuses of the Qian Empire. However, his attention quickly returned to himself. He originally wanted to enter the Primal Chaos Secret Realm, but now it seemed like he didn't have the chance. He had to enter the Absolute Beginning Secret Realm. Like the other top 10 geniuses. Although it was a pity, the Absolute Beginning Secret Realm wasn't bad. It wasn't that bad. He just had to see what fortuitous encounters he could find inside. Just as he was thinking, the white-cloaked man suddenly looked at Wang Ting and said, "Wang Ting, because you're on the stars ranking, the college has decided to give you special permission to enter the Primal Chaos Secret Realm." Wang Ting was momentarily stunned, then a trace of ecstasy rose in his heart. This was really a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. He thought there was no hope, but who knew there would be a twist in the end. This white-cloaked man was too much. Couldn't he say everything in one go? He even caused him to be disappointed. The others were all shocked as well. They all looked at Wang Ting with envy and jealousy in their eyes. It was actually the Primal Chaos Secret Realm. Wang Ting was indeed the only special person in this batch. Many geniuses' eyes lit up as they looked at Wang Ting with unreadable expressions. Zhuliangshan looked at Wang Ting with a gloomy expression. He had just said that Wang Ting shouldn't fall behind him in the ranking. He didn't expect Wang Ting to win at the starting line before even entering the secret realm. This slap in the face came too quickly. The Primal Chaos Secret Realm. Yu Qichao looked at Wang Ting with envy. Even Yu Yunxian, with his personality, looked at Wang Ting with a complicated expression. These things seemed to remind him again and again that he had lost to Wang Ting. Wang Ting was more outstanding and stunning than him. Stars ranking, even for him, before the Battle of Geniuses, he had never thought that he would be able to enter the stars ranking. However, Wang Ting had done it. He couldn't help but admire Suemo for this. The benefits of being on the stars ranking were being shown one by one, allowing Wang Ting to be ahead of everyone else. You only have 3 months. Make good use of your time. Don't waste this opportunity. The white-cloaked man waved his hand and said, "Go." Yes. All the geniuses immediately shot out and headed toward the whirlpools that they had chosen. It was as though they were afraid that others would beat them to it if they were late. Wangteng, I'll make a move first, Yu Qiqiao said. Wangteng nodded and looked at the 5 whirlpools in the primal chaos secret realm. He randomly chose one and flew toward the whirlpool in the middle. The white-cloaked man looked at Wangteng's back and watched him enter the whirlpool in the primal chaos secret realm before disappearing from the spot. Boom! The moment Wangteng jumped into the whirlpool, his mind suddenly shook, and a burst of swelling pain hit him. It was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the whirlpool had appeared in his head, spinning and stirring violently, making him feel dizzy. Wangteng tried to open his eyes wide, but he could not see his surroundings clearly. Arcane Realm Passage, Space-Time Disorder. The introduction in the Arcane Realm Guide immediately appeared in Wangteng's mind. Go straight ahead, pass through quickly. At this time, an old voice sounded in Wangteng's ears. Yes. Wangteng was shocked. His mind regained its clarity. He didn't waste any more time and dashed forward at full speed. He activated the Eye of Truth and scanned his surroundings, observing the passage leading to the Arcane Realm. To Wangteng, everything in the Arcane Realm was unfamiliar. Even if it was just a passage, there were many things worth paying attention to. Moreover, based on his experience, the more such a place was, the more benefits he could obtain. Especially for Wangteng. Others might not gain any benefits in a place like the passage, but Wangteng had such an opportunity. Sure enough, after traveling for a distance, Wangteng's eyes suddenly lit up. A few attribute bubbles appeared on the side of the passage. Wangteng swept past, and his mind power swept over and picked them up. Time *50, time *75, space *480, space *600, space *550. It really is the time and space attributes. Wangteng was secretly delighted. When he thought of the Arcane Realm Guide's introduction of space-time disorder, he guessed that the time and space attributes were very likely to appear here. Generally, the more chaotic a place was, the more likely it was for attribute bubbles to appear. This proved to be the case. Moreover, the attribute values he picked up here were more than the last time he picked up in the void turbulence zone. Wangteng sped all the way, and he found that the passage was actually very long, and he could not completely cross it in a short time. Fortunately, attribute bubbles would appear from time to time, and Wangteng never got tired of it. To others, passing through this passage was just a matter of hurrying along, but to Wangteng, this was already the opening of an opportunity. Pick up, when Wangteng saw the attribute bubbles, he immediately picked them up, not letting any of them go. Time *60, time *50, space *500, space *600, one by one, the attribute bubbles fused into Wangteng's body, causing his time and space attributes to increase rapidly. Amazing! So this is the secret realm's passageway. Space-time is in chaos, and I can't feel the normal state of time and space. Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded in Wangteng's mind. It sounded very excited, as if it was not affected by the space-time disorder. Even though Wangteng had already regained his clarity of mind, he still had to desperately circulate his mental strength. The 9 Treasures Pagoda emitted a light that stabilized his spiritual sea. Only then could he resist that feeling of confusion. He did not dare to delay for a moment, and he did not even bother to talk to Yuan Gunggun. He quickly picked up the attribute bubbles and quickly left the passageway. After a while, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Wangteng's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed out. In an instant, the feeling of confusion disappeared. Wangteng only felt his head relax, and the circulation of his mental strength gradually calmed down. The 9 Treasures Pagoda gradually sank into the depths of his spiritual sea. Phew! Wangteng exhaled slightly and glanced at the attribute panel. Time, 1250/10000, space body, 11200/400000, level 4, the time and space body attributes had increased by quite a bit, and Wangteng's mastery of them had increased by quite a bit. He was very satisfied with this harvest, because this was just the beginning. With a good start, the following harvest would not be too bad. He could look forward to it. At this moment, he looked around, and his eyes were filled with surprise. The surroundings were filled with nothingness and chaos, and it was extremely dark. Chaotic airflow floated everywhere, and in the distance, cracks appeared in the chaos, sometimes splitting open and sometimes healing. Mysterious runes appeared and disappeared in the chaos. These mysterious and small runes were like chains that were strung together, connecting and entangling the cracks in the chaos. Countless runes intersected with each other like a huge net that covered the heaven and earth. It even spread out in the chaos, as if it was weaving the heaven and earth. This is? Wang Ting was shocked when he saw the scene. The chaotic secret realm. This was the chaotic secret realm, the boundless chaos and the looming chains of the laws of heaven and earth. Even though Wang Ting had already understood some things from the Secret Realm Guide, when he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that everything was so unbelievable. There was no way to accurately describe it with words. All language and vocabulary seemed empty and tasteless. It was already very good to be able to describe one or two of the true meaning. This is too magical. Yuan Gunggun's voice rang out. He couldn't help but reveal himself and look at the chaos before him. To be able to enter the chaotic secret realm once, I, Yuan Gungun, have lived a life worth it. I have something to brag about when I go out in the future. You can die without regrets? Wang Ting glanced at him. Cough cough, that's not it. I want to live to see more sceneries. Yuan Gungun coughed. Useless. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Hurry up and go back. Don't let others see you. Good. 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 Yuan Gungun also knew that he was a little rash this time and quickly disappeared. However, his voice still rang in Wang Ting's mind. Wang Ting, look at those spatial cracks. There are mysterious heaven and earth runes intersecting. They are the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, and can't be seen in the outside universe. If a Sector Lord warrior can cultivate here, he can definitely quickly comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The universe we live in is too perfect. The laws of heaven and earth are hidden and can't be seen with the naked eye. Warriors can only slowly comprehend them. But it's different here. You can see the laws of heaven and earth with the naked eye. These laws of heaven and earth are perfectly combined. The formation of the universe, the evolution, and the operation of laws are all here. Hence, it's much easier to comprehend them. It's because of this that the quota to enter the chaotic secret realm is so precious. You only have 3 months. You have to hurry up. Round Face tried his best to persuade him. I know. Wang Ting's gaze swept across the chaos and spatial cracks in front of him and nodded. He now knew why there were no images or videos of the chaotic secret realm in the outside world. It was because images and videos were useless. These manifested laws of heaven and earth couldn't be contained in images or videos. He could only see it with his own eyes and comprehend it. Then, he looked down. Behind him was the whirlpool he came from. Below him was a huge island floating in the void and chaos. According to the records of the chaotic secret realm, this island was the transfer point of the chaotic secret realm. Any student who came here could settle down on the island. Every chaotic secret realm had an island like this. This was formed by the powerful strength of the Academy's experts. At the Sector Lord level, one's body could form a world of its own. Not to mention an island, even a planet could be created. Since it was his first time in the chaotic secret realm, Wang Ting naturally wanted to go to the island first. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. His body flashed and he rushed towards the island below. The distance between him and the island seemed very close. But when he really flew over, he realized that the island was actually very far away. Looking at a mountain but running to its death. This was probably the logic behind it. Wang Ting could only take out his universe ship and fly towards the island. As he got closer, the island became clearer. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He realized that it was surprisingly huge. Its diameter was probably comparable to a planet. When the ship got close to the island, a stream of light flew out from the island and landed in front of the ship. It was a young man in a gray robe. He stood in front of the ship with his hands behind his back. The gray robe had the symbol of the school arbitration. Wang Ting's heart jumped. He immediately flew out of the ship and came in front of the other party. Activating the Eye of Truth, Wang Ting could see through the other party's strength. This was probably a Sector Lord level existence. I'm a member of the school arbitration. At the same time, I'm the envoy of this island. The gray-robed young man said plainly, you're a new student? The school arbitration again. Wang Ting was surprised. He felt that the school arbitration was everywhere. Even in the primal chaos secret realm, and the other party was the envoy of this island. It seemed like his identity wasn't simple. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Ting nodded and replied, yes, I'm a new student. It's my first time in the primal chaos secret realm. A new student can come to the primal chaos secret realm. The envoy sized up Wang Ting and asked, what's your name? Wang Ting. Wang Ting frowned but still said his name. Follow me. The envoy nodded and didn't ask any more. He turned and flew towards the island. Wang Ting immediately followed. This island doesn't have a name. Because it's a transfer station, many students call it the Transfer Island. The envoy led the way while introducing the place. Transfer Island. Wang Ting muttered. He was speechless. How careless. The island was wrapped in a light shield like a huge bubble. The envoy took out a token and waved it. Then, he led Wang Ting into the island without any obstructions. Then, he threw the token to Wang Ting and said, this token is the entry pass. You can use it by dripping a drop of blood on it. You can take it with you when you leave. It's convenient for you to use it the next time you enter. However, entering the Primal Chaos Secret Realm requires a lot of points and certain conditions. I don't know if you can enter again. After saying that, he looked at Wang Ting meaningfully. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He solemnly put away the token. The two of them passed through the defense shield of the island and entered the interior of the island. Wang Ting glanced over and noticed that the island was like a huge city. There were buildings everywhere, but they weren't luxurious. Instead, they were extremely plain. They were all stone houses. From the outside, they looked very crude. This is a place for cultivation, not a place for enjoyment. The envoy seemed to have noticed Wang Ting's gaze and said lightly, it looks like a place for cultivation. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Wang Ting and the guide landed on the streets of the island. The surrounding buildings became clearer in his eyes. This place really looked like a training ground. Everything was very simple. Figures sat cross-legged on the roofs of the stone houses. They all had different appearances. Some had scales on their bodies, some had a single horn, and some had a single eye on their foreheads. All of them were different, and there were all sorts of oddities. There were many universe races gathered on this island. These people sat cross-legged on the roofs. They seemed to be comprehending something. Some had their eyes closed, some were looking at the sky. They all gave off powerful auras. They were basically all above Sector Lord level. Even Domain Lord level was rarely seen. There were also many Undying level existences, but their auras seemed to be isolated by the stone houses. They didn't leak out. This island's history is very long. It already existed when the academy was first established. The guide said. It already existed when the academy was first established. Wang Ting was shocked. Just how long the academy's history could be traced back, no one seemed to know. The history of the 7 Starry Sky Academies is too long, except for some hidden super-existences, or some people with special identities. I don't think anyone knows when it appeared and who created it. The guide said. Wang Ting nodded. He had heard this many times. Now that he came to Cosmic Star Academy, he was even more certain that Cosmic Star Academy was very mysterious and ancient. Because even these people who had stayed in the academy for a long time didn't know, outsiders definitely wouldn't know. These stone houses, as long as they don't have a protective barrier, no one lives in them. You can find one to live in. The guide pointed at a stone house that didn't have a protective barrier and said. Okay. Wang Ting replied. This was very similar to his manor outside. As long as no one lived in it, he could live in it. The academy was very casual in terms of living. However, compared to outside, the living quarters here were very shabby. Wang Ting didn't even need to walk in to know that the stone houses here probably only had a few simple facilities. This is only a transfer point. There's nothing worth paying attention to, so you don't need to waste time here. The envoy said, the opportunities in the Primal Chaos Secret Realm are outside the island, in the chaos. You can comprehend them on the island, just like the seniors. He pointed at the surrounding experts who were comprehending and continued. Or, if you have the confidence, you can go out and try. But you're too weak. I don't mind if you run away. Just stay on the island for 3 months and then leave the Primal Chaos secret realm. I don't know what the Academy is thinking, letting a new student like you enter the Primal Chaos secret realm. Wang Ting listened attentively. Although the other party's words were not pleasant to hear, what he said was the truth. The explanation of secret realms mentioned that it was very dangerous outside the island. Even some immortal rank experts could die outside. Moreover, if they went out of the island, the date of their return was uncertain. The Academy had set a limit of 3 months for him, probably to let him stay on the island and comprehend. However, Wang Ting had always been someone who didn't play by the rules. Now that he finally had the chance to come in, he didn't want to stay on the island. Moreover, he just looked at the chaos region outside. There were attribute bubbles, although he was far away, with his eyesight, he could see the attribute bubbles. If he didn't pick them up, he would be letting himself down. Of course, he wouldn't rush out like a fool. He had to be prepared. What dangers are there in the chaos region? Outside? Wang Ting asked. There are 3 types of dangers. The first is the space crack. Because the heaven and earth have yet to open, everything is in chaos. The space crack will appear from time to time without any pattern. For a low-level warrior like you, it's very dangerous. The envoy said. Space crack. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. He thought to himself, this shouldn't be a big threat to me. The second danger is an existence called the Chaos Beast. They are formed by the gas of chaos. Because of the uniqueness of the Primal Chaos secret realm, they have their own life. They come in different shapes and sizes. Some are strong and some are weak. Some are equivalent to the Star Traveler, Star, and even Universe level. Some are equivalent to the Domain Lord level, Sector Lord level, and even Undying level. Hence, they are very dangerous. Don't underestimate those Star Traveler and Star Traveler level Chaos Beasts. There are many of them and they have some special abilities. If you're not careful, even if you're a genius from Cosmic Star Academy and have the ability to fight above your level, you'll still fall here. The envoy seemed to have seen through Wang Ting's plan and said plainly. If you want to leave the island, no one will stop you. However, it's best not to leave the island's radius of 3,000 kilometers. There will be warriors from the Academy regularly sweeping this area to prevent it from affecting the normal operations of the island. Hence, the chaos beasts in this area are basically all below the universe level. It's relatively less dangerous. Thank you, envoy, for your reminder. Wang Ting was moved and quickly thanked him. No need. I just don't want to see a new person with potential die here. The envoy waved his hand and said plainly. Envoy, what's the third danger? Wang Ting asked. The third danger isn't any weaker than the chaos beasts. It's called the Primal Chaos Forbidden Land, the envoy said. Primal Chaos Forbidden Land. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Anything that could be called a forbidden land was definitely not a good place. The forbidden lands of Warstar were all extremely dangerous. If he wasn't strong enough, he might not have been able to pass the competition unscathed. For example, the Thunder Monster and the vast ocean single-horned whale were extremely terrifying existences in the forbidden lands. If an ordinary star-level genius were to encounter them, they would have a 90% chance of survival. The Primal Chaos Forbidden Land is a strange and dangerous place born from the chaos. Once you enter, you might not be able to come out, the envoy said. You should have heard that there are many opportunities in the secret regions, right? I've heard of it. Wang Ting nodded and humbly asked for guidance. Is there a saying behind it? The Primal Chaos Forbidden Land is where the opportunities are. It depends on whether you have the strength to go and take them, the envoy said with a smirk. Wang Ting cursed in his mind. That explanation of the secret realm didn't explain it clearly. It only said that the opportunities were accompanied by danger, but it didn't say that it was this dangerous. To think that he had even thought about it. If he had known that the opportunities were in the so-called Primal Chaos Forbidden Land, he wouldn't have even thought about it. Although Wang Ting wanted to go outside the island to take a look, he would only go out to pick up attribute bubbles under the premise that he could protect his own life and comprehend the various origin source laws up close. That was all. He wasn't so conceited as to touch those primal chaos forbidden lands. However, he didn't consider that the explanation of the secret realm had only cost him a few points. Who would put more crucial information in it? Wang Ting felt gloomy. He glanced at the envoy's expression and felt even more gloomy. He felt that the envoy was mocking him. This envoy looked a little nasty. What kind of dangers are there in the primal chaos forbidden lands? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. The dangers can't be determined. Primal chaos beasts might appear. It could also be a dangerous land. Everything is unpredictable. As the envoy spoke, he said impatiently, "All right, that's all I have to say. My mission is considered complete. The rest is up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In front of Wang Ting. "TSK, this envoy looks like he's not easy to talk to. In fact, he's already told you everything. What he said just now was worth a lot of points." Yuan Gunggun's voice rang out in Wang Ting's mind. "Another damn Sundara." Wang Ting shook his head. Why did I say another?" Yuan Gungun secretly smiled and asked, "Are you going to go outside the island?" "Of course. It's not easy to come here. Of course, I have to go outside. I don't know when I'll be able to come in again," Wang Ting said. "Then be careful." Yuan Gungun did not try to persuade him anymore. He knew that he could not persuade Wang Ting. Moreover, he wanted to see what the primal chaos secret realm was like. Wang Ting looked around and found an empty stone house. He walked in. The protective shield of the stone house automatically activated. It was very human-like. He walked into the house and found that it was just as he had guessed. The furnishings inside were extremely simple. There was a bathroom, a bedroom, and a cultivation room. There were only 3 rooms. There was nothing else. Wang Ting walked to the rooftop of the house. He wanted to feel the cultivation room of the strong cultivators. Wang Ting walked to the rooftop and could not help but exclaim in surprise. There were attribute bubbles here. He had thought that it was just an ordinary rooftop. It was convenient for him to look up at the origin law in the sky. He did not expect to find something unexpected. Wang Ting immediately picked up the attribute bubbles. Would origin *10, would territory *50, would origin *10, 3 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. 2 of them were the wood origin, and 1 was the wood territory. There were not many attribute values, but they were all attributes that were very useful to Wang Ting. Wang Ting suddenly felt that there was an additional understanding of the wood territory and the wood origin in his mind. He had not improved these 2 attributes for a long time. Even during the genius battle, there was no one who could surpass him in the wood territory and the wood origin. They could not bring him new insights. However, at this moment, the attribute bubbles that he had obtained on the rooftop could improve his understanding of the wood territory and the wood origin. It was a wonderful feeling. Why are there attribute bubbles here? After Wang Ting absorbed the attribute bubbles, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Soon, he found the problem. He saw some engravings and patterns on the floor where the attribute bubbles had appeared. They seemed to be very old and were emitting traces of special waves. I see. Wang Ting understood. This is the understanding left behind by the predecessors. Wang Ting walked to the rooftop of the stone house and reached out his hand to touch the marks left behind by his predecessors. With his talent, even if he didn't pick up the attributes, he could sense something. He sat down cross-legged and prepared to comprehend it. Other than the messy marks on the ground, there were also marks around the fence. For new students, this was an extremely suitable place to comprehend. Because these marks could be left behind by sector lords or even immortals, they would be of great help to future students. Even if it was just a small portion of their comprehension, it was enough to inspire others. Even the older students would benefit greatly from this place. The guide said that there were no opportunities on the island. Could it be that he was lying to him? Wang Ting was suspicious. It wasn't that he didn't trust the guide, but they were strangers after all, who knew if the guide would trick him for no reason. Maybe he thought you would see these marks once you entered the stone house, so he didn't give you any special warning. Yuan Gungun guessed. Maybe. Wang Ting didn't think too much about it, he already planned to walk around the island and familiarize himself with the place. The guide told him out of friendship, but not telling him was his duty, this was understandable. Very quickly, he started to comprehend, until the marks on the ground once again released an attribute bubble. Wang Ting picked it up. Would origin *5, would origin *5, would domain *20. There are even fewer attributes than before. Wang Ting frowned and thought, looks like the attribute bubbles aren't unlimited, the comprehension left behind in the marks is constantly being consumed, the number of attribute bubbles will also decrease. He continued to comprehend while waiting for the attribute bubbles to appear. After waiting for a while, the attribute bubbles stopped appearing. Wang Ting got up and left the stone house without any hesitation. There were so many stone houses here, and since the attribute bubbles in this house were all gone, he would go to the next one. He walked out of the stone house and saw that the stone house beside it was empty, so he walked in and went to the rooftop. As expected, Wang Ting's gaze swept across and his eyes lit up. He picked it up, metal origin *10, metal origin *10, metal domain *40, gold domain *20, metal origin and metal domain. Wang Ting felt joy in his heart as he mused, this place seems to be either a domain or an origin source. That's right, those who are able to leave behind their insights are all experts at the World Overlord realm and above. If they were at the Domain Overlord realm, they would most likely dissipate in a short period of time. This involved the duration of the comprehension. Normally speaking, the insights left behind by Domain Lords would only last for a few decades. Sector Lord and Immortal rank were different. Sector Lords could last for hundreds or even thousands of years, while Immortal ranks could last for tens of thousands of years. Of course, it was also because they didn't leave anything behind on the rooftop. Sometimes, they just had a sudden inspiration and left a mark on the rooftop, that was all. Therefore, the storage time was very limited. If they were serious about leaving behind some kind of inheritance, even if it was at the Domain Lord level, it could be preserved for thousands of years. In the outside world, a Region Lord level expert could be considered an overlord of an area, and they weren't some random nobody. Wang Ting waited for a while on the rooftop of this stone house and picked up another wave of attribute bubbles before moving on to the next stone house. He felt that this place was simply a treasure trove for him. Every stone house had attribute bubbles that he could pick up, and every stone house had different rewards. Just like opening a treasure box, this stone house had wood origin and wood domain attributes. The second stone house had metal origin and metal domain attributes. It was a pleasant surprise. Next, he picked up from the stone houses one by one, collecting large amounts of attribute bubbles. Although there weren't many attribute values, they were all solid rewards. As there were many stone houses, Wang Ting sped up. He didn't stop at any stone house for more than 3 minutes, so as to avoid delaying him from picking up attribute bubbles from the other houses. Actually, he could use his spiritual force, but there were too many experts here. Using spiritual force would easily offend others, so he had no choice but to run from house to house. It was a little troublesome, but the main advantage was that it was safe. However, his actions still attracted the attention of many experts. Some of them looked at him with surprise in their eyes. What was this guy doing, running from house to house? Could it be that he wanted to pick the most comfortable one to live in? However, it didn't seem like it because he didn't stop in the houses. After entering each stone house, he went straight to the rooftop. Could it be because of those traces? Many people immediately thought of something, but they also felt that it was strange. Even if it was because of those traces, he only stayed in each stone house for less than 3 minutes. What could he possibly learn? Wasn't this child's play? In the sky, there was a floating stone platform. A few figures in gray robes sat cross-legged on the stone platform, looking down at Wang Ting with furrowed brows. These were the emissaries. Their mission was to guard this island. Once new people arrived, they would receive them. Of course, their duty wasn't just to receive new people, but also to maintain order on the transfer island to prevent any chaos. After all, they represented the Academy's arbitration council. They had the responsibility and obligation to manage the students. Xianxia, what is this new student doing? A emissary asked, puzzled. I don't know. Xianxia, the emissary who had received Wang Ting, shook his head with a dark expression. This guy seems a little different. Another emissary smiled faintly. Xianxia, why don't you go down and take a look? If you continue to cause trouble, what if you attract the displeasure of some seniors? Another emissary advised. Xianxia didn't say anything. His figure transformed into a ray of light, disappearing from the stone platform. Wang Ting was sprinting on the streets. He was reminiscing about the attribute bubbles he had picked up just now. However, his gaze swept across his surroundings. All the stone houses in this area have been occupied. It looks like I have to walk further to find an empty stone house. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Emissary. Wang Ting stopped. What are you doing? Xianxia asked with a dark expression. Why does this emissary's expression look so bad? Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. I don't need you to remind me. I can see it. Wang Ting was speechless. He looked at the emissary, rolled his eyes, and spouted nonsense. I'm strolling. Strolling? Xianxia clearly didn't believe this nonsense. Yes, that's right. I'm just strolling and admiring the scenery of this transfer island. Wang Ting vowed. What scenery is there here? Xianxia's expression darkened slightly. If you want to see the scenery, why do you have to enter each stone house? There is still scenery here. Emissary, you have been here for a long time, so you might not be able to feel it. However, I'm new here, so everything I see is scenery. Wang Ting began to spout nonsense. As for why I'm on the rooftop, it's naturally because the scenery of each rooftop is different. If I want to see it, I want to see it thoroughly. Senior, did you not carefully feel it? Wang Ting pointed at the rooftops and said, if you stand on the rooftops and close your eyes, you'll feel as though you're immersed in the artistic conception of those powerful warriors. You'll be able to understand their feelings and state of mind better. Every expert's state of mind is definitely different. Only by understanding their state of mind at that time would it be more beneficial to comprehend the insights they left behind. Xianxia stared blankly, his expression gradually becoming suspicious. Oh, could it really be like this? Standing on the rooftop and experiencing the state of mind of those experts was really beneficial to understanding the insights they left behind. It sounded reasonable. Should he find a chance to try it next time? He had previously chosen a residence left behind by an expert, but he had been unable to comprehend the insights he left behind. Could it be that it was because he hadn't experienced the other state of mind? That's right, emissary, I'm strolling around. I didn't affect the cultivation of others, so it shouldn't be considered breaking the rules of the academy, right? Wang Ting asked. This is not against the rules. Xianxia said hesitantly. That's good, that's good. I'm just afraid that I'll affect your cultivation. I'll be in deep trouble. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He said carefully, I'll continue, strolling around then? Go. Go. Try not to affect others. Xianxia waved his hand and said. Okay, no problem. I guarantee I won't affect anyone. Wang Ting immediately promised. Xianxia dizzily returned to the stone platform where the emissaries were. He discovered that the other emissaries were looking at him strangely. Xianxia, you've been tricked, haven't you? Someone said. What tricked? Don't you feel that what he said is reasonable? Xianxia said. Understanding the state of mind? A few emissaries fell into deep thought. If you say it like this, then it can be considered a method of comprehension. Regardless of whether it's right or not, we can at least try. Someone said. I told you to go and persuade him, but you were persuaded back. The emissary who had previously told Xianxia to persuade Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Ha, that fellow is a bit interesting. The other emissaries all began to laugh. Even Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. On the island streets, Wang Ting continued his great task of picking up attributes. That emissary didn't seem very smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily tricked. What bullshit state of mind? If one could rely on experiencing the state of mind to comprehend the insights left behind by the predecessors, then what was the point of comprehension? Wang Ting, aren't you being a bit unkind by doing this? Yuan Gungun said, speechless. How is it unkind? If the other party can really experience the state of mind and then suddenly comprehend it, then the credit will be mine. They will even be grateful to me. Wang Ting said. Haha, then what kind of luck would it take to experience your so-called state of mind? Yuan Gungun chuckled. That will depend on them. Just don't bother me. Wang Ting said. Speaking of which, what are you planning to do? There are so many stone houses. Are you planning to look at each one by one? Yuan Gungun asked. Naturally. Wang Ting nodded. These stone houses contain the insights left behind by the predecessors. They will be of great help to me. Then what can you comprehend in just 3 minutes? Yuan Gungun was speechless. You don't understand. With my talent, it's just a matter of minutes for me to comprehend these realizations, Wang Ting said. Like hell, I'll believe you. After Yuan Gungun said this, he didn't say anything else. It was clear that Wang Ting didn't want to tell him his true goal. This was very infuriating. This guy even hid it from him. He didn't treat him as one of his own. Wang Ting smiled slightly and didn't say anything else. He walked into an empty stone house and went straight to the rooftop. This was already close to the center of the island. There were very few empty stone houses. He finally found one. Wang Ting saw the attribute bubbles on the rooftop and couldn't help but be stunned. There are a lot of them. On the rooftop, there were about a dozen attribute bubbles floating there. It was more than any of the previous stone houses. Wang Ting immediately picked them up. Space Origin *10, Space Origin *15, Space Origin *12, Space Domain *100, Space Domain *80, it's actually Space Domain and Space Origin. Wang Ting was surprised and delighted. He felt very surprised. It was fine if there were many attribute bubbles, but there were actually such rare attributes in the bubbles. Moreover, these 2 attributes were obviously not available to Wang Ting. The dozens of attribute bubbles all merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into pieces of enlightenment about space. They merged into his memory and completely became his. Wang Ting sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and carefully comprehended and digested them. This time, after a full 3 hours, he slowly opened his eyes. A ball of light burst out from the bottom of his eyes. At this time, he had completely absorbed the enlightenment brought by the attribute bubbles. He also took the opportunity to comprehend the traces of enlightenment about space that were left behind. The effect was even better when the 2 were combined. So that's how it is. Wang Ting's eyes shone, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. This feeling was just too good. This time, he had gained a lot. Whether it was Space Domain or Space Origin, they were all things that he hadn't comprehended before. Now that he had, it was just too good. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. Space Domain, 800-1000, Level 1, Space Origin, 230-10000, Level 1, both attributes had reached Level 1, especially Space Domain. It was only 200 attribute points away from breaking through to Level 2. Space Origin didn't have many attribute points, and it needed 10,000 points to break through to Level 1. It was much harder than Space Domain. Wang Ting wanted to wait a little longer to see if there would be any attribute bubbles, but it seemed like there weren't any. In the 3 hours just now, he had already picked up 2 or 3 waves of attribute bubbles. It seemed like there wouldn't be any more attribute bubbles. At the very least, there wouldn't be any in the short term. Wang Ting got up and left the stone house. He memorized the location of the stone house. If there was a chance in the future, he would come back to see if there were any attribute bubbles. The space attribute was too rare. It was rare to come across one, so of course, he had to go all out and not let any of it go. Wang Ting walked on the street, feeling pleased. This place was indeed a treasure trove for him. He had picked up a space attribute bubble in less than half a day. He had really hit the jackpot this time. He didn't plan to leave the transit island today. He wanted to pick up all the stone houses on the island. It would be a pity if he didn't pick them up. He had to pick them up. Unfortunately, in the next 2 hours, he didn't come across any special attribute values. They were all 5-element domain and 5-element origin attributes. There were still relatively few special force attributes. Wang Ting wasn't discouraged. Even if they were 5-element attributes, he was still happy to pick them up. After all, these were extremely precious insights of powerhouses. Others would have to spend months or even years to understand these things, but he had picked up so many in a day. What could be better than this? Fortunately, there were too many stone houses here. Even if many of them were occupied by the seniors, Wang Ting wouldn't be able to pick them all in a day. And this was exactly what he was looking forward to the most. No one knew what kind of attribute bubbles were in unpicked stone houses. Perhaps there were some special attribute bubbles in the stone houses that hadn't been plucked yet. Wang Ting carried this thought as he searched one stone house after another. If it was a 5-element attribute bubble, it was fine. He would pick it up directly and be a little happy. If it was a special attribute bubble, it would be even better. He would happily pick it up. No matter what, he would be happy. After all, the joy of picking up Yangling was something that only he knew. Whoever picked up Yangling would know. When night fell, Wang Ting didn't plan to rest and continued to pick up Yangling. The guide envoys had nothing to do, and there were no other newcomers in the chaotic secret realm. They didn't need to guide anyone, so they were all paying attention to Wang Ting. All the guide envoys were puzzled. Was this guy done yet? If it weren't for the fact that he really didn't affect the cultivation of the seniors, they would have dragged him out to prevent him from embarrassing himself on the island. At the same time, many seniors who were cultivating on the roof of the stone houses noticed Wang Ting's puzzling actions. After observing for a while, they stopped paying attention. The time they had to cultivate in the chaotic secret realm was limited. Every minute and every second was a point, and they couldn't waste it. Wang Ting didn't care about how others looked at him. Nothing was more important than picking up Yangling's attribute bubbles. At that moment, he walked into a stone house and came to the roof. He saw a few traces that looked like thunder. Above those traces, there were a few attribute bubbles floating. His eyes moved, and he felt a little excited. He immediately picked up the attribute bubbles. Thunder Origin *15, Thunder Origin *20, Thunder Territory *200, Thunder Territory *250. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, he instantly comprehended the Thunder Origin and Thunder Territory. The Thunder Territory was still okay. He already had it, and it was rank 4. Although it only increased by a few hundred points, it actually increased his Thunder Territory. This meant that the expert who left behind the comprehension here was definitely above the Domain Lord level. His territory was definitely above rank 4. Wang Ting merged the comprehension of the Thunder Territory into the Lightning Spear Territory, increasing it by quite a bit. Of course, the most important thing was still the Thunder Origin. This was the first time Wang Ting had obtained the Thunder Origin. It was truly an unexpected gain. Wang Ting stayed on the roof for another half an hour. After picking up 3 waves of attribute bubbles, his Thunder Origin increased by quite a bit. Thunder Origin 180100000, rank 1. Although he had just entered rank 1, it was just the beginning. Whether he comprehended it or not was a different matter. Wang Ting could now use the Thunder Origin. He left the building and continued to pick up attribute bubbles. Time slowly passed. Until the morning of the second day, Wang Ting had searched all the empty stone houses. He didn't leave a single attribute bubble behind. His gains were bountiful. Firstly, the 5 elemental territories all increased by quite a bit. Some even broke through their original realm. For example, Meteor Territory 2005000, rank 5, Meteor Territory, was a territory formed by the fusion of the Fire Territory, Earth Territory, and Magnetism Territory. As Wang Ting's Fire Territory and Earth Territory increased, this territory naturally increased as well. From the original rank 4 to the current rank 5, it increased by a whole rank. There was also the Yellow Springs Territory. Underworld Domain was the combination of Heavy Water Domain, Underworld Weak Water Domain, and Water Moon Domain. Now that the Water Domain had improved, these few domains related to the Water Domain would naturally improve as well. Therefore, the Underworld Domain had improved a lot. However, it was a pity that the Yellow Springs Territory was still rank 4 and hadn't broken through. Yellow Springs Territory, 32004000, Rank 4. There was also the 5 Elemental Sword Territory that Wang Ting had comprehended in the Sword Rain Plains this time. When he had just comprehended it, the 5 Elemental Sword Territory was only Rank 3. Now that it had risen to Rank 4, its power had greatly increased. One must know that a Rank 4 territory was extremely powerful among star-level warriors. Even some ordinary warriors who had just advanced to the territory lord level might not be able to grasp a Rank 4 territory. Only these top geniuses would be able to grasp a territory to such an extent in the star level. Of course, there probably weren't many people like Wang Ting in the Cosmic Star Academy who could grasp a Rank 4 territory while still in the star level. 5 Elemental Sword Territory, 12004000, Rank 4. As for the other Special Force attributes, apart from the Lightning and Space attributes, Wang Ting had also obtained the Wind and Ice attribute territories and origin laws. However, Shifeng's domain power of these two attributes remained at Tier 4. Of the two origin laws, the Wind origin didn't break through its original level and was still Rank 1. As for the Ice origin, he had just obtained it this time and hadn't grasped it previously. Wind origin, 500100000, Rank 1, Ice origin, 220100000, Rank 1, Wang Ting looked at his status panel and was extremely happy. This time, he had gathered almost all of the origin source laws except for the poison origin source law, although they were all Rank 1, who could grasp so many origin laws in the star level. The origin laws that Wang Ting grasped, if he included the darkness origin law that couldn't be exposed, he had a total of 11 origin laws. It was truly terrifying. If this were to spread out, Wang Ting would probably be captured and dissected for research. Even the Cosmic Star Academy might not be able to protect him. Wang Ting felt that before he reached the Sector Lord level, he should be more careful and not reveal all his origin laws. Otherwise, it would attract a lot of suspicion and fear. Wang Ting had been in the Primal Chaos Secret Realm for an entire day, and his harvest was much bigger than he had imagined. Other people might not be able to harvest in 3 months, but he had harvested all the wool in 1 day. This kind of feeling was very good. Unfortunately, other than the stone houses with people, all the empty stone houses on the island had been picked up by him. If he wanted to pick up more attribute bubbles, he would have to wait until the next time. It's time to go out for a walk. Wang Ting stood on the rooftop of the last stone house, admiring the entire island. Other than the stone houses, what kind of scenery was there? Jumping down from the rooftop, Wang Ting followed the streets and sped out of the island. The transit island had a rule that no one could fly in the sky. This was because the experts on the island needed to comprehend the origin laws. If everyone flew in the sky, it would definitely affect their comprehension. Of course, the guide envoys were an exception. They had the qualifications to fly in the sky above the island. However, they would not fly casually. Only under special circumstances would they occasionally fly in the sky. Most of the time, they would run on the streets. After all, if those experts were unhappy, the gains would not make up for the losses. For a little convenience, only a fool would offend those experts who had cultivated in the academy for who knows how many years. Although Wang Ting had just arrived at the academy, he could already feel that this Cosmic Star Academy was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Without strength, it was best not to be too arrogant. In the sky above the transit island, the guide envoys on the stone platform noticed Wang Ting's movements and could not help but reveal astonished expressions. This kid caused a ruckus for an entire night and finally stopped. What does he want to do now? One of the guide envoys was stunned. He should want to leave the island. Xianxia frowned and said hesitantly. Leave the island? The other guide envoys were slightly shocked. They all walked to the edge of the stone platform and looked down. This kid is a new student, right? He just arrived and he already left the island. Xianxia, did you not remind him? Someone asked. I did, but he didn't listen. Xianxia said indifferently. This kid is like a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger, the guide said with a smile. I hope he doesn't die outside. To be qualified to enter the Primal Chaos Secret Realm right after entering the academy means that he has great potential. It would be a pity if he died, said another envoy. After chatting for a while, they stopped paying attention to him. Geniuses were all prideful. They wouldn't spend too much effort to care about others. Wang Ting had come to the edge of the island at this time. He took out the pass token and flashed it. Then he turned into a stream of light and rushed to the chaotic area outside. At the same time, a spaceship appeared. Wang Ting entered the spaceship and flew into the distance. The primal chaos region was very vast. Some places seemed very close, but they were actually very far away. If one did not use a flying ship, it was unknown how long it would take to reach their destination. Besides, flying consumed one's origin power, so it was only natural that one had to conserve origin power in this dangerous primal chaos. Wang Ting even changed his domain Lord spaceship to Sector Lord spaceship Machil after leaving the transfer island. His speed increased explosively. Machil's speed was already one of the best among Sector Lord spaceships. Since it was also a Sector Lord spaceship, its speed naturally exceeded that of a domain Lord spaceship. This way, it could save Wang Ting a lot of time. An hour later, Wang Ting finally arrived at the location of the first dimensional rift. He sat in the spaceship and activated the full view simulation. He could see the outside world, but he couldn't see the laws. Origin laws were universal laws and couldn't be simulated. A fighter had to see it personally. Hence, he immediately flew out of Machil and came to the outside world. Just as he flew out of the spaceship, Wang Ting immediately felt an extremely dense energy wave. This is primal chaos origin energy. Wang Ting sensed it and immediately knew what this energy was. He had done his research before coming. In the primal chaos, everything was in its initial state and was evolving. Hence, the energy in the primal chaos was extremely dense. Moreover, this energy was in its most basic form. Not only could it help a fighter comprehend origin laws, but it was also very beneficial to a fighter's cultivation. Primal chaos origin energy can condense into a primal chaos origin crystal after some special transformations. The primal chaos origin crystal is a type of energy crystal even more precious than the pure source stone, Yuan Gangan said. Primal chaos origin crystal. Wang Ting searched through the void-devouring beast's memories and found relevant records. Similar to the pure source stone, the primal chaos origin crystal was also a non-elemental crystal. Any fighter with talent could use it. However, its form of energy was of a higher grade than the pure source stone. As mentioned before, sector lords all used the pure source stone to cultivate. However, that was in the outside world. Actually, some sector lords with certain conditions used the primal chaos origin crystal. For example, the sector lords of the various academies definitely had such conditions. Sector lords needed origin energy to nourish their own sector lord small worlds. The primal chaos origin crystal could provide such origin energy. If it was the pure source stone, it still needed to be refined and transformed. There was one more step than the primal chaos origin crystal, and it was much more troublesome. More importantly, the primal chaos origin crystal could help with cultivation of origin laws. This was something the pure source stone could not compare to. To a fighter, every minute and second of cultivation was crucial. One step behind meant one step behind. This was also why some sector lords were very powerful while others were much weaker. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Wang Ting's mind spun. He no longer paid attention to the origin of chaos energy. The origin rules were more valuable in this regard. Around the space crack in front of him, chains of runes appeared. They emitted divine light and intertwined with each other. It was very mysterious. Traces of the great Tao precepts appeared. At such a close distance, Wang Ting instantly felt that he had benefited greatly. Many things that he did not understand suddenly became clear. At the same time, he noticed that there were many attribute bubbles floating around. He immediately picked them up. Space origin *5, space origin *5, origin of Earth *10, origin of Wind X10, primal chaos origin energy *50, primal chaos origin energy *60. Wow, the first one is the space origin law. Is this a surprise for me? Wang Ting's eyes revealed a hint of joy. The attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind. Some turned into enlightenment while others turned into energy that flowed in his body. First was the space origin. As Wang Ting had obtained some space origin attributes at the transit island, he was not unfamiliar with it. He deepened his enlightenment on the original foundation and became more proficient. Wang Ting placed a lot of importance on the space origin law. The space origin law was a law that surpassed all the basic origin laws. It was on par with the time origin law. The universe. The four directions were the universe. Since ancient times, it had been called the universe was space, and the universe was time. Even if Wang Ting had not touched that level, he knew the importance of the space origin law and the time origin law. This was a deeper level of appeal. The shallowest level of understanding was that these two origin laws were powerful enough, so they would be of great help to his current strength improvement. For example, the infinite storm that he had created previously was already very powerful. If he added the space origin law, its power would definitely be many times stronger than it was now. Wang Ting closed his eyes and carefully comprehended for a moment. He absorbed and digested all the space origin law comprehension for his own use. In addition to the space origin law, he also obtained two kinds of enlightenment on the earth origin law and the wind origin law. They were also absorbed and digested by Wang Ting. There was no need to say much about the earth origin law. The wind origin law was a special origin law. If he could improve it, it would also greatly increase the attack power that Wang Ting could unleash. These were all enlightenment. Wang Ting shifted his gaze to his body. A strange energy was flowing in his limbs and bones. It was very strange. This energy was different from any other type of origin power. It was purer and more mysterious than any other type of origin power. The energy of the origin of chaos. Wang Ting muttered. There was a strange glow in his eyes. He was still thinking about the chaos origin crystal just now. He did not expect to obtain the energy that could only be obtained after refining the chaos origin crystal. The chaos origin energy, wasn't this more direct than obtaining the chaos origin crystal? Wang Ting carefully sensed the energy in his body. He suddenly exclaimed, "This chaos origin energy is indeed a little strange." In his perception, this chaos origin energy was like a nebula. It was dense and there were many small particles inside it. It was like the planets in the nebula. As for those small particles, they were circulating according to a very mysterious law. Sometimes, they would transform into Earth attribute star origin power, sometimes into wood attribute star origin power, and sometimes into fire attribute star origin power. They were constantly evolving, yet they always maintained a chaotic state. Traces of great Tao laws were contained within, causing all the small particles to have some kind of connection. They were completely a whole and not a single individual. Wang Ting's heart seemed to have a flash of inspiration. It was as fast as lightning. He reached out his hand to grab it, but he only touched the tail of the inspiration. He could only watch it slip away. He seemed to have understood something, but he did not fully understand. At the same time, all the origin stars in the sea of void in his body started to vibrate. They seemed to be attracted by some kind of power. But it was only for a moment. It immediately returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Wang Ting came back to his senses. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was a little annoyed. Damn it. It seems like my comprehension is not enough. I obviously thought of something, but I didn't grasp that trace of inspiration. If my comprehension could be raised to the Sector Lord level or even the Undying level, I should be able to grasp that trace of inspiration immediately and smoothly break through to the universe level. What is it? Stars, origin power, great Tao laws. What is the connection between them? Countless doubts appeared in Wang Ting's mind. There were thousands of ideas. He could have found the source by following that inspiration. Unfortunately, he couldn't grasp it. At this moment, Wang Ting felt that his brain was not enough. At this moment, Wang Ting started to despise his own wits. Why couldn't it be a little higher? Why couldn't he be a little smarter? Just a little bit more and he would have been able to grasp that spark of inspiration. What a pity. What's wrong? Yuan Gungun noticed Wang Ting's gloomy look and couldn't help but appear beside him and ask suspiciously. Yuan Gungun, my talent is still not enough. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. Yuan Gungun. It was like asking a top student how he did after an exam. The top student said that he didn't do well because one of the questions was too difficult and he might get it wrong. What the F asterisk CK, one question might be wrong and he didn't do well. Why don't you go to heaven? Wang Ting's lamentation was similar to this. Everyone who knew about Wang Ting's talent would probably say that he was a monster, but he actually said that his talent wasn't strong enough. Was this something a human would say? Wang Ting ignored Yuan Gungun and thought about how to deal with the chaos origin energy in his body. His origin power was already complete and very strong. Even if he converted the chaos origin energy into origin power, it would just be icing on the cake. To the chaos origin energy, it would be a waste. Yuan Gungun, do you think the chaos origin energy can be used to nourish spatial fragments? Wang Ting asked. Use the chaos origin energy to nourish spatial fragments. Yuan Gungun was stunned and asked suspiciously, where did you get the chaos origin energy? He knew that Wang Ting wasn't just asking casually. It was very likely that he had obtained the energy. Answer my question first, Wang Ting said. Theoretically, it should be possible. Yuan Gungun pondered for a moment and said, from a certain perspective, spatial fragments are essentially the same as a sector lord's small world. Since a sector lord can use the chaos origin energy to nourish his own small world, he can naturally nourish spatial fragments as well. That seems to make sense. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. But I've never tried it before. Who knows what will happen? If something goes wrong, don't come looking for me. Yuan Gungun shrugged. He looked as if he was certain that Wang Ting would do the experiment. I'm just asking, Wang Ting said. Do you think I'll believe you? Yuan Gungun chuckled. It's up to you to believe it or not, Wang Ting said indifferently. How did you get the origin of chaos? Yuan Gungun asked. I didn't see you absorb it. Guess, Wang Ting said. You really are a dog. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes. Wang Ting decided to store the chaos origin energy first and see if he could use it to nourish the spatial fragments after leaving the primal chaos secret realm. Right now, it was more important to pick up the attribute bubbles. He looked around and found that he had absorbed all the attribute bubbles in this area. After waiting for a while, no new attribute bubbles appeared. He was a little disappointed. It seems that I'll have to wait for a while before the next round of attribute bubbles appears, Wang Ting muttered to himself. He boarded the spaceship again and left this place. The primal chaos secret realm was so vast. There was no need to hang on to one tree. The Machil spaceship sped through the primal chaos. After a while, Wang Ting arrived at another spatial rift. The Great Path's rules were evolving, and some attribute bubbles were scattered around. Wang Ting appeared in the outside world and picked up the attribute bubbles. Origin of Wood *10, Origin of Thunder *10, Origin of Light *15, Primal Chaos Energy *80, Primal Chaos Energy *45, there are Origin of Thunder and Origin of Light. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light. There seemed to be laws evolving in them. The power of the three laws of wood, thunder, and light alternated and gradually converged. This was a sign that Wang Ting had absorbed and digested them. At the same time, there was also a stream of primal chaos energy entering Wang Ting's body. It was guided by Wang Ting and merged with the previous primal chaos energy. It was stored in a corner of the sea of nothingness. He didn't absorb or use it. Next stop. Wang Ting flew into the Machil spaceship. The spaceship flew in the primal chaos. When it passed by a place, Wang Ting quickly stopped the spaceship. In the primal chaos, there was a pile of floating rocks. This was the first time Wang Ting saw a physical object in the primal chaos secret realm other than the transit island. There are actually rocks here. Yuan Gungun floated beside Wang Ting and said in surprise. The heaven and earth are about to open. The primal chaos has evolved into all things. Do you think there are treasures here? I heard that treasures are usually found in these places of evolution, Wang Ting said. The possibility is very small. We are still within 3,000 kilometers of the transit island. This area has already been swept by the experts of the academy. Do you think there are any treasures left behind? Yuan Gungun said. Sigh, can't you let me imagine? Maybe this place just evolved recently, Wang Ting said unhappily. That's possible. Then why don't you hurry up and take a look? Yuan Gungun didn't refute and urged. Wang Ting flew out of the Mach-Il spaceship and floated in the void. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the pile of rocks. Instead, he first opened the Eye of Truth and looked inside. Faint primal chaos energy floated around. It wasn't that dense. There was nothing special about the rocks. They were just ordinary rocks. Wang Ting was very disappointed. He hoped that he could find a special rock. Even a primal chaos stone would do. He glanced around and shook his head in disappointment. But when he glanced at a place from the corner of his eye, he suddenly paused. Eh? Wang Ting couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. A strange ball of light appeared in his eyes. It was a mass of energy similar to the primal chaos. It gathered together and didn't disperse. It was hidden in the pile of rocks. Wang Ting closed the Eye of Truth and found that there was only a pile of rocks. There was nothing else. In the place where the ball of light was, there was also a rock. It didn't seem to be anything special. You almost fooled me. Wang Ting's mouth curved into a smile. What did you find? Yuan Gungun asked suspiciously. Shoo. Wang Ting raised a finger. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Yuan Gungun's expression changed. Did Wang Ting really find a treasure? It floated quietly in the same place, but its eyes swept around, looking for Wang Ting. Roar! Just then, it found that a stone suddenly jumped up from a pile of rocks and let out a roar. It was a stone creature with a strange appearance. Its entire body was made of stone, and it looked like a cheetah. Its 4 limbs were stretched out, and it was extremely vigorous. There was even a single horn on its forehead, and a pair of eyes filled with savagery shot out from the cracks in the stone. At this time, it suddenly jumped up from the ground. Its body turned nimbly in midair and pounced into the void behind it. I was discovered. Wang Ting's figure emerged, and his voice was full of surprise. He thought that he had hidden well, but in the end, he was discovered in advance by the other party. The other party had accurately located his position and made the first move. It was really surprising. Roar! The stone monster roared again in midair and opened its huge mouth to bite Wang Ting. Why are you so fierce? Wang Ting laughed. His body flashed again, and he appeared on top of the stone monster's head and stepped on it. Bang! The stone monster couldn't react in time. A huge force surged, and its entire body exploded, turning into a cloud of chaotic gas. Chaos Beast. Yuan Gungun finally recognized the stone monster's true identity and exclaimed. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He looked down at the chaotic gas under his feet. He had already guessed that it might be a Chaos Beast. Now, he finally confirmed it. Chaos Beasts didn't actually have a physical body. They were formed by chaotic gas and coincidentally became a strange life form. However, their intelligence was very low. For example, this Chaos Beast's power was about the star level, but its intelligence was low. Usually, a low-level Emperor Star Beast's intelligence was no different from a human's. However, this Chaos Beast still had its wild nature and didn't look very smart. It was really strange. Shouldn't a Chaos Beast be of a higher level? Why was its intelligence even lower? Just as he was thinking, the chaotic gas under his feet rolled and condensed again. It turned into the stone monster from before and pounced on Wang Ting. It's still not dead? Wang Ting sized up this Chaos Beast with a strange look. He attacked again and punched the Chaos Beast. Pung! The Chaos Beast exploded and turned into a cloud of chaotic gas. However, it quickly condensed again and fled into the distance. It already knew how strong Wang Ting was. Although it wasn't smart, it wasn't stupid enough to continue seeking death. This is a bit troublesome. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He had an idea. He punched again. This time, he added Fire Origin Law into his fist and hit the Chaos Beast directly. Boom! The powerful Crimson Fist print blew up the Chaos Beast and turned it into countless streams of Chaos Chi that shot out. It should be dead this time, right? Wang Ting looked forward. The chaotic gas stopped condensing. A palm-sized golden light floated up from where the Chaos Beast died. It wanted to escape. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He used his spiritual willpower and trapped the golden light. He took it into his hand. What is this? The soul of a chaos beast? Wang Ting sized up the golden ball of light in his hand. He felt a comfortable aura emanating from the golden ball of light. Suddenly, a desire appeared in the depths of his soul. Eat it. Wang Ting got a shock when this thought appeared in his mind. His soul actually wanted to devour this golden light. This situation was too rare. He didn't even have such a desire when he encountered the spirit attribute bubble. Wang Ting, I feel like this thing is useful to me. Yuan Gungun said hesitantly. It's useful to you. Wang Ting was stunned. Could it be that he wasn't the only one who wanted to devour this golden light? Even Yuan Gungun felt the same way? Yes, I feel like it can increase my life level. Yuan Gungun nodded seriously. Why don't you try it? Wang Ting passed the golden light to Yuan Gungun. He didn't dare to devour things that were related to souls. He might as well let Yuan Gungun try it first. Why do I feel like you want to use me as a test subject? Yuan Gungun asked suspiciously. Cough, cough. How is that possible? I'm only giving it to you because you want it so much. Don't be ungrateful. I feel like this thing is also beneficial to me. If you don't want it, I'll devour it myself. Wang Ting said unhappily. As he spoke, he was about to pull the golden light into his sea of consciousness. Who said I don't want it? Yuan Gungun reacted quickly. He immediately snatched the golden light and stuffed it into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up. He put his small hands on his mouth and swallowed it. Wang Ting looked at him, speechless. The next moment, a burst of golden light suddenly burst out from Yuan Gungun's body. Its face was full of enjoyment. It looked extremely comfortable. Wang Ting had been paying attention to Yuan Gungun's reaction. At this moment, his heart skipped a beat. He activated his Eye of Truth to take a look. He immediately discovered that Yuan Gungun's life source and soul source seemed to have improved slightly. Because he had seen the entire process, even if the improvement was very small, it didn't escape his eyes. It seems like the benefits of chaos beasts are indeed amazing, Wang Ting thought to himself. Yuan Gungun moaned comfortably. His eyes lit up. He said, Wang Ting, this thing is really useful to me. Quick! Quick! Let's go and hunt chaos beasts. Don't get too excited. This golden light is your reward for following me around. As for the next one, I've decided to try it myself, Wang Ting said faintly. Yuan Gungun looked at Wang Ting bitterly. You can't do this. You didn't do anything. I went through a lot to hunt this chaos beast, Wang Ting said. But if my life source is improved, I can do more things. It will be of great help to you, Yuan Gungun immediately retorted. It depends on my mood, Wang Ting touched his chin and said. Don't forget about me. I'm your loyal artificial intelligence. I'm unique. Helping me is helping yourself, Yuan Gungun kept nagging Wang Ting. He was afraid that Wang Ting wouldn't help him. Alright, alright. Are you reciting scriptures? Wang Ting waved his hand speechlessly. He looked around. The chaos beast that had just killed had dropped a few attribute bubbles. He quickly picked them up. Earth origin *50, chaos origin energy *300, blank attribute *10,000, there's chaos origin energy and blank attributes. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't expect that killing the chaos beast would drop chaos origin energy and blank attributes. It seemed that the chaos beast was similar to the star beast in that it could drop blank attributes. What's more, this chaos beast had dropped a total of 10,000 points of blank attributes. That was not a small sum. There were also 300 points of chaos origin energy. This was slightly more than what he had picked up at the spatial crack. The Earth origin law was also within Wang Ting's expectations. He had only been able to kill the chaos beast because he had used the power of the law. It seemed that the chaos beast had something to do with the Earth origin law. Wang Ting turned around and prepared to enter the spacecraft. He now had another mission. He had to hunt chaos beasts. Didn't the guide say that there were many chaos beasts outside? Why is there only one? Did I meet one that was alone? Wang Ting said, a little disappointed. Wang Ting, look over there, Yuan Gungun suddenly said. Wang Ting turned around and saw that countless pairs of eyes had appeared on his right. They were staring at him fiercely. Roar, a series of roars could be heard as the large group of chaos beasts charged towards them. Damn. F***ck. Wang Ting felt that the only way to express his terrible feelings was to say F***ck. He was just wondering why there was only one chaos beast, and now there were countless of them. How F***ket up was this, what a jinx, however, there was no time for him to think, roar, roar, there were roars all around. Chaos beasts of all shapes and sizes appeared from the chaos and charged at Wang Ting. Run! Wang Ting's scalp went numb. He turned around and used flash to return to the spaceship and escape. Jiang Yi's bold words about hunting down chaos beasts had long been forgotten. Staying alive was more important. The guide was right. There were too many chaos beasts and they were dangerous. He could not fight them head-on. Plus, the chaos beasts needed origin law to kill. His little origin law was not enough to support him against so many chaos beasts. If he did not use origin law to kill the chaos beasts, they would quickly recover. This was not good for Wang Ting. Hence, the best way was to escape. It would be best if he could scatter the chaos beasts behind him and then kill them one by one. Unfortunately, the chaos beasts wouldn't let Wang Ting escape so easily. Amidst their roars, the chaos beasts launched their attacks one by one. Balls of chaotic light condensed in their mouths. The light balls contained the power of laws. Then, they bombarded the Machil spaceship. Dodge. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. Yuan Gungun's expression was serious. He immediately controlled the spaceship to dodge the attacks behind him. Hong, hong, explosions rang out continuously as attacks exploded all around the spaceship. Although these chaos beasts were only equivalent to a star or universe level, their attacks contained origin law power. They were not to be underestimated. In particular, some of the attacks contained the power of wind origin law, thunder origin law, light origin law, and so on. They were so fast that even the Machil spaceship did not have much of an advantage over them. Of course, the unpredictable environment in the chaos region was one of the main reasons why the spaceship could not increase its speed. There were many space cracks in the chaos. The Machil spaceship could not crash into them directly. The space cracks had law energy around them. If they were to collide head-on, even a sector lord ship wouldn't be able to do anything. More importantly, as the chaos beasts attacked, more and more chaos beasts were attracted to surround the Machil spaceship. To these chaos beasts, Wang Ting's devil kill name was an invader. Although chaos beasts did not have much intelligence, their instinct to protect their territory was very strong. Wang Ting, we have to think of a way to get rid of these chaos beasts. Otherwise, even our Machil ship will not be able to withstand their attacks, Yuan Gungun said in a serious tone. I did not expect these chaos beasts to be so crazy. This is unexpected. Wang Ting used the panoramic simulation to look at the chaos beasts that kept appearing around him. He could not help but feel helpless. There were too many, even if they did, they wouldn't be able to finish it. That's right. This number is too terrifying. Moreover, they didn't give us any time to react. They appeared so suddenly that even we didn't notice them. Yuan Gungun shook his head. At this moment, he could not be bothered to think about the benefits that the chaos beasts would bring. With so many chaos beasts, he could feel the malice and viciousness of the chaos beasts. Reality told them that this was not only a place of opportunity, but also a place full of danger. If they were not careful and lost their lives, Wang Ting would definitely become the biggest joke in the 7-star academies. A genius who could not control the opportunities was not a genius at all. These chaos beasts seem a little strange. They can hide perfectly in the chaos and even discover my presence in advance. Wang Ting frowned. One had to know that his concealment technique could even fool sector lords temporarily. In the end, when he wanted to sneak an attack on the stone chaos beast, he was discovered. This was unbelievable. However, Wang Ting did not know how the other party discovered him. Wang Ting did not know much about the chaos beasts. In fact, no one could say that they understood the chaos beasts very well. This was a very strange life form. Many people only knew a little about it on the surface. Perhaps it's because of the chaos airflow? Yuan Gungun guessed. Similar to what I thought. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. The only thing he could think of was the chaos airflow. Perhaps these chaos beasts could sense the outside world through the chaos airflow. Therefore, it was difficult for Wang Ting, who was in a place full of chaos airflow, not to be discovered. Of course, this was just a guess. Whether it was true or not was still to be verified. Boom, the flying ship shook slightly. This was because an attack had landed on the flying ship. A Sector Lord flying ship could withstand the attacks of a Sector Lord. Naturally, it could withstand attacks that contained the power of the origin source law. This was the difference between a Sector Lord and a Sector Lord. It could be said that there was a technical barrier between a Sector Lord and a Sector Lord flying ship. Only by breaking through this technical barrier could a ship be considered a Sector Lord flying ship. At this moment, the Chaos Beast's attack had landed on the flying ship. Although the flying ship shook slightly, it was not a big deal. The opponent's attack did not even break through the protective shield. It only caused slight damage. However, Yuan Gungun did not dare to let his guard down. This was because there were too many Chaos Beasts. If they continued to attack like this, the protective shield of the flying ship would be broken through sooner or later. Yuan Gungun, let's put the flying ship away, Wang Ting suddenly said. Put the flying ship away? Are you crazy? Without the flying ship, how can we outrun these Chaos Beasts? Yuan Gungun said in shock. Even if we use the flying ship, with the current situation, it will be very difficult for us to shake off these Chaos Beasts. They will chase us endlessly. Wang Ting shook his head and said, so we can only burn the boats and take the risk. What idea do you have? Yuan Gungun asked suspiciously. Hearing Wang Ting's words, it seemed that he had thought of something. Let's give it a try. Be prepared. Wang Ting did not explain further. After saying this, he prepared to rush out of the flying ship. Yuan Gungun had no choice but to slow down the flying ship and then stop it. Wang Ting immediately rushed out of the flying ship and put it away. Then, he rushed into the chaotic airflow nearby. Yuan Gungun was a little confused by what he did. He had just guessed that the Chaos Beasts used the chaotic airflow to sense the outside world. Now, he had actually rushed into the chaotic airflow. Was he not walking right into a trap? Yuan Gungun did not know what to say. At the same time, while the flying ship was slowing down, the Chaos Beasts behind them were getting closer and closer. Naturally, they saw Wang Ting rush into the chaotic airflow. Immediately, they followed closely behind. This was their territory. Wasn't entering the chaotic airflow courting death? However, they quickly realized that this was not the case. He had disappeared. Countless Chaos Beasts rampaged in the chaotic airflow, looking everywhere for Wang Ting. However, they could not find him. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Roar, roar, waves of angry roars came from the mouths of the Chaos Beasts. After searching for a while, many of the Chaos Beasts could not find their target. They dispersed one after another. How did you do that? Yuan Gungun saw this scene. His eyes widened to their limits. His face was full of disbelief. A few Chaos Beasts were wandering not far away from them. However, they could not find Wang Ting. It was as if they were blind. It's very simple. Wang Ting smiled slightly. I just have to blend into the chaotic airflow. Blend into the chaotic airflow? Yuan Gungun's face was full of shock. Suddenly, he realized something. There seems to be a layer of chaos origin energy on the surface of your body? That's right. I used the chaos origin energy to cover my entire body. Then, I used the camouflage inherent skill to blend into the chaotic airflow. It was flawless. Naturally, the Chaos Beasts could not find me. Wang Ting chuckled. Actually, he was not confident just now. However, he had no other choice but to try. Fortunately, as he guessed, this method was effective. You can do that? Yuan Gungun shook his head. He could not help but admire Wang Ting's intelligence. He could not believe that he could come up with such a plan under such circumstances. However, he suddenly realized something. He looked at Wang Ting and said, "You really did obtain the Chaos Origin energy." Wang Ting smiled. He did not say anything. This matter could not be explained clearly. Let Yuan Gun guess. These chaos beasts have chased us so hard. Now, it's time to collect the debt. Wang Ting looked at the 3 chaos beasts closest to him. His eyes shone with a dangerous light. Aren't you afraid of attracting more chaos beasts? Yuan Gun was speechless. He really did not learn from his mistakes. He had been chased so hard just now. Now, he was thinking about the chaos beasts. Although Yuan Gun also wanted revenge and was very interested in the chaos beasts' spiritual bodies, the scene of them being chased was too dangerous. Yuan Gun did not want to experience it again. Don't worry. I will be very careful this time. After killing these chaos beasts, we will hide. When they let down their guard, we will continue hunting, Wang Ting said. Alright. You be careful. Yuan Gun knew that he could not stop Wang Ting. He wanted to see how Wang Ting would kill the chaos beasts. There were so many chaos beasts here. If Yuan Gun could get more of their spiritual bodies, he would definitely be able to achieve a transformation in his life form. Yuan Gun was looking forward to it. Wang Ting did not say anything. He stared at the 3 chaos beasts in front of him and held his breath. The 3 chaos beasts slowly approached Wang Ting's area. They did not notice Wang Ting at all. They had already let down their guard. Now is the time. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. 3 tongues of fire shot out. They were surrounded by the power of fire elemental origin source law, and they emitted a scorching heat. The tongues of fire were very fast, and the distance was short. Before the 3 chaos beasts could react, their heads were instantly pierced. Bam! 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 3 dull sounds could be heard. The 3 chaos beasts exploded at the same time. Chaotic air currents shot out in all directions. The 3 golden balls of light wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. His spiritual telekinesis swept out and pulled the 3 golden balls of light back. Along with it, there were many attribute bubbles. After that, he did not stop. He immediately escaped and moved to another chaotic area to hide. Roars could be heard again. Many chaos beasts sensed that something was wrong and rushed over. Unfortunately, they did not find anything. The surrounding beasts roared angrily. Yuan Gun was terrified. He was afraid that Wang Ting would be discovered. However, Wang Ting was as calm as a dog. He smiled as he watched the scene unfold. After a while, the beasts could not find Wang Ting and could only retreat. Only a few of them were still wandering around. Wang Ting smiled as he looked at the attribute panel. He had picked up quite a number of attribute bubbles. Water origin *50, chaotic origin energy *250, blank attribute *10,000, wind origin *40, chaotic origin energy *200, blank attribute *8,000, fire origin *45, chaotic origin energy *220, blank attribute *8500, 3 types of origin laws. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He had obtained 3 types of origin laws in one go. This was even better than fleecing a sector lord. Other than that, there were 3 balls of chaotic origin energy circulating in his body. They gradually merged with the chaotic origin energy from before and were stored in the Sea of Void. Thanks to the chaotic origin energy, Wang Ting would not have been able to fool the beasts so easily. Although this would consume a portion of the chaotic origin energy, it was still a gain for him. This was not a loss at all. The other thing was the blank attributes. The 3 beasts had dropped different blank attributes. One was 10,000, the other was 8,000, and the last was 8,500. In total, he had 26,500 points. Together with the 10,000 points he had obtained earlier, he had 36,500 points. He had only killed 4 beasts and he had already obtained 36,500 blank attributes. This was even better than killing star beasts. Wang Ting looked at his blank attributes. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips uncontrollably. He had never felt so satisfied before. Blank attribute, 3678500. These were the blank attributes that Wang Ting had obtained in the Battle of the Geniuses. There were a total of 3.6 million. Wang Ting had never had so many blank attributes before. Now that he was hunting chaos beasts, his blank attributes had increased again. What's more, there were still many chaos beasts waiting for him to kill. Perhaps, by the time he left the chaos mystic realm, his blank attributes would break through the 4 million mark or even more. This chaos beast was really his blessing. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He immediately thought of the 3 chaos beasts' spiritual bodies. The 3 golden balls of light were the biggest harvest. This time, he wanted to devour it himself. No more Yuan Gun. Yuan Gun had already tested it once. It proved that this chaos beast's spiritual body was not harmful at all. Instead, it had many benefits. Naturally, he wanted to give it a try. But just as he was about to take out the 3 golden balls of light, his face suddenly stiffened. Gone, missing. The 3 golden balls of light had actually disappeared. Wang Ting was worried that the other chaos beasts would discover the golden ball of light. Hence, he kept the golden ball of light in his engulfing space. That space could store living things. Logically, the golden ball of light could be stored there as well. But now, the golden ball of light had disappeared. Wang Ting's spiritual power scanned the engulfing space, looking for the 3 golden balls of light. Still, he found nothing. The 3 golden balls of light had completely disappeared. Could they have been absorbed by the engulfing space? But that can't be right. Even if they were absorbed, I should be able to sense it. This engulfing space is mine, not the void beast's. Could it have used the engulfing space to absorb the 3 golden balls of light? All sorts of thoughts flashed past Wang Ting's mind. His eyebrows slowly furrowed. Without the threat of the chaos beast, Yuan Gun was now eyeing the 3 golden balls of light. Seeing that Wang Ting had not taken them out for a long time, it thought that Wang Ting wanted to keep them for himself. It immediately urged, Wang Ting, hurry up and take out the 3 golden balls of light. There are 3 of them. I'm not greedy. You can have 2, and I can have 1. There's none left. Wang Ting glanced at it. His face darkened slightly. You're too mean. I can't even bear to share one of the 3. Yuan Gun's eyes widened. It looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. It thought that Wang Ting was too stingy. Go away, go away, go away. The 3 golden balls of light are all gone. I haven't even swallowed one yet, Wang Ting said unhappily. What do you mean? The 3 golden balls of light are gone? Yuan Gun was stunned. It asked suspiciously. What do you think? Wang Ting asked. You're not lying to me? Yuan Gun did not believe him. Wang Ting did not say anything. Suddenly, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared in the engulfing space. He looked around. Yuan Gun was stored in the crystal of life. The crystal of life was with Wang Ting, so it also appeared in the engulfing space at this time. It noticed that Wang Ting's expression was not right. It started to believe Wang Ting's words. You put the 3 golden balls of light here? Yuan Gun looked around and asked. Where else would I put them? Wang Ting said. Could it be that Nihility swallowed them? This thing is helpful to you and me. It should also be helpful to an astral beast like Nihility, Yuan Gun guessed. No, if he had swallowed the 3 golden balls of light, he would have told me. Wang Ting understood this point and no longer doubted it. Nihility's character disdained to take things without telling him. At this time, he looked at the cocoon of light floating in the purple-black space. The ant-human race's main body. Yuan Gun suddenly reacted. You mean, it's this? Besides the ant-human race's main body, there seems to be no one else here. Wang Ting stepped forward and came to the cocoon of light formed by the ant-human race's main body. He put his hand on it and closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. He was speechless. It really is this guy. He swallowed 3 golden balls of light at once. We didn't get anything. Sigh. Yuan Gun could not help but sigh. He said dejectedly, the 2 of us risked our lives to kill the beast of chaos, but this guy took advantage of us. You? What danger did you take? Wang Ting glanced at him. I was the one who took the risk. Hee, I followed you. Didn't I take the risk too? Yuan Gungun licked his lips and laughed. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Wang Ting pushed him away with a look of disdain. Then, he muttered, I talked to Elizabeth just now. She's in the critical period of her transformation. If she can get enough golden balls of light, it will be very beneficial to her. When Yuan Gungun heard Wang Ting call out the ant-human race's main body's name, he had a strange look on his face. He was speechless. However, when he heard Wang Ting's next words, he could not care less about these trivial matters. He complained bitterly. I still have to give it to her? He had tasted the golden balls of light first, but in the end, he had to give it to someone else first. This was too depressing. If he had not tasted the golden balls of light, he would not have felt so lost. However, now that he had tasted it, he could not bear to see the golden balls of light enter someone else's mouth. You have to go to the back. Wang Ting touched his chin. Don't forget that there's still little white. I'll be the third, and you'll be the last. He suddenly remembered that little white was also in the midst of its transformation. Since the golden balls of light were beneficial to Elizabeth, they would naturally be beneficial to little white as well. In terms of feelings, little white was even more important than Elizabeth. After all, it had been with Wang Ting the longest. Pfft. Yuan Gungun clutched his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The last one, the last one, the last one, these 4 words kept echoing in his mind. Yuan Gungun suddenly felt that his life was full of sorrow. It turned out that his position in this small team was the lowest. He called himself Lord Yuan Gungun, but who knew that he was just a handyman? No, he was even worse than a handyman. So the clown is actually me. Yuan Gungun lowered his head and exuded a very depressing aura. Wang Ting. Could it be that this guy had suffered a blow? Was it necessary? Was it that serious? Cough, cough. Are you okay? He coughed dryly and asked. Don't bother about me. I'm just an artificial intelligence that no one loves or cares about. I'm too pitiful, Yuan Gungun said miserably. Alright, I'll let you use it first. I'll be the last one. Wang Ting could not help but roll his eyes. This guy was already a few hundred years old, but he was still being pretentious. He finally understood that these people were his ancestors, and he had to treat them well. However, he had no choice but to ask for their help. If he wanted to gain something, he naturally had to pay a price. It's true. Yuan Gungun's eyes lit up. It's fake. Wang Ting laughed coldly and ignored him. He continued to hunt the chaos beasts. If he had the time, he might as well kill a few more chaos beasts so that there would not be enough to go around. Don't do that. You have to keep your word. Yuan Gungun hurriedly chased after him, chattering non-stop. Wang Ting could not be bothered with him. He had already found a few chaos beasts that were alone. In an instant, he attacked. Tongues of fire swept out and killed them unexpectedly. These chaos beasts were ultimately stellar level and universe level. Without the advantage in numbers, Wang Ting could easily deal with them. These chaos beasts all looked different. Some seemed to be formed by water, some seemed to be formed by flames, and some looked no different from normal star beasts. If he did not know that they were chaos beasts, Wang Ting would have thought that they were star beasts. Under Wang Ting's tongues of fire, these chaos beasts did not even have time to scream before they turned into chaos airflow and flew away. Golden balls of light appeared, attribute bubbles also floated up. Wang Ting immediately pulled them back and escaped. Behind him, angry roars and growls could be heard. He found a safe place to hide. Then, he entered the space fragment and brought the 5 golden balls of light closer to the blood cocoon that Little White had turned into. The blood cocoon suddenly emitted a desire. It was obvious that Little White also wanted to devour these golden balls of light. It could feel the benefits of the golden balls of light. Wang Ting smiled slightly and placed the golden balls of light on the blood cocoon. In an instant, the blood cocoon wriggled and swallowed the 5 golden balls of light. Suddenly, a weak golden light flashed from the blood cocoon. I want more. A thought was transmitted to Wang Ting's mind through the soul pet contract. All of you are gluttons. Wang Ting laughed as he scolded, alright, I'll go hunt more chaos beasts. Little White sent Wang Ting a grateful and affectionate message. Alright. The best way to repay me is for you to come out earlier. This time, you have to become stronger. Don't let me down. Wang Ting patted his senior and disappeared into the space fragment. He still had high hopes for Little White. He hoped that it could be of help to him and not just be a pet. This time, after merging with the blood essence of the Blood Crow ancestor and the spiritual body of the Chaos Beast, he believed that Little White would definitely change greatly. Its power would increase tremendously and it would rise up completely. When the prince of the Qian Empire, Xianxia, appeared in the genius contest, he had a giant starry sky beast, golden-winged red sky tiger as his mount. It was very impressive. Wang Ting also wanted such a mount. Although he also had a giant starry sky beast that was even more terrifying than the golden-winged red sky tiger, he could not ride it. Hence, he had to think of another way to get this mount. Little White was undoubtedly the most suitable. If he could nurture Little White to the level of the golden-winged red sky tiger, he would feel a great sense of achievement. Just thinking about it made him excited. However, if he had a Blood Crow as his mount, why did it feel like he was a villain? Wang Ting touched his chin and wondered if he should dye Little White in the future. How about White? That would be very compatible with its name. This time, Yuan Gungun did not say anything. It could tell that Wang Ting treated Little White differently. There was no need to fight for favor. It was an artificial life. Its division of labor was different from Little White's. Wang Ting needed it. What it did previously was just for the golden ball of light. Otherwise, if it continued to divide the golden ball of light, it might not get a share. Only a crying baby would have milk to drink. It had to cry a little. In the next month or so, Wang Ting hunted chaos beasts and collected attribute bubbles from the chaos beasts. He did not waste any time. In this month, Wang Ting hunted a large number of chaos beasts. At the same time, he obtained a large number of golden balls of light. He fed all of them to Little White and the ant-human race's mother. These two fellows were like bottomless pits. After feeding them for a month, he did not know how many golden balls of light he had fed them, but they were still not full. Wang Ting's face darkened, Yuan Gungun's face darkened as well. It had been waiting for Little White and the ant-human race's mother to be full before feeding it. However, it waited and waited, and waited, and waited, and waited, but it still did not happen. It was so anxious that it could not wait. On this day, Wang Ting fed Little White and the ant-human race's mother with the 10 golden balls of light he had just obtained. Each of them got 5. Yuan Gungun looked at this scene eagerly. It was almost drooling. Wang Ting was suddenly stunned. Then, he said happily, "It's full." Just now, Little White and the ant-human race's mother sent him a thought at the same time. They had already felt that their soul origin was full. At this stage, they could no longer consume any more golden balls of light. Full. Yuan Gungun reacted and was overjoyed. It was almost tearing up. "It's finally my turn, Yuan Gungun, useless." Wang Ting rolled his eyes speechlessly. Boom, boom, at this moment, the blood cocoon that Little White had transformed into and the light cocoon that the ant-human race's mother had transformed into vibrated at the same time. A powerful aura exploded and spread in all directions. Boom, inside the spatial fragment, the blood cocoon was suspended in midair, emitting a blood-red light like a small blood-red sun. The blood-red airwaves rolled in all directions, and a powerful force burst out from the blood cocoon. Within the blood-red airwaves, there were wisps of dark green flames, like blooming flowers, with the blood cocoon as the center. It was exceptionally beautiful. The young girls of the Flower Spirit clan below were all attracted by the commotion, and they looked up at the sky in shock. The ironclad scorpion also looked at the sky in shock, and a trace of envy appeared in its eyes. It was jealous, judging from the airwaves. After Whitey broke out of the cocoon, its strength would definitely increase greatly, and it would be far stronger than before. Whitey was about to rise, but it was still in the same place. How could it not be angry? However, it also knew that this was Whitey's opportunity, and even if it was given to it, it would be useless. The blood essence of the Blood Crow ancestor was useless to a scorpion. Therefore, it could only be envious. Wang Ting stood in the sky, looking down, and frowned. With a wave of his hand, he brought the blood cocoon out of the spatial fragment and into the devouring space. The commotion caused by Whitey breaking out of the cocoon was too big, and he was worried that it would cause damage to the spatial fragment. One had to know that there were many precious spiritual herbs planted in the spatial fragment, and if they were destroyed, he would have nowhere to cry. When the flower spirit girls saw Wang Ting bring the blood cocoon away, they heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure emitted by the blood cocoon made them a little breathless, as if they were facing an even more powerful and terrifying creature. However, they knew that Whitey was inside the blood cocoon, so they were very curious. Sister Huazi, what kind of paper do you think Whitey will become after it breaks out of the cocoon? The small Xianxia stood beside Huazi, her head raised, and her ponytails drooped down. She looked at Huazi with her big eyes full of anticipation. These flower spirit girls had lived in the spatial fragment for a long time, and their relationship with Whitey was quite good. Especially Xianxia, who often played with Whitey, and almost treated it as a large toy. Oh, I don't know either. Maybe it will be very powerful. Huazi rubbed Xianxia's little head and said with a smile. I know that little white will definitely become very powerful, but I want to know what kind of paper it will become. Xianxia pouted. She felt that Sister Huazi was very stupid. Her words were equivalent to not saying anything. I don't know either. We'll find out soon enough. It should break out of its cocoon soon. Huazi knocked on Xianxia's head. Children were indeed the most troublesome. Alright, I won't make things difficult for Big Sister Huazi. I'm sure Big Sister Huazi didn't listen carefully to the Great Elder and the others when she was young, Xianxia said with a helpless expression. Huazi. Good heavens, are you blaming me? Who said that she wasn't paying attention? It was clearly because this knowledge was completely out of her class. Who knew what a crow could become? Moreover, this was an extraordinary transformation, not a normal race evolution. There was no reference target at all. Of course, she wouldn't explain this to Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't understand even if she did. Hua Changpu and the other flower spirit girls couldn't help but secretly laugh when they saw Huazi being humiliated by Xianxia. Within the devouring space, 2 balls of light, one big and one small, floated in midair. The small one was a blood-red cocoon, and the big one was a white one. Although they differed in size, they were both very large. They emitted a blinding light, and waves of origin power swept out from within. Wang Ting stood in the distance, quietly watching this scene. He was waiting for Little White and the ant-human queen to break out of their cocoons. His expression was calm, but the flickering light in his eyes betrayed him. Yuan Gungun floated beside Wang Ting and said, after eating so many golden balls of light, there should be some effect, right? Their potential should increase by quite a bit. Wang Ting nodded. Potential, huh? This chaos beast's soul body does seem to have such a miraculous effect. Whether or not my life force can increase depends on it. Yuan Gungun said, moreover, it's not just potential. Their strength will also increase by quite a bit from their original foundation. In midair, the light emitted by the 2 cocoons of light had reached the peak of its brilliance. Crack, suddenly, a crisp shattering sound was heard. Wang Ting was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the blood-red cocoon on the left. He saw that a small crack had appeared on the blood-red cocoon. An even more blinding blood-red light shone through the crack. It was especially eye-catching. Is it coming out? Yuan Gungun narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at the blood-red cocoon with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Little White had undergone a metamorphosis through the Blood Crow Patriarch's blood essence. He didn't know what it would become in the end. The unknown was too great. Crack. At this moment, another crisp cracking sound rang out. This time, it didn't come from the blood-red cocoon. Instead, it came from the white cocoon on the other side. Looks like the ant-human queen is coming out too. Yuan Gungun looked to the other side and smiled. Very good. Let's come out together. Wang Ting smiled happily. As he spoke, the cracks on the 2 cocoons of light grew bigger and bigger. Then, they spread out in all directions like a spider web. Moreover, it wasn't just this one crack. Cracks appeared in other places as well. Soon after, more cracks emerged from the ground in a rush to be the first to appear. These cracks continued to radiate in all directions. Finally, they connected together until they covered the entire cocoon of light. Wang Ting, which one do you think will come out faster? Yuan Gungun looked at this scene and asked. I don't know. Wang Ting said directly. Do you want to bet? Yuan Gungun smiled. What are we betting on? Wang Ting asked curiously. 10 golden light balls. If you win, the first 10 golden light balls we get next time will be yours to eat. If I win, I will eat them. Yuan Gungun said. You've got a good plan. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. The golden light balls I get from hunting chaos beasts can be eaten by whoever I want. Why should I bet with you? Yuan Gungun wanted to trick Wang Ting while he was happy. He didn't expect Wang Ting to not fall for it. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes and quickly said, You can't say that. Anyway, you'll definitely let me eat them. We're just using this bet to decide who gets them first. Forget it. Since you're so pitiful, I'll bet with you. Tell me, who do you want? Wang Ting said indifferently. I choose the ant-human queen. Yuan Gungun's eyes lit up and he immediately said. Are you sure? Wang Ting looked at him with a half-smile. You have to choose carefully. If you lose, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Yuan Gungun looked at Wang Ting suspiciously and snorted. Don't try to trick me. I choose the ant-human queen. Alright, then I choose Little White, Wang Ting said with a shrug. Wang Ting, you're going to lose this time. Little White is weaker after all. It won't break out of the cocoon so easily, Yuan Gungun said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Wang Ting smiled and looked at the blood-red cocoon in front of him. He didn't say anything else. His expression made Yuan Gungun waver. Could Wang Ting have seen something? After all, Wang Ting had many tricks up his sleeve. Even Yuan Gungun didn't know what tricks Wang Ting had up his sleeves. Who knew if Wang Ting could even see through this? However, Yuan Gungun didn't mind. It was a win-win situation anyway. If he lost, he wouldn't lose anything. If he won, he could even use 10 golden light balls. Why not? Yuan Gungun had been craving for the golden light balls for a whole month. Over the past month, all the golden light balls had been fed to Little White and the ant-human queen. This made Yuan Gungun very depressed and miserable. Now, it just wanted to taste the golden light balls as soon as possible. Everything else was meaningless. Wang Ting didn't know what Yuan Gungun was thinking. He didn't even bother to pay attention to it. At this time, his attention was on the 2 light cocoons in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Ting's eyes moved and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Gotcha, an exceptionally clear and crisp sound abruptly reverberated within the devouring space. Yuan Gungun looked in the direction of the sound and his face suddenly stiffened. The sound came from the blood-red cocoon. Gotcha, another crisp sound was heard. Bang! At the same time, a sharp claw emitting blood-red light suddenly broke through the blood-red cocoon and stretched out directly from it. This sharp claw seemed to be made of some kind of hard and sharp metal. A dark blood-red light flowed on it. Sometimes it was dark, sometimes it was blood-red. It was very strange, like a divine weapon. Yuan Gungun's last hope was shattered. Bang! The blood-red cocoon broke again and another sharp claw came out of it. It was the same as the previous claw, just as hard and as sharp. At first glance, it looked like a peerless divine weapon. Screech! At this time, a sound like metal colliding suddenly rang out and reverberated in the devouring space for a long time. Boom! The next moment, the entire blood-red cocoon burst open and turned into blood-red light spots that drifted down from the sky. A dark red light burst out of the cocoon and rushed straight to the top of the devouring space, trying to compete with the sky. Unfortunately, the devouring space's range was limited. It could only hover at the top of the space and let out a golden screech. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun looked up at the same time. An enormous bird was flying with its wings spread open. Its sharp claws and beak were suffused with a metallic luster, and its dark red feathers were like metal and extremely sharp. Its entire body was dark red in color, and there were numerous strange patterns that were like flames on its body. It was icy cold yet emitted a scorching feeling, and it was strange yet harmonious. Spirit Flame Underworld Crow. The transformed Spirit Flame Underworld Crow. The Spirit Flame Underworld Crow of the past had changed greatly. Not only had its appearance changed greatly, but its body had also become several times bigger. The Spirit Flame Underworld Crow was originally dark red. Now, its black color had become darker and deeper, and its red color had become blood red. This caused the Spirit Flame Underworld Crow's overall color to become dark red. The two colors seemed similar, but in fact, there was a big difference. Dark red and blood red gave off two completely different feelings. One was pure heat, the other carried a trace of evil. However, there were flame-like patterns on the dark red color that spread out, causing the evil feeling to dissipate by quite a bit. Of course, these were secondary. The biggest change was its power. It had gone from a lower-level emperor to a middle-level emperor. The leap was not small. A middle-level emperor-level star beast was equivalent to a universe level. Little White could be said to have jumped 2 levels in one go. It was unbelievable. After a star beast reached the king level, it was extremely difficult to increase its level. It was not any easier than a warrior. Sometimes, it was even more difficult. Hence, Little White's transformation this time was really a huge opportunity. Wang Ting activated his Eye of Truth and saw through Little White's current level. He could not help but laugh. It's almost caught up to me. It reached the middle-level emperor level? Yuan Gungun was shocked. That's right. Wang Ting nodded in relief. F***CK. Is the blood essence of the Blood Crow ancestor so powerful? Yuan Gungun could not help but curse. He found it hard to believe. That golden light ball must have played a big role. Otherwise, it would not have been able to break through to the middle-level emperor level. Wang Ting muttered. It should be. Yuan Gungun immediately reacted. If it were not for the golden light ball, Little White's transformation would not have been so thorough. It had jumped 2 levels in one go. This was too terrifying. Little White's eyes flashed, and its desire for the golden light ball grew. Although Wang Ting knew that the golden light ball would be of great use, he really did not expect it to be so great. But no matter what, this was a great benefit for Little White. It was something that could only be found by chance. Wang Ting was suddenly very glad that he had not been stingy. For the past month, he had been constantly feeding Little White golden light balls. Now, it seemed that those golden light balls had not been wasted. Screech! With a screech, Little White descended from above and stopped in front of Wang Ting. Its huge head stretched out in front of Wang Ting. Its pair of sharp eyes were now filled with gratitude and admiration. Well done, Wang Ting could not help but laugh happily. He reached out and patted Little White's head, praising it. Moss, human. Suddenly, a slightly childish voice came from Little White's mouth. It sounded like a 6 or 7-year-old child. Its speech was still not practiced, and it was a little stuttering. Little White, you can speak? Yuan Gungun said with wide eyes. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He looked at Little White, and even suspected that he had heard wrongly. Although Little White had advanced to the king level very early, it had never been able to speak. He could not find any reason for it, and this made Wang Ting feel very helpless. Now, Little White had suddenly spoken. Wang Ting naturally found it hard to believe. Could it be that this metamorphosis had finally given it the ability to speak? Go, go, brother. Little White's huge eyes looked at Yuan Gungun and spoke again. Brother Gungun? Yuan Gungun's face darkened. What kind of name is that? Ha ha ha. Wang Ting could not help but laugh. That's great, Little White. You can finally speak. I can speak, but it's still not fluent. Yuan Gungun looked at Little White and laughed. But don't call me Brother Gungun. It sounds weird. Ignore it. It's just pretentious. Wang Ting pushed Yuan Gungun away. Pretentious. Little White imitated her and said. Yuan Gungun's face darkened. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting could not help but laugh. That's right. You can't spoil it. You guys are too much. You don't respect me, Master Yuan Gungun, at all, Yuan Gungun said angrily. Yuan Gun, you just lost the bet with me, Wang Ting said. Pfft. Yuan Gun felt as if he had been shot in the heart again. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom, at this moment, a violent roar came from the sky. A dazzling white light flashed. The light cocoon formed by the ant-human's mother suddenly exploded and turned into white light spots that filled the sky. The same scene appeared again. However, the ant-human's mother's movements were much smaller than Little White's. There were no excited cries, nor did it fly around. Only when the light cocoon exploded, the impact of the origin power was more intense. Obviously, compared to Little White, the ant-human's mother was much calmer. Wang Ting, Yuan Gun, and Little White immediately reacted and looked toward the white light spots. They saw a huge figure emerging from the light spots. When Wang Ting and the others saw the true appearance of the huge figure, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then, a strange look appeared in their eyes. It was an extremely huge mother ant. Its entire body was snow white and crystal clear, as if it was carved out of jade. It did not look bloated. Instead, it gave off a delicate feeling. If it was shrunk countless times, it would even look a little like a silkworm baby. It was even a cute version. On top of the ant-human's mother's head, there were two sharp horns that looked like dragon horns. They replaced its original antennae and gave it a strange feeling. The two dragon horns were black and yellow in color and seemed to be faintly emitting traces of dark power. However, Wang Ting and Yuan Gun only glanced at these physical characteristics. Their eyes finally fixed on the two dragon horns of the ant-human's mother. There was a figure that looked like a human woman. She had long silver white hair and a beautiful face. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her lower body was fused with the huge snow-white body. Only her upper body was exposed, presenting a perfect golden ratio. However, her upper body was wrapped in a layer of light gauze, and the key parts were not exposed. Wang Ting was shocked when he saw the other party's appearance. The ant-human's mother looked like this. He remembered that the ant-human's mother's body he saw on that declining planet last time did not look like this. It did not have half a body that looked like a human's. This is the ant-human's mother. Yuan Gun also looked at the huge body in front of him in surprise and said hesitantly, "It's me." The ant-human's mother, Elizabeth, seemed to have heard his voice. The human body opened its eyes and turned its head to look at him. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she said in a gentle voice, "However, compared to my previous appearance, there are some changes." "You have a human body?" Wang Ting asked. "I can have it, but it's not very useful to me. After my rebirth, I purposely got this body just to make it easier to get along with you guys," Elizabeth said. Wang Ting was silent for a moment, then said, "You've considered a lot, but this is not bad. It looks more pleasing to the eye. It's just a little strange, I keep wanting to look at your lower body," Yuan Gun said with a strange expression. "Be serious, I'm a girl, how can you look at her lower body?" Wang Ting said faintly. Yuan Gun's face darkened. "Mother asterisk cur, you're talking like I'm a pervert. Damn it, you're slandering me for no reason. Elizabeth became like this because of you," Yuan Gun retorted. Wang Ting. Elizabeth saw the two bickering, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. "You've kept your sector lord level strength." Wang Ting didn't care about Yuan Gun, his eyes flashing with a golden light, which was the sign that his eye of truth was in use, as he looked at the ant-human mother. The ant-human race was also a human race, so it could be called sector lord level. One had to say, this was a pleasant surprise, sector lord level. He originally thought that it would be good if the ant-human mother could keep its domain lord level strength, but it actually kept its sector lord level strength. This meant that Wang Ting had another sector lord level fighting force by his side. Yes. Elizabeth slowly floated towards Wang Ting, her huge body stopping a few hundred meters away from Wang Ting, and said gratefully, "It's all thanks to Master for providing me with the big rock armor dragon body, as well as that mysterious golden orb, or else I'd have to start cultivating again. You and Little White are lucky, meeting me in the Chaos Secret Realm to hunt Chaos Beasts." Wang Ting smiled. "Chaos Secret Realm? Chaos Beasts?" Elizabeth seemed to be shocked, and said, "Is it the legendary secret realm before the universe was born? You know about it?" Wang Ting was shocked. "In my inheritance, there's a record of it," Elizabeth said. "Seems like your ant-human mother's inheritance isn't weak." Wang Ting glanced at her and said, "Actually, I only know a little, I've never seen the Chaos Secret Realm." Elizabeth shook her head. "It's good enough that you know a little, some people don't even know what the Chaos Secret Realm is," Yuan Gungun said and glanced at Wang Ting. "Why are you looking at me? How old am I, and how old is Elizabeth, can we compare?" Wang Ting was speechless. "Master, I'm not considered old in the ant-human mother, I'm still very young," Elizabeth said softly. Wang Ting. He didn't think that even the ant-human mother cared so much about age. Could it be that no matter if it was a woman or a female creature, they all had this in common? "However, I still have to thank Master for letting me use such a precious thing," Elizabeth said gratefully. "It's nothing, we're all on the same side, it's not a loss for me to let you use it." Wang Ting waved his hand and said, "Since you're all awake, you can go out and help me hunt chaos beasts." "You're really something, I've just woken up, and you want me to be your coolie?" Yuan Gungun was speechless. "Do you still want the golden light orbs?" Wang Ting said angrily. "Yes." Yuan Gungun immediately looked at Little White and Elizabeth, and said seriously, "We're all on the same side, let's work together and kill more chaos beasts. That way, we can get more golden light orbs, which might be useful to you in the future." Elizabeth. Little White. Wang Ting also looked at Yuan Gungun, speechless. This guy's change was too fast, he was really thick-skinned. "I didn't have much battle power, but this time, I was reborn in the body of the armored rock dragon, and I obtained some battle techniques from the armored rock dragon. My battle power has increased quite a bit, and I can be of help," Elizabeth said. "Oh?" Wang Ting was a little surprised, and he quickly asked, "What abilities did you obtain?" "First, there's the dark rock dragon armor, which can form a layer of dragon armor to cover my entire body during battle, and its defense is amazing. There's also a skill called the Dark Rock Dragon Light Wave, which can shoot a beam of light from the dragon horn on my head. It's very powerful," Elizabeth explained. "Dark Rock Dragon Armor. Isn't that the skill I obtained from the Armored Rock Dragon?" Wang Ting was very surprised, and he found it hard to believe. "There's also the Dark Rock Dragon Light Wave, which even I didn't get." I didn't expect Elizabeth to get it. "The ant people's rebirth method is quite powerful. The only flaw is that after rebirth, the body is no longer your own body, and some changes have occurred. But it doesn't matter. I'm afraid the ant people's mother won't care about this problem." "How magical," Yuan Gungun couldn't help but exclaim after hearing Elizabeth's explanation. "It's indeed very magical. I've fought with the armored rock dragon before, and these two skills are very powerful. Since you've obtained its skills, your strength will definitely increase greatly." Wang Ting nodded his head. In this way, it would be very beneficial to him as well. At first, he was worried that Elizabeth's combat strength would be too weak, but now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. After obtaining the armored rock dragon's skills, how could the ant people's mother's combat strength be weak? "Master, I've also obtained a few skills." At this time, Little White also said, not to be outdone. "You've also obtained skills?" Wang Ting's eyes widened, and he was even more surprised than when he heard that the ant people's mother had obtained the armored rock dragon's skills. Even Yuan Gungun looked at Little White in surprise. "What skills do you have? Tell me quickly," Wang Ting hurriedly urged. This little thing was really too much, why didn't it say such an important thing earlier? "Yeah, tell me quickly," Yuan Gungun also hurriedly said. "I've obtained 4 skills. One of them is called Blood Crow Shadow Scale Shield, which is a defensive skill. It can condense a shield made of feathers. Another one is called Blood Crow Doppelganger, which can create several doppelgangers at the same time to confuse the enemy. These doppelgangers also have a portion of the original body's attack power. Another one is called Blood Scythe Slash, which is a powerful offensive skill. It can condense a blood red scythe slash, which is very powerful. The last one is called 3000 Flame Feathers, which can turn feathers into attacks, and it also has the power of flames. This skill was comprehended by me from that drop of blood, and I combined it with my own ability. Isn't it powerful? Little White said proudly. Wang Ting, Yuan Gungun, and Elizabeth were all stunned. For skills, are you using a cheat code? Even Elizabeth didn't know what to say. She felt that it was already very impressive that she had obtained 2 skills, but Little White had obtained 4. Furthermore, one of them even combined with her own ability. This was much harder than simply inheriting or comprehending another's skill. Even a sector lord like her couldn't do it. Wang Ting and the others were completely stunned by the techniques Little White comprehended. They all stared at it in disbelief. No matter how one looked at it, to comprehend 4 powerful techniques at once, it was too awesome. How did you do it? Elizabeth's delicate face was filled with shock as she asked hesitantly. Even her huge lower body couldn't help but twitch a little. It was the same transformation, and she was using the body of the giant rock-armored dragon. Yet, it didn't have as many techniques as Little White comprehended from a drop of essence blood. This didn't make any sense. Could it be that the giant rock-armored dragon wasn't worth as much as a drop of essence blood? True, beast isn't worth as much as blood. Elizabeth even started to doubt her life. At first, she felt that using the giant rock-armored dragon as a rebirth body was good, even if it was a dark star beast. Because no one knew better than her how rare and precious a sector lord level star beast's body was. Even if Wang Ting agreed to help her kill star beasts, they probably wouldn't encounter such a powerful star beast in a short period of time. But now, she suddenly felt that it wasn't so good anymore. I don't know either. Little White's pride only lasted for 3 seconds. Hearing Elizabeth's question, she was stunned for a moment. Confusion appeared in her eyes. After I devoured those golden balls of light, I felt as if the entire world had become clearer. Then I understood. Elizabeth. What the **CK did he just comprehend? Just this, after she swallowed the golden orbs, she also felt the change. That was the sublimation of her soul source. Her comprehension also increased, but it wasn't enough for her to comprehend 4 techniques. To be able to comprehend the 2 techniques from the giant rock-armored dragon was already not bad. If it wasn't for the golden orbs, she might not even be able to comprehend the 2 techniques. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He roughly knew what was going on. The golden orbs could raise the soul source. Little White's soul source was raised, so was its comprehension. At that time, it might have entered a state of comprehension, so it comprehended the 4 techniques and used the chance to fuse its own ability into it, creating a new technique. One had to admit, this was a huge creation. After all, your situations are different. You can't compare them like this. Wang Ting touched his chin and pondered. The drop of blood that Little White swallowed came from a dark apparition at the level of a patriarch. It has an unbelievable inheritance. It's not unreasonable for Little White to be able to comprehend 4 skills. Actually, yours isn't bad either. I know the 2 skills of that giant rock-armored dragon. They're quite powerful and definitely not comparable to ordinary skills. You didn't lose out. Even if that's the case, there's always the fear of comparison. Elizabeth shook her head with a bitter smile and didn't dwell on this matter any longer. She was after all a sector lord, and her mental fortitude wasn't something normal people could compare to. It was just that when she heard that Little White had comprehended 4 techniques, she couldn't help but feel a little imbalanced. He wasn't jealous, but he was more or less envious. Of course, now that she heard Wang Ting's comforting words, she came back to her senses. Indeed, the 2 skills she had obtained weren't bad at all. Her battle prowess had already far surpassed what it used to be. What was there to be dissatisfied with? I didn't expect that I would be so obsessed. Elizabeth smiled bitterly. No worries, it's just human nature. Wang Ting smiled. Then, he looked at Little White and said, Little White, your 4 skills are not bad, especially the Blood Crow Avatar and the 3,000 Flame Feathers. They will be very useful in the future. You must practice them diligently. I know. Little White nodded his head slightly. His speech became more and more familiar, and wasn't as jerky as before. Right, the 2 of you should have inherited the Darkness Origin Force, right? Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a faint golden light as he suddenly said. Everyone fell into silence. Little White and Elizabeth seemed to be a little nervous. They were originally normal star beasts, and were extremely wary of the darkness origin force. No worries, the darkness origin force doesn't mean that you're a dark creature. A wisp of darkness origin force appeared in Wang Ting's hand, and coiled around his arm like a black python. Since everyone had the darkness origin force, there was no need to intentionally hide anything. Moreover, they already knew that he had the darkness origin force. He released the darkness origin force at this moment only to make it easier for Little White and Elizabeth to accept. After all, even he, the master, had the darkness origin force. What was so unacceptable about them having the darkness origin force? You're right. When I received the big rock armored Drake's shell, I already thought it through. So what if it's the darkness origin force? Elizabeth felt relieved and smiled slightly. At the same time, her body also released wisps of darkness origin force, which coiled around the two dragon horns and didn't disperse. It added a sense of evil to Elizabeth. Along with the appearance of the darkness origin force, there were also wisps of yellow origin force, which seemed extremely heavy. The big rock armored Drake had the darkness and earth origin force attributes. Obviously, Elizabeth had inherited them at the same time. Little White's body also emitted wisps of darkness origin force. Unlike Elizabeth, Little White's darkness origin force covered his entire body, accompanied by bursts of bloody light and a bloody smell. No wonder everyone felt as if they had seen something extremely evil when they saw the darkness origin force. Just this appearance alone was equivalent to writing the word evil on their faces. They couldn't escape. If Little White and Elizabeth were to appear in front of others like this, everyone would definitely want to beat them up and kill them. The three of you are now master and servant in name only. Yuan Gungun was speechless. I feel like an outsider. He felt that he was redundant. Look, the three of them all had darkness origin force, but he didn't. If this wasn't an outsider, then what was? Look at how jealous you are. Do you want me to transform you too? Wang Ting said. If you have the ability, I don't mind. Yuan Gungun laughed mischievously. He was certain that Wang Ting couldn't do it. He had never heard of an intelligent life form being able to transform into a darkness origin force. Even if Wang Ting had many tricks up his sleeve, he definitely wouldn't be able to do such a heaven-defying thing. Then you just wait. Sooner or later, I'll turn you into a darkness Yuan Gungun, Wang Ting said. Fine, I'll wait. Yuan Gungun didn't care. His gaze moved back and forth between Little White and Elizabeth. He said with a headache, but what about them? Just now, I wanted them to help you kill chaos beasts. Now, I'm afraid it's not suitable for them to appear outside. The Primal Chaos Secret Realm is controlled by Cosmic Star College. There must be many immortal rank experts here. If we meet them, they'll definitely be able to tell that Little White and Elizabeth have darkness origin force. Be careful not to be mistaken as darkness origin force and get rid of him. Don't worry, I have a way, Wang Ting said. You have a way? What can you do? Yuan Gungun didn't believe him, but he suddenly realized something. No, your darkness origin force is hidden very well. Even immortal rank experts can't detect it. Do you really have a way? They won't be able to use my method. However, I found another interesting method recently. We can try it, Wang Ting smiled and said. What method? Yuan Gungun looked at him suspiciously. Seal. Wang Ting spat out 2 words. You have to seal their darkness origin force. Yuan Gungun said. That's right. Only by sealing it can the darkness origin force not leak out. With some concealment methods, it won't be discovered. Wang Ting said, of course, this sealing method has to be good enough. Otherwise, some experts can easily see through it. Do you have such a sealing method? Yuan Gungun asked suspiciously. Since I said so, of course I do. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything else. He said to Little White and Elizabeth, let's start with Little White. He's weaker and easier to seal. Okay. Elizabeth nodded. Her eyes revealed a trace of joy. If they could seal the darkness origin force, it would be a great thing for her. She didn't want to have to hide all the time and not have the chance to show herself in front of others. Little White looked at Wang Ting and put his huge head in front of Wang Ting. Relax, don't resist my spiritual power. Wang Ting comforted him softly. I know, Little White replied softly. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He didn't say anything else. In a flash, he appeared on top of Little White's head. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He reached out his right hand and placed it between Little White's eyes. His spiritual power swept out and entered Little White's body through his arm. The Star Beast's origin force was in the star core. Wang Ting's spiritual power passed through Little White's body and went straight to the star core. With the Eye of Truth activated, the situation inside Whitey's body appeared in his eyes, down to the tiniest detail. There was a void in Little White's body. It was between reality and illusion. A strange star core was suspended in it. There were 3 types of patterns on the star core. One was blood red, one was dark red, and the last one was pitch black. The 3 colors almost covered the entire star core. The pitch black pattern took up more than half of the star core. Dense dark force was faintly discernible in it. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. Dark force really couldn't be underestimated. If it wasn't controlled, the dark force would have the upper hand among the 3 origin forces. The dark red color was the special fire origin force of the spirit flame underworld crow. The blood red color was the special blood origin force of the blood crow. Even the blood origin force and fire origin force couldn't suppress the dark force. It could be seen how terrifying the dark force was. Wang Ting's heart moved. A sealing method appeared in his mind. His spiritual power outlined it and turned into strange golden patterns that covered Little White's star core. This sealing method came from Xianxia. That's right, it was the prince of the Qian Empire, Xianxia. Xianxia's condition was very strange. Wang Ting observed him many times and finally found the problem. Xianxia's dark force wasn't resolved. It was just sealed. Wang Ting saw the complete sealing method in his body. It was very mysterious and profound. It was completely engraved in Xianxia's body and the Sea of Nothingness. If Wang Ting didn't have the Eye of Truth and observe for a few days, he might not have discovered the sealing method. However, he didn't tell anyone about this discovery. Only he knew about it. Xianxia's matter involved many secrets. It was related to the Dark Apparition. There must be a reason why Cosmic Star Academy allowed him to enter. Wang Ting didn't know how many secrets there were, so he could only pretend not to know. He observed everything in the dark. Naturally, he could take the initiative and reduce the danger. After all, there was a saying that curiosity killed the cat. He was curious, but he didn't want to be the cat. The sealing method in Xianxia's body was very profound. It wasn't something an ordinary person could inscribe. If Wang Ting wasn't a Grandmaster Runemaster with strong mental power, he might not be able to imitate it. At this time, he was fully focused and didn't dare to relax. He inscribed the seal bit by bit. He was extremely cautious. When inscribing the runes, he had to be careful of the dark force's riot. After all, the dark force wouldn't sit still and let him seal it. Fortunately, Wang Ting had the dark force himself. With Little White actively suppressing it, it was scary but not dangerous. More than half an hour passed, golden lines covered the area where the black lines were originally, until no trace of the black lines could be seen. It's done. Wang Ting was slightly happy. The golden patterns covering Little White's star core instantly erupted with golden light, forming a large golden net that completely isolated the fluctuations emitted by the darkness origin power. In the outside world, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How is it? Is it okay? Yuan Gungun saw this and hurriedly asked. I'm the one doing it. How can it not succeed? Wang Ting said calmly. Pretentious. Yuan Gungun let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh and scold. The joy on Elizabeth's face deepened. Since Little White could succeed, there shouldn't be a problem for her too. At this time, Little White also opened his eyes and said happily, Master, I feel that the dark force is being suppressed. In the future, don't use the dark force unless it's absolutely necessary. Wang Ting smiled and reminded. Yes, yes. Little White nodded repeatedly. I won't use the dark force. Without it, I can still unleash great strength. Oh, after the transformation, you've become more arrogant. Yuan Gun joked. I'm going to help Master fight. Little White raised his head and said proudly. Alright, Elizabeth, I'll help you seal the dark force. Wang Ting looked at the ant-human queen. Master, do you need to rest? Elizabeth asked worriedly. It's fine. Wang Ting waved his hand and flashed to the back of the ant-human queen. He stood in front of her half-human body and pointed his index finger between her eyebrows. With his first experience, Wang Ting was much more familiar with the process. He started to inscribe with ease. However, Elizabeth had the strength of a sector lord. Her dark force was vast and incomparable to Little White. Therefore, Wang Ting spent a total of 3 hours to complete the inscription of the seal and completely cover the dark force in Elizabeth's body. Done. 3 hours later, Wang Ting opened his eyes again. At this moment, he felt a wave of fatigue coming from his mind. This sealing method was too profound. It consumed a lot of mental strength. If not for Wang Ting's strong mental strength, he would not have been able to complete the inscription of the seal. Thank you, Master. Elizabeth felt the situation in her body and was overjoyed. She quickly thanked him. Don't thank me. Help me kill more chaos beasts later. Wang Ting smiled. I'll rest for a while. You two familiarize yourselves with your bodies. We'll start hunting later. We can't waste any time. Yes. Little White and Elizabeth nodded immediately. Wang Ting did not waste any more time. He sat down with his legs crossed and started to recover his mental strength. An hour later, he stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's start hunting." After saying that, he waved his hand. Little White and Elizabeth's bodies disappeared from the devouring space. In the next moment, they appeared in the outside world. In the chaos, Little White and Elizabeth's huge bodies appeared and attracted the attention of many chaos beasts. Roar, roar, roars could be heard. Countless chaos beasts were alarmed. They charged toward Wang Ting and the rest. It was the first time Little White and Elizabeth saw such a scene. They were slightly shocked. Are these chaos beasts? Elizabeth's eyes shone with a strange light. She said, they look a little different from what I remember. Chaos beasts don't have a fixed form. Every chaos beast is different. Wang Ting explained. That's strange. Elizabeth nodded thoughtfully. Are you afraid? Wang Ting looked at Little White and asked with a smile. No. I want to help Master kill the chaos beasts. Little White's eyes shone with sharpness. The spirit flame underworld crow had always been ferocious. Even though Little White had been trained by Wang Ting since young, it still retained its wild and ferocious nature. How could it be afraid? Very good. In that case, follow me, and kill. Wang Ting laughed. When he said the last word, he had already shouted loudly. Hong, in an instant, Wang Ting, Little White, and Elizabeth all charged forward. A terrifying force exploded from their bodies. This time, Wang Ting didn't choose to hide and kill slowly. Instead, he attacked directly. With help, and with a sector lord like Elizabeth, why would he be afraid of these stellar-level and universe-level chaos beasts? He would just do it. Elizabeth, you need to use your origin law power to kill these chaos beasts, Wang Ting said. Okay. Elizabeth's eyes flashed. The 2 dragon horns on her head suddenly shone with a yellow light. It formed a yellow light beam that shot toward the chaos beasts in front of her. Although she couldn't use her darkness force, just relying on her earth force, the dark rock dragon light wave's power was not to be underestimated. The light beam swept through the chaos beasts. The origin law power spread and instantly killed many chaos beasts. There were many chaos beasts. Some chaos beasts still managed to escape the light beam. They roared and charged toward Elizabeth. Some opened their huge mouths to bite Elizabeth. Some condensed balls of chaos light and attacked. However, Elizabeth's body suddenly shone with an extremely dense yellow light. A layer of yellow scales formed on her huge snow-white body. It was extremely majestic and had shocking defensive power. All the attacks landed on her, but they couldn't hurt her at all. Wang Ting was relieved. Elizabeth's fighting power was beyond imagination. With her around, they were invincible. Then, he looked at Little White on the other side and couldn't help but be stunned. On the other side, Little White's battle was not inferior to Elizabeth, a sector lord. 30 Little Whites attacked at the same time. This scene could be said to be very spectacular. Those were Little White's blood crow clones. A total of 30 blood crows were formed. The smell of blood filled the air. With Little White as the center, attacks shot out from their mouths, turning into blood sides that reaped the lives of the primal chaos beasts. These blood crows were only at the lower emperor level. However, it was more than enough to deal with the primal chaos beasts. Because they were very fast, they were like streaks of bloody light rushing through the primal chaos. Their metal-like wings slashed through the void like bloody blades, cutting the surrounding primal chaos beasts apart. More importantly, Wang Ting could clearly feel the power of origin laws in those attacks. Little White could actually use origin laws. Wang Ting was astounded by this discovery. One had to know that Little White was only a middle emperor level star beast, which was equivalent to a universe level warrior. Warriors usually had to reach the sector lord level to be able to control the power of origin laws. It was the same for star beasts. Of course, some talented geniuses were able to control the power of origin laws at the universe level. For example, Wang Ting was one of them. However, he did not expect Little White to be so talented. It could control the power of origin laws at the middle emperor level. It seemed that after the transformation, Little White's power and potential had increased greatly. It was like two different crows. Such power was beyond Wang Ting's expectations. Powerful, extremely powerful, such power definitely surpassed the average middle emperor level star beast. It could even be compared to the baby of a space beast. Space beasts were an extremely powerful race in the universe. They were considered star beasts, but they were much stronger than normal star beasts. After the transformation, Little White was comparable to the baby of a space beast. Such a change was shocking and made Wang Ting very happy. The greater Little White's potential was, the greater its future achievements. When it grew up, it could even be called a space beast. Based on Little White's current potential, Wang Ting felt that it might become a top-notch emperor in the future. It would become a top-notch beast emperor. Equivalent to a sector lord, of course, with his help, if the opportunity came. Wang Ting believed that Little White's achievements might be even higher. Becoming a venerable beast wasn't impossible. Thinking of this, Wang Ting felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. My son, that's not right. I, Crow, have the potential to become a venerable beast. Little White didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. If it knew that Wang Ting had such high expectations for it, it would definitely be very happy. Little White's biggest wish was to be able to help Wang Ting and stay by Wang Ting's side. It was a loyal crow. At that moment, Little White was trying its best to kill chaos beasts. It wanted to kill more chaos beasts for Wang Ting. This was the first battle after its transformation. It wanted to display its abilities and let Wang Ting know that after its transformation, it was no longer the weak Little White in the past. Instead, it was a real ferocious eagle, crossed out, crow. Wang Ting saw that Little White and Elizabeth weren't in any danger, so he retracted his gaze and began to hunt. Boom, green flames erupted from his body and spread in all directions. The flames condensed into flaming tongues and leaped towards the chaos beasts like fire pythons. One by one, the chaos beasts were killed. Golden balls of light appeared and attribute bubbles fell out. Wang Ting used his spiritual telekinesis to pick them up. Origin of wood *10, origin of chaos energy *80, blank attribute *7000, metal origin *25, origin of chaos energy *120, blank attribute *8500. One by one, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body and mind. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to count them. After all, they were all his. They couldn't run away from him. He kept the golden balls of light in his devouring space and stored them temporarily. There were more and more chaos beasts around them. However, with Wang Ting, Little White, and Elizabeth working together, they couldn't do anything to them. Instead, most of them were killed. They couldn't even get close to their area. When Yuan Gungun saw this, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Good heavens! Little White and Elizabeth's fighting power had become so terrifying, he suddenly felt lucky that Wang Ting had given them the golden balls of light first. After the two of them completed their transformation, their fighting power had become a little exaggerated. The speed at which they killed the chaos beasts was much faster than Wang Ting. Most importantly, they were no longer afraid of being surrounded by the chaos beasts. Whether it was Elizabeth, who had the power of a sector lord, or Little White's blood crow avatar, it was more than enough to deal with a large number of chaos beasts. Didn't they see that the chaos beasts couldn't do anything to them? With the addition of Little White and Elizabeth, it was much easier to kill the chaos beasts. Wang Ting didn't need to hide anymore. This way, they could achieve twice the result with half the effort. In a few days, the number of golden orbs they would receive would be more than what Wang Ting received in a month. When Yuan Gungun thought of this, he was very excited. After all, those golden balls of light were meant for him and Wang Ting. Now, the more golden balls of light they harvested, the more it would get. Wang Ting, Little White, Elizabeth, go for it. Go for it. The more he thought about it, the more excited Yuan Gungun became. He couldn't help but shout and cheer for Wang Ting and the other two. Wang Ting was speechless. This guy couldn't kill the chaos beasts. All he could do was shout and cheer. Compared to Little White and Elizabeth, he was a piece of trash. No one knew better than Yuan Gungun what he was thinking. This bastard just wanted to get more golden balls of light. If not, why would he shout and cheer so hard? Unless the sun rose from the west. However, Little White was encouraged and put in even more effort to kill the chaos beasts. Elizabeth could also tell what Yuan Gungun was thinking. She shook her head and found it funny. Go for it. Go for it. When Yuan Gungun saw that Little White was cheering him on, he put in even more effort. He waved his short arms and shouted. If you shout one more time, I will reduce your number of golden balls of light by 10, Wang Ting said calmly. The round ball was silenced instantly. It used its hand to cover its mouth and swallowed the words good luck that were at the tip of its tongue. Its eyeballs spun furiously as it looked at Wang Ting in embarrassment. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with him. As time passed, the number of chaos beasts around them decreased. There were indeed many chaos beasts. However, there were only so many in one area. There couldn't be more. After Wang Ting, Little White, and Elizabeth killed a wave of chaos beasts, the remaining chaos beasts saw that things were not going well and ran away. Wang Ting didn't chase after them. He waved his hand and said to Little White and Elizabeth, let's rest for a while. After that, we will go to other areas to continue hunting. Okay. Little White and Elizabeth replied in unison. They had used up a lot of their force. If they continued hunting, it was not impossible. However, there were too many chaos beasts. If they didn't recover before hunting again, it would be dangerous. Wang Ting looked around and picked up all the attribute bubbles and golden balls of light. He didn't let anything go. With Little White and Elizabeth joining him, this hunting was too satisfying. Previously, he had been chased by the chaos beasts all over the place. He had even had to hide. He was in a sorry state. Now, he could finally vent his anger. Sometimes, one couldn't fight alone. It was better to have helpers. With Little White and Elizabeth's strength, they were more than enough to be his helpers. There was no need to talk about Elizabeth. She could be used as a trump card. If he met a sector lord, she would be his lifesaver. As for Little White's strength, after Wang Ting's observation, it was already at the level of the top geniuses in the Battle of Geniuses. Wang Ting even felt that it might be able to fight with Xianxia. Although this sounded like he was looking down on Xianxia, Little White was indeed very strong. Little White was comparable to a young galactic beast. It wasn't just empty talk. It really had such strength. However, Xianxia also had a galactic beast, the golden-winged scarlet sky tiger. He wondered if Little White could beat it. Next time, if there was a chance, he had to let Little White compete with the golden-winged scarlet sky tiger. Wang Ting thought to himself. One was a galactic beast that he had nurtured, and the other was a real galactic beast. If Little White could beat the golden-winged scarlet sky tiger, he would feel a sense of accomplishment. Who could single-handedly create an existence that surpassed a galactic beast? After resting for 2 hours, Wang Tang and the rest had recovered most of their force. They set off again and headed to other regions. The Chaos Secret Realm was a treasure trove. There were more chaos beasts waiting for them to hunt. To Wang Tang, every minute and second in the Chaos Secret Realm was precious. He couldn't waste it. The battle continued. In the Chaos region, a large number of chaos beasts appeared. Wang Tang, Little White, and Elizabeth charged out at the same time and clashed with the chaos beasts. Chaos beasts were killed one by one. In their hands, it was like harvesting chives. Wang Tang took turns to use the various origin source laws. This way, he could quickly familiarize himself with the usage of the various origin source laws and kill the chaos beasts quickly. He realized that these chaos beasts also followed the natural laws of heaven and earth. For example, it was easier to kill a chaos beast that had mastered the fire origin source law with the water origin source law. It could also help Wang Tang conserve the various origin source laws. He had to admit that battling was indeed the most effective way to increase one's strength. Pissed, at this moment, an extremely soft sound rang out behind Wang Tang. This sound was very sudden. It was as if it didn't exist before. Now, it suddenly rang out. Moreover, it was very weak. If one wasn't careful, one might not even notice it. "Master, be careful!" Little White and Elizabeth suddenly shouted from afar. "Wang Tang, be careful!" Yuan Gungun also noticed the abnormality behind Wang Tang. His expression changed drastically. Wang Tang's expression didn't change. His eyes narrowed slightly. This time, he didn't use his conveyance light. Instead, he disappeared from where he was and merged with the void. Flash, in an instant, a pitch-black crack appeared where Wang Tang was standing. His afterimage was still where he was, but it was also torn in half. Yuan Gungun and the others thought that Wang Tang hadn't dodged. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. However, they soon realized that it was just an afterimage. There was no blood splattering. They heaved a sigh of relief. In the distance, the space fluctuated. Wang Tang stepped out from the void and looked coldly at where he was standing. Unfortunately, there was only a spatial crack that was healing. There were no traces of the chaos beast. The power of space. Wang Tang frowned. He had just felt a faint fluctuation in the space. It was obvious that someone else had used the power of space. "Did you see what it was?" Wang Tang asked as he looked around. "No, we only saw a black shadow flash past." In an instant, it disappeared into the spatial crack. Yuan Gungun looked serious as he shook his head. "Interesting." Wang Tang couldn't help but smile. He looked around and activated the body of space. Wisps of power of space spread out from his body as he looked for the chaos beast that had used the power of space. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the chaos beast. He couldn't help but frown. This was the first time that something like this had happened. There was actually something that could hide from his detection. Wang Tang even used his mind power and activated the Eye of Truth. However, he still couldn't find the chaos beast. "Be careful. This should be a chaos beast that has mastered the power of the space origin law. It's very troublesome." Wang Tang looked serious as he said to Xiao Bai and Elizabeth. Xiao Bai and Elizabeth became even more serious when they heard this. When they saw the chaos beast that had launched a sneak attack, they knew that it would be difficult to deal with. Now that they heard Wang Tang's words, they didn't dare to be careless. Any existence that had mastered the power of space was not to be trifled with. The power of space was one of the most mysterious powers in the universe. It had unpredictable power. If one was careless, one could fall into its trap. This was even more so for ordinary martial artists or star beasts. Most martial artists could only come into contact with the space domain when they reached the domain lord level. They were naturally at a disadvantage when facing an existence that had the power of space. It seemed like a long time, but in reality, it had only been a short while. The chaos beasts behind charged forward again and surrounded Wang Tang, Xiao Bai, and Elizabeth. As Wang Tang killed the chaos beasts, he kept an eye on his surroundings. He didn't dare to let his guard down. Pissed, suddenly, in the chaos, he felt the movement of the space again. It came from his left. This time, he was prepared. His body turned into a ray of light. In a flash, he dodged the attack. A crack appeared in the space again. It was formless and intangible, invisible and untouchable, but there really was an attack that flashed past, cutting open space, making this crack appear. Wang Ting followed the movement of the space and appeared more than 500 meters to his left. However, it was still too late. He only managed to catch a glimpse of a black shadow. The other party had already escaped and disappeared again. However, he wasn't in a hurry. His face was calm as he walked in the void and continued to kill star beasts. It was as if he didn't care about the sneak attack just now or the chaos beast hiding in the dark. He believed that as long as he was here, the chaos beast would appear sooner or later. It would be his sooner or later. Master, I saw it. It seems to be a fish-like chaos beast. Its attack method is its own body. Elizabeth's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's ears. She was a sector lord and had mastered the power of space. Just now, she had been paying attention to the surroundings. When the black shadow appeared, she didn't attack. Instead, she chose to observe. This was because she knew that since Wang Ting could dodge it once, he would be on his guard. Naturally, he would be able to dodge it a second time. There wouldn't be any danger. Hence, what she needed to do was to help Wang Ting obtain information about the chaos beast. Moreover, as a bystander, it was easier to see things that the person involved couldn't see. The black shadow was focused on attacking Wang Ting. It probably didn't expect Elizabeth to notice it. A fish-like chaos beast. Its own body is its own attack method? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was surprised. He didn't expect Elizabeth to help him. Moreover, she had provided him with such important information. He immediately praised her. Well done. Continue to observe. Yes. Elizabeth hesitated and said, Do you need my help? Wang Ting thought for a while. He didn't reject her. He said, Later, you do this and this. Then, do this and this. Do you understand? I understand. Elizabeth's expression was strange. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Is this really okay? Don't worry. I know what to do. Wang Ting said confidently. All right. Elizabeth finally agreed. The two of them communicated through voice transmission. Hence, no one else knew what they were talking about. Even Yuan Gungun only saw the two of them exchange glances. Then, they both looked away. It couldn't help but look suspicious. What secrets were these two hiding from it? However, it didn't dare to disturb Wang Ting. What if the black shadow in the dark attacked it? Wang Ting would chop it into pieces. No, that was secondary. If it didn't get the golden orbs later, it would die. Hence, it immediately shut its mouth. Only its eyes looked around. It seemed like it wanted to help Wang Ting find the black shadow. It felt like it had to do something. Only then would it be able to get more golden orbs. As an artificial intelligence, it couldn't be so useless. I, Yuan Gungun, will rise. Yuan Gungun's eyes shone with determination. Wang Ting didn't know that his unintentional oppression had caused Yuan Gungun to have a competitive spirit. It decided not to slack off anymore. All this time, Yuan Gungun had placed itself in the position of an artificial intelligence. It felt like it could help Wang Ting find all kinds of information. It even acted as a butler and managed everything for him. However, it suddenly realized that as Wang Ting's strength increased, he would only become stronger. If it continued to slack off like it was now, it wouldn't be useful at all. This was very awkward. After all, in the universe, strength spoke louder than words. With strength, it would have more power to speak on Wang Ting's side. Yuan Gungun wanted to be the boss of all of Wang Ting's pets and subordinates. Artificial intelligence life wasn't without any combat power. For example, Yuan Gungun had the mental power equivalent to the universe level. However, it was too useless. It hadn't fought much, so it couldn't use much of its strength. Now, it could only release its mental power to sense the situation around it, hoping to help Wang Ting find traces of the black shadow. Sometimes, mental power was very useful. It had a certain advantage in terms of perception. Soon, Yuan Gungun noticed something. Its expression changed slightly and it immediately said, "Wang Ting, it's behind you." Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yuan Gungun to be able to find the black shadow. In fact, Yuan Gungun didn't need to remind him. He had already found the other party. However, he didn't say anything. It was a good thing that Yuan Gungun was willing to help. He wouldn't discourage it. However, even though he had found the other party, Wang Ting still stood in place. A spatial fluctuation swept from behind him. It seemed to have the power to tear everything apart. Space was torn apart. Dodge. Yuan Gungun's expression changed drastically and it quickly shouted. It didn't know what was wrong with Wang Ting. It had already warned him, so why didn't he dodge? In the next moment, the surrounding space was suddenly sealed. All the beasts of chaos in that area, including Wang Ting, were frozen. There was no difference, everything was frozen. As for that formless spatial attack, it stopped halfway and was unable to advance any further. Screech, an ear-piercing scream was heard. There seemed to be a hint of panic in that scream. It's no use screeching. Let's see where you can run to this time. The spatial power in Wang Ting's body suddenly exploded and broke through the spatial seal. His body flashed and he reached out with one hand. Boom, the spatial power exploded and turned into a cage. It enveloped the black shadow that had finally appeared behind him. At that moment, everyone saw the black shadow clearly. It was a purplish-black blade-shaped fish. Its entire body was more than a meter long and it looked like a sharp blade. Screech, the blade-shaped beast of chaos struggled wildly in the cage. Unfortunately, it couldn't break free from Wang Ting's spatial restraint. In order to trap it, Wang Ting used more than half of the spatial power in his body. There was no way he would let it escape. It's a fish. Yuan Gungun said in surprise as he floated over from afar. He circled the fish-shaped beast of chaos and said in surprise. This isn't an ordinary fish. It's a blade-shaped fish that has comprehended the spatial origin law. Wang Ting smiled and said, but at least we caught it. Were you guys discussing how to catch it just now? Yuan Gungun asked suspiciously as he recalled the flirting between Wang Ting and Elizabeth. Here, the only one who can seal space is Elizabeth. Of course, I was discussing it with her. Wang Ting smiled and said, also, she noticed that this was a fish-shaped beast of chaos and used her body as a means of attack. That's why I was able to come up with this plan to catch it. Damn it. You did it again. Yuan Gungun looked at Elizabeth and said in frustration. It's my duty to help my master, Elizabeth said as she covered her mouth and laughed when she saw Yuan Gungun's expression. It's too dangerous. Aren't you afraid of putting yourself in danger if you completely seal that area? Yuan Gungun said seriously. It's not like you don't know that I have the power of space. Wang Ting smiled. This kind of space imprisonment can't trap me. Yuan Gungun didn't say anything else. He looked at the beast of chaos in front of him and said, the other beasts of chaos don't have much intelligence. This one seems a little sly. How do you plan to deal with it? Let me try it. Wang Ting touched his chin and reached out a hand. He pointed at the blade-shaped fish beast of chaos in front of him. Bam, the blade-shaped fish beast of chaos suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of chaotic air. However, it quickly gathered together again. Wang Ting controlled his attack and didn't kill it completely. When the blade-shaped fish beast of chaos exploded, it dropped 2 attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he picked them up. Space Origin *10, Hidden Space *50, a profound realization appeared in Wang Ting's mind out of nowhere. An image appeared in his mind too. In the image, a blade-shaped fish beast of chaos was traveling through space. Behind it, a few beasts of chaos of different appearances were chasing after it. These beasts of chaos had comprehended the power of the space origin law. Each of their attacks contained the power of space. They were very powerful and extraordinary. Normally, beasts of chaos would fight and kill each other like ordinary star beasts. Beasts of chaos who had the same origin law could devour each other to strengthen their own origin law. Obviously, this was a hunt where the strong preyed on the weak. However, that blade-shaped fish didn't seem to be weak. It traveled through space cracks and hid in space. The other beasts of chaos couldn't find it. Although the beasts of chaos had the power of space, they couldn't find any trace of the blade-shaped fish. In the end, they roared and left. The image ended there. Hidden space. Wang Ting recovered from his realization. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Space concealment. When Wang Ting realized this skill, he was overjoyed. A skill that allowed him to hide in space was simply heaven-defying. Although Wang Ting had been able to use his space talent to hide in the crevices of space in the past, that was the crudest use of space. It was nothing compared to space concealment. His previous methods would leave behind traces of space where he was hiding. Anyone who had reached the space domain would be able to discover it easily. However, space concealment was different. It was a skill that could allow one to hide in the void. It could cover the traces and waves of space. Even experts who had reached the space domain would not be able to discover it. That was the difference. That was why the blade fish chaos beast was able to escape the pursuit of other chaos beasts who had mastered the space origin law. Obviously, this space concealment skill was more advanced and profound than all of Wang Ting's previous concealment skills. Wang Ting felt that he had hit the jackpot. His efforts in capturing the blade fish chaos beast that had mastered the space origin law were not in vain. However, this was a pleasant surprise. Wang Ting had only wanted to get some space origin law. He did not expect to get a special skill, space concealment. If that was not good luck, then what was? Besides the space concealment skill, the other attribute bubble that he had obtained was the space origin law. It was also a good reward. At that moment, he looked at the blade fish chaos beast in front of him. His eyes were shining as if he had seen something delicious. Hey, don't tell me you want to eat it? Yuan Gungun saw his expression and could not help but ask with a strange expression. Can chaos beasts be eaten? Wang Ting asked. No, Yuan Gungun said. Then why are you talking about it? Wang Ting was speechless. I saw that your eyes were shining. I thought you wanted to eat it. Yuan Gungun laughed. This is a treasure. I can't eat it. Wang Ting waved his hand and kept the blade fish chaos beast into the devouring space. Treasure? A chaos beast that had comprehended the space origin law was indeed a treasure. However, if one did not kill it, what was the point of keeping it alive? Once this thing leaves the primal chaos secret realm, it will soon die without the nourishment of the primal chaos origin energy, Yuan Gungun said in surprise. I have my uses. Wang Ting did not explain further. Of course, the correct way to do this was to continuously pluck the wool. Plucking it once would be too wasteful. As for the other chaos beasts, Wang Ting could do nothing about them. There were too many of them. He could only kill them. However, chaos beasts that understood space origin law were different. Such chaos beasts were rare. What's more, there were very few chaos beasts who had learned the spatial concealment skill. Who knew when they would encounter such a chaos beast again? Of course, they had to keep it for themselves. Yuan Gungun saw that he didn't say anything. He rolled his eyes, but no one knew what he was thinking. But no matter what, it couldn't figure out what Wang Ting wanted to do. Although Elizabeth and Little White were surprised, they did not ask. The group continued to hunt chaos beasts. Wang Ting, I think you can release the ironclad scorpion and the thunder spirit to hunt chaos beasts together. This will be good for their growth, Yuan Gungun suddenly reminded Wang Ting. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and released the thunder spirit and the ironclad scorpion. Guji, the moment the thunder spirit appeared, it sensed that there were many chaos beasts around it. It was so scared that it hit on Wang Ting's head. When the ironclad scorpion saw this scene, it was shocked too. However, it had been with Wang Ting for so long. It had seen all kinds of things and was used to it. Hence, it only panicked for a moment. Then, it calmed down. However, when its gaze landed on Little White, it could not help but be shocked. Then, it felt jealous. Middle-level emperor, there were also dozens of clones. It must be some kind of powerful skill. Little White was already much stronger than it. Damn it. The one who was favored was indeed fearless. When would the ironclad scorpion be loved by its master? It wanted to become stronger too. Oh, you little thing. Why are you so timid? Wang Ting pulled the thunder spirit off his head and scolded it. Go and hunt these chaos beasts. You can eat all the golden balls of light that you get. As he spoke, a golden ball of light appeared in his hand. Guji. The thunder spirit suddenly became excited. It wanted to pounce on it. If you want to eat, go and hunt for them yourself, Wang Ting said angrily as he grabbed it tightly. It wanted to eat for free? No way. Guji. The thunder spirit let out an aggrieved cry. Oh, you said you would take care of me. You lied when you tricked me into signing the contract. That was not what you said. Don't act cute. I don't buy it. Wang Ting tossed the thunder spirit in his hand toward a chaos beast. Go, Pika, no, go, thunder spirit. Roar, a chaos beast that looked like a cheetah saw something flying toward it and thought that it was an attack. It immediately let out a roar and opened its mouth to bite the thunder spirit. Guji. The thunder spirit's voice became ear-piercing. It looked as if it was frightened. Its entire body looked as if it was about to explode. Yuan Gun, Ironclad Scorpion, and the others looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. Was this something a human would do? The thunder spirit was still a child, how could he do this to it? However, what happened next made Yuan Gun and the others widen their eyes. Chi-La, a ball of purple lightning suddenly exploded from the thunder spirit's body. Then, it turned into a bolt of thunder and charged forward. Boom, the cheetah-like chaos beast was instantly pierced and then exploded. The lightning that the thunder spirit had turned into circled around and returned to Wang Ting's side. It landed on his head. Everyone fell silent. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, the chaos beast exploded. Was the thunder spirit really that strong? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He looked at the chaos beast that had exploded after being pierced by the thunder spirit. It did not come back to life. It looked like it had really been killed. He picked up the thunder spirit and looked at it curiously. Little guy, you can actually kill chaos beasts. Guji. The thunder spirit cried out pitifully. Don't pretend to be pitiful. The chaos beast could not even take one hit from you. What are you afraid of? Wang Ting was speechless. People who did not know better would think that the thunder spirit was being bullied. TSK, this little guy is quite strong. Yuan Gun floated over and said. It's just a little timid. It needs more experience. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He threw it out again. Go, kill the chaos beast. If I don't tell you to stop, you are not allowed to come back. Otherwise, I won't give you any more lightning tribulations next time. Guji. When the thunder spirit heard that it would not be given any more lightning tribulations, it became anxious. It cried out and charged at the chaos beasts. Wang Ting and the others saw the thunder spirit's crazy side. It turned into lightning and shuttled among the chaos beasts. It was very fast. In an instant, it pierced through 7 or 8 chaos beasts, causing them to explode. They could not recover. One by one, balls of golden light floated up. The thunder spirit swallowed all the golden balls of light that it had killed. It was like a purple snake. Guji, it could feel the benefits of the golden balls of light. Naturally, it could not reject them. It even set its sights on the golden balls of light that Wang Ting, Little White, and the others had dropped when they killed the chaos beasts. It stole a glance at Wang Ting and then charged towards a golden ball of light that Little White had dropped after killing a chaos beast. Just as it was about to get it, the golden ball of light suddenly disappeared. Oh. The thunder spirit was stunned. It turned around in a daze and then looked at Wang Ting innocently. Wang Ting gave it a look. The thunder spirit made a Guji sound and did not dare to look at him again. It also did not dare to steal other people's golden balls of light. It had to go and kill the chaos beasts obediently. Wang Ting shifted his gaze away and sighed softly in his heart. It was not easy to lead a big team. Ironclad Scorpion, you can't use the origin law. Help Little White kill the chaos beasts, Wang Ting said to the Ironclad Scorpion that had joined the battle. The Ironclad Scorpion was in a terrible fix. It realized that no matter how it killed the chaos beasts, they would still be revived. Just as it was wondering what was going on, it suddenly heard Wang Ting's words. It nodded and charged toward Little White. It was most familiar with Little White. The two worked well together. One was luring the chaos beasts while the other was killing them. Their efficiency was much higher. However, when the ironclad scorpion saw Little White killing the chaos beasts, it felt sad and disappointed. The two of them were old subordinates who had followed Wang Ting since he was on Earth. Now, Little White had been conferred the title of king. The ironclad scorpion, on the other hand, had only been conferred the title of nobility. Wang Ting had released the ironclad scorpion. Naturally, he had left a portion of his energy on it. After all, it was the weakest now. He did not want it to die here. Hence, Wang Ting immediately noticed the disappointed look in the ironclad scorpion's eyes. His heart skipped a beat. He understood what was going on. However, this matter couldn't be rushed now. Who could say for sure when it came to opportunities? Perhaps the next opportunity would be the ironclad scorpions. Of course, it could also be the time after that, or the time after that. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt that the ironclad scorpion was quite pitiful. Cough, cough. As its master, how could he gloat? Stop, stop. Wang Ting put this thought aside for now. He began to focus on killing the chaos beasts. It was a pity that they did not meet any special chaos beasts. Most of them were chaos beasts that had mastered the power of the 5 elemental laws. Time flew by. Another 5 days passed as the hunt continued. In a certain chaotic region. Boom, under the flames, the power of the origin laws exploded. A tiger-like chaos beast let out an indignant roar. Suddenly, it exploded, turning into a huge cloud of chaos air. Golden light balls and attribute bubbles appeared. Wang Ting picked them up. He looked around. The chaos beasts in this region had all been killed. It was a desolate place. However, there was a lot more chaos air. After the chaos beasts were killed, a portion of them turned into attribute bubbles. However, most of them returned to the chaos beasts. In these few days, Wang Ting and the rest had killed many chaos beasts. Now, there were no more chaos beasts around. Even if there were only a few scattered beasts hiding in the chaos beasts. They did not dare to show themselves. Wang Ting could not spend so much effort to kill these chaos beasts. The great beings from the Cosmic Sky College probably did not expect that the chaos beasts within 3,000 kilometers of the transfer island would be killed so cleanly. Normally, the chaos beasts around here were useless to great beings below the domain lord level. No great beings would come here to kill chaos beasts. This was also a rule set by the college. Domain lord and sector lord level great beings were not allowed to kill chaos beasts within 3,000 kilometers of the transfer island. These chaos beasts were left for the universe level students. Only a small portion of the universe level warriors in the college were qualified to come to the chaos secret region. To the universe level warriors, these chaos beasts were hard to kill. Hence, many chaos beasts below the universe level were born here. However, Wang Ting's situation was special. He was lucky to have used the golden light balls to awaken Little White and Elizabeth. Their powers increased greatly. In just a few days, they had killed a large number of chaos beasts. Now that most of the chaos beasts had been killed, the universe-level warriors who came here to kill chaos beasts would have a hard time. When they searched for half a day but could not find any chaos beasts, what kind of expression would they have? Wang Ting did not think so much. He looked at his attribute panel and started to count his gains. These few days, he had killed too many chaos beasts. Naturally, he had picked up many attribute bubbles. He was not in a hurry to count them. However, now was the time to count them. He looked at the attribute panel of the origin laws. Killing chaos beasts, other than obtaining large amounts of golden light balls and chaos origin energy, the biggest gain was the various origin laws. At a glance, his 5 elemental origin laws had all risen to the 2nd level. They were originally at the 1st level. Now, they had all risen by 1 level. Gold origin, 550200000, 2nd level, wink with a frown. Wood origin, 320200000, stage 2, water origin, 700200000, stage 2, fire origin, 400200000, 2nd level, earth origin, 2002000, second level. Don't look down on the fact that it was only a single level of advancement. This was extremely difficult. It was a leap of an entire level. Wang Ting could not believe that he could raise his origin laws to the second level in the Chaos Secret Realm. One should know that he was only at the peak of the stellar level. Being able to control the origin laws was already incredible. Now that he had raised his 5 elemental origin laws to the second level, it was unimaginable. Wang Ting took a deep breath. A sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. Who could raise their 5 elemental origin laws to the second level at his level? Wang Ting was sure. Even those top prodigies who were on the stars ranking like him could not do this. He had absolute confidence that he could surpass those who came before him. Wang Ting took a deep breath. Then, he looked at the other special elemental origin laws. Origin of Wind, 3600100000, Stage 1, Thunder Origin, 2180100000, First Level, Ice Origin, 2820100000, First Level, Light Origin, 1200100000, First Stage, Wind, Thunder, Ice, and Light Origin laws were still at the first level. Moreover, they did not increase by much. There were too few chaos beasts who could control these 4 types of origin laws. Although Wang Ting and the rest had killed a large number of chaos beasts, they rarely encountered any chaos beasts who could control these 4 types of origin laws. Part of the reason why they could be raised to this level was because of the spatial cracks in the Chaos Secret Realm. There were laws there, so some origin law attribute bubbles would drop. When Wang Ting was hunting chaos beasts, he did not neglect the attribute bubbles near the spatial cracks. He had to pick up everything he needed. He could not leave anything behind. Next was the last origin law, the space origin law, space origin, 630100000, first level. Without a doubt, the space origin law increased the least. Although Wang Ting could also pick up some space origin law attributes near the spatial cracks, it was not much. Until now, he had not obtained more than 1,000 points of space origin law attributes. Wang Ting was helpless about this. However, he had no choice. He was already very lucky to have picked up so many points. One should know that he had only obtained the space origin law after entering the Chaos Secret Realm. After more than 10 days, it had increased to 630 points. In fact, it was much faster than when he was in the outside world. If he was outside the Chaos Secret Realm, he would not have had the chance to pick up the space origin law. At least for the time being, therefore, Wang Ting felt that he should be satisfied. It was already very lucky for him to be able to control the space origin law. Of course, he still had to work hard. Wang Ting took out the Chaos Beast from the devouring space and started another round of harvesting. When Yuan Gungun and the rest saw this, they knew what Wang Ting was going to do. Instantly, they had a strange look on their faces. He's doing it again. They just couldn't figure out why Wang Ting was torturing the Blade Fish Chaos Beast. Could it be that he was taking revenge, or was it purely out of bad taste? Since they could not figure it out, they could only mourn for the Chaos Beast. The Blade Fish Chaos Beast was trapped in Wang Ting's space cage. It couldn't struggle at all. It stared at Wang Ting in fear. That's right, it was fear. It had suffered enough for the past few days. The person in front of it was a devil. It even wanted to self-destruct, but it could not do so. Every time it was restrained by the space energy, it could not move freely. Even its soul body was locked down by an invisible force. It could not use any of its soul power. Little fishy, cooperate with me. Wang Ting smiled as he looked at the blade fish in front of him. He pointed his finger, bang, half of the Chaos Beast's body exploded and turned into a chaotic airflow. Attribute bubbles appeared. Space Origin *1, Space Hiding *10, only 10 points of space hiding attribute. Wang Ting frowned and shook his head. He was disappointed. As he had been plundering the Chaos Beast for the past few days, the attributes dropped by the Chaos Beast were decreasing. Now, it only dropped 10 points of space hiding attribute. Naturally, it did not have much insight. Wang Ting waited for some time. The lifeless blade fish materialized its body again. Then, Wang Ting ignited it again. Bang! Space origin *1 inch space hiding *5. Damn, it seems like there is no hope. Wang Ting felt the insight from the attribute bubbles and gave up completely. The Chaos Beast's fur was all plucked. It had no more value. Therefore, Wang Ting decided to let it go mercifully. Even if he killed the Blade Fish Chaos Beast, it would not be able to provide him with any more useful attribute bubbles. As for the golden light ball, Wang Ting was rich now. He did not need one more. You can leave. Wang Ting released the space cage and waved his hand at the Blade Fish Chaos Beast. The Chaos Beast looked at Wang Ting in a daze. It did not seem to have come to its senses. This demon was going to let it go. How was that possible? Was this a new torture method? This must be a trap. Once it ran away happily, he would catch it and continue to torture it. Demon, it was indeed a demon. Why aren't you leaving? Wang Ting looked at the Chaos Beast in front of him and asked in surprise. Don't tell me that you scared him, silly? Roundy had a strange look on his face as he said, but it seems like this Chaos Beast has some intelligence. Intelligence? I don't think it is very smart. Wang Ting said. Are you sure you want to let it go? Yuan Gungun asked. Why should I keep it? It is no longer useful to me. Wang Ting touched his chin and said, but if I let it go for a while, it might be useful. So that is what you are thinking. But you might not be able to find it next time, Yuan Gungun said. Hee, I left a space mark in its body. When I remember it, I will come and find it, Wang Ting said with a smile. Poor fish. Yuan Gungun opened his eyes wide. He did not expect Wang Ting to have such a trick up his sleeve. This person was so evil, Yuan Gungun could not help but mourn for the Chaos Beast for 3 seconds. Amen, bless it, Wang Ting did not want to waste any more time. He waved his hand, and the space power exploded. He sent the confused Chaos Beast into the space crack and it disappeared. Space hiding, 230-3000, beginner, he looked at the space hiding skill on the attribute panel. Unfortunately, it was only at the beginner level. He hoped that the Chaos Beast would bring him more attribute bubbles next time. Alright, let's split the golden orbs. Wang Ting looked at everyone and smiled. Split. Split. Yuan Gungun's eyes lit up as he urged. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Wang Ting smiled and waved his hand, pulling everyone into the devouring space. He then said, Yuan Gungun, you go first. Let me see how many golden orbs you need to achieve a leap in life level. Let me go first. Yuan Gungun was shocked. His eyes lit up with joy. He asked uncertainly, really? You are really letting me go first? You don't want to? Wang Ting looked at him from the corner of his eyes. I do. Of course, I do. Yuan Gungun nodded quickly, afraid that Wang Ting would go back on his word. Let's begin. Wang Ting's psychic power swept out, and a large number of golden orbs that were wandering in the devouring space were pulled over. They floated next to Yuan Gungun. Gulp. Yuan Gungun could not help but swallow his saliva. Then, I'll start. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the golden orbs with both hands and stuffed them into his mouth. He then swallowed them whole. As the golden orbs entered his stomach, a golden glow began to erupt from Yuan Gungun's body. It did not take long for it to be wrapped up like a golden cocoon. It had begun. Yuan Gungun, super evolution, looks like it's working. Wang Ting smiled. He was looking forward to what would happen after an intelligent life evolved. Yuan Gungun's life evolution had begun. Wang Ting, Little White, Elizabeth, the ironclad scorpion, and even Lei Ling, the little guy who didn't know anything, gathered in the devouring space and stared at Yuan Gungun. Master, Yuan Gungun is an artificial intelligence, right? Elizabeth asked. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He knew that Elizabeth should have known that Yuan Gungun was an artificial intelligence, but she didn't ask. Now that Yuan Gungun was about to undergo a life evolution, Wang Ting didn't hide it from them, so she couldn't help but confirm. In my inherited memories, there are some descriptions of artificial intelligence. I heard that every time an artificial intelligence undergoes a life evolution, it can increase its power greatly, and Elizabeth couldn't help but pause. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes. Elizabeth wasn't the only one with inherited memories, he also had inherited memories of the void-devouring beast. Wang Ting knew that she had stopped because it involved a secret. A secret that involved the virtual universe. There were rumors that the virtual universe was controlled by a super-artificial intelligence. Of course, there was definitely the work of an unparalleled strong person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an artificial intelligence to control such a powerful force. In the universe, there were countless strong people from all walks of life. Any wealth and power that was beyond one's control wouldn't last long. All of this required absolute power to support it, however, to be able to control an existence like the virtual universe, an ordinary artificial intelligence couldn't compare. The artificial intelligence behind the virtual universe must be an existence beyond the imagination of ordinary people. You ant people have quite a lot of inheritances. You even know about this. Wang Ting glanced at Elizabeth and said. Elizabeth was slightly taken aback. She understood what Wang Ting meant. He knew, looking at Wang Ting's expression, Elizabeth was even more certain that her master knew. It seemed that she didn't know enough about her master. Master, do you think that rumor is true? Elizabeth asked. Most likely, Wang Ting said. The virtual universe is too magical. I don't believe that there isn't an AI controlling it, but I haven't seen it before, so who knows? That's true, no one has seen that being before. Maybe it's hiding in the virtual universe and spying on everyone. Elizabeth laughed. That's not a very good experience. Wang Ting thought about this possibility and felt a little scared. If there really was such a super AI life form, wouldn't it be able to control the information and movements of every fighter that entered the virtual universe? If Yuan Gungun can grow to that level in the future, we might be able to detect their presence, Elizabeth said. I don't know when that day will come. The difference between Yuan Gungun and that kind of existence is too big. Wang Ting shook his head. He was very self-aware and knew a lot about Yuan Gungun. Right now, they were still too far away. Elizabeth smiled and did not say anything. For some reason, she had great confidence in Wang Ting. This confidence didn't come from blind faith. Instead, it was gradually born from her attention during this period of time. In her opinion, Wang Ting did indeed have exceptional talent. Following such a master, the future of her followers was immeasurable. His transformation this time was the best proof of that. Elizabeth suddenly felt very lucky that she was able to meet Wang Ting when she was about to die. She also felt very lucky that she chose to follow him. Even if she gave up her soul origin and lost her freedom, she did not feel that she had lost anything. Now that she thought about it, she felt that she had profited. And Yuan Gungun had followed Wang Ting earlier than Wang Ting, so Wang Ting could definitely give it more. She had reason to believe that Yuan Gungun could go even further in the future. Even if it could not compare to the existence behind the virtual universe, it could at least leave a deep mark on all AI life forms. Of course, she would not say these words out loud. If she said it out loud, it would be a joke. Everything would have to wait and see in the future. At this moment, Yuan Gungun was completely enveloped by the golden light, forming a light cocoon. However, Yuan Gungun did not stop absorbing the golden light balls. Golden light balls flew from all directions and merged into the golden light cocoon. Wang Ting looked at this scene, his eyes flickering slightly. He felt a little heartache. These golden light balls were all treasures. Yuan Gungun's appetite was too big. After absorbing so many, it still had no intention of stopping. He looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness, this time, they had hunted many golden light balls. They had practically wiped out all the chaos beasts within a 3,000-kilometer radius of the transit island. The number of golden light balls they had obtained was terrifying. Time passed slowly. Yuan Gungun's golden light cocoon finally stopped absorbing the golden light balls. This allowed Wang Ting to heave a sigh of relief again. Yuan Gungun had absorbed less than a third of the golden light balls. There was more than 2/3 left. It will take some time for its life evolution, Elizabeth said. Let it transform slowly. Wang Ting looked at the ironclad scorpion. This fellow was looking at him with eager eyes. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Absorb it. How much you can absorb is up to you. The ironclad scorpion's two beady eyes suddenly lit up with joy. It knew that Little White and Elizabeth had both completed their transformations after absorbing the golden light balls. Their strength had increased greatly. Yuan Gun was also absorbing the golden light balls and preparing to undergo life evolution. All of this showed the benefits and uses of the golden light balls. If it could absorb the golden light balls, its strength would increase greatly as well. Can I really absorb as much as I want? The ironclad scorpion asked excitedly. Yes. Wang Ting smiled and nodded. But I have to remind you that the limit of absorption of these golden light balls is different for everyone. You have to act according to your ability. If you absorb too much, it may not be a good thing. The ironclad scorpion's heart trembled. Wang Ting's reminder was like a warning bell in its mind. It immediately sobered up. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. It was not that it did not know this principle, but when it saw Little White's improvement, it had lost its balance. It had been too focused on improving itself and had forgotten this principle. I understand, the ironclad scorpion immediately nodded. Okay, go. Wang Ting nodded. The ironclad scorpion did not waste any more words. It opened its mouth and inhaled. A large amount of golden light balls flew into its mouth. Wang Ting observed for a while. The ironclad scorpion stopped after absorbing 100 or so golden light balls. After a while, a roar suddenly erupted from its body. Boom, boom. Boom, the ironclad scorpion's aura continued to rise. A burst of green flames erupted from its body and enveloped its entire body. Especially its scorpion tail, where a green flame burned like a huge torch, burning fiercely. It's about to advance to the middle-level Emperor level. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Congratulations, Master. You're about to gain another great battle power. Elizabeth's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she smiled. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the ironclad scorpion to break through. It seems that it has been working hard during this period of time. Wang Ting smiled happily. Old Iron is also working hard, Little White said. Old Iron? Elizabeth's expression was strange. I usually call it that. Is there something wrong? Little White said in a daze. Ahem, no. Elizabeth coughed dryly and shook her head. Very good, Wang Ting said. The ironclad scorpion's flame seems to be a little special. Elizabeth smiled and didn't dwell on the name. She looked at the green flames and felt a sense of familiarity. Where have I seen it? Before? That's because I often let it devour the green jade glazed flame, causing its flame to mutate. Now that it has advanced to the middle-level Emperor level, the power of its flame is getting closer and closer to the green jade glazed flame, Wang Ting said with some surprise. I didn't expect it to have such a good fortune, Elizabeth said. However, in the process of a star beast's advancement, its own ability will indeed increase. This flame is considered a natural ability of the ironclad scorpion. Wang Ting nodded. He had the inherited memory of the void-devouring beast. Naturally, he knew this very well. That was why he let the ironclad scorpion devour the green jade glazed flame. However, this was also because the ironclad scorpion was born with the green jade glazed flame. That was why it could devour the green jade glazed flame. Otherwise, if an ordinary fire-type star beast devoured the heavenly flame, it would be courting death. Wang Ting no longer paid attention to the ironclad scorpion. He began to devour the golden balls of light. He sat cross-legged on the ground and directly used the swallow the heavens, devour the earth. A terrifying suction force erupted, and all the golden balls of light in the surroundings gathered toward him. Wang Ting's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, devouring all the golden balls of light. It was as if he could swallow mountains and rivers. This was Wang Ting's first time using this heaven-defying magic. He immediately felt its power and terror. However, he didn't have the time to carefully feel this. As the golden balls of light entered his sea of consciousness, he felt as if he had ascended. His entire body was transparent, whether it was his physical body or soul, it seemed to have leaped to another level. In his sea of consciousness, the 9 treasures pagoda trembled and released endless golden light. At the same time, In the sky above the sea of nothingness, the origin stars also trembled and emitted all kinds of origin lights. They were extremely bright, an extremely majestic origin force erupted and swept across the sky above the sea of nothingness, surging continuously. Was he about to break through? Wang Ting's eyes shone, and he was slightly excited. However, not enough, far from enough. Wang Ting felt that he was still lacking something. With a thought, the swallow the heavens, devour the earth began to circulate crazily, continuously absorbing the golden balls of light. In the outside world, Little White and Elizabeth saw a dazzling golden light erupt from between Wang Ting's eyebrows. In the golden light, there seemed to be a faint shadow of a 9-story pagoda. It was very mystical. What is that? Little White asked curiously. It seems to be the manifestation of Master's spiritual body. Elizabeth knew more. At this moment, she saw something and exclaimed, "Our Master's spiritual power is really terrifying." "Of course, Master is the strongest," Little White said proudly. Those who didn't know would think that it was talking about itself. Elizabeth couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she could somewhat understand Little White's feelings. Only by treating the other party as one of their own would they feel such glory. Obviously, in their eyes, Wang Ting was one of their own that they could entrust to each other. Even Elizabeth more or less approved of Wang Ting. It wasn't as simple as being forced to sign a contract back then. This was because the things that Wang Ting had provided her had long exceeded the greatest benefits that a master could give to a servant. Which master would provide such good things to his servant? At least in Elizabeth's opinion, Wang Ting was already good enough to her. If Wang Ting knew that he had won Elizabeth's approval by doing a few very ordinary things, he would probably wake up from his sleep with a smile. He was obviously paying first, and then taking back the capital with interest. He didn't lose out at all. Just like this golden ball of light. It seemed like he had given it to Elizabeth first, but in fact, he had obtained more golden balls of light later on. It was a sure win. As he devoured more and more golden balls of light, Wang Ting felt that his mind became exceptionally clear. The hint of inspiration that had flashed through his mind before, but he couldn't grasp it, appeared again and gradually became clearer. Stars, force, great Tao. Rules. Force transforms into stars, and by connecting them with the great Tao rules, it evolves into chaos. Doesn't this mean that I can include all force attributes? I see. I see. I need a kind of technique. A kind of technique that encompasses all attributes. Chaos. At this moment, Wang Ting's mind was spinning rapidly. It was as if countless small electric motors had been added to it, and countless ideas flashed through his mind. Not enough, still not enough. I need more golden balls of light. Wang Ting closed his eyes, and his mind was completely immersed in the state of enlightenment. In between his eyebrows, the 9 treasures pagoda bloomed with endless golden light. It was like a divine object that couldn't be looked directly at. Little White and Elizabeth were both shocked. They didn't know what had happened. That light made them involuntarily shift their gazes, and they couldn't keep staring. They looked at each other and had no choice but to retreat. They were too close, and their eyes were filled with golden light. They couldn't look directly at it. What a terrifying wave. What is Master doing? Elizabeth muttered to herself. Is Master all right? Little White asked worriedly. Don't worry. Although the scene is terrifying, it's a good thing. Master should be fine, Elizabeth said. Yes, yes. Fortunately, big sister Elizabeth is here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Little White heaved a sigh of relief. Big sister? Elizabeth couldn't help but smile. Although she had been the mother of countless ant people, this was the first time someone had called her that. However, it felt pretty good. Time gradually passed, and more than an hour passed quickly. The golden balls of light in the devouring space were all devoured by Wang Ting, and all of them disappeared. The enlightenment in Wang Ting's mind was suddenly interrupted. He had grasped many of the ideas, but he was still lacking a lot. He couldn't complete the system of enlightenment, and everything was very fragmented. It was like a mechanical part that hadn't been assembled into a complete machine. Even these mechanical parts were incomplete and incomplete. Damn it! Wang Ting opened his eyes abruptly. The divine glow in his eyes disappeared, and the shadow of the 9-treasure stupa pagoda on his glabella dissipated. A hint of unwillingness flashed past his eyes. What a pity, he didn't succeed, there were still many golden balls of light missing. Even if Yuan Gungun and the ironclad scorpion devoured all the golden balls of light, it still wasn't enough. Far from enough, he had devoured more than Little White and Yuan Gungun. He had even devoured more than Elizabeth, a sector lord. He realized that there was a certain pattern to the golden balls of light he devoured. For example, the stronger he was, the more he could devour, the greater his potential, the more golden balls of light he could devour. Yuan Gungun and Little White both had great potential, so they had devoured many golden balls of light. Elizabeth was a sector lord, and she had used the big rock-armored dragon's body to revive. Her potential wasn't weak either, so she had devoured even more golden balls of light. However, compared to Wang Ting, they paled in comparison. Wang Ting felt that he needed to devour too many golden balls of light. It was like an ocean. The technique he wanted to create, could it really succeed? A hint of hesitation flashed past Wang Ting's mind. It was too difficult. Through the process of epiphany just now, he had already felt a kind of difficulty that hit him head-on. He was only a peak star level, far from being able to create his own technique. Moreover, the kind of law that he wanted to create was much more difficult than the laws that everyone else wanted to create. It was much more difficult. Even an immortal rank expert might not be able to succeed. However, Wang Ting's situation was too special. At this moment, he needed a unique technique to complete his breakthrough. Only by having the technique he envisioned would his future path be smoother. This was like forcing a duck onto a perch. But he had to. Phew! Wang Ting let out a breath of turbid air. His emotions calmed down, and the throbbing in his heart gradually disappeared. The technique he created didn't succeed, so he couldn't break through for now. This made him disappointed, but the anticipation in his heart grew stronger. The more golden balls he devoured, the more potential he had, and the stronger he would be after breaking through. This was a good thing. Anyway, he had only spent 15 days in the Chaos Secret Realm. He still had time to continue hunting Chaos Beasts. However, most of the Chaos Beasts within 3,000 kilometers of the transit island had been killed. If he wanted to continue hunting Chaos Beasts, he would have to charge out of that area. That would be even more dangerous outside, but he wasn't afraid. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes panel. There were changes in 4 areas. Life Origin, 46200 Soul Origin, 43300 Spirit, 600, 006, 0000, Star Level, Comprehension, 650, 030, 0000, Sector Lord Level. Among them, Life Origin and Soul Origin had both increased by more than 10,000 points. More than 10,000 points, this was unimaginable. Life Origin and Soul Origin were both attributes that were extremely difficult to increase. In the past, Wang Ting could only increase them by a few dozen or a few hundred points. Now, he had increased them by more than 10,000 points. Although he knew that the golden light could improve Life Origin and Soul Origin, he didn't expect it to improve so much. Wang Ting was only a star level, but his life source and soul source had already surpassed Domain Lord level. In this way, every time he advanced to a higher realm, his Life Origin and Soul Origin would far surpass experts of the same realm. This was an invisible difference. The advantage was that it was very difficult to kill him. Little PGF. For example, other cultivators of the same realm might only need 1 attack to kill them, but Wang Ting would need at least 4 or 5 attacks to kill them. There was still a huge gap between them. Of course, there was another benefit besides this. Wang Ting could now use the power of time with even more ease. Using the power of time would consume his life source and soul source, so he didn't dare to use it before. Now that Wang Ting's life source and soul source had improved so much, he naturally had the ability to use the power of time. At least he didn't have to worry about dying after using the power of time. At the same time, the improvement of these 2 sources also caused Wang Ting's mental strength and comprehension attributes to improve greatly. Wang Ting's mental strength attribute was already maxed out and hadn't improved in a long time. But now, his mental strength attribute had improved. It wasn't as simple as improving. but more importantly, the upper limit of his mental strength attribute had increased. Star-level mental strength was originally 50,000 points, but now it was 60,000 points, increasing by 10,000 points. An increase in the upper limit meant an increase in potential. It was very difficult to increase the upper limit, almost impossible. Only some special treasures could have such an effect. The golden ball of light that had burst out from the chaos beasts had exactly that effect. Of course, to reach Wang Ting's terrifying level of improvement, one would need many golden light balls, and some people couldn't even absorb so many golden light balls. Unlike Wang Ting, who was like a bottomless pit, casually absorbing as if there was no end. This was illogical. Next was his comprehension attribute. Wang Ting's comprehension attribute was originally at the domain lord level, and he needed more than 60,000 points to reach the sector lord level. But now, it had increased to the sector lord level directly. This improvement was too terrifying. Wang Ting didn't expect such a huge improvement. It was unimaginable. Retracting his gaze from the attribute panel, Wang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath. This improvement was beyond his expectations. Continue hunting chaos beasts, I need more golden light balls. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was determined. Even if it was very dangerous 3,000 kilometers away from the transfer island, it wouldn't stop him. You didn't break through? Elizabeth looked at Wang Ting in shock. It seemed like her master's potential was even more shocking than she thought. I'm preparing to charge 3,000 kilometers away from the transfer island. Little White, follow me. Elizabeth, you stay in the devouring space, I'll call for you anytime. Wang Ting looked at Yuan Gunggun's condition and said. Okay. Elizabeth nodded. Little White, let's go. Wang Ting called out to Little White, and disappeared. Into the devouring space. In the chaos. A huge dark red underworld raven appeared. It was Little White. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on its back and pointed forward. Fly in this direction, we'll go deeper into the chaos. Screech. Little White let out a high-pitched screech, flapped its wings, and turned into a dark red light, charging into the chaos. Within the primal chaos. A huge underworld crow was traversing through the endless primal chaos. It was so fast that one could only vaguely see a dark red afterimage. After transforming, Little White's speed had also become extremely fast. It was a middle-level Emperor rank, but its speed was close to an upper-level Emperor rank star beast. In this aspect, one could see Little White's great potential. Just like how warriors could fight above their level. Is the blood essence of the blood crow ancestor really so terrifying? Wang Ting sat cross-legged on Little White's back and frowned. His thoughts drifted far away. He was a little fearful of the blood crow ancestor. What kind of existence was it? Above the immortal rank, it was undeniable that the golden light sphere was very useful. However, without the blood essence of the blood crow ancestor as a foundation, Little White couldn't reach such a level. For example, using the blood essence of a sector lord level crow-type star beast to transform Little White, even with the help of the golden light sphere, it would at most give Little White the potential of an domain lord. In the end, the blood essence was the foundation, and the golden light sphere was the support. Forget it, I'll just deal with whatever comes my way. This isn't the blood crow ancestor's territory. It can't really come here. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he threw them to the back of his head. Even if it comes, there's someone tall to hold it off. What I need to do now is to quickly increase my strength. Even if it really comes, I'll throw an endless storm and run. I can at least save my life. Hong, just as he was thinking, there was a roar. An intense primal chaos origin energy wave swept over from afar. A huge primal chaos beast charged out from the primal chaos airflow and headed straight for Wang Ting. Little White was flying on top of the chaos bell. The commotion was not small. It would attract the primal chaos beast sooner or later. This was Wang Ting's goal. He originally wanted to hunt the primal chaos beast. Hence, instead of searching for it, it was better to lure the snake out of its hole. I'm just playing. Come and hit me. This was probably the tactic then. The primal chaos beast appeared. It was a ferocious-looking chaos beast. Its body was much larger than all the chaos beasts they had encountered before. From head to tail, it was dozens of meters long. Judging from the chaos origin energy ripples emanating from its body, it was at least an area master. Wang Ting had just left the 3,000-kilometer radius of the transit island when he encountered a domain lord-level chaos beast. He had to admit that the guide was right. 3,000 kilometers away was very dangerous. But to Wang Ting, it was a great opportunity, and domain lord-level chaos beast would probably produce even better golden balls of light. A bright light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He stood up on Whitey's back and disappeared in a flash. Boom, when he reappeared, he was already on top of the domain master level primal chaos beast's head. He stomped his foot, causing an intense rumble to erupt. Roar, the primal chaos beast roared in anger. There was a hole in its head, but that was it. Wang Ting's probing attack was not enough to cause its entire head to explode. It's quite strong. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes. A battle sword appeared in his hand, transforming into an unparalleled sword light. Overlord's 12 swords, sword 1, boom, with a slash, the gold origin law was added. The primal chaos beast's head finally exploded, turning into a huge ball of chaotic air current. An area master level chaos beast is indeed different. With so much chaotic air current, it's probably even harder to form this kind of chaos beast. Wang Ting looked at the ball of chaotic air current before him and muttered to himself. At this moment, the chaotic air current actually condensed again, transforming back into the primal chaos beast's head. It's not dead. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with shock. He had even used sword 1 of the Overlord's 12 swords, but he still could not kill this primal chaos beast. The opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. However, it was normal. After all, Wang Ting was only a star level. If he could kill an area master level being so easily, it would be unbelievable. Plus, these primal chaos beasts were not ordinary star beasts. They were originally very difficult to kill. Area masters were much stronger than the star and universe level primal chaos beasts he had encountered before. At this moment, Wang Ting was even more eager to advance to universe level, although there was still quite a gap between universe level and area master level, it was still much better than now. Roar, the primal chaos beast roared at Wang Ting. A bright yellow ball of light condensed in its mouth and shot towards Wang Ting. Master, be careful. Little White rushed over, manifesting tens of blood crows, and surrounded the area master level primal chaos beast. Wang Ting did not take the yellow light head on. It contained the Earth origin law. It was not easy to block it. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of light, dodging the attack range of the light, causing it to miss. Humph, watch my big move. Wang Ting appeared in the distance and snorted. Big summoning technique, Elizabeth, come out, rumble, a huge figure then appeared. It was Elizabeth. She was already prepared. Now that she saw the huge primal chaos beast and felt its terrifying power, she knew what was going on. She did not waste any time. Her body's force exploded. A yellow light condensed on her dragon horns and shot towards the primal chaos beast. Dark Rock Dragon Light Wave. The primal chaos beast was being held back by Little White, and Elizabeth's appearance was too sudden. It did not even have time to react. When the light beam shot out from Elizabeth's dragon horns, the primal chaos beast finally reacted. However, it was too late to dodge. Rumble, the Dark Rock Dragon's light wave struck the chaos beast's body, causing a loud explosion. Pung, the primal chaos beast's huge body exploded. It became a large amount of primal chaos airflow and scattered in all directions. It could not gather again. A golden ball of light that was many times larger than before rushed out from the primal chaos airflow. It wanted to escape into the primal chaos airflow. Come here, you. Wang Ting reached out and grabbed. His spiritual power swept out and turned into an invisible cage. It trapped the golden ball of light and pulled it back. The golden ball of light struggled violently. Wang Ting suddenly felt a strong force trying to break free from his spiritual power. Humph. Wang Ting snorted. A large amount of spiritual power swept out and strengthened the spiritual power cage. This time, no matter how the golden ball of light struggled, it could not break free from Wang Ting's spiritual power. Wang Ting sized it up. Surprise appeared in his eyes. This golden ball of light was the size of a head. The golden ball of light from before was only the size of a fist. The difference was huge. This golden ball of light is comparable to the previous 50. Elizabeth sensed the energy contained within the golden ball of light. Her eyes revealed a trace of surprise as she spoke. It's not just the difference in level. Didn't you realize that you have a desire for this golden ball of light? Wang Ting looked at Elizabeth and saw that her eyes were fixed on the golden ball of light. He could not help but smile. Elizabeth was shocked. She came back to her senses and exclaimed, "It's true. This means that the higher the grade of the primal chaos beast, the greater the effect of the golden ball of light." Wang Ting felt that he had discovered something. That's great. This golden ball of light is a godly item. If I can continue to devour it, my potential will increase even more, Elizabeth said. Then let's kill. Try to kill as many golden balls of light as possible. We all need this, Wang Ting said. Okay. Elizabeth was excited. It was as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Wang Ting smiled. Very good. Employees' motivation +1 +1 +1, he did not think too much. He looked around and picked up the attribute bubbles that the primal chaos beast had dropped after it died. Earth origin *120, primal chaos energy *800, blank attribute *25,000, a few attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body. Earth elemental law power, primal chaos energy, one appeared in his mind and turned into enlightenment, the other flowed through his limbs and bones. Then, it entered the void ocean. It is indeed a domain lord level primal chaos beast. Its attributes are so many. Wang Ting was very happy. The earth origin and primal chaos energy attributes were much more than before. The blank attribute had reached 25,000 points. Let's continue killing. Wang Ting was excited. He kept the golden ball of light and brought Little White and Elizabeth into the primal chaos beast. Next, Wang Ting and the group wandered in the primal chaos beast. They did not have to look for them. Naturally, primal chaos beasts would appear and attack them. These primal chaos beasts became Wang Ting's attribute bubbles and golden balls of light. With Elizabeth around, domain lord level primal chaos beasts could not threaten them. They could only be killed. Although Wang Ting could also kill domain lord level primal chaos beasts, it would be more troublesome. He would have to use his ultimate move. It would not be as easy as Elizabeth. The difference between stellar level and sector lord was very huge. At least Wang Ting was still unable to bridge this gap. Wang Ting was not wandering aimlessly. He was heading towards places with cracks in space. In these places, the origin laws would manifest. Wang Ting could pick up more attribute bubbles. 3 days passed. It was the 18th day since Wang Ting had arrived in the Primal Chaos Secret Realm. They killed more and more Domain Lord level Primal Chaos Beasts. Wang Ting and the group kept going deeper into the Primal Chaos Beast. There are more Primal Chaos Beasts. At this moment, Wang Ting stood on Little White's back and looked around. He could see many Domain Lord level Primal Chaos Beasts wandering in the Primal Chaos Beasts. He could not help but frown. If it's only Domain Lord level Primal Chaos Beasts, I can still protect you. If you encounter Domain Lord level Primal Chaos Beasts, you will be in danger. Elizabeth said in a low voice. You don't have to worry too much about this. Even if we encounter Domain Lord level Primal Chaos Beasts, I am confident that I can avoid them. Wang Ting smiled and said. If it was before, he might not have been so confident. However, after obtaining spatial concealment, he was confident that he could avoid Domain Lord level Primal Chaos Beasts. Oh? Elizabeth looked at Wang Ting in shock. Don't worry. I will not joke with my life. Wang Ting said. Elizabeth nodded and did not say anything else. She believed that Wang Ting would not speak without thinking. Since he dared to say this, he must have something to rely on. Let's go. Wang Ting waved his hand and rushed into the Primal Chaos Beasts ahead. As they entered the Primal Chaos Beasts, they caused quite a commotion. The Domain Lord level Primal Chaos Beasts were immediately alerted and rushed over. Boom, a bolt of thunder struck. Its attack power was extremely strong. It is a primal chaos beast that has mastered the thunder origin law. Wang Ting was surprised and happy. He immediately dodged this bolt of thunder. A huge thunder primal chaos beast attacked from the left. Its entire body was flashing with the power of thunder. The lightning was dazzling and it looked extremely strong. Master, let me do it. Elizabeth was ready to attack. However, at this moment, the thunder spirit made a sound and rushed into the primal chaos beast's huge mouth. The thunder primal chaos beast. What is this little thing doing? Wang Ting and Elizabeth were shocked. Xiao Bai finally understood. Master, will the little thunder spirit be alright? This little thing is too bold. Wang Ting said. Roar. An angry roar came from the thunder primal chaos beast's mouth. However, very quickly, there was a hint of panic in its voice. It was as if it had turned from a ferocious tiger into a huge cat that had its neck grabbed. Wang Ting was originally worried about the safety of the thunder spirit. However, his expression became strange. This little thing is in the thunder primal chaos beast's stomach? Elizabeth was shocked. It seems like this thunder spirit is the nemesis of thunder primal chaos beasts. Wang Ting could not help but laugh. Roar. Suddenly, the thunder primal chaos beast roared furiously. Its huge body knocked around in the primal chaos beasts. The lightning on its body was raging as if it was about to explode. It even used its two huge claws to scratch its stomach. It went straight into its body as if it was trying to grab something. If this was a real primal chaos beast with flesh and blood, it would be a bloody and scary scene. Luckily, it was a primal chaos beast. However, it still looked a little creepy and scary. Wang Ting and Elizabeth looked at each other. They could hear a tinge of fear in the thunder primal chaos beast's roar. This was beyond their expectations. What exactly did the thunder spirit do? Roar. The thunder primal chaos beast stopped roaring. Its body exploded and turned into balls of primal chaos beasts. It did not gather again. A golden ball of light shot out from the primal chaos beasts. A bolt of lightning followed closely behind. It was the thunder spirit. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and grabbed the golden ball of light. He kept it in his devouring space. Guji. The thunder spirit looked at Wang Ting and cried out pitifully. Be good. I will save it for you first. I will let you eat it next time. Wang Ting comforted it without any change in his expression. The thunder spirit. Elizabeth. Little White. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Cough cough. Hurry up and kill the primal chaos beasts. Wang Ting coughed and said. Elizabeth shot out a beam of light from her dragon horn and quickly killed the remaining domain lord primal chaos beasts. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles and the golden ball of light. Master, there is an ice mountain in front. After half a day, Elizabeth suddenly said. Ice mountain? Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He followed Elizabeth's gaze. It was very far and he could not see clearly. Elizabeth was a sector lord. She could see further than him. Wang Ting activated his Eye of Truth. As expected, wherever his vision reached, he saw a huge patch of ice mountains. In the past 10 days, he had seen a few piles of rocks in the Primal Chaos secret realm. However, that was it. He did not see anything else. In the Primal Chaos, everything could evolve. Logically speaking, anything could appear. However, within 3,000 kilometers of the transit island, it was rare. Especially in such a special place. This time, they did not see a pile of rocks or a small piece of land. It was an ice mountain. Let's go and take a look. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said. He saw many energy waves from the Primal Chaos origin. There should be Primal Chaos beasts there. They could even be Primal Chaos beasts that had mastered the ice origin law. Alright. Elizabeth naturally would not object. Although she could not see the energy waves, she could guess that the area was not simple. There might be Primal Chaos beasts there. Hence, she reminded, Master, be careful of Primal Chaos beasts. I know. Wang Ting nodded. They were still some distance away from the ice mountain. Fortunately, they were fast enough. After a while, they were close to the ice mountain. The closer they got to the ice mountain, the colder it felt. The area was completely covered by the cold. Even the primal chaos origin energy was frozen into a crystal mist. This place is really special. Elizabeth picked up a piece of ice crystal. Her eyes flashed as she exclaimed. This is probably the magical part of the primal chaos, Wang Ting said. These ice crystals contain very rich primal chaos origin energy. Can we keep them and use them? Elizabeth felt the ice crystal in her hand and asked hesitantly. We can use them. However, we need to maintain an extremely low temperature to maintain the energy in this state. Wang Ting had an idea. He picked up a piece of ice crystal and felt it. Are these ice crystals the same thing as the primal chaos origin crystals? Elizabeth asked. They are not the same thing. This is just the primal chaos origin energy that has been frozen. The primal chaos origin crystal is a high-density primal chaos energy crystal that can only be formed after a special evolution. Wang Ting shook his head and explained, this huge piece of ice crystal is probably only comparable to a palm-sized primal chaos origin crystal. Although he had never seen a real primal chaos origin crystal, he was not unfamiliar with it. Elizabeth nodded thoughtfully. She was about to throw away the ice crystal in her hand. However, since we have encountered it, we naturally can't let it go. Wang Ting waved his hand and collected all the ice crystals around them. At this time, the advantage of psychic energy was displayed. It could collect ice crystals in a large area. Without psychic energy, it would take a long time to collect them. It would be a pure waste of time. In an instant, all the ice crystals around them were collected by Wang Ting. It was really a case of plucking feathers from wild geese, not leaving a single one behind. Elizabeth was speechless. Wait for me. I will be back soon. Wang Ting disappeared on the spot. He put the ice crystals into the devouring space and then froze them with nether frost to prevent them from melting. All right. Then, he appeared in the outside world again. It only took a few breaths of time. Elizabeth was a little confused. She did not know what he was doing. A moment later, they landed on the ice mountain. Wang Ting stepped on the ice and said emotionally, after floating in the primal chaos for so long, this is the first time I have stepped on solid ground. Master, our bodies are too big. It is not convenient for us to move here, Elizabeth said. Then you two go back to the devouring space first, Wang Ting said. Anyway, summoning them would only take a moment. If they encountered danger, they could still take them by surprise. Okay. Little White and Elizabeth nodded. Wang Ting waved his hand and collected them into the devouring space. Then, he was the only one left standing on the ice. He looked around, found a direction, and sped in that direction. The Eye of Truth had been activated at this time. It was convenient for Wang Ting to pay attention to the situation around him at all times to avoid danger. Through the Eye of Truth, Wang Ting could see some energy reactions, so he was not aimless. After some time, Wang Ting had already passed a few ice mountains. He was surrounded by endless ice fields. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. He couldn't see anything. But Wang Ting saw something unusual. This is... His eyes flashed as he sped over. Not long after, he saw a huge crack in the ice that stretched across the ice field. The bottom of the crack was pitch black, like a huge scar. If one looked at this ice crack from a distance, they would not be able to see anything at all. But in Wang Ting's Eye of Truth, there were violent energy fluctuations nearby, which were extremely eye-catching. So he locked onto this position almost instantly. What is down there? Wang Ting was puzzled. The more intense the energy fluctuations, the more likely there were treasures down there. Wang Ting immediately thought of the primal chaos forbidden land that the guide had mentioned. It was a little similar, but not too similar. After all, from the outside, there did not seem to be any danger. Unfortunately, there was energy interference under the ice crack. Even with his Eye of Truth, he could not see what was down there. As for the danger, it was not something that could be seen at a glance. Some dangers would only reveal their ferocious fangs when they were really triggered. It was already very good to be able to sense some clues in advance. So Wang Ting was a little hesitant. He did not know if he should go down. Just then, he frowned. There are people down there? Wang Ting looked into the distance. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately concealed himself and disappeared from the spot. A few rainbows came from afar and landed around the ice crack. 5 men and women each stood at a corner of the ice crack. They were not too close, but not too far either. They looked down at the ice crack with surprise in their eyes. Bai Yao, is this the forbidden land you found? A beautiful woman with long yellow hair asked a handsome young man not far away. That's right. Last time, I was chased by a few beasts of primal chaos and accidentally entered this place. I found this ice crack. I went down to explore it myself. It is very dangerous down there. It should be a forbidden land. The handsome young man called Bai Yao nodded calmly. Should be? It seems that you are not very sure. You did not say so before we came. Another strong young man with a long spear on his back crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. Since you are all here, I have no need to hide it from you. I am not very sure if it is a forbidden land, but there are definitely treasures down there. Bai Yao said in a low voice, moreover, it is not a big deal to treat it as a forbidden land. Whether it is or not, we have to treat this place with the same caution as a forbidden land. Bai Yao is right. Whether it is a forbidden land or not, we have to be careful. Since we are all here, we have to go down and take a look. Another young man with a battle axe on his back said. This person was a martial artist from the 8-man tribe. His arms were thick and long. They were longer than the arms of the 8-man tribe that Wang Ting had seen before. His fur was pure white without any impurities. He looked a little handsome, without a doubt, this was a handsome ape. I will listen to little Quan Quan. A petite girl in pink armor smiled and said with a lollipop in her mouth. Donnan, don't call me little Quan Quan. The face of the last tall and handsome young man darkened as he said angrily. No, I want to call you little Quan Quan. Donnan giggled. All right, stop quarreling. The yellow-haired girl looked at the petite girl speechlessly and said, Bai Yao, you lead the way. Bai Yao looked at the others. Since Wei Na said so, I have no objections. The white-haired ape-man shrugged. I have no objections either. The strong young man with a long spear behind him said. The other young man and the petite girl, Donnan, did not say anything. Follow me. Bai Yao saw this and did not waste any more time. He jumped and entered the dark ice crevice. The others followed one by one. The yellow-haired girl was the last. She looked around and made sure that there was no one around before she jumped into the ice crevice. The entire ice field returned to its calm state. After a while, the space fluctuated and a figure slowly emerged. Could it be a forbidden land? The voice sounded and the figure disappeared again. Endless cold and tense swept over, covering the surroundings in ice. Wang Ting hid his body, moving between the void and reality, even the ripples in space were hidden, it was hard for others to notice him. It was Wang Ting's first time using spatial concealment, it felt very strange. He was hiding in a crack, but he could see everything clearly in reality. Even his feelings were no different from reality. The cold intent invaded his body, luckily his body was strong enough to withstand it. The ice layer broke, extending downwards, Wang Ting was very careful, slowly floating downwards. Not long later, he landed at the bottom, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, his eyes revealing a look of shock. There was actually a huge space below the ice crack, everywhere was filled with ice crystals, shining with light, it was beautiful, like a world of ice. More ice crystals formed from the energy of the primal chaos source. Wang Ting sized up his surroundings, feeling more and more shocked. There were many more ice crystals formed from the energy of the primal chaos source here than outside. However, Wang Ting didn't stay any longer. He didn't touch the ice crystals either. He didn't want anyone to notice his presence. Now was not the time. He followed the tracks of the people from before, moving forward. These should be the senior students of the academy. They are all at the Domain Lord stage. However, I can't rule out the possibility that some of them are hiding their strength. The possibility of this happening isn't high. Thoughts flashed past Wang Ting's mind. He reminded himself to be careful. These old students were all talented martial artists, after being nurtured by the academy, their strength was definitely very strong. Although there were rules in the academy, students were not allowed to kill each other, but no one could guarantee that in front of treasures, everyone would be able to maintain their rationality. Furthermore, he was alone, there were 5 of them, he was obviously at a disadvantage. Of course, if he could not, he could summon Elizabeth, she should be able to sweep through the 5 of them. As for whether or not he would become enemies with them, in front of enough benefits, it was all meaningless. Treasures were for those who were virtuous. Bai Yao and the others didn't walk fast, so Wang Ting caught up with them very quickly. He observed their every move silently from a dark corner. Wang Ting was familiar with the art of hiding. In front of them, Bai Yao and the others stopped. They were very careful, but something still happened. The legs of the handsome young man who was walking with Danan were frozen without any warning, and the frost continued to spread up his legs, reaching his knees in just a few moments. "What's wrong, Xiao Quan Quan?" Danan was shocked to see this, and she jumped away in fear of being implicated. Qin Quan's expression was unsightly as he frantically channeled the water-type star origin power in his body towards his feet, wanting to forcibly break through the ice on his feet. Although water origin power couldn't restrain ice, it could sometimes forcefully break through it. "Don't move!" Bai Yao shouted, but it was too late. Boom, a thunderous roar came from under the ice, and blood instantly dyed the ice red. Not only did Qin Quan fail to break through the ice on his feet, he even injured his own legs. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As an expert at the domain lord level, his physical body wasn't weak at all. But this time, the origin power had exploded from within his body, so one could easily imagine the pain. "What's going on?" The yellow-haired woman and the others were shocked. "Xiao Quan Quan." Donan's expression changed slightly. This time, she was really nervous, and she no longer had that playful smile on her face. "Bai Yao, what the **CK is going on?" Qin Quan's expression was even more unsightly as he stared at Bai Yao. "This is the danger I told you about before. I didn't expect it to appear so quickly." Bai Yao looked around with a serious expression. "Bai Yao, what do you know? Hurry up and tell us. If you keep hiding it, we'll all die here. What's the point of this cooperation?" Wei Na said with a serious expression. All right. I didn't mean to hide it from you, but I don't know much myself. Didn't I tell you all this before we came?" Qin Quan was too anxious, and he acted before I even said anything. Bai Yao shrugged helplessly. "Mother Vaster's cur, why don't you try? This ice is about to reach my thighs. Is there any way to deal with it?" Qin Quan's face turned green as he looked at the ice that was about to reach his little birdie. A wave of coldness swept over, and it was about to freeze his little birdie. He couldn't help but shudder. If he was frozen, it wouldn't feel good. Moreover, if he were to be frozen to death, it would be a lifelong problem. The others knew that the situation was serious, but they still couldn't help but look at him with strange expressions. Cough. This is urgent. Bai Yao, if you have a way, quickly help him break this ice. Wei Na coughed dryly. It's very simple. Danan and Yuan Bai, both of you cultivate fire origin power. You can melt the ice by burning it from the outside, Bai Yao said. Okay. Danan immediately nodded and called out, "Little Bai, come and help." Yuan Bai was speechless, but he didn't say anything. Saving people was more important. The two walked over to Qin Quan and squatted down. Fire origin power burst out, and each of them aimed at a foot and began to burn the ice. Start from the top. It's more important, Qin Quan said. Yuan Bai and Danan looked strange, but they still did as they were told. SSS, careful, Danan, where are you burning? Qin Quan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and grimaced. Shut up. I'm just helping you, and you still have so many demands. Be careful, or I'll quit, Danan scolded. Qin Quan's mouth moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. However, his face gradually turned red, and it seemed that he was in a lot of pain. Pfft. Wei Na couldn't help but laugh. Qin Quan, now you know that you can't offend a woman, the young man with the spear behind him said with a smile. Stop gloating, build. I don't know where this ice came from, but it might be you next time. Qin Quan glared at the young man with the spear and snorted coldly. Bill's expression changed, and he looked at the ice on Qin Quan's foot. He was clearly afraid. Bai Yao, something's wrong. Why isn't the ice melting? Yuan Bai suddenly said in shock. What? Bai Yao's expression changed slightly. He quickly squatted down and looked at the ice on Qin Quan's leg. His expression gradually became ugly. How can this be? I used fire origin power to burn it last time, and that's how it melted. Damn, can you be any more reliable? Qin Quan cursed. Shut up. Let me think. Let me think. Something must be wrong. Bai Yao closed his eyes, and all kinds of images flashed through his mind. Hurry up. If you don't hurry up, I'll lose my little brother. Qin Quan waited for a while, and couldn't help but say anxiously. Don't rush him. Use fire origin power to burn it, and the ice won't spread for a while, Wei Na said quickly. Eh? Sister Wei Na is right. The ice didn't melt, but it won't spread anymore. Donnan's eyes lit up. Start from the bottom. Quick, start from the bottom, Bai Yao opened his eyes and said. Start from the bottom? You're not kidding. If it doesn't work, he won't be able to keep it. Yuan Bai glanced between Qin Quan's legs and said. I don't know. I started from the bottom before the ice melted, Bai Yao said. Let's do it. We don't have time to waste. Qin Quan calmed down and said calmly. Okay. Yuan Bai nodded and looked at Donnan. The two of them turned their eyes at the same time, and flames began to burn from the bottom of Qin Quan's feet. Crack, a slight sound suddenly came out. It worked. Bai Yao was overjoyed. Qin Quan and the others were also slightly relieved. Yuan Bai and Donnan saw that it was working. They immediately increased the output of fire origin power, and the flames burned even more fiercely. The ice on Qin Quan's legs melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into a puddle of water that spread under his feet. It was quickly frozen by the low temperature, and a layer of fresh red ice formed on the ice. Hiss! Qin Quan felt a sharp pain in his legs. He hurriedly took out some healing medicine and applied it. The wound quickly healed. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Since they were on a treasure hunt together, he didn't want to be a burden to others. He was too nervous in the beginning. He wanted to force his way through the layer of ice, and that was why he was injured. Are you okay? Wei Na asked. I'm fine. Qin Quan shook his head. Then, he squatted down and observed the ground. What had frozen his legs? The others also squatted down and observed the layer of ice that had formed on the ground. Qin Quan, how did you feel before your legs were frozen? Bai Yao's eyes flashed as he asked. I felt that my legs were pierced by a bone-piercing chill. Then, they were frozen. Qin Quan looked at him and recalled the feeling. He didn't hide anything and told him the truth. It was exactly the same as what I felt at that time. Bai Yao nodded. Why do you think it needs to be baked from below to melt the layer of ice? Wei Na muttered to herself. Maybe the thing that froze Qin Quan's legs is somewhere below. It could be on the ground, or it could be attached to Qin Quan's legs. After being baked, the invisible thing either retreated or died. Without the source, the ice would naturally melt, Yuan Bai muttered to himself. It's the same as what I thought. Bai Yao frowned and said, but what is it that I haven't discovered? You were frozen once before? How did you escape? I remember that you aren't a fire element martial artist. Did you have other companions at that time? Wei Na suddenly looked at Bai Yao and asked faintly. Bai Yao fell into silence. Then, he sighed and said, he died in the end. His whole body was frozen. I couldn't save him in time, so I escaped. He died. Everyone was shocked and terrified. Why did he die? Since he was a fire element martial artist, couldn't he save himself? Wei Na asked. It was too late. He was frozen in an instant. There was no time. Bai Yao looked at Yuan Bai and Donnan and said, that's why I asked you two fire element martial artists to work together. I hope that you can save him in that kind of situation. It's too dangerous. Is this the Forbidden Land? Everyone's faces turned ugly. Although I knew that entering the Forbidden Land was a dangerous place, I didn't expect it to be so strange. He was frozen without a sound. We don't even know what it is. Baida was a little scared. If you want to leave now, I have no objections. Baya didn't try to persuade them. He said faintly. Since we're already here, I won't be satisfied if I don't take a look, Yuanbai said. This is the first time I've seen the Forbidden Land. It'll be a pity if I don't take a look. Wei Na smiled. Alright, since you want to go crazy, I'll go crazy with you. Many of the geniuses who entered the institute with us have already gone ahead. If we don't take a risk, we'll be left behind sooner or later. Qin Quan gritted his teeth and said with determination in his eyes. I'm fine with anything. Danan returned to her smiling face. You're all crazy. Baida's face was gloomy. In the end, he sighed and said, forget it. If I go out alone, I'll look like a coward. Don't worry. No one will say that you're a coward in the face of death. Bai Yao said, if you want to go, you can go. Get lost. I'm not such a coward. Baida said angrily. Everyone, look here. There's something different. Wei Na suddenly pointed at the ground and said hesitantly. Different? Everyone looked over and frowned. There doesn't seem to be anything different. I can't tell. Wei Na, what do you see? Bai Yao asked hurriedly. Look here. Look carefully. Wei Na pointed at a place and said with a solemn expression, isn't there a very, very thin line? Line? Everyone didn't know what she meant, but they all looked in the direction she was pointing at. Gradually, everyone saw that thing. It really did look like a very thin line that was frozen in a layer of blood. If it weren't for the blood, they might not even see this thin line. It looks like there really is a thin line. Everyone felt their scalps go numb and said hesitantly. Could it be that thing that froze my leg? Qin Quan said. It's hard to say, but any abnormality should attract our attention. Wei said with a frown. Sometimes, the most impossible answer is the most likely one, Bai Yao said in a low voice. If the culprit is really such a thin line, then we really can't guard against it. Yuan Bai smiled bitterly. They were all area masters, and their eyesight was much better than ordinary people. However, they still couldn't see the existence of this thin line. It was easy to imagine how thin it was. Unseen danger was the scariest. Everyone was silent. This thing should be afraid of fire. We can use fire to find a way. Bai Yao touched his chin and said. That's a good idea. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and became spirited. If there was a weakness, then it would be easy to deal with. They discussed for a while and moved forward again. This time, they covered their bodies with fire origin power, forming a protective layer in an attempt to block the attack of the thin line. They actually found it. I thought they wouldn't find it. Looks like I underestimated these seniors in the academy. Wang Ting appeared from the spatial crack and looked at the thin line in all directions and the attribute bubbles floating in the air. He picked it up, Ice Star Origin Power *500, Ice Thread Needle *100, Blank Attribute *500, Ice Thread Needle. The Ice Thread Worm's attack skill is very strange. It's also very useful. Wang Ting's mind flashed with a skill insight. After he digested it, his eyes flashed and a smile appeared on his face. Ice Thread Needle, 100/1000, Basic. This was without a doubt a very powerful skill. Just now, that Domain Lord level warrior was hit by the Ice Thread Needle and his entire body was almost frozen. If he didn't break free in time, he might have died from this move. One had to admit that the Ice Thread Needle was a very suitable skill for sneak attacks. It suited Wang Ting's style very well. This Ice Thread Worm is a bit hard to deal with. Luckily, I have the Eye of Truth and the Heaven and Earth Strange Flame, so I'm not afraid. Wang Ting smiled in his heart. His body disappeared again as he followed the 5 people in front. Boom, there was a sudden explosion in front of him, as if a battle had broken out. Wang Ting's heart jumped and he immediately sped up. He saw 4 colored flames in front of him, flames sweeping in all directions. Under his eye of truth, he could see many needle-like worms shooting out from the ice layer. Their target was naturally the 5 warriors. Of the 5 of them, 2 had already been hit. Some parts of their bodies were covered in ice. Luckily, their lives weren't in danger. Of the 2 who were hit, one was the youth called Bai De, and the other was Qin Quan. That's right, he was unfortunately hit again. This time, his abdomen was frozen, and it was spreading up and down. One side was also very close to his little brother. He almost broke down mentally. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The 2 fire warriors, Yuan Bai and Tong En, were frantically using their fire force to resist the needle-like ice thread worms shooting at them. After discovering the existence of the ice thread worms, they had been very careful. That was why only 2 of them were hit. Otherwise, all 5 of them would have died here. However, they didn't expect to encounter a large group of ice thread worms in less than a few hundred meters. There were so many of them that they were now in a predicament. Yuan Bai, Tong En, do you have any defensive weapons that can resist ice element attacks? Take them out quickly. Bai Yao shouted hurriedly. Yuan Bai and Tong En looked at each other. I'll do it. Yuan Bai's expression didn't change. A huge shield suddenly appeared in his hand. He stuck it into the ground and shouted loudly. Boom! Crimson light burst out from the huge shield, forming a dozen flaming shield phantoms. The phantoms protected the top, bottom, left, and right, leaving no gaps. The ice thread worms were blocked outside. When they landed on the shield, a series of ding-ding-ding sounds were heard. The surface of the shield glowed, and the ice thread worms were instantly killed. Although the ice thread worms were strange, their weakness was obvious. They were afraid of fire. As long as the right medicine was used, the problem could be easily solved. The people behind the shield heaved a sigh of relief. Quick, help them get rid of the ice, Bai Yao said hurriedly. Yuan Bai and Tong En were experienced. They each took care of one person and immediately killed the ice thread worms in Qin Quan and Bill's bodies, removing the ice. Phew! Qin Quan let out a long sigh. His expression was bitter. This is the second time. Motherf asterisk cur, are these worms targeting me? Ha ha ha, little Quan Quan, you're so pitiful. Tong En couldn't help but laugh. They didn't hurt your little brother twice in a row. You're very lucky. Bai Yao patted his shoulder and teased him. Get lost. Qin Quan's expression darkened. What should we do now? There are so many of those worms outside. We can't go any further, Wei Na said. Then we'll kill them all. Bai Yao's eyes flashed coldly. He said to Yuan Bai and Tong En, we'll have to trouble you too this time. It's nothing. We'll distribute according to our contributions. We're more than happy to help. Tong En waved her hand and smiled. Yuan Bai's eyes flashed, and he didn't refuse. They had agreed before they came that if they found any treasure, they would distribute it according to their contributions. Now, they needed to do something. Moreover, they weren't so afraid of the worms after they figured out what they were. The unknown was the scariest. Now that they knew the worms were afraid of fire, they could easily get rid of them. Be careful. Don't collapse the ice around us, Wei Na said. Don't worry. We've tried before. The ice here can't be melted by normal fire, Bai Yao said. Then we can do whatever we want. Yuan Bai and Tong En looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Flames swept out and killed all the ice nematodes around them. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting hid in the space crack and laughed. These people killed a large number of ice nematodes and dropped a lot of attribute bubbles. Now, they were all his. He picked them up. Ice Stellar Force * 400, Ice Thread Needle * 120, Blank Attribute * 450, Ice Stellar Force * 650, Ice Thread Needle * 150, Blank Attribute * 600. Needless to say, Wang Ting's ice force had reached perfection long ago. However, after Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles of the ice thread needle, his proficiency level kept increasing. It went from novice to proficient. He had risen by 2 ranks. Ice thread needle, 3 600/5000, Proficient, Wang Ting could use Ice Thread Needle, which had reached the proficient stage, anytime he wanted. Its power was extraordinary too. If he used Nether Frost to activate this skill, it would be even more terrifying than the ice nematodes. If an area master was hit, they wouldn't be able to get rid of it in a short time. Normal fire couldn't even melt the Nether Frost. This was the real problem. Thinking of this, Wang Ting couldn't help but smile crazily. Finally, there were blank attributes. Although the ice nematodes dropped very few blank attributes, only a few hundred, there were so many of them that they added up to a few thousand blank attributes. Wang Ting didn't pay much attention to it. His gaze fell on the front. Bai Yao, Wei Na, and the others were killing the ice nematodes as they moved forward. They were still very cautious. They didn't disperse the protection of their shields and moved forward. Along the way, they killed a large number of ice nematodes without stopping. It was as if the ice nematodes were the guards, trying to stop them from moving forward. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Under the cooperation of the two fire-type martial artists, the ice nematodes couldn't break through their shields. The 5 of them moved forward slowly in the shield. After some time, the ice crystals behind them became denser. It was like a crystal palace. Gradually, the 5 martial artists stopped in their tracks. A huge ice wall appeared in front of them. This is? Wang Ting's pupils constricted violently when he saw the ice wall in the space crevice. Hiss. At the same time, Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others saw the scene behind the ice wall. They all sucked in a cold breath. Buildings. Why are there buildings here? The 5 martial artists' faces were filled with disbelief. They stared at the buildings behind the ice wall as if they had seen a ghost. The buildings were built in an ancient style. They were sealed in ice, as if they were a part of history that had been covered in dust. Wang Ting's gaze flickered violently. Buildings existed in the chaos? That was impossible. There wasn't any civilization in the chaos. How could there be buildings? It didn't make sense. Bai Yao, what's going on? Wei Na swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but ask. I don't know. It's my first time walking so far and seeing this ice wall. Bai Yao stared blankly at the ice wall in front of him and said in shock. When he came here with his companions, he didn't even walk 1/3 of the way. How could he see this ice wall in the depths of this place? It said that there are many strange things floating in the space cracks. When the chaos evolves, many space cracks appear. The things in the space cracks quickly flow into the chaos. Could that be how this building came to be? Donnan suddenly said. Donnan, who did you hear this from? Wei Na's eyes flashed as she asked. My sister, Tanya. Who else could it be? Donnan said. So it's your sister, Tanya. She's on the Starry Sky Goddess list, Wei Na said. Hee hee, my sister is quite famous. Donnan giggled. Bai Yao, Qin Quan, Bill, and the other 2 were obviously familiar with Tanya. At this moment, their eyes were filled with admiration. Your sister is the idol of many female students. Bai Yao smiled and said. Sigh, as her sister, I'm under a lot of pressure. Donnan sighed and said. Bai Yao and the others were speechless. If they didn't know Donnan for a long time, they might have believed her words. As someone with a sister complex, what kind of pressure could she have? She couldn't even be more beautiful. If it's senior sister Tanya who said it, then it's very possible. Qin Quan returned to the topic and said. Indeed. Wei Na nodded. My sister also said that if it's a building floating in the space cracks, it's very likely to be an ancient building. Who knows, we might be able to gain a lot. Donnan blinked and smiled. Ancient building? Who knows, there might be some inheritance. Everyone's eyes lit up. Ancient building. Inheritance. In the space crack, Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he heard their conversation. He felt that it was a good idea to follow these people and search for treasures. Not only could they scout ahead, but they could also gain a lot of useful knowledge for free. I'm so smart. The 5 cultivators stood in front of the ice wall, trying to come up with a plan. Dong. Dong, Wei Na walked up to the ice wall and knocked on it with her finger. A dull sound came from within. This meant that the ice wall was solid and at least 10 meters thick. It was sealed in ice and not hollow. She tensed up and placed her hand on the ice wall to feel it. A bone-piercing chill seeped into her palms and spread to her arms at an extremely fast speed, as if it wanted to freeze her body. Wei Na immediately let go of her hand with a serious expression. This ice wall is very thick and cold. I'm afraid it won't be easy to break through, she said to the others. Let's try using fire first. We can't just wait around, Bai Yao said. Wei Na nodded. They had to try whether it would work or not. Everyone looked at Yuan Bai and Danan. Both of you release fire in the same direction at the same time. That should give you a better chance, Wei Na said. Okay. Yuan Bai and Danan nodded with serious expressions. They moved at the same time, reaching out with both hands. Origin power erupted, and the power of fire swept out, forming a pillar of fire that bombarded the same spot on the ice wall. The scorching heat immediately spread in all directions. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ice wall. Even Wang Ting, who was in the spatial crevice, narrowed his eyes and looked at the ice wall. It's not enough. Not long after, he shook his head. Such a temperature was clearly not enough to melt the ice. These people would have to use brute force to break it open. As expected, Yuan Bai and Danan quickly stopped and shook their heads. It won't work. Ordinary flames can't melt this ice. Then the 5 of us will have to work together to break it open, Bai Yao said in a low voice. Will it collapse? Build said in a low voice. They were domain lords. If they attacked with all their might, they could even shatter an ordinary planet. The ice here was indeed tough, but they couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't collapse. If the buildings inside collapsed along with it, it would be a complete loss. One had to know that these ancient buildings had existed for countless years. They might have already decayed. How could they withstand the shock of origin power? Just be careful. If it really gets trampled, it means that it has no fate with us. Wei Na was rather carefree, and she spoke with a faint smile. I agree. Danan smiled. Then let's begin. The 5 men's expressions turned serious. Weapons appeared in their hands as origin power condensed on them. Let me try first. Build removed the spear from his back. Golden origin power drifted about as a wisp of domain power was attached to it. Then, he stabbed forward. Boom, a loud explosion rang out, causing the surroundings to tremble. Everyone looked around and their faces tightened. Although they had said that they would be fine, they were still worried that it would really collapse when it came down to it. At this moment, a soft sound rang out. A crack appeared on the ice wall, with Builder's spear as the center, spreading out in all directions. It works. Everyone was overjoyed. That's not right. Build's expression changed slightly as he stared at the place where his spear had pierced out. His expression gradually turned ugly. The crack that had appeared was actually freezing at an even faster speed, completely returning to its original state. When the others saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. Damn it, how did this happen? Bai Yao said angrily. Looks like we don't have to worry about the earthquake collapsing. Wei Na shook her head with a bitter smile and said, let's attack together. All right. Damn it, I don't believe that we can't break through this ice wall. They were so angry that they cursed. They gripped their weapons tightly as they stared at the ice wall in front of them. How much strength do we have to use? Danan giggled and asked. She didn't believe that these people would dare to use 100% of their origin power to attack this ice wall. As expected, everyone choked at this point. They were a little embarrassed. They shouted very loudly, but they were still a little scared. Let's use 50% of our origin power first, Wei Na said. The others naturally had no objections. They all began to accumulate energy, and the weapons in their hands shone with powerful origin power. 50%? These old students are indeed not to be underestimated, Wang Ting muttered to himself as he sensed the origin power and domain power being emitted. Boom, in an instant, the 5 of them attacked at the same time. Origin power whistled out and bombarded the ice wall, causing a violent explosion. Bang, countless ice shards shot out in all directions. They were like hidden weapons, and their impact was extraordinary. Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others unleashed origin power barriers to block the ice shards that shot toward them. They stared straight ahead. The remnant waves of origin power dissipated, and a huge hole appeared on the ice wall. Everyone was overjoyed. If we put in more effort, we can definitely break through this ice wall. Bai Yao's expression stiffened as soon as he finished speaking. The endless ice on the ice wall froze again, and the hole that had been smashed returned to its original state. It was as smooth as a mirror, and it was impossible to tell that a hole had been smashed into it before. F***ck. Bai De cursed. He stared at the ice wall in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. Wang Ting frowned in the spatial crevice. He originally thought that these people could at least smash through the ice wall, even if they couldn't melt it. He didn't expect this to happen. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to touch the building behind the ice wall. Wang Ting was sure of this. At this moment, Wei Na and the others reacted. They looked at the ice wall in front of them and frowned deeply. Do it again. This time, use 100% of your origin power. Don't hold back, Wei Na said in a deep voice. Although this cooperation was facilitated by Bai Yao, Wei Na seemed to be more authoritative among the people present. Everyone listened to her subconsciously. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to smash through this ice wall even with 100% of our origin power. Bai Yao smiled bitterly. How will we know if we don't try? Stop talking nonsense and smash it, Bai De said irritably. Use the origin power. I believe everyone here has mastered the origin power of law. Let's not test it pointlessly. It's a waste of time and origin power, Wei Na said. Everyone had different expressions, but they didn't deny it. They nodded. Obviously, as the genius martial artists of the Cosmic Sky Academy, they had mastered the origin power of law even if they hadn't reached the realm of a sector lord. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entered the primal chaos secret realm to comprehend the origin power of law. Are we going to use the origin power of law? That's a good idea. Wang Ting nodded to himself. That ice wall was strange. Perhaps it could only be broken by the origin power of law. Wei Na and the others didn't waste any more time. They unleashed all the origin power in their bodies. Traces of the origin power of law emerged from their bodies and spread in all directions. Boom, in the next moment, their attacks landed on the ice wall, and a rumbling sound resounded. An attack imbued with the power of origin laws was no small matter. The tremendous power caused the entire space within the ice crevice to tremble violently. Shattered pieces of ice fell from the ceiling and smashed onto the ground, splashing into countless ice shards. Even the thick layer of ice on the ground had cracks that spread in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. Wei Na and the others were nervous. They had to watch the ice wall in front of them, but they also had to pay attention to whether the space in the ice crevice would collapse. They were extremely tense. Crack, suddenly, an extremely loud cracking sound resounded. It was as if something extremely thick had cracked open. Wei Na and the others were stunned. Their eyes widened as they looked forward. Within the origin power light, a crack was spreading from the bottom of the ice wall all the way to the top. The crack was extremely obvious. It appeared on the ice wall as if a passage had been opened. Traces of icy blue light bloomed from the crack. It's open. Bai Yao and the others were overjoyed. The crack isn't big enough. Put in more effort and expand it, Wei Na said loudly. Let me do it. Yuan Bai held his axe with both hands. He took a step forward and raised the battle axe in his hand high. A golden light shone on the blade of the battle axe. His weapon was very strange. It was a long-handled battle axe. The handle alone was more than a meter long. At this moment, both of his hands were on the metal handle. He raised it high and swung it forward. He slammed it hard on the crack in the ice wall. Crack, crack, crack. It was as if a giant hand had grabbed the two ends of the crack and pulled it open slowly. The crack was actually widening slowly. When Wei Na saw that the crack was large enough for people to pass through sideways, she made a prompt decision and shouted, "Go in." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into an afterimage and jumped into the crack. The others hesitated for a moment before they turned into afterimages and rushed in as well. Yuan Bai was the closest, so he was the second to follow. Then, Donan, Bill, and Bai Yao followed. Within the spatial crack, Wang Ting followed behind them. He didn't show himself, but he also entered the crack. The mystery of spatial concealment lay in this. Although it was in the spatial crack, it could connect to reality and move freely. It could be said that this was an extremely useful skill. Wang Ting looked around with a strange expression. He followed behind the 5 warriors and quickly passed through the crack. The ice wall was dozens of meters thick. At this moment, the crack had completely opened it up, forming a passage that led to Jian Clan. Dozens of meters was just a matter of the blink of an eye for domain lords. They were very fast and rushed out in an instant. The crack behind them was also closing up at an extremely fast speed and returned to normal. Wei Na and the others looked back at the crack that was gradually closing up. Their expressions were slightly serious. It seems that if we want to get out later, we'll have to do it again. Bai Yao was speechless. Let's not worry about that for now. At least we've found a way to open it. It turns out that it requires the power of origin source law to break open this ice wall. Donan smiled. Let's go and see what's inside this ancient building. Bill said with a hint of excitement. Don't rush. Let's observe first. Wei Na immediately stopped him. Bill, you've been cultivating for so many years, but you're still so impatient. Be careful not to die. Qin Quan was speechless. Donan glanced at Bill and giggled. Haha, don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. He's not that stupid. Don't be fooled by his rash appearance. In fact, he cherishes his life very much. He definitely won't joke around with it. Bill scratched his head. A glint flashed in his eyes as he chuckled. They didn't say anything else. Instead, they looked ahead. An ancient building stood tall in the ice. It was frozen everywhere. The eaves, pillars, and tiles were all covered with ice crystals. It was like a crystal palace. However, this place wasn't completely frozen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter. Let's go and take a look at that building first. They looked at each other. Then, they carefully walked toward the ancient building in the front. This place was very quiet. It seemed as if there were no living creatures in it. However, Wei Na and the others didn't dare to relax. This place was eerily quiet. It made their hair stand on end. They arrived in front of the stone door. It was frozen with ice and snow. A chill pervaded the air. Who's going? Wei Na and the others swallowed their saliva. They stared at the door and asked. Why don't you two go first? Bai Yao looked at the two of them and said hesitantly. Look at how scared you are. Donan took out a lollipop and put it in her mouth. She licked it and rolled her eyes at Bai Yao. Then, she stretched out her hand and pushed the door open. Bang, the stone door fell straight down, making a loud, dull sound. The frozen door fell to the ground. However, it wasn't damaged at all. The ice on it was still frozen. Everyone was shocked. They quickly took a few steps back. Donan looked a little embarrassed. She turned to look at everyone and said, This door doesn't seem very sturdy. I only pushed it lightly. Really? She pushed it lightly and it fell, that's really light. Cough, cough. This door probably hasn't been maintained for a long time. It can't hold up anymore. Wei Na coughed dryly to break the awkwardness. Yes, that must be it. Donan nodded. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Wei Na waved her hand. Seeing that there was no danger, she walked toward the door. Everyone followed behind her. They carefully stepped into the house. Many of these ancient buildings were in the form of palaces. However, most of them were ordinary houses. They looked like living quarters. At this moment, the house they walked into looked like a living quarters. As soon as they entered, everyone was shocked. Their expressions changed slightly. They looked at the ground in front of them. There was a frozen corpse there. This corpse was very lifelike. It was just like a living person. That was why Wei Na and the others were shocked. One could imagine how they felt when they suddenly saw a frozen corpse in such an environment. Their minds were already tense to begin with, and they were already jittery at the slightest sound. How could they not be shocked when they saw the scene? Moreover, this corpse was very strange. Its entire body was frozen. It was still in the position of grabbing the door. It seemed like it wanted to struggle and crawl toward the door. Its face was filled with terror. It was as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. This scene added an ominous atmosphere to the atmosphere. Wang Ting was like a bystander at this moment. He was less than 3 meters away from them. He was slightly shocked when he saw this frozen corpse. There's actually someone here. Gulp. Bill suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was especially clear in this quiet atmosphere. Everyone reacted. They looked at each other and squatted in front of the frozen corpse. It seemed like they wanted to check if this frozen corpse was still alive. This frozen corpse's clothes are very simple. It looks like something from the ancient times. Wei Na said in shock. It is indeed the style of clothes from the ancient times. Donna nodded. Her eyes flashed as she said this. Bai Yao and the others were not unfamiliar with this. They had studied some ancient things so that they could make accurate judgments when they went out to explore. Coupled with the style of these buildings, they were finally sure that this building was indeed from the ancient times. It seemed like their previous guess was right. Ancient people? Wang Ting muttered to himself. Through the eye of truth, he could see that there were no signs of life in this frozen corpse. However, when he wanted to find out the cause of its death, he found nothing. He could only confirm that this frozen corpse had been frozen to death. This could be seen from its appearance. However, the question was, why had it been frozen to death? Wang Ting originally guessed that it might have been caused by the ice nematode. However, he did not find any traces left behind by the ice nematode. This made him even more puzzled. Could it be that this ancient building was suddenly attacked by some kind of extremely cold energy, causing everyone to freeze to death? At this moment, Wei Na and the others had also confirmed the situation. They then patrolled around the house. They did not find anything valuable, so they left the house. They were a little disappointed, but they still searched the houses one by one. They found that most of the houses had frozen corpses in them. Even when they walked to the street of the building, they found many frozen corpses lying on the ground. Some of them were even standing. They were directly frozen, and their faces were still in a running posture. The 5 warriors' faces became more and more unsightly. They had seen at least 1,000 frozen corpses along the way. If there were only 1 or 2 frozen corpses, it would not be so shocking. However, when thousands of frozen corpses appeared in front of them, the uneasiness in their hearts became more and more intense. They all felt that this place seemed to be filled with an ominous aura. Their hearts became more and more solemn. We found nothing. There is nothing here other than these frozen corpses, Bill said, a little discouraged. There is also the most important central area. We have not gone there yet. That is a palace-like building. If there are treasures, they must be there, Wei Na said as she looked at the central area of the building. I hope so. Everyone was roused, and their morale was boosted again. Did you notice that the frozen corpses seemed to be running or struggling in the direction of the central area? Donnan suddenly said. Wei Na and the others were stunned. Then, they turned to look at the frozen corpses around them. Their eyes were filled with shock. It is true, Bai Yao said in surprise. What does this mean? What is in the central palace? Are they trying to escape in that direction? The few of them discussed spiritedly. Their faces were very solemn. In the end, they decided to go to the central palace. No matter what, they had to go there. The 5 of them quickened their pace. Soon, they arrived in front of a large hall. Wang Ting followed behind them. He was not in a hurry. He looked around and observed everything here. He did not look like he was here to search for treasures. Instead, he looked like he was here to sightsee. There was a flight of stone steps in front of the large hall. They were covered with ice and were extremely smooth. The few of them walked up the steps. The door of the large hall was wide open. Wei Na and the others hesitated for a moment. Then, they walked in. Before Wang Ting walked in, he exclaimed in his heart. Attribute bubbles. He saw many attribute bubbles on the floor of the large hall. They were floating in the surroundings. Wang Ting did not hesitate. He immediately walked in and picked up all the attribute bubbles. In order not to attract the attention of Wei Na and the others, he could not use his spiritual power. He had no choice but to pick them up one by one. Primordial runes *10 primordial runes *10 primordial runes *12, they are actually primordial runes. Wang Ting was surprised and delighted. He had picked up some primordial runes on the battleship of second instructor Si Kong the last time. He had some understanding of these runes that were almost lost in history. However, it was not much. After all, the attribute values that he had picked up were too little. It was not enough for him to understand more. However, he had picked up so many attribute bubbles related to primordial runes in this large hall. Suddenly, his understanding of primordial runes began to improve rapidly. After a while, all the attribute bubbles in the large hall were picked up. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Good heavens, it had been a long time since he had worked so hard to pick up attributes. He did not need to do it himself at all by relying on his spiritual power to pick up attributes. However, it was not unacceptable for him to pick up attributes from time to time. At least, he could show respect to the system. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. Primordial runes, 850-3000, proficient. He could not help but be delighted. This was not bad. He had directly reached proficient from novice. He had picked up quite a lot of attribute values this time. Wang Ting felt happy as he felt the knowledge of primordial runes in his mind. He looked at the 5 martial artists. They were still looking for opportunities in the large hall. They did not know that Wang Ting had already benefited. Wang Ting ignored them. His gaze fell on the 4 walls and the pillars in the large hall. The pillars were covered with all kinds of primordial runes. It was the meaning left behind by these primordial runes that created the large hall full of attribute bubbles. Wei Na and the others were also looking at the runes around them. They thought that it was some kind of inheritance, but they were confused. They could not understand it at all. The primordial runes recognized them, but they did not recognize the primordial runes in front of them. Their eyes were filled with all kinds of mysterious symbols. Above their heads, a series of black question marks rose. Can anyone tell what the runes inscribed on them represent? Qin Quan asked softly. The other 4 were silent. Do you want us to take down these walls and bring them back? Donnan suggested. I think we can. Bill nodded thoughtfully. Wang Ting was speechless. Were these people really that fierce? He stood in front of a stone wall and analyzed the runes on it. He was sure that there was nothing valuable. The real value was the primordial runes themselves. However, when he was almost done analyzing the runes on the 4 walls, his eyes suddenly lit up. He passed by the 5 martial artists and walked toward the back of the large hall. The main hall in front of him was just the front hall of a palace-style building. It was equivalent to a facade, and there was nothing special about it. However, Wang Ting learned something from the ancient runes in the main hall. Therefore, he left the 5-man team and walked alone toward the main hall at the back. It was about time. The valuable things were probably behind him. After following him for a long time, it was time to make a move. There was a small open space between the front hall and the back hall. As soon as Wang Ting walked there, he saw many attribute bubbles floating in the open space. He picked them up, ancient runes *15, ancient runes *10, ancient runes *20. Wang Ting's mastery of the ancient runes improved again as the attribute bubbles entered his mind one by one. He looked at the ground and focused slightly. The ground was covered with ancient runes like small tadpoles. The entire open space was like a pond. In fact, in his eyes, these little tadpoles were alive. This is an array formation. Wang Ting already had a draft in his mind. Now that he had mastered the ancient runes to a proficient level, he could recognize some arrays at a glance. In the past, he would not have been able to recognize all the ancient runes in the array formation. This is the central location. It seems that this array formation is not small. Wang Ting analyzed all the ancient runes, and an array formation seemed to have appeared in his mind. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he was delighted. As an array formation grandmaster, Nothing gave him a greater sense of accomplishment than analyzing an array formation. Moreover, this was an ancient array formation inscribed by the ancient runes, which was rare in the world. However, he was only at the central location now. There were still many ancient runes scattered in other places. He could not see them at this time, so the array formation in his mind was not complete. It should be an ice-type array formation. In that case, this group of buildings should belong to a group with ice-type talent? Wang Ting secretly speculated. He did not stop at all and continued to walk toward the main hall at the back. Time waits for no one. There were still 5 fools waiting for the opportunity. At the same time, Wang Ting also felt that the closer he got to the hall, the more intense the chill became. Especially when he crossed the open space, the chill almost froze his entire body. Wang Ting felt that not only was his physical body somewhat stiff from the cold, but even his soul was about to be frozen. The mental power in his sea of consciousness had already begun to stagnate. The 9 Treasures Pagoda continued to emit a golden light, barely resisting this incomparably cold chill. What a terrifying chill. Wang Ting's heart trembled. His physical body was very strong. Even if he didn't activate the ancient god body, he couldn't be frozen by ordinary coldness. However, this chill actually affected his body, which was somewhat inconceivable. He didn't think too much about it and immediately activated the heavenly flame. 3 heavenly flames swept out at the same time. The radiant sacred flame sat in his sea of consciousness. Pure white flames circled around the 9 Treasures Pagoda, dispelling all the chill. The green jade glazed flame and the 10,000 beasts true spirit flame circulated in his limbs and bones. In an instant, all the chill disappeared without a trace. Wang Ting's body emitted bursts of fog, which evaporated in an instant. He regained control of his body. I'd like to see what exactly can emit such a chill. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. In a flash, he arrived in front of the door of the hall at the back. The door of the hall was also open. His eyes flashed, and he stepped straight in. In an instant, an even more terrifying chill swept over. Wang Ting frowned. Fortunately, he had the heavenly flame, otherwise he might not have been able to withstand it. Then, he glanced around and suddenly froze. There were people in the back hall. There were 3 ice corpses. 2 of them were standing, and one of them was sitting on the throne. Wang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were actually ice corpses here, and they seemed to be of high status. It could be seen from their luxurious clothes and the dignified expressions on their faces. The 3 of them stood opposite each other, forming a triangular formation. The 2 standing ones faced the ice corpse on the throne, pointing their weapons at each other. Their faces were filled with shock and anger, as if they were about to scold him. On the other hand, the ice corpse on the throne was expressionless, and there was even a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Everything was frozen by the ice, so much so that after an unknown number of years, Wang Ting could still clearly see their expressions before they were frozen. Tisk. Wang Ting couldn't help but smack his lips. He had already imagined a melodramatic internal battle. It was a trap. To be safe, he still used the eye of truth to look at the 3 of them, and then his pupils couldn't help but shrink. F***ck. Wang Ting cursed in his heart. When he saw the life origin of the 3 of them clearly, his heart suddenly jumped, almost jumping out of his throat. Then, his heart started to beat faster. This person is still alive. He looked at the figure on the throne, and his expression kept changing. Of the 3 ice corpses, the 2 standing below were completely dead. Only the ice corpse sitting on the throne still had a trace of life in his body. This ice corpse that had existed for an unknown number of years was still alive. It was simply more shocking and horrifying to Wang Ting than seeing a living person. At this time, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he was still in the space crevice. But if he showed himself, would the other party be able to see him? After all, the ice corpse's eyes were open. It would be better if it was a dead person. Knowing that the other party was still alive, Wang Ting felt that those eyes could see people no matter how he looked at it. What was more terrifying was that he couldn't see through this person's realm. He couldn't see the realm of the 2 dead ice corpses, but from the strength of their bodies, he could roughly guess that they should have been immortal rank powerhouses when they were alive. But he couldn't see the specific strength of the existence on the throne. Could it be above the immortal rank? Wang Ting secretly guessed, but then he shook his head and frowned deeply. If the other party's strength was above the immortal rank, and the two people below were immortal rank, how could they force him to such a state? From the expressions of the three people, he could vaguely guess something. In the end, the person on the throne should have won. The sneer at the corner of his mouth, and the fear on the faces of the two people below, all explained the problem. Then the question came back. Why was this place sealed in ice? This wasn't right. It couldn't be that the existence on the throne sealed everything in ice, and conveniently sealed himself in ice as well, right? His strength was far beyond his opponent's. Unless he didn't want to live, how could he seal himself in ice, and even seal his own people in ice? How crazy was that? Wang Ting couldn't understand. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and looked around. The hall had been damaged to a certain extent. There were traces of swords and sabers all around. Although they were sealed in ice, they could still be seen clearly. Fortunately, the material of the hall seemed to be very sturdy, so those attacks didn't completely destroy the hall. Wang Ting suddenly saw attribute bubbles floating above some of the traces. They weren't there before, but now they were emerging from the traces. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He couldn't care about anything else. Picking up the attribute bubbles was more important. These were the attribute bubbles left behind by ancient powerhouses. Amazing, pick them up. Frost Domain, Rank 5 Corporeal Realm, *100, Ice Origin *2100, Wood Domain, Rank 4 Corporeal Realm, *150, Wood Origin *1800. Several attribute bubbles immediately merged into Wang Ting's mind, turning into a huge amount of knowledge that was absorbed by Wang Ting. Corporeal Realm. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Corporeal Realm was the next stage of normal realms. It was much stronger than normal realms. Until now, among Wang Ting's realms, only the Darkness Realm had reached the Corporeal Realm. This was something that the brainless Demon Emperor had personally taught him. He didn't expect to pick up 2 Corporeal Realm attribute bubbles here. It was really a pleasant surprise. Corporeal Realm, one was the Frost Domain, and the other was the Wood Domain. Moreover, the Frost Domain had reached the rank 5, and the Wood Domain had reached the rank 4. As far as Wang Ting was concerned, his comprehension had reached a very high level. His most profound comprehension was the Meteor Domain, which had reached the rank 5 not long ago. Now, his Frost Domain had reached the rank 5 Corporeal Realm. It had surpassed the Meteor Domain in an instant. This was a special attribute Frost Domain. After reaching the Corporeal Realm, its power couldn't be underestimated. It might even be comparable to a hybrid domain like the Meteor Domain. The Wood Domain wasn't weak either. It had reached the rank 4, becoming the 3rd corporeal realm that Wang Ting had grasped. In the past, Wang Ting only had the Darkness Realm, which had reached the corporeal realm. He couldn't use it in front of others, which was a bit of a waste. Now, it was different. These 2 realms wouldn't cause any trouble for Wang Ting. He could use them as he wished. Moreover, because these 2 realms didn't start from the rank 1 stage, but reached the rank 4 and rank 5 directly. Therefore, Wang Ting directly upgraded his realms to the corresponding rank, saving him a lot of time. Frost Domain, 100/5000, rank 5 Corporeal Realm, Wood Domain, 150/4000, rank 4 Corporeal Realm. Wang Ting looked at his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, his strength had increased again. In addition to the improvement of his 2 realms, Wang Ting had also obtained 2 types of origin laws. Moreover, his attribute points were quite high. Ice Origin 2100 points and Wood Origin 1800 points. To be honest, obtaining so many attribute points in one go was quite rare. This time's harvest was quite good. Wang Ting didn't look down on these 2000 attribute points just because he had picked up quite a number of origin lore-related attribute bubbles in the Chaos Realm. After all, these were origin lore-related attributes, which were very difficult to obtain. Perhaps only in this Chaos Secret Realm would he be able to obtain such a harvest. This was especially true for his Ice Origin. Even though he had picked up quite a number of attribute bubbles in the Chaos Realm, his Ice Origin had only increased by a little over 2000 points. This time, he had obtained 2100 points in one go. Wood origin, 2120/20,000, rank 2 corporeal realm. Ice origin, 4920/10,000, rank 1 corporeal realm. Looking at the ice origin on the attribute panel, Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. 4,920 points. If he could do this a few more times, his ice origin could be upgraded to rank 2. Why are there only 2 attribute points? Aren't there 3 people? Wang Ting was a little greedy. He looked around again to see if there were any more attribute bubbles. His gaze lingered on a few weapon marks, but unfortunately, there were no more attribute bubbles. This made Wang Ting extremely disappointed. He didn't waste any time. His gaze swept across the entire hall, looking for any treasures or inheritances that might exist. Activate the Eye of Truth. A strange golden light flickered in Wang Ting's eyes as he scanned every corner of the hall inch by inch. He didn't even let go of the dome. Finally, his gaze fixed on the center of the dome. An extremely dense ball of icy blue light reflected in his eyes. He leaped up and rushed to the dome of the palace. He hovered below the center of the dome and looked at the object above. This place was a hollowed-out inlaid structure. A palm-sized icy blue bead was embedded in the middle. As soon as he got close, his body and soul felt the coldness again. Even if the heavenly flame was operating, it couldn't completely isolate that feeling. It was as if the two forces were at the same level. It could be resisted, but it couldn't be completely isolated. However, Wang Ting had 3 heavenly flames to support himself. Naturally, he wouldn't be frostbitten by this icy blue bead. If it were an ordinary warrior, he would suffer a great loss. What is this thing? How can it have such a terrifying coldness? Wang Ting looked at the bead in front of him and was amazed. Boom! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the hall in front of him. Wang Ting was shocked. What's going on? Are they in some kind of trouble? He immediately looked toward the front hall. The Eye of Truth was already activated. Immediately, he saw through the layers of obstacles and saw the situation outside. A few figures came into view. There are actually other people here. Wang Ting frowned. In his eyes, he could see that besides Wei Na, there were 3 more figures among Bai Yao's 5 warriors. Those 3 warriors were also students of the academy. It seemed that a conflict had broken out with Wei Na and the others. However, they were still relatively restrained. They didn't attack completely because they had scruples. You don't come when you don't want to. If you want to come, then come together. Wang Ting was speechless. This place, which could barely be considered a forbidden area, should have existed for a long time. No one had come before, but now, as if they had made an appointment, they all came. At this moment, the people from both sides in the front hall were talking about something, and they were rushing toward the back hall. Wang Ting immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the icy blue bead above his head. He wondered if he should quickly take it away. Otherwise, when those people came, it would be difficult to take it. I saw it. Of course, it's mine. Wang Ting thought so and reached out to grab the icy blue bead in front of him. As soon as he touched the bead, a chill immediately spread through his hand and into his body. In an instant, his entire arm was frozen. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He immediately urged the green jade glazed flame to rush toward his arm. Green flame swept out from his arm. Ka, the ice didn't melt. Only a series of crisp cracking sounds could be heard. Pong, in the next moment, the ice exploded and fell from his arm. How can mere ice block my heavenly flame? Wang Ting snorted coldly in his heart. His hand was wrapped in green flames just like that. He reached out to grab the icy blue bead in front of him again. In the end, the green flames were actually frozen. However, only the flames on the outside were frozen. The insides were still burning. It was as if a layer of ice had covered it. This situation was beyond Wang Ting's expectations. What was this icy blue bead? It wasn't even afraid of the heavenly flame. However, this made him even more determined to take this bead. Who cares what it is? As long as it was a treasure, he had to take it. Wang Ting immediately increased the output of the heavenly flame. The temperature exploded and the ice shell instantly exploded. However, when it came into contact with the icy blue bead, it was frozen again. The temperature of this icy blue bead was too low. Once it came into contact, it would definitely be frozen. Even the heavenly flame couldn't do anything to it. However, at the same time, it was impossible for it to do anything to the heavenly flame. Both sides were in a stalemate. It's so cold. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Just as Wang Ting was about to take the icy blue bead, the two groups of people had already arrived. However, they were blocked outside the door at this time. The chill emitted by the icy blue bead wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Without Wang Ting's heavenly flame, they would have to spend a lot of time just to enter the door. At the very least, when they didn't have the ability to withstand the chill, they had to consider the situation inside the door. After all, the closer they were to the main hall, the stronger the chill. If they weren't careful, even their souls would be frozen. This was the most troublesome problem. If their souls were frostbitten, they would have to find a way to heal their souls. However, anything that involved the soul was basically extremely troublesome. This was because there were very few methods or items that could heal the soul. For example, Wang Ting only knew of a few types of elixirs. Refining them was even more difficult. Due to these various reasons, ordinary martial artists wouldn't dare to let their souls be injured. Only Wang Ting had so many tricks up his sleeve and knew a little of everything. Yes, he should be proficient in everything. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of this. What's in this main hall? Why is it so cold? A voice came again. It was Bai Yao's voice. Bai Yao, it's useless even if you came early. You still can't enter. Another unfamiliar voice sounded. At the door, two sides were facing each other. A very handsome but also very sinister youth was looking at Bai Yao, Wei Na, and the rest with a mocking smile. Humph, Bai Yao snorted and said, Gao Feiying, if you can do it, then go ahead. Don't waste your breath on me. Gao Feiying was the sinister youth. At this moment, he said plainly, I'm not in a hurry. Isn't it first come, first served? Since you came first, I'll let you go in first. Shameless. Qin Quan said coldly. That's right. That's not what you did just now. You were all as anxious as monkeys. Why are you scared now? You want us to lead the way? Dream on, Donnan said disdainfully. Haha, Donnan, you really can't compare to your sister Tongya. If it were her, she would have gone in long ago. Another woman's voice sounded with a hint of mockery. Scram. What right do you have to talk about my sister? If you mention it again, I'll beat you up. Even Gao Feiying can't protect you. Donnan was very domineering at this moment. You. The woman was so angry that her body trembled. Alright, let's not argue here. Gao Feiying stopped the woman. He seemed to be a little afraid of Donnan. He turned to Wei Na and said, Wei Na, this place is very strange. Why don't you and I work together to enter? Once we're inside, we'll see what treasures we have. Wei Na, ignore him. He's not on our side. Bai Yao transmitted his voice. Okay. Wei Na nodded and said to Gao Feiying, I'm sorry, but we don't have any basis to cooperate with you. Let's go in by ourselves. Since that's the case, it's up to you. Gao Feiying shrugged nonchalantly. He looked at the door and transmitted his voice to the woman beside him. With your fire origin power, can you protect the three of us inside? Just barely. The woman glanced at Donnan and the others and transmitted her voice back. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Gao Feiying was a decisive person. He had to take a gamble at this moment. He couldn't go back empty-handed. On the other side, Wei Na and the others had finished their discussion. They had 2 fire attribute martial artists in their team, and they only needed to protect 5 people. Therefore, they actually had a slight advantage. Did you guys notice that there seems to be a scorching heat in there? Donnan suddenly asked suspiciously. Scorching heat? Everyone's expression changed. How could there be scorching heat in such an extremely cold environment? Could there be a fire attribute treasure in there? Was that why it was preserved in such a cold environment? Everyone was puzzled, and all kinds of guesses appeared in their minds. Yuan Bai and the female martial artist sensed it. It was cold everywhere, so the scorching heat that Donnan sensed wasn't very obvious. If it weren't for her powerful fire attribute talent, she wouldn't have sensed it at all. Danan frowned. Suddenly, her expression changed. No. It's gone. Quick. Let's go in. Wei Na seemed to have thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. Danan didn't have time to think. She exchanged a glance with Yuan Bai, and at the same time, formed a layer of fire barrier to protect everyone's bodies as they stepped into the hall. Gao Feiying and the others weren't to be outdone. The female martial artist released her fire origin power to form a fire barrier as well, and brought the three of them into the hall. As soon as they stepped into the hall, their gazes were immediately attracted by the three ice corpses. Their faces were filled with shock. Above the dome, Wang Tang and the ice blue bead had already disappeared without a trace. He had used 3 types of exotic flames at the same time just now to ensure that his flames weren't frozen. In the end, he had absorbed the ice blue bead into his engulfing space. It was a success. Fortunately, the ice blue bead's coldness had kept Wei Na and the others outside for a while. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to retrieve the bead so easily. The coldness seems to have weakened, Danan suddenly said with a grave expression. As a fire attribute martial artist, she could clearly sense that the coldness in the surroundings had decreased significantly. There must be a reason for this abnormality. If the coldness had remained the same, she wouldn't have thought much of it. However, the coldness had decreased significantly, and she couldn't help but think about it. What's going on? Wei Na couldn't help but ask. The coldness in the surroundings has decreased. It's not as cold as before, Danan said. Indeed. The coldness has disappeared. Yuan Bai nodded in agreement. I'll remove the protective barrier. Feel it for yourselves, Danan said as she removed the flame protective barrier that had enveloped everyone. In order to resist the coldness, she had even added the power of the fire origin law to the flame protective barrier. To her, this kind of consumption was also very large. Since there was no need to do so, she naturally had to remove it immediately. After she removed the flame protective barrier, everyone immediately sensed that something was amiss. My soul can't feel the coldness anymore. Wei Na's expression turned ugly when she sensed it. These people were all very experienced. Some special environments often meant that there was a treasure. However, when such a special environment disappeared, it could very well mean that the treasure had disappeared. Did someone beat us to it and take the treasure? Bai Yao looked around with an ugly expression. Bai Yao, are you King blind? Someone came in before you, and you didn't even notice it. Gao Feiying said angrily. How could he not be angry when he saw that the treasure had been taken away by someone else when he reached the end? You want to fight? Bai Yao was already in a bad mood. When he heard Gao Feiying's words, his face turned even paler as he said coldly. Crack, suddenly, a soft sound came from somewhere and reverberated in the hall. What's that sound? Everyone was at the level of an area master. Naturally, they could hear it clearly. Their expressions changed slightly. Whoosh, an ice crystal fell from the dome without any warning and hit the ground with a bang. Oh no, it's cracked. Everyone quickly looked up and saw that the frozen ice in the middle of the dome had countless cracks spreading out. Their pupils constricted involuntarily. Crack, 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 at the same time, a series of cracking sounds could be heard and reverberated in the hall. Everyone realized that it wasn't just the dome that was cracking. Even the ice on the walls and pillars of the hall were cracking. The entire hall began to shake as if it was about to collapse. These buildings had existed for too long. If it wasn't for the support of the ice, they would have decayed long ago. Now that the ice blue pearl had been taken away by Wang Tang, without the power of ice, these buildings would probably turn to dust. This? Everyone couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Let's go. This place is about to collapse. Wei Na quickly shouted. Wei Na, those 3 ice corpses might have treasures on them. We can't come here for nothing. We have to take them away. Bai Yao immediately transmitted his voice. All right. You, Yuan Bai, and Qin Quan go and snatch the ice corpses. Danan and I will stop Gao Feiying and the rest. Wei Na didn't hesitate at all and transmitted her voice decisively. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards Gao Feiying and the rest. The other party wasn't stupid. At this moment, they were also preparing to charge towards the 3 ice corpses. Unfortunately, Wei Na and the rest were a step faster and had already arrived in front of them. At this moment, Wei Na and the rest no longer had any scruples and launched their own attacks. Wei Na, you want to take it all for yourselves? Your appetite is a little too big. Gao Feiying snorted coldly and went up to meet them. At the same time, he shouted, Kath, Guhua, you two go and snatch the ice corpses. All right. The other two immediately charged towards the ice corpses. Boom, on this side, Gao Feiying had already clashed with Wei Na and Donnan. You want to stop the two of us alone? Wei Na slapped out her palm and stopped the other party. Donnan, on the other hand, was free to stop the female warrior, Kath. In the end, only the young man named Guhua rushed towards one of the ice corpses. TSK, the fight is so intense. Wang Ting couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the scene from within the spatial crevice. He didn't try to snatch the 2 ice corpses. For some reason, he felt that it was better not to touch them. In particular, the ice corpse on the throne was still alive. At this moment, the ice was about to break open. Would that existence be able to break out of the ice and revive? Suddenly, Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and his heart throbbed. He saw that the eyes of the ice corpse on the throne seemed to be a little different. It was as if there was a trace of vitality in them. They were no longer as lifeless as before. In an instant, Wang Ting felt his scalp explode and a chill run down his spine. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. It's too dangerous. Wang Ting was no longer in the mood to watch the show and immediately fled outside. He passed through the empty space in the center and the hall in front of him. Then, he increased his speed to the maximum and rushed towards the ice wall. It doesn't seem to be as sturdy as before. Wang Ting muttered to himself. He punched out and created a huge hole in the ice wall. Then, he dashed out of the ice wall. Soon, he followed the original path and passed through the crevice in the ice. He fled into the distance without stopping for even a moment. Boom, suddenly, a loud sound came from behind him. In the primal chaos, the land composed of icebergs and icy plains suddenly collapsed, turning into countless ice shards that exploded in all directions. Hiss! Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart was filled with bewilderment. That existence couldn't have really revived, right? Terrifying. Run! Run! A huge piece of the ice continent was breaking apart in the chaos. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the ice completely returned to the chaos and ceased to exist. Wang Ting was shocked. What exactly happened inside? Why did the entire ice continent suddenly explode? He originally thought that only the area around the ancient building would collapse. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. After he left, something must have happened inside. Perhaps it was caused by that existence's revival, or perhaps it was because the ice blue pearl had lost its support that caused the ice continent to break apart. Anything was possible, however, Wang Ting couldn't confirm it now. He immediately left, not daring to stay any longer. This was naturally because of that existence that hadn't died yet. Wang Ting felt that he had taken the other party's treasure. If that existence knew, he would come looking for him. Hence, he had to escape as far as he could. Wang Ting had always been very cautious when facing formidable opponents of unknown realms. They were definitely not existences that he could fight against. As he fled, he saw many chaos beasts rushing out from the ice continent. They roared as they fled in all directions. However, many of them were hit by the ice shards and instantly exploded into chaotic air currents. Following that, Wang Ting saw a few streaks of light rushing out of the ice continent. They didn't stop at all as they rushed into the chaos. It's them. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of Wei Na and the others. From the number of streaks of light, it seemed like those people had all escaped. No one had died. Could it be that that existence didn't kill anyone? This thought flashed across Wang Ting's mind. He sped up even more. He used teleportation light and flash at the same time. He gradually rushed into the chaos until he could no longer see the ice continent. After flying for some time, Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He looked behind him and slowly came to a stop. I've run so far. I should be safe now, right? Wang Ting looked around and felt slightly more at ease. This was a patch of chaotic air currents. There was a small piece of land that had formed at some point in time. Many rocks were scattered all over the place. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on a rock. Within the chaotic airflow, the laws evolved, causing the surrounding laws to appear slightly chaotic. It could also block some senses. That was why Wang Ting had chosen to hide in the chaos air current. At that moment, his body was covered with a layer of chaos origin energy. He was even more inconspicuous. Even the chaos beasts would not be able to discover him. That was close. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief again and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. He felt that the ice blue bead was a top-grade item, Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others had busied themselves for most of the day, but in the end, the greatest benefit had still fallen into his pocket. Taking benefits from a group of domain lord level old students. Just thinking about it was a little exciting. Thinking of this, he could not wait to enter the devouring space and carefully study the ice blue bead. Anyway, this place should be quite safe. Safety my ass. Wang Ting's face suddenly stiffened. His entire body seemed to have been frozen. His wavy cap, no, the top of his head almost exploded. Horrifying, horrifying, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and looked at him quietly. His eyes were cold, and his expression was calm. This was a middle-aged man. His face was weathered, but he had a sense of authority. The clothes he was wearing were very luxurious and had a sense of simplicity. It didn't seem to be the current style. He had a head of long black hair that casually fell on his shoulders. He looked very carefree and otherworldly. For some reason, Wang Ting wanted to be alone. Really, just being alone was enough. Boss, have we met somewhere before? Wang Ting swallowed his saliva and asked embarrassedly. We just met. Why, have you forgotten? The man said calmly. He walked over and sat on a rock not far from Wang Ting. Hee, I won't hide it from you. My memory isn't very good. Wang Ting's mind spun wildly. He thought of countless ways to escape. However, he didn't dare to move on the surface. He laughed dryly as he spoke. Then, have you forgotten what you took from me? The middle-aged man looked at him with a half-smile. This I didn't forget. Wang Ting felt helpless. He wrapped his hands with the heavenly flame and immediately took out the ice blue bead. He said, please don't misunderstand. I didn't steal it. I thought it was an ownerless item, so I took it to play with. I don't have any bad intentions. Now, I will return it to you. You are a cunning person. The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile. His gaze lingered on the heavenly flame in Wang Ting's hands. Then, he reached out and took the ice blue bead into his hand. However, the ice blue bead didn't affect him at all. Not a trace of ice appeared on his hand. The corner of Wang Ting's eyes twitched. He had already gotten the treasure, but now he had to return it to the other party. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was like watching a duck fly away from his mouth. This was the first time Wang Ting encountered such a situation since he started cultivating. He had never spat out anything that entered his mouth. But now, he had to spit it out. Otherwise, his mouth would be slapped crooked. He still had to follow his heart when he should. In the face of an existence like the middle-aged man, Wang Ting really didn't dare to take any chances. If the treasure was gone, then so be it, but he only had one life. It would be too stupid to lose his life for a treasure. As for whether the other party would kill him, Wang Ting felt that it was unlikely. In the eyes of such an expert, he was probably like a little ant. As long as he didn't provoke the other party, he should be able to keep his life. What's more, this was the 7th Starry Sky Academy's Primal Chaos secret territory. The entrance of the secret territory was guarded by the strongest of the academy. How could there be no experts in this secret territory? Wang Ting didn't believe that there were no experts guarding this place. There must be an expert here. As long as the middle-aged man in front of him had some scruples, he could return the ice blue bead and at least keep his life. For a moment, various thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He didn't feel so distressed about returning the bead. The middle-aged man looked at the ice-blue bead in his hand. His eyes seemed to be reminiscing as he asked, "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know." Wang Ting replied honestly. "You don't know and you still took it?" The middle-aged man seemed a little speechless. "Hee, although I don't know what it is, it's definitely a treasure." Wang Ting scratched his head and laughed. "This thing is useful for ice attribute martial artists." "Are you an ice attribute martial artist?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes." Wang Ting didn't hide it. He stretched out his hand and ice attribute origin power appeared in his hand. Ice attribute, fire attribute, was that a worldly exotic flame? The middle-aged man asked. You have sharp eyes." Wang Ting knew that he couldn't hide it from the other party, so he nodded and admitted it. This person should be an ice attribute martial artist. An ice attribute martial artist wouldn't covet his worldly exotic flame. "Interesting, I remember that when you took this bead, you used 3 types of worldly exotic flames." The middle-aged man said again. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. The other party even knew this. It seemed that although he was frozen at that time, he could see the situation outside. In order to take the ice-blue bead, Wang Ting had to show himself. It was considered a risk. Now it seemed that this risk came true. Yes. He didn't show it on his face, but he was already prepared to run. It was too dangerous. Wang Ting felt that he was going to die in the face of a super expert of an unknown realm and exposed his 3 types of worldly exotic flames. Although the other party wasn't a fire attribute martial artist, it was hard to guarantee that the other party wouldn't be tempted by 3 types of worldly exotic flames. 3 types of worldly exotic flames. You can subdue 3 types of worldly exotic flames at such a young age. You are very special. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Ting with emotion. Wang Ting felt that something was wrong. Why was this person praising him? But seeing that the other party didn't seem to have the intention to snatch it, he was relieved. He didn't let down his guard and was still prepared to run at any time. "Senior, you flatter me. This bead is called the Ice Dragon bead. It's the star core of a type of cosmic beast called the Frost Dragon." The middle-aged man didn't pay attention to Wang Ting's strange thoughts. He raised the ice-blue bead in front of his eyes and suddenly said, "What?" Wang Ting was shocked and said in shock, "The star core of a cosmic beast, the Frost Dragon." He was really shocked. He knew about the Frost Dragon. It was an extremely rare cosmic beast that possessed the power of extreme cold. It was definitely an extremely powerful cosmic beast. The ice-blue bead in front of him was actually the star core of the Frost Dragon? If it wasn't mentioned, Wang Ting would never have imagined that this bead had such a mysterious origin. That's not right. The Frost Dragon is a cosmic beast. Its body is huge. Even if it's a star core, it should be extremely huge, right? Wang Ting felt that he had discovered a problem and suddenly reacted. He was the clearest about this matter. How could he not know how big the star core of a void beast was? The star core of a cosmic beast is indeed extremely huge, but that's when they were alive. After they died, their star core would condense. Of course, the size of the condensed star core is not fixed and varies from beast to beast. The middle-aged man glanced at Wang Ting and seemed to explain quite patiently. So that's how it is. Wang Ting was really surprised in his heart. His knowledge had increased. "My clan once sealed the beast soul of a frost dragon in this ice dragon bead," the middle-aged man said again. Wang Ting's mood, which had just calmed down, fluctuated violently at this time. Sealed within this pearl was the soul of a frost hornless dragon. If there were any words that could be used to describe Wang Ting's mood at this time, there was probably only one word. Holy shit, the beast soul of a frost hornless dragon was actually sealed. How terrifying was the clan of this middle-aged man. Wait, when I used the Eye of Truth to spy on this ice dragon bead, why didn't I find the beast soul of a frost dragon? Wang Ting was suspicious in his heart. He couldn't help but activate the Eye of Truth again and look at the bead. Still, he could only see extremely rich ice energy. However, after being reminded, Wang Ting carefully observed for a while and really found traces of a seal in the rich energy. It was very obscure, the seal was in the depths of the rich energy. If no one had reminded him, he might not have found anything. Good method. Wang Ting glanced at the middle-aged man and exclaimed in his heart. He just didn't know why the middle-aged man wanted to tell him this. Could it be? An immature idea suddenly popped up in Wang Ting's mind. Of course, it could also be wishful thinking. Calm down. Calm down. Wang Ting quickly calmed himself down and didn't let his imagination run wild. He didn't want to rejoice in vain. This ice dragon bead has life because of this. The middle-aged man continued, for all ice-based martial artists, it's a treasure. It has life? Wang Ting was puzzled. Sealing the frost chi dragon's beast soul inside would be considered as possessing life. Why did it sound so unreliable? I didn't lie to you about this. Our clan's sealing method is very special. It has completely merged the beast soul of the frost dragon with its star core. Moreover, the two originate from the same source and can be perfectly merged. This ice dragon bead has been refined into a treasure. The middle-aged man seemed to have seen through Wang Ting's doubts and said lightly. Amazing. Wang Ting believed him and didn't have any doubts at this moment. This method was similar to refining. In fact, a blacksmith could also forge a weapon with a true spirit, but it required extremely high attainments. Moreover, this middle-aged man had no reason to lie to him and even wasted his breath to explain so much. He was a super powerhouse. Did he have nothing better to do and came to deceive him? It was obviously impossible. This bead has the power of extreme cold and can freeze everything. The ice continent you saw before was frozen by this item. The middle-aged man said, in addition, it has another function. It can merge with special ice and turn the beast soul of the frost dragon into its true spirit, greatly increasing its power. Moreover, this true spirit can devour thousands of different types of ice in the world, increasing its ice-cold power. This ability was inherited from the glacial nightmare dragon. Unfortunately, our clan hasn't been able to obtain that kind of strange ice for many years. That kind of strange item is very rare and requires luck. At the end of his speech, he shook his head with a sigh. Strange ice. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He wanted to take out his netherworld polar ice and let the middle-aged man have a look. However, when he thought of the fact that the middle-aged man was an ice-based martial artist, he decided against it. What if the other party coveted the netherworld polar ice instead of the 3 heavenly strange fires? Wouldn't that be seeking death? This kind of thing, he could slowly study it in the future. However, to be honest, the netherworld polar ice's power of ice was inferior to the ice dragon bead. After all, the ice dragon bead came from the frost dragon, while the netherworld polar ice came from the netherworld python. If the two were to be compared, the netherworld python was undoubtedly inferior. For you. The middle-aged man suddenly threw the ice dragon bead to Wang Ting. Wang Ting couldn't help being surprised, but he reacted quickly. 3 heavenly strange fires appeared in his hand and caught the ice dragon bead. Senior, you. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression. This ice dragon bead is for you. The middle-aged man stood up. For me? Why? Wang Ting asked in surprise. Consider it my repayment for letting me return to this world, the middle-aged man said faintly. Repayment? Wang Ting was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Was this true? Was there such a good thing? Senior, I didn't actually do anything. Wang Ting felt that it was a little unreal and wanted to decline. This thing was hot to hold at this time. However, the middle-aged man didn't give him a chance to finish his words. What? You took it when I didn't give it to you. Now that I'm giving it to you, you don't dare to take it? The middle-aged man looked at him with a faint smile. Ha, if such a treasure was ownerless, this junior naturally wouldn't refuse it, but if it was, this junior wouldn't dare to take it, Wang Ting said with a harmless smile. Now that it's ownerless, I've erased the mark left by my clan. You only need to leave your mark and you can become the new owner of this ice dragon bead. The middle-aged man said no more and walked into the chaos step by step. His speed wasn't fast, but he was far away in an instant. Senior, can you tell me your name? Wang Ting saw the middle-aged man walking away and didn't have time to thank him. He immediately stood up and shouted. Names have no meaning to me. Let's part here. If fate wills it, we may meet again. The middle-aged man's indifferent voice sounded. In front of him, a space crack appeared. He stepped straight into it and disappeared. This? Wang Ting looked at the middle-aged man's disappearing figure and then looked at the ice dragon bead in his hand, a little confused. What was going on? Such a treasure was really given to him just like that, without even leaving a name. What, doing a good deed without leaving a name? Wang Ting felt that this senior was a little strange, as if his whole person was immersed in the past, his eyes constantly showing a look of reminiscence. In this regard, Wang Ting didn't dare to casually ask. That was his private matter, and he probably didn't intend to talk about it. After all, in Wang Ting's guess, it was undoubtedly a melodramatic drama, and it would probably be embarrassing to talk about it. As a super big shot, how could such a thing be talked about? Of course, it would be completely buried in history. Wang Ting didn't want to be the cat killed by curiosity. If the other party didn't like him, it wasn't impossible for the other party to kill him after he finished listening to the story. Shaking his head, Wang Ting looked at the ice dragon bead in his hand again, his eyes showing the joy of regaining something he had lost. It really wasn't easy, this treasure almost didn't belong to him. He didn't expect that after all this time, it would return to his hands, and it was given to him by the other party without any worries. Before, he was still a little worried that the senior wasn't dead and had now recovered, and he had stolen the other party's precious bead. Would the other party come looking for him in the future? Now he didn't have to worry. The hidden danger was removed. Even if there was a little hidden danger, it was at most a matter of favors. A favor of giving the bead. Thinking of this, Wang Ting had a headache. Although there was no danger, a favor from a super big shot didn't seem to be easy to return. Fortunately, this was just his own thoughts, and the other party didn't necessarily want him to return any favor. In short, the current situation was at least much better than before. Wang Ting immediately put the ice dragon bead into the devouring space. Since the senior said that this ice dragon bead could be used to fuse with special cold ice to give birth to a true spirit. When there was an opportunity, Wang Ting decided to fuse this ice dragon bead with the netherworld frost. What kind of changes would occur? He was suddenly looking forward to it. If the ice dragon bead's cold energy was fully released, it could even freeze an immortal rank expert. It was extremely terrifying. Wang Ting already had a deep understanding of this. Even his body and soul almost couldn't withstand this cold energy. If he fused with it, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Of course, he was just thinking about it, and didn't plan to fuse with it immediately. Now that he was in the primal chaos secret realm, the most important thing was to seize the time to cultivate. In the primal chaos secret realm, it was easier to comprehend various laws, and the cultivation speed was much faster. Moreover, it was helpful for Wang Ting to comprehend his own laws. He was getting closer and closer to that step, and he had to complete it in the primal chaos secret realm. Otherwise, if he left the primal chaos secret realm, he might not have another chance. Such an opportunity was too hard to come by. Now that there were only about 11 days left, Wang Ting couldn't waste any time. Wang Ting didn't change his location, and he prepared to cultivate here. Anyway, if the senior wanted to find him, he wouldn't be able to hide, so he might as well stay here. He summoned Elizabeth. Master. Elizabeth's huge body appeared, and she looked at Wang Ting in confusion, thinking that he was going to start hunting primal chaos beasts again. Elizabeth, protect me. Wang Ting instructed. Okay. Elizabeth reacted and immediately nodded. Actually, she really wanted to ask about the ice blue bead, but looking at Wang Ting's appearance, it seemed like he was in a hurry to cultivate, so she didn't ask any more. Wang Ting didn't say anything else, and he closed his eyes. Divine power, swallow heaven and earth, activate. Above his head, a black whirlpool appeared and spun slowly. Balls of golden light appeared beside him, and they were swallowed by the black whirlpool. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Ting's consciousness and void ocean started to shake, and it was even more intense than the previous time. This time, the balls of golden light that Wang Ting swallowed all came from Domain Lord level primal chaos beasts, so the effect was naturally much better than the previous time. In between his eyebrows, the 9 treasures pagoda appeared and shone brightly. This time, Wang Ting didn't try to realize in the swallow space, but in the primal chaos secret realm. This way, he would be closer to the primal chaos and the various origin laws, and the effect would definitely be better. What he needed was this kind of realization. Roar. The primal chaos beasts noticed the commotion and roared, appearing from the primal chaos air and charging over. The balls of golden light attracted the attention of the primal chaos beasts, and their desire for the balls of golden light was no less than that of human martial artists or star beasts. The primal chaos beasts could strengthen their own origin laws by swallowing the balls of golden light. This was their way of improving themselves. When Elizabeth saw this, her eyes narrowed, and she immediately charged out, stopping all the primal chaos beasts that were charging over. Boom, a terrifying attack was unleashed. These primal chaos beasts were merely domain lord level primal chaos beasts, and they couldn't withstand Elizabeth's attack at all. However, the commotion attracted more and more primal chaos beasts. Elizabeth's expression was grave. She was alone, and she definitely couldn't take care of all the primal chaos beasts. Screech. At that moment, a sharp screech that sounded like metal clashing rang out. A huge dark red jackdaw appeared. It was Little White. It created dozens of blood crow avatars and charged out, clashing with the surrounding primal chaos beasts. Countless chaos beasts appeared all around, roaring as they charged. The situation was chaotic. The huge jackdaw split into dozens of clones. They charged at the chaos beasts like streaks of blood. Their voices rang out in the chaos. Boom! At the same time, a blinding flash of lightning appeared. It moved quickly among the chaos beasts. It was very sudden. Little White, Thunder Spirit. Elizabeth heaved a sigh of relief. Master asked us to help you, Little White said. Elizabeth heard this and was stunned. She glanced at Wang Ting. Her master must have expected this to happen. That was why. He was prepared from the start. She had been worried for nothing. She shook her head and stopped thinking. She looked at the chaos beast charging at them from afar. Her eyes flashed. With Little White and Thunder Spirit's help, her pressure was greatly reduced. Little White and Thunder Spirit were not very strong. They were still struggling against the chaos beasts at the level of an area master. However, with the three of them working together, they were able to block the chaos beasts around them. They did not let them disturb Wang Ting. Now that Little White had become a middle-level emperor, its full power was terrifying. It could kill some of the weaker area lord-level chaos beasts. The Thunder Spirit was a little strange. It was very effective against chaos beasts that had mastered the Thunder Origin Law. It could even kill them. However, against chaos beasts of other elements, it was a little weak. It was very different. However, it was very smart. If it could not defeat them, it could still hide. It dashed left and right, harassing the other chaos beasts. It created opportunities for Elizabeth and Little White to kill them. True. Little smart. JPG, Wang Ting left a bit of his mental strength outside. That was why he knew about Elizabeth's predicament. Now that Little White and Thunder Spirit had joined in, the situation had improved. He immersed himself in his own realization. All kinds of ideas flashed in his mind. The realization that he had accumulated before appeared again. It deepened and connected together. Gradually, it became systematic. Wang Ting was like a machinist. He was assembling all kinds of small and precise parts. He was slowly revealing the true form of the huge object that he wanted to create. Everything was going according to his plan. The Domain Lord Grade Chaos Beast's golden ball of light was indeed extraordinary. It allowed Wang Ting to gain a deeper understanding of it. These insights made him even clearer about the technique he wanted to create, and the throbbing in his mind became even more intense. Time passed, and all the golden balls of light that he had accumulated before were devoured by him, leaving nothing behind. Even the golden balls of light that the chaos beasts that Elizabeth, Little White, and the Thunder Spirit had just killed were being absorbed by him. This situation caused Elizabeth to be extremely alarmed. This was too terrifying. There were too many. Wang Ting had absorbed too many golden orbs, far more than she, Yuan Gun, and Little White. She, Yuan Gun, and Little White were all in a very special situation. The amount of golden light they could absorb was far greater than that of ordinary martial artists or star beasts. In the end, Wang Ting's situation was even more unique than theirs. It was truly unimaginable. She watched as the golden orbs around her got swallowed by Wanting. Her eyebrows twitched continuously on the delicate face on her upper body. It had a master who was too extraordinary. As a slave, she suddenly felt that she was under a lot of pressure. It seemed like she had to work harder in the future, or she would easily be left far behind by her master. A useless slave had no way of surviving. Elizabeth was trying to convince herself. The longer she followed Wanting, the less she felt proud of being a sector lord. Her pride had been smashed to smithereens in front of Wanting's talent. Furthermore, she had already recognized Wanting as her master. Now that she was with Wanting, she was bound to him for good or ill. Naturally, her mentality had changed. Master is so powerful. Little White was different. It had been by Wanting's side since it was young, and it only had loyalty and respect for Wanting. Hence, when it saw Wanting absorbing the golden balls of light, it did not think much of it. It was only happy in its heart. Wanting did not know how shocking the scene of him absorbing the golden balls of light was. At this moment, he only knew that the golden balls of light were far from enough. More, and even more, absorb, Wanting had already entered a state of enlightenment. All sorts of insights appeared, and countless lights flashed crazily. Hence, he only had one thought, which was to absorb more golden balls of light to help him complete his comprehension. Rumble, at this moment, it was as if an extremely terrifying storm had formed in his mind. His comprehension, inspiration, and the accumulation of his knowledge were all spinning within it, mixing together in a unique way. After a long while, Wanting suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a golden light that was extremely piercing. Countless mysterious runes flashed within the golden light. They instantly disappeared, as though they never existed. Elizabeth noticed the look in his eyes and was secretly surprised. What was Master doing? Why was it that just a look contained such a mysterious concept? Even a sector lord like her could not see it clearly. This was unbelievable. What a pity. Wanting sighed, filled with regret. Just a bit more, he was so close, why couldn't he succeed? His physical body and soul had reached saturation. He could not absorb any more golden balls of light. However, he felt that he was still lacking. He was still unable to create his own technique. He was filled with regret, however, he had to accept this reality. Creating a technique suitable for himself was too difficult. It might not be suitable for him to do it now. Furthermore, the technique he wanted to create was much harder than any other fighter. This was foreseeable, his technique needed to include all origin power. This was simply too crazy. Normal people did not even dare to think about it. Only Wanting walked down this path without hesitation. He did not even think about turning back. Actually, with his talent, he would definitely be able to create his own technique in the future. However, Wanting was unwilling. He was too unwilling. He spent a lot of effort to comprehend. How could he give up just like that? Furthermore, he needed this technique now, hence, Wanting quickly made up his mind. He decided to continue comprehending. He had to create his own technique. At this moment, he could not help but look at his status panel. A few of his attributes had undergone huge changes. Life origin, 50,000 soul origin, 50,000 spirit, 100,000/100,000, stellar level, comprehension, 102,500/300,000, sector lord level, life origin and soul origin increased by a few thousand points. However, after reaching 50,000 points, it stopped increasing. It seemed to have reached its limit. The limit of the star level, Wanting's eyes flashed. He did not expect such a situation. After swallowing so many golden orbs, he had finally reached his limit. Following which, he looked at his spirit attribute. It had also undergone huge changes. The upper limit had increased from 60,000 to 100,000. This was terrifying. Star-level spirit was originally 50,000. Previously, it had only increased to 60,000. Now, it had reached 100,000. Adding it up, it had doubled. Wanting felt that his sea of consciousness had expanded by a lot. Originally, there was a gray mist around his sea of consciousness. It was like a boundary. Now that the boundary was spreading out in all directions, the original width of the sea of consciousness had nearly doubled. Even the sturdiness of his sea of consciousness had increased. The sea of consciousness was the weakest part of a fighter. If it was pierced, he would definitely die. To a fighter who was proficient in spirit attacks, attacking the sea of consciousness was the best method. Hence, a sturdy sea of consciousness was very important. It could greatly increase the safety of a fighter. However, normally, only when one's cultivation level increased would the sturdiness and width of the sea of consciousness increase. Now that Wang Ting's cultivation level had not increased, but the sturdiness and width of his sea of consciousness had increased. The benefits were simply unimaginable. This meant that if he broke through, his sea of consciousness would continue to increase. It could even double. This meant that if he broke through, his sea of consciousness would reach 4 times the size before he swallowed the golden orbs. Increase, double again. Wang Ting only needed to think about it and felt that he had really profited this time. Such an increase was something that normal people would not even dare to think about. Lastly, it was the increase in his comprehension. He had just reached Sector Lord level, and now it had increased by tens of thousands. The upper limit of a Sector Lord's comprehension was 300,000 attribute points. If he had to work so hard to pick up the comprehension attribute points, who knew how long it would take before he could reach the next level? But this time, with the help of the golden orbs, his comprehension had reached 100,000 points. It was already a third of the upper limit. In just a short 10 days, Wang Ting had already accumulated points that he might not even be able to accumulate in half a year. He was really lucky. Next, there were about 200,000 attribute points, and 200,000 points. Damn, it was fine if his attributes did not increase. It should have been something that he should be happy about, but he suddenly felt a little bitter. Master. Elizabeth and Little White saw that Wang Ting had woken up and called out at the same time. Guji. Lightning spirit flew back and landed on Wang Ting's head. This little guy did not know what was going on. Ever since it landed on Wang Ting's head for the first time, it actually liked that position. Every time it came out, it would land on top. Wang Ting came back to his senses and picked it up in annoyance. He placed it in front of his eyes and glared at it. Is Master's head something you can stay in? This little guy is getting bolder and bolder. Lightning spirit, asterisk? Omega? Wang Ting ignored the lightning spirit's cuteness and turned to nod at Elizabeth and Little White, saying, "Get rid of these chaos beasts and let's leave this place." Yes. Elizabeth and Little White immediately nodded. You go too. Wang Ting threw the lightning spirit out. Guji. The lightning spirit cried out pitifully, but it did not reject. It realized that these big guys were not that scary. They could not do anything to it. It was the lightning spirit. It was not afraid of anything. Come on. Next, Wang Ting, Elizabeth, Little White, and the lightning spirit worked together and finally killed all the chaos beasts. They obtained many more golden orbs. These golden orbs were useless to Wang Ting, but they could be left for Little White and the rest to use in the future. Let's go. Wang Ting stood on Little White's back and turned into a dark red shooting star as they sped in one direction. In the next few days, Wang Ting did not give up. He continued to comprehend in the chaos. When he encountered chaos beasts, he killed them. When he encountered space cracks, he stopped to comprehend. Just like that, another 3 days passed. There were only 8 days left. The time for Wang Ting to leave the chaotic secret realm was getting closer. Master, if we continue forward, we will enter the area where the Sector Lord Chaos Beasts are active. Elizabeth stopped and said. Sector Lord Chaos Beasts. Wang Ting looked calm. However, if one looked closely at his eyes, they would realize that there were mysterious origin source law engravings flashing in his eyes. He was constantly trying to comprehend and improve his own dharma. Roar, a terrifying chaos beast appeared in the chaotic airflow in front of them. Only a corner of its huge body was revealed, but it was already shocking. Elizabeth's expression changed slightly. She was extremely fearful. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a tinge of seriousness. After a moment of silence, he said firmly, "You all return to the devouring space first. I will go and take a look alone." Master, it's too dangerous. Elizabeth's expression changed again. She wanted to persuade him immediately. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. With my skills, it's easier to hide alone. Even the Sector Lord Chaos Beasts might not be able to find me. Wang Ting said. Elizabeth reacted. Thinking back to Wang Ting's skills, it seemed to be true, even she could not see through the concealment skills. It seemed easy to hide from the Chaos Beasts. As long as he did not go head-to-head, he would not be in too much danger. Hence, she did not say anything more. Wang Ting kept Elizabeth, Little White, and Thunder Spirit into the devouring space. He took a deep breath and rushed towards the area where the Sector Lord Chaos Beasts were. Whether he could succeed or not, it all depended on this. His comprehension had reached the most crucial moment, but he was just a little short. Just a little short, he was already very close, almost within reach. However, there seemed to be a gap in the middle that could not be crossed. This feeling made Wang Ting extremely depressed. He even wondered if he had received too many benefits recently and used up too much of his luck. Hence, he was so unlucky now. No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out the last node. Could it be that his perception was not enough? He already had the Sector Lord level. Comprehension. If that was not enough, how high was the requirement? At this moment, Wang Ting was moving quickly in the chaos, looking for the last few pieces of the puzzle. He tried his best to remain calm, to keep his mind rational. Time passed day by day, 8 days, 7 days, 6 days, 5 days. The time for Wang Ting to leave the chaotic secret realm was getting closer and closer. He did not have much time left. He did not know when he would be able to enter again. It would not be that easy to enter the chaotic secret realm. At this moment, even with his temperament, he could not help but feel anxious. Wang Ting looked at his stats panel. The various origin laws had increased tremendously. In the area where the Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts were active, the various origin laws evolved more intensely. It was very helpful to the Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts. Hence, even Wang Ting gained a lot here. This was very helpful to his comprehension. But it was not enough. At this moment, a violent explosion came from the chaotic airflow in the distance. It interrupted Wang Ting's train of thought. Wang Ting frowned and looked into the distance. The chaotic airflow suddenly started rolling violently without any warning. It was as though something terrifying was stirring within. Someone is fighting. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat as he moved over. The ones fighting here were definitely Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts. Looking at the sword lights shooting out from the chaotic airflow, one side should be Sector Lord level martial artists. This was the first time Wang Ting had seen a battle between a Chaos Beast and a martial artist since he entered the chaotic secret realm. He wanted to find out more. Perhaps he could get some inspiration. At the same time, he could see how strong the Sector Lords in the college were. Wang Ting activated his Eye of Truth. Even though he was far away, he could see the situation in front of him clearly. On one side were Chaos Beasts, on the other side were martial artists. On the martial artists' side, there were 3 people. Chaos Beasts kept gathering around. There were not as many as the Star and Universe level Chaos Beasts Wang Ting had encountered before. There were not even as many as the Domain Lord level Chaos Beasts. However, they were all Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts. They were not to be underestimated. The 3 of them were obviously surrounded by Chaos Beasts. Wang Ting moved closer. Looking at the intense battle ahead, he was speechless. During this period of time, he had come across quite a number of extremely powerful Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts. However, in order to save time and not attract trouble, he didn't provoke these Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts. Every time he came across one, he would silently avoid them. Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts. Even if he summoned Elizabeth, it would take a lot of time and effort to kill them. Wang Ting did not have such time. Looking at the situation now, he felt that he was very wise. The 3 Sector Lord level martial artists who were surrounded by Chaos Beasts were very passive. Needless to say, he was a star level martial artist. One had to know one's own limits. As a star level weakling, Wang Ting felt that he should not provoke Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts. At most, he should take advantage of others, like now. the college martial artists were obviously at a disadvantage. However, they were still able to kill a few Sector Lord level chaos beasts. Wang Ting had already seen the attribute bubbles drop. Very good, since the other party couldn't see these attribute bubbles anyway, he might as well reluctantly pick up a few. This was using trash, no one would lose out, Wang Ting thought so. He then secretly released his spiritual force. Using the Chaos Origin energy as a cover, the few Sector Lord level martial artists could not detect it. Wang Ting was very wary of immortal level and above martial artists. However, Sector Lord level martial artists were not that wary. With his current methods, it was not a problem to deceive some Sector Lord level martial artists. Of course, he still had to be careful. He did not want to fail miserably. Wang Ting was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already picked up the attribute bubbles. Origin of Thunder *300, Origin of Chaos Energy *2600, Blank Attribute *56,000, Origin of Earth *400, Origin of Chaos Energy *3200, Blank Attribute *61,000, Light Origin *280, Origin of Chaos Energy *3000, Blank Attribute *52,000, Metal Origin *300, Metal Star Force *12,000, Origin of Wood *250, Wood Element Star Force *11,000, Origin of Fire *420, Fire Star Force *15,000, damn, as expected of a Sector Lord level Chaos Beast. So many attribute values. Wang Ting was overjoyed. 3 types of origin source laws, and 2 of them were the extremely special origin source laws of lightning and origin source laws of light. This was truly a stroke of luck. The problem was that he had picked them up for free. He did not even touch them. Could it be that his luck had returned? Wang Ting could not help but have such a thought. He had obtained lightning origin law before. However, this was the first time he had encountered light origin law in the Chaos Secret Realm. Obviously, light origin law was harder to encounter than lightning origin law. Chaos origin energy and blank attribute values were much higher than the domain lord level chaos beasts he had killed before. The attribute bubbles at the back came from the 3 Sector Lord level martial artists. The 3 types of origin laws helped Wang Ting improve quite a bit. Their comprehension of origin law was much stronger than Wang Ting's. Naturally, they could increase his rank to origin law. Just as Wang Ting was immersed in the attribute panel, the 3 Sector Lords were preparing to leave. They did not fight with the Chaos Beasts. After killing a few Chaos Beasts, they worked together to break out and disappeared into the distance. From the looks of it, they worked very well together. From hunting to escaping, they did it in one go. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had done this. Wang Ting had a preliminary understanding of the abilities of these old students. They had a high level of control over origin law. They could use it freely and add it to their battle techniques. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He did not chase after the 3 Sector Lords. He did not forget about himself. Although he could get some benefits if he followed them, it was not what he wanted. Furthermore, the attribute bubbles that he had just obtained contained light and lightning origin law powers. This meant that there might be a corresponding origin law manifested in this place. This was the experience that he had accumulated over the past 20 days in the chaotic secret realm. Some of the chaos beasts chased after the 3 Sector Lords. Some dispersed and disappeared into the chaotic airflow. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He ignored them and moved slowly in the chaotic airflow, looking for a possible origin law manifested. This chaotic airflow area was huge. As Wang Ting went deeper, he realized that the chaotic airflow was getting thicker and thicker. It almost formed a fog. Wang Ting activated his Eye of Truth. He checked his surroundings as he ventured deeper. He did not know how long he had flown. Suddenly, he felt as though he had passed through an invisible barrier. The scene in front of him stunned him. Wang Ting's heart shook. His eyes were filled with shock. A void appeared in front of his eyes. Countless stars were shining, and small celestial bodies were dotted in it. Planets, stars, comets, black holes, nebulas. All the celestial bodies that existed in the universe seemed to have appeared here at this moment. This place was like a small universe, endless and mysterious laws evolved within it. Light, darkness, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind. All the basic origin laws were linked together to form chains of laws, intertwining with each other like an invisible net, enveloping the entire void. This. When Wang Ting gained a clearer understanding of the nomological laws in this place, he became even more astounded. There was actually such a magical place here. It was unbelievable. Wang Ting could not describe his feelings. This was definitely the best place to comprehend. If the three sector lords from before knew that they had missed such a magical place, they would probably cry on the spot. Wang Ting could not help but think of the three sector lords. Compared to this place, even the golden ball of light from the sector lord chaos beasts could not compare. These thoughts flashed past in an instant. Wang Ting immediately retracted his thoughts and looked at the void in front of him. At this moment, he focused all of his attention on the void, and his inspiration exploded once again. He walked into the void step by step, observing all the changes. The light in his eyes grew brighter. Time passed, but he did not feel anything. All he could see was this magical void. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. It was also Wang Ting's last day in this chaotic secret realm. The time limit was up. However, he still did not feel anything. He walked in the void and finally sat cross-legged on a small star. This star was less than half a kilometer in diameter. It was not big, but it was like a small planet. It followed a specific path in the void. It was very magical. Wang Ting closed his eyes. A golden light shone from his forehead. The 9 treasures pagoda appeared. His spiritual energy spread out as though it was going to cover the entire void. His spiritual power was immense, but this area wasn't small either. Hence, his spiritual power could only turn into tiny threads. They were like tentacles that touched every corner. They intertwined with each other and turned into a web of enlightenment that belonged to Wang Ting. In his mind, there seemed to be a huge jigsaw puzzle that appeared. This puzzle was originally missing a few important nodes. It was not completely complete. These were the most important areas. However, at this moment, Wang Ting's spiritual energy landed. He filled in the last few areas of the puzzle and completed it. Finally, the complete picture of the puzzle was revealed. It was a vast and deep starry sky. Countless stars were embellished and emitted a bright light. These stars contained the operating rules of all the attributes in the world. The rules were the trajectories and became the basis of their operation. All the changes in the universe were contained in them. At the same time, a mysterious aura rose from Wang Ting's body. Boom, in an instant, the void outside shook. It seemed to resonate with the aura on his body. Boom, another explosion rang out. However, this time, the boom came from Wang Ting's body. The void ocean trembled. All the 4 stars under Wang Ting's control started vibrating as well, emitting dazzling force rays. His sea of consciousness shook. The 9 treasures pagoda returned. Endless spiritual energy swept out. Wang Ting's opportunity to break through had arrived. At this moment, he had completely fallen into an extremely mysterious realm. Boom, a deafening sound rang out as countless amounts of pure chaotic energy gathered in the surroundings, forming an extremely terrifying vortex. Wang Ting's breakthrough this time was a breakthrough in all his origin powers. Therefore, he needed a huge amount of origin powers of various attributes. Coincidentally, the chaotic origin power was the most basic form of energy. It could be converted into any kind of origin power. At this moment, an endless amount of energy of the origin of chaos was being absorbed. The chaotic airflow outside the void was being swept up and gathered towards Wang Ting. Not enough, even so, it was still far from enough. Wang Ting's heart stirred. He released all the chaotic origin power that he had accumulated earlier. He activated the Devour Divine ability and absorbed it madly. Above his head, the terrifying vortex spun slowly. It was terrifying. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of many chaos beasts. Roars and howls were heard everywhere. The chaos beasts sensed the rich energy of the origin of chaos and rushed towards Wang Ting. Damn it! Wang Ting cursed in his heart. This breakthrough came too suddenly. The commotion was so huge that it exceeded his expectations. That was why this happened. He did not have time to think. He immediately summoned Elizabeth, Little White, and Thunder Spirit. Master! They instantly realized that the situation was not right. Seeing the Sector Lord level chaos beasts rushing toward them, they could not help but gulp. So scary. Help me block those chaos beasts. Wang Ting ordered. Hashtag? Elizabeth and the other two's expressions changed. They were very bitter. However, Wang Ting needed them now. They could only bite the bullet. Boom, Elizabeth's expression was serious. She did not hold back. Her dragon horn suddenly exploded with a strong force wave. A strong light beam shot out. One of the chaos beasts exploded in an instant. Many chaos beasts were shocked. They could not help but stop moving forward. However, they quickly regained their senses and rushed forward even more crazily. Elizabeth's expression did not look good. These chaos beasts were crazy. They were all charging without fear of death. She could not help but look back at Wang Ting. The energy reaction was too strong. No wonder so many chaos beasts were attracted. However, was Master about to break through? He actually caused such a huge commotion. Elizabeth gritted her teeth. Her gaze became fierce. No matter what, she could not let these chaos beasts disturb Master's breakthrough. All of you, die. In an instant, Elizabeth transformed into a female Tyrannosaurus. Many attacks exploded, blocking the chaos beasts that were rushing toward them. Screech, Little White was not idle either. It let out a screech. The Blood Crow avatar appeared and rushed in all directions. With its power, it was naturally not enough to kill Sector Lord level chaos beasts. It could only help Elizabeth now. Thunder Spirit did the same. It was harassing Elizabeth from the side to buy time. This little thing was usually very timid. However, it did not drop the ball now. On Wang Ting's side, as the massive amount of energy from the origin of chaos flowed into his body, the 4 stars started to swell and tremble violently. In just a short while, the 4 stars expanded several times. Finally, they seemed to have reached a limit. Boom! 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 All the 4 stars exploded at the same time. The roar reverberated in the sky above Wang Ting's sea of nothingness, causing huge waves. The entire sea of nothingness was turned upside down. All of this was like the Big Bang of the universe. Endless energy swept out. After the explosion, the 4 stars formed many star fragments. The huge energy turned into many nebulas. At this moment, the sea of nothingness and sea of consciousness were connected. Surging spiritual energy gathered and merged with the energy in the sea of nothingness. At this moment, the sea of nothingness and sea of consciousness merged together in an unbelievable way. No, it should be said that the two were originally in the same place. It was just that they were originally separated into 2 areas. One was above, one was below. One was able to contain force. The other was able to contain spiritual energy. However, in reality, they were in the same place. At this moment, the two were merged into one, forming a strange starry sky. In the starry sky, countless tiny stars appeared. There were even large nebulas, star clusters, and other strange celestial bodies. It was like a real starry sky of the universe. At the center of this starry sky, there was a black hole. All the celestial bodies revolved around this black hole, causing this starry sky to be like a huge whirlpool. This black hole slowly swallowed the surrounding celestial bodies and dust. From there, it produced wisps of extremely pure chaos origin energy. All of Wang Ting's force had shockingly turned into chaos origin energy, and this chaos origin energy was actually constantly changing. Sometimes it turned into thunder, sometimes it turned into a gale, and sometimes it turned into light and darkness. Suddenly, around the black hole, starlight appeared and turned into wisps of spiritual energy. Like a layer of mist, it shrouded the edge of the black hole and emitted a strange halo. All of this seemed to be beautiful and magnificent, and it was filled with a sense of mystery. Universe level. At this moment, Wang Ting finally entered universe level. In the chaos, the 3 sector lord level fighters were speeding along. They felt the chaos ahead and were shocked. What's happening? Is someone being attacked by chaos beasts? Go, let's go take a look. The three discussed for a while and decided to go take a look. If it was a fighter from the academy, they might be able to help. This was almost an unwritten rule in the Primal Chaos secret realm. In a situation where there was no conflict, they would naturally help if they could. This way, the next time they were in danger, others would help too. To make things convenient for others is to make things convenient for oneself. They were all students of the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy. They had a relationship. If they weren't enemies, they were friends. Furthermore, everyone was talented. Having one more friend would be beneficial in the future. Of course, this was under the condition that they allowed it. No one would put themselves in danger just to save someone. If it was an enemy, they should take a look. Hitting someone when they were down, wasn't that better? Although they were all students of the academy, since they were enemies, there was no need to be so particular. If they could take advantage of it, that would be even better. Outside the strange void, a large group of Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts charged from all directions. Elizabeth, Little White, and the Lightning Spirit tried their best to defend. They were already surrounded by Chaos Beasts, but in order to not let the Chaos Beasts disturb Wangting's breakthrough, they could only defend with all their might, even if they were injured. At this moment, Elizabeth had many wounds on her body, blood was flowing out, she was in a miserable state. Her half-human face was extremely pale and showed signs of weakness, but she was still holding on. Little White was also injured, many blood crow avatars were destroyed, even its feathers were scattered, blood covered its steel-like dark red wings. The Lightning Spirit's lightning was much weaker. After a long period of eruption, it had used up a lot of energy. It was no longer as playful and lively as before, like a frosted eggplant, withered. Master, are you still not done? Elizabeth turned back to look at Wangting. She was anxious. He was still sitting cross-legged on the small star, his eyes closed, as if he hadn't completed his breakthrough. She could only feel that Wangting's aura was constantly rising, becoming stronger and stronger. This process was still ongoing. The three martial artists quickly reached this place. When they saw the scene in front of them, they immediately fell into shock. Although there were many chaos beasts in the area, they were still attracted by the strange void at first glance. The three of them revealed looks of astonishment. What a magical place. We're late. I didn't expect that there would actually be such a place here. It's just perfect for us to comprehend origin source laws. Look, there seems to be someone there. He's a student of our 7th Starry Sky Academy. He looks very young and unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Judging from his aura, he seems to be breaking through. He seems to be a domain lord. With such a terrifying momentum, this person's talent is definitely not ordinary. Even though Wangting had yet to complete his breakthrough, the energy fluctuations he was emitting were already extremely terrifying. Hence, to the three of them, Wangting's aura exceeded that of ordinary universe-level martial artists. He must be a domain lord. That dark red crow is very strong. It's obviously a middle-level emperor, but it can contend with sector lord-level chaos beasts. This kind of power is not weaker than some space beast cubs. And that, what is that thing? Why does it look like a mother ant, but with dragon horns on its head? What's up with that halfling? Did he mutate? The three's attention was attracted by Little White and Elizabeth. Not only did the astonishment in their eyes not lessen, but it became even more intense. Little White's appearance was slightly better, but Elizabeth's appearance was really strange. The few experienced sector lords couldn't help but be confused. They felt that they had seen something strange, especially the energy waves emitting from Elizabeth's body were of sector lord level. This made them even more surprised. A sector lord level being, and from the looks of it, she was protecting the human martial artist from the surrounding chaos beasts. Could this be his pet beast? At the same time, Little White's power shocked the three of them. They all tried to guess where Little White came from. However, countless crow-type star beasts flashed through their minds, but none of them seemed to be of the same kind. This dark red crow species seemed a little unusual. It definitely wasn't that they weren't knowledgeable enough. It was definitely that this crow wasn't common. And among the space beasts they were familiar with, there didn't seem to be such a crow. For a moment, the three of them couldn't make heads or tails of it. Is there a bolt of lightning over there? Suddenly, one of them saw the lightning spirit flashing among the chaos beasts. His face was filled with confusion, as if he couldn't see it clearly. Hiss, what lightning? It's obviously a lightning spirit. However, the three of them were Sector Lord level after all. After observing for a while, they recognized the lightning spirit's true appearance. They were all shocked. The three of them shocked them 3 times. This lightning spirit wouldn't belong to that student, right? One of them asked the other 2 hesitantly. It's obvious. The other nodded. This person. Where did he come from? To be able to have 3 such strange beings at the same time. The 3 of them were instantly curious about Wang Ting's identity. They all guessed that Wang Ting might have an extraordinary identity outside of Cosmic Star College. He definitely wasn't an ordinary person. A suspected space beast cub, a Sector Lord level special being, a lightning spirit, no matter which one it was, they were all extraordinary. Even for Sector Lords like them, to be able to obtain one of the 3 was already a great fortune, let alone all 3 at the same time. Should we help? Those 3 seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. One of them transmitted. Help. Of course, this person's identity isn't simple. His potential is also extraordinary. If we help now, it'll be like sending charcoal in the snow. The other 2 didn't hesitate and immediately decided to help. Then let's do it. Hence, the 3 of them didn't hide anymore. They instantly charged out from the chaos airflow and attacked the surrounding chaos beasts. Elizabeth was slightly stunned. When she saw them, she was shocked. These people are here, to help us? Relax, we're not enemies. One of them said loudly. Elizabeth was suspicious. However, with their help, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. She couldn't help but sigh in relief. Howl, the chaos beasts roared and madly attacked the group. The battle grew more and more intense. Until a certain point, Wang Ting's aura suddenly exploded, instantly surpassing his original strength by a few times. Rumble, a rumble resounded from Wang Ting's body. The whirlpool above his head slowly sank into his body. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded from his body. He broke through. Elizabeth was instantly overjoyed. Master is about to break through. Little White was overjoyed too, letting out a cry. He broke through. This aura, so strong. Looks like this student's potential is terrifying. Only Domain Lord level and he already has such an aura. His strength must be extremely strong. However, he only just broke through from the universe level to Domain Lord level. It's a bit late. The previous batch of students have all broken through. Is it because he's been accumulating? The 3 fighters were shocked once again. Seeing Wang Ting's breakthrough, they couldn't help but discuss within. These people all thought that Wang Ting had broken through from the universe level to the Domain Lord level. They didn't even think about it. And just as Wang Ting was breaking through, a token suddenly flew up from his body and shone brightly. That's the welcome token. Good fellow, his time is up. What a coincidence. That token was the one given to Wang Ting when he entered the Primal Chaos secret region. Other than allowing students to move around the island, it had another use. It could pinpoint the student's location. Once the time was up, they could leave the Primal Chaos secret region in time. At this time, the token shone brightly and a crack appeared in the air above it. An old voice resounded. Student Wang Ting, time is up. Leave quickly, HM? Breaking through. The voice behind the crack paused and coughed dryly. He said slowly. Cough, whatever, let's finish first. The 3 Sector Lord fighters. Was this the voice of the Guardian Elder? Since when was the Guardian Elder so easy to talk to? They had been in the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy for so many years, but they had never seen him so happy. Even though the student was indeed at the critical moment of breaking through, if it was any other student, the Guardian Elder wouldn't force them to leave the Primal Chaos secret region. However, this was the first time he was so happy to a student. However, the voice behind the crack didn't move again. They couldn't confirm if it was the cold Guardian Elder they knew. The 3 Sector Lord level experts were simply curious. At this time, Wang Ting, who was sitting cross-legged on the small star, seemed to have finished his transformation. He suddenly opened his eyes. A resplendent light shot out from his eyes, starlight dazzling. His dark and deep eyes seemed to contain the vast starry sky. It was very mystical. Finally, I broke through. Wang Ting stood up and felt the situation in his body. He couldn't help but smile. Master! Little White couldn't help but shout. Wang Ting came back to his senses and immediately looked around. He noticed that Little White and Elizabeth were injured. His eyes shot out a cold light. These chaos beasts were really annoying. However, before he could do anything, rumble, a terrifying clap of thunder suddenly sounded without any warning. Wang Ting's face froze. He slowly looked up. Above his head, a huge pitch-black fissure suddenly appeared, and within that fissure, silvery white lightning with a tinge of purple was flashing. This crack was like a huge vertical eye. The lightning was like a huge eye shooting out. It was majestic and terrifying. An endless amount of pressure poured down. Ah? A shocked voice resounded from the crack above the token. It was very strange. The surrounding chaos beasts were all shocked. They let out cries of fear and actually fled into the distance. They actually gave up on attacking. Sigma, degree, Wang Ting immediately fell into a state of self-doubt. What happened? What did he do? Why did the lightning appear? And it looked like it was going to strike him. The 3 Sector Lord fighters were all stunned. They looked at the lightning above Wang Ting's head in shock. Their brains almost couldn't react. Breaking through and he was struck by lightning? Could it be that this person had done something outrageous? They had never heard of a universe level breaking through to the Domain Lord level. Even breaking through to the Sector Lord level and Undying level didn't have such a situation. Elizabeth and Little White were stunned too. However, they were more worried for Wang Ting. What if their master was struck by lightning? Right, lightning spirit. Elizabeth and Little White looked at the lightning spirit. GG. The thunder spirit looked at the thunder tribulation over there. Suddenly, it quivered as if it had discovered something incredible. It cried out in joy. GG. Asterisk, leave it to me. The lightning spirit was already restless. It was extremely excited. Rumble, it seemed like a long time, but in truth, it only took a few breaths of time. The lightning above Wang Ting's head had reached its peak. Without giving anyone a chance to react, it struck down. Damn. Wang Ting cursed within. Without thinking, he took out the flipping thunder brick and threw it above his head. Eat my flying brick. The purple flipping thunder brick flew up into the sky. It was like a warrior facing the heavens. Go, rumble. The terrifying lightning struck the flipping thunder brick. It exploded with a dazzling light, lighting up the entire dark space. The flipping thunder brick seemed unremarkable under the might of the lightning, but it managed to block the lightning. The purple runes on the surface of the flipping thunder brick lit up. Quite a bit of lightning was absorbed into the brick, merging with the lightning energy within. It was because the flipping thunder brick contained lightning that it could block the lightning. GG. On the other side, the lightning spirit saw that something was trying to steal its food. It rushed up and circled the flipping thunder brick, swallowing the lightning. The 3 Sector Lords were stunned. Such a powerful lightning was blocked, and it didn't even land on the student. What is that? One of them couldn't help but ask. It looks like a brick. I don't think so, it's just a brick. The 3 of them could obviously see what the flipping thunder brick looked like. It was just unbelievable. A single brick had actually blocked the lightning tribulation. Too crazy. Rumble, another even more terrifying lightning struck down, heading straight for Wang Ting. The flipping thunder brick went up again. The lightning spirit didn't want to fall behind. It crazily swallowed the lightning. This was a great supplement for it. Usually, Wang Ting was very stingy, only giving it a bit each time. This time, it wanted to eat as much as it could to make up for the previous consumption. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck down. In a blink of an eye, 6 bolts of lightning struck down, but they were all blocked by the flipping thunder brick. Of course, the lightning spirit also put in a lot of effort, swallowing large amounts of lightning, causing the power of the lightning to decrease a lot. One couldn't help but exclaim that the lightning spirit was indeed something born from nature. Even against lightning, it dared to swallow it. At this moment, the lightning spirit's body had expanded a lot. It was originally the size of a head, but now it was at least 4 to 5 times bigger. It was dazzling with lightning, like a fatty with a bloated stomach. This scene stunned the 3-sector lord fighters. Seeing that it couldn't do anything to Wang Ting, the lightning seemed to be angry. How could a lightning tribulation have emotions? But reality proved that it wanted to kill Wang Ting even more. More and more lightning started brewing in the crack above Wang Ting's head. The crack got bigger and bigger. It was like a huge lightning pool that was a few hundred feet wide. The space where Wang Ting was at was enveloped by a frightening suppression of heaven and earth. Ordinary people couldn't get close to him at all. Even from far away, the 3-sector lord-level fighters could feel the terrifying intent, their scalps tingling. They couldn't understand. This student was just trying to break through. How could he encounter such a terrifying lightning tribulation? Wang Ting raised his head and looked at the lightning pool. He frowned slightly. Was this lightning tribulation determined to kill him? The 7th lightning tribulation that was about to form would be far stronger than the previous ones. Normally, every 3 lightning tribulations, there would be a huge change in power. The 4th lightning tribulation was twice as strong as the 3rd, but it still couldn't do anything to Wang Ting. No, it couldn't do anything to the lightning brick. Now that another 3 lightning tribulations had passed, the 7th lightning tribulation would change again and be even more intense than before. The lightning brick and lightning spirit were probably at their limits, unable to block the next lightning tribulation. If not, he would have to do it himself. Come on. Come on, who's afraid of who? Wasn't it just a lightning tribulation? It's not like I've been struck before. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. When things came to a head, he had to be firm. In the lightning pool above, endless lightning power gathered. The power of origin laws manifested, forming a terrifying lightning beast. The power of origin laws formed chains that wrapped around its body. The majestic lightning eyes stared at Wang Ting from above. Rumble, in the next moment, the lightning beast roared. Lightning surged and rushed down from above. Everywhere it passed, it became a terrifying lightning pillar. Ancient God's body. Wang Ting's expression froze as he shouted in his heart. Rumble, his blood surged. Golden blood flowed through his limbs and bones, finally entering his heart, causing it to beat violently like a drum. A complicated and profound golden pattern appeared between his eyebrows, appearing extremely mysterious. A majestic energy rose from Wang Ting's body. A dim golden light shot out from his body, covering him in a layer of golden armor. The primal chaos energy within his body exploded. It stuck to Wang Ting's body, causing the ancient god body to have a different power than before. This was the first time Wang Ting used the ancient god body after reaching the universe level. He didn't know how strong it was. Rumble, Wang Ting stepped forward. His entire body became a beam of golden light, rushing towards the lightning pillar above his head. The two clashed in mid-air. Time and space seemed to stop for a moment, dead silence. After that, rumble, the violent roar reverberated in the void for a long time. Wang Ting's golden silhouette was completely covered in lightning, almost swallowed. The 3-sector lord fighters all broke out in cold sweat for him. Elizabeth and Little White were even more nervous. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Such terrifying lightning, would Master be able to block it? Rumble. At this moment, the 8th bolt of lightning struck down. It formed a lightning pillar that was thicker than the previous one and struck Wang Ting's body. Gulp. The 3-sector lord's eyebrows jumped. They felt their scalps go numb and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That student won't be struck to death, right? They glanced at each other and couldn't help but think. Awesome. Suddenly, a loud laugh resounded from within the lightning. It had a sense of heroism. The 3-sector lords were dumbfounded. Awesome? What was awesome? They were just worried that Wang Ting would be struck to death. In the end, Wang Ting's laughter resounded from within the lightning. Especially the word awesome. It seemed to have a thick sense of mockery. It made one feel like beating him up. Pung, with a muffled sound, the lightning enveloping Wang Ting's body exploded violently. Wang Ting raised his fist and punched the lightning calamity forcefully. Not strong enough. Again. Wang Ting gritted his teeth. After being struck by 2 lightning bolts, it was unbearable. His body was in pain. Even with his 3-star ancient god body, it couldn't completely negate the pain from the lightning. However, when he used his ancient god body technique, he realized that it was actually improving under the lightning. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Those normal pills couldn't improve his ancient god body anymore. As such, his ancient god body hadn't improved much recently. Now it was great. He had just reached the universe level and the primal chaos secret region had given him a huge gift. Lightning body refinement, it was something that could only be met by luck. However, he realized a problem. It seemed that the ancient god body's improvement this time was partly due to the nourishment of the primal chaos energy. On one hand, it was nourishing the body, that was why the ancient god's body was slowly but steadily improving. I didn't expect that after converting all the genetic energy into primal chaos energy, there would be such benefits. Wang Ting muttered within. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken the first 6 bolts himself. He wouldn't have given the lightning brick and the lightning spirit a chance to perform. Luckily it wasn't too late. Come, let the lightning bolts come more fiercely. Strike me, strike me, strike me. Wang Ting gazed at the sky. His eyes were filled with sincerity. He opened his arms and was ready to embrace the lightning. Strike me, the 3-sector Lord level warriors. Elizabeth. Little White. Lightning Spirit. Guardian Elder. Lightning. This person must be crazy, rumble. Within the thunder pool, the terrifying lightning rumbled. Suddenly, it tilted towards Wang Ting, venting its endless rage. Demon, die, then, the entire pool of thunder poured down, forming a thunder waterfall. True thunder smashing face. Wang Ting's legs went soft. His face twitched uncontrollably. Was it too late to take back his words? He felt that he could still be saved. The 3-sector lords in the distance retreated. Their faces were filled with shock. They felt that they were too close and would die. Even Elizabeth and Little White hid far away. Master, it's not that we don't want to help you. We really can't take it, rumble. In an instant, the lightning waterfall drowned Wang Ting's body. Endless power of lightning surged in all directions. The entire strange void exploded. All the celestial bodies disappeared under the bombardment of the lightning. The 3-sector lords felt their hearts ache. They hadn't even comprehended this mysterious space and it disappeared just like that. Damn it, the person who had been robbed was the main culprit. Why did he come from our space? However, this person was probably going to die. Such a terrifying thunder waterfall, could he still survive? Even they felt that they might not be able to escape with their lives under such a terrifying thunder calamity. The thunder waterfall continued for a long time. The thunder pool above his head slowly disappeared. It seemed to have completed its mission. Finally, the thunder waterfall also disappeared. The 3-sector lords, Elizabeth, Little White and the others all looked over. A figure slowly appeared from the dissipating lightning. It was Wang Ting. He was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn. Most of his skin and face were charred black. His black hair was messy. Burp. Wang Ting burped. Black smoke came out of his mouth. His appearance shocked everyone. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What shocked them was that Wang Ting didn't seem to be injured. He looked like he was charred black. In reality, he was completely fine. Damn it. Do you have to be so cruel? Wang Ting pointed his middle finger above his head. Luckily he had just broken through to the universe level. His power increased greatly. With the chaos energy constantly nourishing his body, he barely managed to survive. Otherwise, he would have to use the blank attribute to forcefully upgrade his ancient god body. If it was the original Wang Ting, only an even stronger ancient god body would be able to withstand the last terrifying thunder calamity. Now that Wang Ting used his own technique to reach the universe level, he received huge benefits. And what he displayed today was only a part of the benefits. His hard work wasn't in vain. He created the most suitable technique for himself. Everyone saw that Wang Ting still had the energy to scold people. They were speechless. They couldn't help but sigh at his guts. He was already in such a state and still dared to scold the Thunder Calamity. Ironhead bro. Wangting boy, what did you do? Why did you attract the Thunder Calamity in the chaos? At this time, the voice of the Guardian Elder came from behind the crack. He seemed to be holding it in for a long time. Guardian Elder. Wangting regained his senses and immediately bowed towards the crack. Then, he put on an innocent expression and said, "To be honest, I don't know what happened either. I just broke through here and got struck by lightning. I can't explain this to you." The Guardian Elder. Elder, do you know what's going on? Can you help me clear my doubts? Wangting asked back. I don't know shit. The Guardian Elder wanted to curse, but considering that the person in front of him was the most promising seedling that the 7th Starry Sky Academy had received over the years, he controlled his temper and said, anything can happen in the chaos. Maybe your breakthrough was a bit special, so it attracted the Thunder Calamity. His voice was somewhat meaningful. Although he didn't understand what happened, he guessed that it must have something to do with this kid's breakthrough. Then he didn't give Wangting a chance to ask again and said, all right. Since you've finished breaking through, follow me out of the Chaos Secret Realm. Your time is up. Wangting felt that the Guardian Elder was just brushing him off. However, he was happy that the other party didn't pursue the matter. After all, this might be related to the scripture he created. He didn't want anyone to know about it. He nodded hurriedly and said, all right, please wait for a moment. I'll go and thank the seniors. Go. The Guardian Elder didn't stop him. Wangting turned and looked at the 3-sector Lord Martial warriors. He flew towards them and bowed, thank you senior brothers and senior sisters for your help just now. I'm Wangting, I'm eternally grateful. You're welcome, we're all students of the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy. Since we met, we naturally helped. One of the men smiled. In fact, his heart was throbbing with pain. He originally planned to comprehend in this strange space after helping Wangting, but the space was destroyed by the lightning tribulation, causing them to lose their chance. But this matter couldn't be blamed on Wangting. Moreover, whether it was the strength Wangting displayed or the Guardian Elder's respect for him, it was enough for them to take him seriously. So they might as well pretend that nothing happened and form a good relationship. Seniors, can you leave me your contact information? Wangting will remember this favor. Wangting said. There's no need to mention favors, but you can leave your contact information. Let's keep in touch in the future. The person didn't have the arrogance of a sector lord and smiled. Wangting didn't say anything more. Some things couldn't be said. Since the other party helped him, he would naturally remember. He was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Grudges, he would remember them in his little notebook. And he would also remember them in his little notebook. Both parties exchanged contact numbers on their smartwatches. The 3-sector Lord fighters knew that Wangting was about to leave the chaotic secret realm and didn't say anything else, afraid of making the Guardian Elder wait for too long. Wangting kept Elizabeth, Little White, and Thunder Spirit in the swallowing space before picking up the surrounding attribute bubbles and golden orbs. These were all good things left behind by Sector Lord level Chaos Beasts, how could he waste them? Elder, I'm done. After doing this, Wangting said to the crack. Come through the crack and you can return to the entrance. The Guardian Elder said lightly. Wangting's eyes were filled with shock, but without hesitation, he turned into a stream of light and charged into the crack. The token also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Wangting found that he had indeed returned to the whirlpool entrance when he first entered the chaotic secret realm. Looking down, the transfer island was in sight. I'll be back again. Wangting glanced at the transfer island and thought about this trip to the chaotic secret realm. He felt that he had gained a lot and couldn't help but smile as he stepped into the whirlpool. Wangting entered the passageway between the primal chaos secret realm and the original universe. The complete and vast universe they were in was called the original universe. It had a sense of I am at the center of the universe. Perhaps every native had such a pretentious idea, just like how Earth Star thought it was at the center of the solar system. In fact, the Earth was just a tiny planet with life in the vast universe. F*CK, the people of Earth Star were once in a state of panic. It turned out that they were not the only life form in the universe, nor were they the strongest life form. That was awkward. Back to the main topic. With his previous experience, Wang Ting felt much better when he entered the passageway this time. Perhaps his spiritual power had increased, so the chaos had less of an effect on him. This way, Wang Ting had more energy to search for attribute bubbles in the passageway. The space and time attributes were very important to Wang Ting. Naturally, he would not let any of them go. Fortunately, the passageway did not disappoint him. Not long after entering the passageway, a few attribute bubbles appeared in front of Wang Ting. Pick them up. Time * 35 time * 50 space * 350 space * 420. As the attribute bubbles merged with his body, Wang Ting could not help but smile. He could feel his space body and time talents improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. This feeling was great. It was as if he had turned on a talent accelerator. His talents were increasing rapidly. And it was such a rare talent, so what if he was about to leave the primal chaos secret realm? He would still take advantage of it one last time. He would not let go of any opportunity, Wang Ting snorted in his heart. His eyes were not idle at all. He constantly scanned his surroundings, looking for more attribute bubbles. He would not let go of any that he missed. At this time, his gaze paused. He saw many attribute bubbles in a small space-time whirlpool. He immediately used his spiritual force to pick them up. Time * 40 time * 30 space * 300 space * 400 space * 350. He had to admit that after Wang Ting advanced to the universe level and swallowed a large number of golden orbs, his spiritual power had increased exponentially. This time, he was much more relaxed than before. He stayed in the tunnel for a longer period of time. At this moment, he strode through the chaotic flows of space as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, and he admired the scenes of the chaotic flows of space around him. Such a scene could not be seen outside. The guardian elder outside the passageway frowned. What was going on? That brat had been in there for so long and still hadn't come out. Could it be that something bad had happened? He couldn't help but think about it. After all, Wang Ting had a criminal record. If he could get struck by lightning in the Chaos Secret Realm, what could happen to him in the passageway of the Chaos Secret Realm? What if the Primal Chaos Mystic Realm wanted to kill him at the last moment? Thinking about it, it was quite dangerous. Speaking of which, even the will of chaos was provoked. What exactly did he do? Did he touch the tiger's butt of the will of chaos? He. Although this kid was a good seedling, he was too troublesome. He had only been in the academy for a short while, and he was already showing signs of trouble. No, I have to see what he's doing. The guardian elder muttered to himself. He immediately extended his spiritual power into the chaotic passageway to spy on someone. Thus, he saw Wang Ting, who was strolling in the chaotic passageway. In an instant, a few black question marks appeared on the head of the guardian elder. What was this kid doing? Even a great being like him could not see Wang Ting picking up the attribute bubbles, so he only thought that Wang Ting was strolling. Well, that was probably the only word to describe what Wang Ting was doing. This little bastard. The guardian elder was speechless. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Wang Ting was having a good time picking up attributes. Suddenly, he heard a familiar old voice beside him. It was the guardian elder from before. Hurry up and come out. What are you doing in there? Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Well, I'm being urged to go through a passageway. Do you have to be so stingy? He thought that the guardian elder was complaining that he was wasting time. He did not know that the guardian elder was afraid that he would be quietly killed by the will of chaos. But no matter what, Wang Ting did not dare to go against the guardian elder's wishes. He immediately responded respectfully. Yes. Then, he had to speed up and rush to the other end of the passageway. What a pity. I wanted to stay a little longer. Wang Ting thought bitterly. He quickly scanned his surroundings and tried to pick up more attribute bubbles in the last bit of time. Unfortunately, happy times always passed quickly. After all, this passageway was limited. He could not keep picking up attributes. Soon, a ray of light appeared in front of him. I'm here. Wang Ting looked back reluctantly and finally rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the dizziness disappeared. Wang Ting's spiritual power also stopped circulating. He no longer had to maintain the tense state of resisting the spacetime disorder. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief. Although he could stay in the passageway for a longer period of time after the advancement of his spiritual power, it did not mean that there was no pressure at all. Then, Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. Time, 1860/10,000, body of space, 23500/400000, rank 4, not bad. Wang Ting nodded in his heart. The time attribute had increased by a few hundred points, and the body of space had increased by a few thousand points. This had improved his mastery of the two talents by a lot. Of course, there were also attributes that he picked up in the chaotic secret realm. Not all of them came from this passageway. Although the time and space attributes were rare, the evolution of the various laws in the chaotic secret realm naturally had the time and space attributes. In addition to the origin source law attribute, there were also the time and space innate attributes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Wang Ting's two extremely rare talent attributes to increase so much just by relying on the attribute bubbles picked up in the passageway. However, all in all, Wang Ting's journey in the chaotic secret realm was quite successful. He had basically done everything he could. In the distance, a huge spaceship was hovering in midair. It was the large spaceship that had sent Wang Ting and the others here. At this time, it was obviously here to pick up the students again. In the spaceship, many students had already come out of the secret realm. At this moment, they were gathered in the hall of the spaceship, discussing their respective trips to the secret realm. The atmosphere was very lively. After all, it was their first time entering the secret realm. This trip to the secret realm was too rare for them. Moreover, everyone had more or less gained something, which had greatly improved their strength. Naturally, they were very excited. These students had come out earlier than Wang Ting. They were very compliant with the rules of the academy. When the time was up, they immediately left the secret realm, not daring to delay at all. Unlike Wang Ting, who dilly-dallied and squeezed out the last bit of time, even delaying a lot of time. Therefore, at this time, they were actually waiting for Wang Ting's return. If Wang Ting did not return, everyone would not be present. Naturally, the spaceship could not leave. In the crowd, Xianxia was very satisfied. He was surrounded by a group of genius warriors, and all kinds of flattery were incessant. Even if his face was always arrogant and indifferent, he could not help but smile at this time. However, when he looked around and did not see Wang Ting, he could not help but frown. That guy had not come out yet. On the other side, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others were also gathered. They also did not see Wang Ting's figure and could not help but feel anxious, worried that something might have happened to him. At this time, the immortal rank man in white standing in front of the spaceship waved his hand and opened the panoramic simulation of the spaceship. The scene of the outside world appeared in front of everyone. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others could not help but be stunned because they suddenly saw Wang Ting's figure appear at the entrance of the Chaos Secret Realm. Wang Ting stretched his body, retracted his gaze from the attribute panel, and looked around. It was still the same as when he arrived. There were gray areas everywhere, and around him were huge whirlpools. Those whirlpools were the entrances to the various secret realms. At this time, he was standing in front of one of the whirlpools. The stone tablet next to it was carved with the words Chaos Secret Realm. Not far away, an old man sat cross-legged like an old monk. His aura was not obvious, and even his eye of truth could not see anything. Greetings, Guardian Elder. At this time, Wang Ting already knew that this was probably the Guardian Elder who had spoken to him through space. No matter how much he complained in his heart, he immediately bowed respectfully. The Guardian Elder slowly opened his eyes and looked at him. His eyes were as deep as two black holes. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. You really don't give me any trouble. Next time, go to other Chaos Secret Realms. Don't come to my place, the Guardian Elder said, somewhat annoyed. Wang Ting was speechless. Was he being despised? Ha ha ha, Wang Ting, he doesn't want you. Next time, come to my place. From afar, an old man laughed loudly. Wang Ting turned his head and saw that it was the Guardian Elder of another Chaos Secret Realm. He was also an old man. On the surface, he looked ordinary, but Wang Ting knew that he was definitely not simple. He immediately bowed. Scram, I was just saying. He can go wherever he wants. Why are you interrupting? The guardian elder of the secret realm that Wang Ting entered snorted and said. Haha, you're so stubborn. The other guardian elder couldn't help but laugh. Then, he asked curiously, however, I'm a little curious. Wang Ting, what did you do in the chaos secret realm to make him despise you so much? Wang Ting was speechless. Could he see through it but not say it? How embarrassing. Wang Ting didn't really want to mention that he was struck by lightning. He felt that it wasn't a good thing. What if these guardian elders despised him? He didn't want to do that. He didn't know what was wrong with the chaos consciousness, but it actually struck him with lightning. He felt wrong just thinking about it. He was struck by lightning. The guardian elder of the secret realm that Wang Ting was in glanced at Wang Ting and said calmly. The other elders of the chaos secret realm were speechless. They looked at Wang Ting strangely. Elder, I'm really wronged. Wang Ting still wanted to explain. Hurry up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here, the guardian elder interrupted Wang Ting and waved his hand disdainfully. Wang Ting was speechless. He said helplessly, all right, elder. Goodbye, elder. After saying that, he turned into a ray of light and sped towards the spaceship in the distance. The genius warriors in the spaceship also heard the conversation between Wang Ting and the guardian elders of the chaos secret realm. They were all puzzled. He was struck by lightning? What did Wang Ting do in the chaos secret realm? Why was he struck by lightning? At this moment, the cabin door opened and Wang Ting flew in. He suddenly realized that everyone was looking at him. They seemed to be looking at something strange. Even the immortal rank man in white standing at the front of the spaceship couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. Wang Ting, over here. Xianxia shouted at Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He walked over and met up with Xianxia and the others. Xianxia was about to ask something when the immortal rank man in white said, everyone is here. Let's return. The spaceship shook slightly and changed direction. It flew toward the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy. Many people's faces turned pale. Everyone was here, but there were still people who hadn't returned. What this meant was self-evident. The man in white glanced at everyone and said, first, let me congratulate everyone on returning from the secret realm. The survival rate is 86%. Those who didn't return have been confirmed dead. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar. People died. Many people didn't notice that some people were missing. They only reacted when they heard the man in white's words. Many of the genius warriors who entered the secret realm died. The survival rate was 86%. Was it high? It didn't seem low. However, one had to know that these were all geniuses from various territories in the universe, yet they had all died just like that, 14% of the genius martial artists. This was already a huge loss. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured on the proud genius warriors. There were areas suitable for new students to survive in the secret realm. As long as they were in those areas, there wouldn't be too much danger. After entering the secret realm, there should have been a guide to remind them of these things. Therefore, many people didn't encounter any danger in the secret realm. They all treated the secret realm as a place of opportunity and didn't think that they would die. Even just a moment ago, they were quite happy because they obtained many opportunities in the secret realm. Now, they couldn't be happy. Their faces became a little solemn. Of course, there was also a small portion of people who had lingering fear on their faces. Obviously, they also encountered danger in the secret realm. However, they came back alive. They were luckier than those who died. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. He was a little surprised. I just noticed that some people were missing. I didn't expect them to be dead. Xianxia's expression changed slightly as she muttered. A death rate of 14% doesn't seem high, but it's actually not low, Wang Ting said. As long as they stay in the universe level area, there won't be too much danger. What did they experience in the secret realm? How did they die? Xianxia frowned. Some people couldn't help but step out of the universe level area, Tree Man Borat said as he stood to the side. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before she reacted. These geniuses from various domains were all extremely arrogant. Perhaps many people would control their desires and not go outside the universe-level area to seek opportunities. However, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be people who thought too highly of themselves and insisted on going outside. However, all geniuses felt that they were different from others. They felt that they could obtain better opportunities. And these people entered the secret realm for the first time. They didn't even know much about it. Naturally, there was a high chance that they would die. All deaths weren't accidents. They were inevitable. Wang Ting, did you also step out of the universe-level area? Yu Qiqiao suddenly saw Wang Ting's expression and couldn't help but ask. You didn't go? Wang Ting asked. I didn't go. I know my own strength very well, Yu Qiqiao said calmly. Borat and brother Yunxian must have gone. Wang Ting smiled and looked at Yu Yunxian and Borat. Hee hee. Borat scratched his treetop and chuckled. Yu Yunxian nodded and didn't deny it. So, there are still many people who went out. However, some of them are strong enough to protect their lives. As for others, Wang Ting didn't finish his sentence. His meaning was obvious. Those who didn't return were obviously not strong enough. This was also true. If you were strong enough, you were confident. If you weren't strong enough, you were conceited and seeking your own death. However, it was very subjective to judge one's strength. It was impossible to say clearly. The man in white gave everyone time to react before continuing. Many of you have already advanced to the universe level. Even if you haven't, you're not far from it. Now that the new B list is open, all of you should try your best to fight for it. The higher your ranking on the new B list, the more benefits you will receive. You will attract the attention of the college teachers and gain their favor. You may even be accepted as a personal disciple by an absolute being. You will have a meteoric rise. You are all geniuses from different domains. You came to the college to train and become an absolute being. And other than relying on yourselves, the guidance of an absolute being is also very important. It will help you avoid many detours. All in all, within the college, if you don't fight for it, the gap between everyone will widen due to various reasons. The strong will always be strong, the weak will always be weaker. I hope that all of you will be able to grasp every opportunity to become an absolute being in the universe. That's all I have to say. As for the future, it's all up to you. After saying that, the man in white closed his eyes, as if he didn't intend to say anything else. But because of his words, everyone's emotions rose and fell, and waves rose and fell. Obviously, the newbie list was a place that new students had to fight for. Unless someone could ignore the benefits. But just the fact that the college teachers were accepting disciples was something they couldn't reject. These geniuses came to Starry Sky College mainly because of the college's teachers. If those immortal level warriors could be accepted as personal disciples, they would definitely grow faster. It was even said that there were existences above the immortal level in the college. They were the real foundation of the college. Some of the top geniuses from different domains were all hoping for a fluke. If they could gain the favor of those existences above the immortal level, they would truly reach the heavens in a single bound. Of course, the geniuses present didn't dare to voice their thoughts. This was because it was too difficult. If they said it out loud, they would be overestimating themselves. It could only be said that at this time, everyone was full of energy to show off their talents on the newbie list. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He attached great importance to this matter. If he wanted to do something, he had to do his best. His goal was to become an existence above the immortal level. If he could gain the favor of those powerhouses and become their personal disciple, the Pyrax family would be nothing to be afraid of. Wang Ting, this is a good opportunity. Yu Qiqiao's two big black pearl-like eyes lit up. She said telepathically, if we can find a backer, we won't have to worry about the business we talked about before being suppressed. I'm afraid the matter of becoming a disciple isn't that simple. Those powerhouses definitely have to observe for a while before accepting a disciple. Wang Ting wasn't so optimistic. After hesitating for a while, he said, now that we're back, we can start our business. Accumulate more points. They'll definitely be useful in the future. Okay. Yu Qiqiao nodded, agreeing with Wang Ting's words. She then asked curiously, have you broken through to the universe level? I can't see your level at all. When this question was asked, Yu Yunxian and Bo Leite looked over. Clearly, they were also very curious. Guess. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. Hee, Yu Qiqiao laughed and said, I don't even need to guess. You must have broken through. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say much. He used the eye of truth to look at Yu Qiqiao and said, I can see that you broke through. Really, I can't hide anything from you. Yu Qiqiao knew that Wang Ting definitely had a way to see through her strength. She couldn't help but be speechless. Bo Leite, you broke through too. Wang Ting looked at the treant at the side. I was lucky. Bo Leite's mouth twitched, revealing an ugly and strange smile. If you can break through, there's no such thing as luck. Wang Ting looked at him meaningfully. This treant wasn't simple. If anyone was fooled by his wooden appearance, then they would be too stupid. Wang Ting, you must have broken through too. But I can't see it. Bo Leite looked seriously at Wang Ting and said helplessly. This was a test, although he was sure that Wang Ting had broken through, he couldn't see it. If he couldn't see it, then there was a certain degree of uncertainty. Wang Ting smiled and looked at Yu Yunxian. He frowned and said, Brother Yunxian, did you encounter some trouble? He didn't ask directly. In his eyes, Yu Yunxian hadn't broken through and was still in the star level. He and this emperor had some feelings of mutual respect, which was why he asked. Yu Yunxian wasn't a talkative person, but he could hear the concern in Wang Ting's words. Hence, he explained, my situation is a little special. That's it, just this sentence alone was already very rare. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. He knew Yu Yunxian's situation, so he didn't ask much. Yu Qiqiao looked at Yu Yunxian and seemed to have thought of something. This emperor was someone who had been infected by darkness. However, she didn't say much. Some things were better left unsaid. It was enough for her to keep it to herself. Yu Qiqiao turned to look at Wang Ting and asked curiously, by the way, why were you struck by lightning? Wang Ting was speechless. Let's not talk about this. We're still good friends. Yu Qiqiao pouted and said, the more you talk about it, the more curious I am. Even Borat and Yu Yunxian looked at Wang Ting. They were really curious about this matter. Who would be struck by lightning for no reason, hence, there must be something fishy going on. However, Wang Ting didn't say anything. This made the three of them very curious, but they couldn't do anything about it. The spaceship returned to the universe-level dormitory and dropped off Wang Ting and the others. Then, it flew away without looking back. After a month, Wang Ting felt a little nostalgic when he returned to his residence. Yu Qiqiao asked, how do you plan on fighting for the newbie ranking? There's no hurry. Let's go back and take a comfortable bath first. Then, we'll eat and rest for a while. Wang Ting stretched his back and said calmly, if they like to fight, let them fight. Yu Qiqiao said, you have a big heart. Wang Ting asked, do you know how to fight for the newbie ranking? Yu Qiqiao said, you'll know when you go back. The school website will definitely introduce it. Wang Ting was speechless. I don't know why you're in such a hurry. Yu Qiqiao smiled slyly and said, I'm not in a hurry. I just want you to be the vanguard. F***K. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. I almost fell for your trick. Yu Qiqiao said shamelessly, after all, I'm just a weak girl. My strength is limited. Of course, I want you experts to go first. Go. 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 Wang Ting glared at her and walked back to his manor. Let's go. We'll talk again when we have time. Really? Everyone else is in a hurry to fight for the newbie ranking. Only you are so calm. Yu Qiqiao shook her head and walked back to her manor. She waved at Barrett and Yu Yunxian and said, see you later. Barrett and Yu Yunxian looked at each other and nodded. Then, they went back to their own manors. Looking at them, they didn't seem to be in a hurry to fight for the newbie ranking. Wang Ting walked into his manor and opened the door with his personal account on his intelligent wristwatch. He sighed, I don't know when Yuan Gungun will finish its life transition. Without it, it's so troublesome. He didn't even need to open the door himself when he went in. After returning to his manor, Wang Ting went to wash up. He felt refreshed. It was as if all the bad luck from the primal chaos secret realm had been swept away. Then, he took out the spiritual food stored in his spatial ring and ate a big meal, filling himself up. Burp. Wang Ting burped and lay on the soft 5-meter bed. He didn't want to do anything right now. After thinking for a while, he took Xiao Jiao out of the spatial fragment. As a tool, of course, he had to bring her along and use her properly. Come, give me a massage. Wang Ting turned around and said to Xiao Jiao while lying on his stomach. Xiao Jiao finally came out for a breath of fresh air. She didn't expect it to be for a massage. She couldn't help but curse in her heart, bastard. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Wang Ting urged. Xiao Jiao bit her lips and walked forward with a humiliated expression. She knelt on Wang Ting's back, 1,000 words omitted. Mimoa. Harder, yes, that's it. Harder, harder, harder. In the room, indescribable sounds came from time to time, as if they were doing something indescribable. On the 5-meter bed, Wang Ting was lying on his stomach, squinting his eyes, as if he was enjoying himself. This trip to the primal chaos secret realm was too intense. Even Wang Ting was tense all the way. Now that he was back, he could finally relax. Xiao Jiao was kneeling on his back, so it was inevitable that their bodies would come into close contact. Coupled with the strange sounds coming from beside her ears, she blushed even more. Even if she was a universe-level warrior, she couldn't remain calm. After all, she was still a virgin. However, as time passed, Xiao Jiao gritted her teeth and got used to it. She only had one thought in her mind. She couldn't let this bastard be too complacent. Ever since she became Wang Ting's slave, she had been humiliated by Wang Ting again and again. Her body and soul had suffered heavy blows. Sometimes, the more arrogant one was, the harder it was to accept such an outcome. Obviously, Xiao Jiao belonged to this type. In the past, she was the favored daughter of the Emperor Star of the Qian Empire. Even if her family wasn't the best, it wasn't bad either. Moreover, she believed that her talent wasn't any worse than those girls from the top families. In fact, she was better than most. Even the disciples of the Pyrax family fell for her, which was enough to prove her charm. However, ever since Wang Ting came to the Qian Empire, everything changed for her. At first, she was just humiliated. Later, even her family was destroyed. Her father, Qiao Hongtu, was once a man full of ambition, but now he was captured by Wang Ting and became his slave. It could be said that all her protection had been peeled off layer by Wang Ting, exposing her naked in front of him. Even after becoming Wang Ting's slave, Wang Ting abused her in all sorts of ways. He didn't treat her like a favored daughter at all. She thought that even if she was a captive, she would still be special. Which man would be able to reject a beauty like her? However, the result made her extremely mad. Wang Ting didn't care about her at all. Most of the time, he left her in that space and used her when he needed her. It was fine if he used her, but he was also very rude and didn't give her any face. This made her think of a word. Training. This bastard was obviously training her. She was being trained to be a slave. Xiao Jiao wanted nothing more than to take a hatchet and chop this fellow to death. Why didn't this man to die? However, she couldn't resist Wang Ting's violence. As Wang Ting got stronger, she felt more and more helpless. Her fate was like a string that was firmly grasped in the hands of the man in front of her. She was afraid that it would never be released. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiao Jiao's mind. She looked at Wang Ting with a complicated gaze. Her expression kept changing. One moment, she was gritting her teeth, and the next moment, she was incomparably dejected. In the end, she sighed deeply in her heart. Her gaze became firm, as if she had made a decision. She suddenly bent down, her voluptuous body sticking close to Wang Ting, and breathed into his ear. Wang Ting was suddenly stunned, and the voice in his mouth suddenly stopped. What's going on? Is this woman crazy? He turned his head stiffly and saw a face as beautiful as a flower. You. What do you want to do? Wang Ting swallowed his saliva and asked a little guiltily. Isn't this what you want to see? Xiao Jiao pressed on Wang Ting's back, making it impossible for him to get up. She looked at him condescendingly like a queen, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This woman couldn't have played too much, right? Wang Ting looked at her in shock, and such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. What? You're scared now? Chao Jiao stared at Wang Ting with a burning gaze, and her heart was slightly happy. This guy seems to be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. If I do the opposite, I might be able to have some effect. Scared? Wang Ting seemed to have heard something extremely funny. He laughed and said, "You think I'm scared of you? Since you want to meet your destiny earlier, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, he suddenly turned around and faced Chao Jiao. That indescribable position just happened to match Chao Jiao's indescribable position. Especially Wang Ting's place, where an indescribable reaction was happening. Fortunately, the two of them were still wearing clothes. Otherwise, Chao Jiao's delicate body trembled, and she almost retreated. The blush on her charming face became even more intoxicating, and a trace of moisture appeared in her eyes. What's wrong with you? You don't look too good. Wang Ting pretended not to know and asked. Shameless. Chao Jiao clenched her teeth and cursed. She really couldn't endure it anymore. The strange feeling coming from that indescribable place made her lose all her strength. She felt that she was playing with fire, and her heart was scared. But when she thought of her future, she decided to fight. Therefore, she directly relaxed her body and sat down on her butt. Ugh. 2. Muffled groans came from their mouths at almost the same time. Wang Ting's eyes widened, and he was in pain and pleasure. This woman is really crazy, to actually go to this step. Chao Jiao's face was flushed red, and she looked at Wang Ting provocatively. Her delicate body trembled, but she stubbornly held on with an expression that said, "I want to f***CKU." Wang Ting was speechless. That indescribable place was extremely uncomfortable at this moment, as if it was about to explode. This woman is too ruthless. To kill 1,000 enemies, she sacrificed 800 of her own men. However, he knew that this woman must have a request. Otherwise, she wouldn't make such a huge sacrifice. Speak, what do you want? Wang Ting suppressed his discomfort and pretended to be calm on the surface. He placed his hands behind his head and asked. I'm already your slave, so I should be the one asking you, what do you want? Do you really want to rub my dignity on the ground? Chao Jiao gritted her teeth. Look at what you're saying, am I that overboard? Wang Ting said with a little guilty conscience. This woman's resentment is huge. Could it be that I've really gone too far? You know in your heart whether you've gone too far or not. Although Chao Jiao's face was flushed red, her voice became cold. Now, you can either kill me or leave me with my last bit of dignity. Since I've already acknowledged you as my master, there's naturally no possibility of me betraying you. Why do you have to humiliate me like this? I don't seem to have humiliated you like this, right? Wang Ting's expression was strange as he pointed at her sitting posture. Chao Jiao was speechless. That's why you're even more overboard than me, said Wang Ting. You're distorting the truth. Chao Jiao raged. Let's not talk about that for now. Get up first, said Wang Ting. You still haven't promised me? Chao Jiao asked. Promise you what? Please figure out your identity first. Wang Ting's face instantly changed as he spoke coldly. If I don't get up, you can kill me. Chao Jiao straightened her neck. Great, you're tough. Wang Ting sneered, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Then kill me. Since I no longer have a future, I'd rather die than be a slave without dignity, said Chao Jiao decisively. Wang Ting stared at Chao Jiao's eyes, trying to find a trace of hesitation, but there didn't seem to be any. Then I'll kill Chao Hong too. Go ahead, my father and I have already broken off our relationship. Chao Jiao said indifferently. Fuck, heartless. Wang Ting was speechless. He had a whole new level of respect for this woman. She's going all out. Chao Jiao stared at Wang Ting without backing down. She was already prepared to die. Just like what she said, it's better to die than to live in humiliation. Wang Ting was helpless. When the other party wasn't afraid of death, all threats were useless. If you don't get up, I'm going to use my trump card. Wang Ting said. You can't threaten me. Qiao Jiaojiao said stubbornly. I'll strip you naked and hang you outside. Let's see how long you can last. Even if you die, I'll still hang you up and let the Cosmic Star Academy's geniuses come and watch. Wang Ting said indifferently. You. Qiao Jiaojiao's face was pale as she pointed at Wang Ting. You demon. Hey, you and I have known each other for so long, only now do you know what kind of person I am? Wang Ting said. Qiao Jiaojiao had already lost all strength to struggle. Her pair of beautiful eyes had completely dimmed. She even said death, but she still couldn't make Wang Ting take half a step back. What else could she do to fight for her dignity? This time, she felt endless despair. This demon, he didn't want to let her go at all. Could it be that she really wants to live under his power for the rest of her life? Qiao Jiaojiao came down from Wang Ting's body like a walking corpse and stood at the side as if she had been appointed. Wang Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief and grimaced. It was too unbearable. Being a man is too difficult. Who could resist such temptation? Fortunately, he managed to block it. A real man should be like this. Then, he looked at Qiao Jiaojiao. Seeing her appearance, he was speechless. Could it be that she was too scared? However, he definitely couldn't open his mouth. If he was threatened by a mere slave like her, how could he show his dignity as a master in the future? Speaking of which, he was almost threatened. The more he thought about it, the angrier Wang Ting became. He grabbed Qiao Jiaojiao, turned her over, and slapped her. Pa! Ah, Wang Ting, what are you doing? Qiao Jiaojiao came back to her senses. Her expression changed drastically as she cried out. What am I doing? I'm hitting you to let you know what it means to respect your master. How dare you threaten me? Little girl, your wings have hardened. Wang Ting said angrily. His hand didn't stop at all and continued to slap her. Pa! 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 Ah, it hurts. Let go of me, let go of me. Qiao Jiaojiao struggled with all her might, but it was a pity that she was no longer a match for Wang Ting. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from Wang Ting's grasp. Pa! 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 The crisp sound of flesh colliding rang out in the room. It lasted for a long time in the room. Wang Ting sat by the bed. In front of him was Qiao Jiaojiao, whose face was flushed and tear-stained. Her previous look of despair no longer existed. What was left was shame and anger. Are you obedient now? Wang Ting asked faintly. Qiao Jiaojiao felt humiliated in her heart, but she still nodded her head. She was terrified. She had no choice but to be terrified. The man before her was a demon. She couldn't win against him. Pour me a cup of tea. I'm thirsty. Wang Ting instructed. Qiao Jiaojiao obediently walked to the side and poured a cup of tea. She handed it to Wang Ting with both hands. So lowly, if one were to observe her footsteps, they would notice that she was limping as if she was injured. Wang Ting nodded his head in satisfaction. He took a sip of the tea and said in a relaxed tone, "Take a seat. I'll just stand here." Qiao Jiaojiao's face revealed shame and anger once again. She felt that Wang Ting was humiliating her. He knew that she was injured, but he still asked her to sit down. Wasn't he trying to make a joke out of her? But this time, she didn't dare to seek death. She couldn't afford to offend him. She could only behave herself. Wang Ting finally realized that he was a little too ruthless. He dryly coughed and said, "Ahem, you can stand here then. Speak, what do you want?" Qiao Jiaojiao looked at Wang Ting timidly. She didn't dare to speak. Speak. You're acting as if I'm going to eat you. Wang Ting was speechless. I don't dare to speak. Qiao Jiaojiao felt wronged. Wang Ting was speechless. Was the effect so good? She was acting like a hero just a moment ago, and now she's so terrified. As expected, it's fine to beat a woman up. I won't hit you. Speak. Wang Ting grumbled in his heart and said patiently. Since this matter had to be resolved anyway, he might as well settle it today. He couldn't possibly leave Qiao Jiaojiao hanging. As for Chao Jiao Jiao, Wang Ting intended to train her properly before letting her out. After all, she was a genius with decent talent. It would be a waste to leave her as a vase. As for who his enemy was, it didn't matter. After all, he was the winner. She was just his slave right now. As long as he was strong enough, no matter what she was thinking, he would be able to suppress her. I need to live with dignity. Seeing that Wang Ting seemed to have relented, Chao Jiaojiao's eyes lit up. A trace of hope rose in her heart. Speak human. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Chao Jiaojiao was silent for a moment before saying, I want to cultivate. If you want to cultivate, you should have said so earlier. Why beat around the bush? If you had said so earlier, I might have agreed to it. I wouldn't have been beaten up, Wang Ting said casually. Chao Jiaojiao wanted to curse in her heart. If you were so easy to talk to from the start, I wouldn't have said anything. This person is really a dog. Thinking about how she was beaten up for no reason, Chao Jiaojiao wanted to cry. Her tears almost flowed down her cheeks. I agree to your cultivation. You can continue to cultivate in the future, Wang Ting said. Really? Chao Jiaojiao looked at him in disbelief. He agreed so easily? Come here. Wang Ting said. What do you want to do? Chao Jiaojiao took a step back in fright. Unseal your force. Why? You don't want to? Then forget it, Wang Ting said. Wait, who said I don't want to? Chao Jiaojiao said anxiously. She couldn't care less and hurriedly walked in front of Wang Ting. You just need to be taught a lesson, Wang Ting casually patted Chao Jiaojiao's body a few times and unsealed her force. Naturally, he couldn't avoid patting a few indescribable positions. Chao Jiaojiao was angry but didn't dare to say anything. Her face was filled with shame and anger. However, she was soon filled with joy from regaining her force. How could she care about being taken advantage of anyway? Everything that could be taken advantage of had been taken advantage of. This little bit didn't make a difference. Chao Jiaojiao didn't realize that her thoughts had subtly changed a little. Wang Ting's training was effective. During this time, you can cultivate in this manner. Don't run around. We are now in Cosmic Star Academy. You are not a student of Cosmic Star Academy. If you are caught, I won't go and take you back, Wang Ting said. Cosmic Star Academy. Chao Jiaojiao finally reacted. Her eyes were filled with shock. You entered Cosmic Star Academy. What do you think? Wang Ting said. Chao Jiaojiao went silent. She had been staying in the space fragment all this time and naturally didn't know what had happened outside. She also didn't know that Wang Ting had entered Cosmic Star Academy. As a citizen of the Qian Empire, she was no stranger to Cosmic Star Academy. Cosmic Star Academy status was too high. It was a place where countless geniuses flocked to. She didn't expect Wang Ting, a warrior from an aboriginal planet, to actually enter Cosmic Star Academy. This is Cosmic Star Academy. Is it okay for me to stay in the manor? Chao Jiaojiao asked apprehensively. Don't worry, the academy allows students to bring some servants. Wang Ting said, but the academy doesn't allow you to walk around freely. It's also not open to you. Chao Jiaojiao let out a sigh of relief. Her eyes revealed a yearning look. This is Cosmic Star Academy. She really wanted to go out and see what it was like. Unfortunately, her identity didn't allow her to walk around. Go and train. Wang Ting sent her away. Chao Jiaojiao was depressed. This guy suddenly became lazy to care about her. This made her feel a little disappointed. What am I thinking? Chao Jiaojiao's face suddenly changed. She felt that she had become a little strange. Looking at Chao Jiaojiao's back, Wang Ting's mouth curved up. He saw the changes in Chao Jiaojiao. This means that the training during this time wasn't completely useless. Sooner or later, he will turn this woman into his shape. This is just the beginning. The more Wang Ting thought about it, the more interesting it was. But it was too evil. He quickly suppressed this thought and immersed his mind into his status panel. After advancing to the universe level, his status panel had some changes. Life origin, 100000 soul origin, 100000 spirit, 1000/200000, universe level. First of all, the three most basic attributes. Because of absorbing the golden light, the upper limits of these three attributes had increased a lot. So much so that after this breakthrough, their upper limits had doubled. For example, Wang Ting's life origin was originally 30,000 points. After advancing to the universe level, it doubled and became 60,000 points. But now, because of the golden light, life origin had increased to 50,000 points. So this time it doubled to 100,000 points. A difference of 40,000 points. This gap was really terrifying, and not only life origin, soul origin was also the same. At the same time, his spirit finally had no invisible barrier and advanced to the universe level without any hindrance. The upper limit of spirit had also doubled, reaching a total of 200,000 points. If these 200,000 points were filled up, Wang Ting's spirit would be twice that of a normal fighter. The upper limit of a normal fighter's spirit was at most 100,000 points. This was the benefit that the golden light brought to Wang Ting. However, because he had just broken through to the universe level, Wang Ting's spirit was only at the beginning of the universe level. He still needed to slowly raise it. It wasn't easy to raise 200,000 attribute points. Wang Ting only needed to think about the stats he would need to pick up in the future, and he felt despair. The road ahead is long, I will search from top to bottom. Wang Ting sighed. Then, he looked at the other attribute. Comprehension. As comprehension had reached the sector lord level, it didn't increase this time. This made Wang Ting a little disappointed. Even though this attribute would increase along with the rise of his life origin and soul origin, but normally there wouldn't be any hindrances and it could be raised as he wished. Hence, it allowed his comprehension to far exceed his spirit. Now that his comprehension was far ahead, naturally he wouldn't be able to gain much from this breakthrough. Other than that, in terms of genetic energy, he had naturally reached the universe level. And every type of genetic energy had reached the universe level, without exception. Here, it was necessary to mention the uniqueness of Wang Ting's breakthrough this time. In truth, Wang Ting had fused all his genetic energy into the primal chaos genetic energy. Primal chaos genetic energy, as the name suggested, was the most basic genetic energy. It could evolve into any type of genetic energy. This was Wang Ting's dream all along. He wanted to create a technique that could train all the genetic energy at the same time. Now, he had luckily succeeded. After comprehending for so long in the primal chaos secret realm, he had finally succeeded. It could be said that this cultivation method was unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. After all, not everyone could have all the genetic energy like him, and even fuse them together. This method of doing things was a little too crazy. Primal chaos genetic energy. Wang Ting muttered and extended his palm. A ball of mysterious genetic energy flowed through his limbs and bones and appeared in his hand. This ball of genetic energy was extremely similar to the primal chaos energy in the primal chaos secret realm. Even its color was an indescribable primal chaos color. However, under Wang Ting's control, this primal chaos genetic energy could be transformed into any type of genetic energy. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, ice, poison. Any type of genetic energy could be formed on his palm. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a satisfied expression. Even the darkness genetic energy had been transformed into the primal chaos genetic energy. This way, he would not have to worry about his darkness genetic energy being discovered. I have the primal chaos genetic energy. Darkness genetic energy is nothing. In the future, if anyone said that he was related to the dark apparition, he would directly throw the primal chaos genetic energy at them. What kind of name should I give this technique? Wang Ting thought to himself. As he pondered, he looked into his body and observed the starry sky. Primal chaos. Law. Simulating the operation of the stars and universe, why don't I call it the Chaos Star Incantation? It's perfect. I'm really a genius at naming things. Wang Ting was very satisfied with the name he came up with. He immediately decided. It's a pity that it's only at the universe level. When I break through to the domain lord level, I have to continue deriving it. Soon, Wang Ting was troubled again. This technique was still incomplete. He was already very lucky to be able to derive it to the universe level. If it wasn't for the many opportunities in the primal chaos secret realm and the strange void that finally allowed him to complete the last piece of the puzzle, he wouldn't have been able to complete it. He wouldn't have been able to create this technique at all. It's too difficult. Wang Ting shook his head. He felt that the road ahead was dark. Why do I feel like I've dug a huge hole for myself? This incident had already left a shadow in his heart. Creating this cultivation method was simply too difficult. To be honest, he might not even know what kind of heaven-defying technique he had created. Even if this technique could only be cultivated to the universe level, there would be no precedent. Unprecedented in the past, and never in the future, was just a vague concept. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Wang Ting took a deep breath and temporarily put this thought aside. He wasn't someone who would be scared off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created such a heaven-defying technique. This was a path that required great perseverance to walk down. Speaking of which, my sea of consciousness and the sea of nothingness seemed to have merged into one. Wang Ting's mind was immersed in that mysterious place. He felt exceptionally strange. It felt as though he had entered the sea of consciousness, but also the sea of nothingness. The symbol of advancing to the universe level was the merging of one spirit and force. From then on, there would be no distinction between them. It was probably because of this that the sea of consciousness and the sea of nothingness would merge together. According to the records, this place should be called the small universe in the body. Wang Ting found some records of the universe level from the void-devouring beast's inherited memories. After advancing to the universe level, a universe would be born in the body. It was like the starry sky of the universe. However, it was a smaller version. Hence, it was called a small universe. It was said that when a warrior raised his god country and became a true godlike existence, he could evolve and expand the universe in the body, turning it into a real universe. When Wang Ting saw these records, he was shocked. Could it be that the original universe they were in was a god's internal universe? If that was the case, then what were they? What was their cultivation? For a moment, Wang Ting's mind was in a mess. He was stunned by this news. In the past, he also knew that a small universe would be born in the body of a universe-level warrior. However, he hadn't reached this level at that time. Hence, he didn't think much about it. Moreover, the small universe formed in the body of an ordinary warrior was very different from a real universe. For example, in the small universe formed by a metal-type warrior, all the stars, nebulas, and so on were formed by metal-type force. It was unlike Wang Ting, who used the Chaos Star incantation to evolve all kinds of laws and integrate all the force. This made the small universe very similar to a real universe. Hence, Wang Ting had such a terrifying association. Wang Ting sat alone in his room as thoughts churned in his mind. Even he was shocked by the sudden thought that popped up in his head. Terrifying, horrifying, even absurd, the small universe in his body had evolved into a real universe. Was this really possible? Wang Ting didn't know and didn't dare to continue thinking. He felt that his worldview was about to collapse. If they were really born, grew up, and cultivated in a super-existence's small universe, and lived their entire lives like this, then what was the meaning of their lives? It was like an ant struggling in a living area built by a giant. How pathetic and pathetic. Phew. After a long time, he let out a long breath and calmed himself down. He couldn't think about it anymore. If he did, his martial arts heart would collapse. Wang Ting tried his best to collect his thoughts and focused on observing the small universe. After breaking through in the primal chaos secret realm, he encountered a bunch of things. As a result, he didn't study the small universe in his body properly. At this moment, he looked into his body and observed the changes in the small universe. In the center of the small universe in his body, there was a black hole that was constantly swallowing the star fragments around it. These star fragments were left behind after the stars exploded. At the same time, there was a layer of halo around the black hole. That was the manifestation of mental strength. His spiritual power had already fused with his origin power in a strange way. Wang Ting sensed carefully. His 9 treasures pagoda was submerged in the black hole. He could summon it with just a thought. At the same time, there were heavenly fire, yellow spring weak water, netherworld ice, void mayfly, and other things that were suspended in various parts of the small universe. It was no different from when they were stored in the sea of consciousness. This made Wang Ting more or less relieved. These were all his assets, and he couldn't allow any accidents to happen to them. In addition, there were the space fragments and the devouring space. These two alternate spaces existed in the small universe in his body but seemed to be independent of it. This feeling was very strange, it couldn't be explained with words. Wang Ting didn't dwell on it. Anyway, they were all there. He couldn't run away. Is the transformation complete? Just as Wang Ting was thinking about it, he suddenly had an idea. He entered the devouring space directly. In the dark devouring space, a golden ball of light and a green ball of flame floated there. Elizabeth, Little White, and Lei Ling were all watching from the side. In order to protect Wang Ting in the primal chaos secret realm, they had either been injured or exhausted. Wang Ting naturally would not treat them unfairly. He gave the best healing pills to Elizabeth and Little White. Their injuries quickly recovered. After all, they were not seriously injured. As for the Thunder Spirit, he didn't need to give it any extra rewards. It had already absorbed enough thunder tribulation and was still acting like a little fatty. It was a bit comical. Master. Seeing Wang Ting enter, Elizabeth and Little White immediately called out. Wang Ting nodded and asked, when did the two of them start? Just now, less than 10 minutes ago. We also noticed their abnormalities. Elizabeth said. Wang Ting didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the balls of light formed by the Yuan Gungun and the ironclad scorpion. Are these two coming out at the same time? The golden ball of light formed by the Yuan Gungun burst out with a bright golden light. It was very dazzling. The ironclad scorpion was not to be outdone. A green flame similar to the green jade glass flame swept across the sky. Its momentum was very shocking. This made Wang Ting feel a little more expectant. It seemed that the ironclad scorpion's strength had increased quite a bit this time. Time slowly passed as he waited. Suddenly, the golden ball of light formed by the Yuan Gungun made a cracking sound. It seemed like it was about to shatter. Endless golden light burst out from it, almost illuminating half of the devouring space. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly and looked forward. Boom, with a loud bang, the golden ball of light completely exploded, turning into golden light spots that filled the sky, sprinkling down in droves. A small figure appeared from it. It was the Yuan Gungun. Everyone is here. Are you all here to welcome me, Master Yuan Gungun? Yuan Gungun saw everyone and couldn't help but laugh. Look at you. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy's mouth was full of the same old taste. Master Yuan Gungun. Why didn't he go to heaven? Ha ha ha. Yuan Gungun didn't care at all about Wang Ting's ridicule. It even couldn't help but laugh. It flew over excitedly and shouted, Wang Ting, look, I've become a domain lord. I'm now a domain lord level AI. Alright, I can see it. Don't be so excited. Wang Ting looked at it helplessly and said. Was it necessary? He wasn't even this excited when he became a universe level AI. You bastard, aren't you happy for me at all? I'm now a domain lord level AI. Do you know how rare a domain lord level AI is? Can't you show me some appreciation? Yuan Gungun pouted and said excitedly. I know, a domain lord level AI. Very good. Very good. Wang Ting nodded and praised him as though he was in a serious mood. Yuan Gungun was speechless. It felt like something wasn't right. Even though it was praised, why didn't it feel happy at all? Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh and said, I'm just joking with you. Of course I'm happy to see you become a domain lord. Wang Ting, you're too despicable. You're purposely making fun of me. Yuan Gungun said unhappily. Cough cough, don't say that. I'm just trying to prevent you from getting too arrogant. Wang Ting said as if he was doing it for its own good. I really have to thank you. Yuan Gungun rolled its eyes. Right, after you became a domain lord, did anything change? Wang Ting asked curiously. My spirit energy has gotten stronger. Yuan Gungun said. After a pause, it continued, and my calculation ability has gotten stronger. Hacking into Sector Lord level ships isn't a problem anymore. I can even hack into Undying level ships. And now I can do many things that I couldn't do before. Secret information that I couldn't find before, maybe I can try now. At the end, Yuan Gungun's face revealed a mysterious smile. Wang Ting's eyes couldn't help but light up. Actually, compared to Yuan Gungun's strength, Wang Ting was more interested in its calculation ability. Wang Ting really needed Yuan Gungun's help in all aspects. An intelligent life form was very useful, especially to the strong. It could provide convenience at any time. Very good, I didn't eat all those golden orbs for nothing. Wang Ting smiled excitedly. A domain lord level AI was indeed extraordinary. Even if he hadn't tried it yet, he was sure that Yuan Gungun's ability had definitely improved greatly. It would be of great use in the future. Yuan Gungun saw Wang Ting's expression and knew that he was really happy this time. It couldn't help but feel proud. It humphed, how is it? Now you know the use of my Yuan Gungun. Yes, Lord Yuan Gungun, please accept my kneeling. Wang Ting licked his lips. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but roll its eyes at Wang Ting. This guy really didn't have any integrity, however, it was still very happy. After all, its master thought so highly of it. It wasn't easy being an AI. In the past, Wang Ting's pace was too fast, and it almost couldn't keep up. Its position was extremely low. The bitterness in its heart was indescribable. Now that it had finally caught up a little, it could continue to be useful. Following Wang Ting wasn't a waste. However, it didn't expect that after following Wang Ting for such a short period of time, it would advance to domain lord level. This was incredible. It had followed Nangong Yu's master for so long, but it was still a universe level. It really couldn't compare. Rumble, at this time another rumble was heard. Green flame swept out in all directions. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun immediately looked over. The ironclad scorpion also broke through. Yuan Gungun said in surprise. After you swallowed the golden orbs, I let it swallow the golden orbs too. Wang Ting said. You're really fair, aren't you? Roundy said. Wang Ting was speechless. What do you mean by equal treatment? Was that the right word to use here? Don't say it if you don't know how to talk, Wang Ting said in annoyance. Yuan Gungun laughed and didn't care. He looked at the center of the flames and said, the ironclad scorpion is about to advance to middle-level emperor level. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, it's still not as good as me, Yuan Gungun. Come on, you're not very strong, but you're quite good at talking. You keep calling me your master. Wang Ting was speechless. If we were to compete based on strength, Elizabeth would be the boss. I won't get involved, Elizabeth said with a smile. She wasn't interested in this. As long as she could help Wang Ting, she believed that her position wouldn't be too low. Look, even Elizabeth isn't getting involved. I'll be the boss. Yuan Gungun looked at Elizabeth gratefully and said proudly. Then beat Little White and the ironclad scorpion into submission first. Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said. We'll win them over with virtue. There's no need to use violence. Yuan Gungun choked and said embarrassedly. The law of the universe is that strength is respected, Wang Ting said faintly. Then find me some spiritual power cultivation methods and battle skills. I'm definitely stronger than them. Yuan Gungun snorted and said. Okay, I'll find them for you later. Wang Ting thought for a moment and nodded. Yuan Gungun's spiritual power had reached the level of an area master. It would be a waste if he didn't cultivate some cultivation methods and battle skills. Moreover, he didn't need to spend points to buy these cultivation methods from the academy. He only needed to search the inheritance memories of the Void Devourer. With the inheritance memories of the Void Devourer, many things would be much simpler and more convenient. This was an advantage that others didn't have. Boom, as he spoke, a roar came from the center of the green flames. Countless flames exploded and a huge figure slowly crawled out of the flames. Soon, the appearance of the ironclad scorpion was completely revealed in front of Wang Ting and the others. The ironclad scorpion was very different from before. First of all, its size was at least 5 times larger than before. It was incomparably huge. Its body was covered in layers of scales that gave off a cold metallic luster. It looked like a real steel beast. At the same time, there were lines of red and green flame patterns on the scales that covered almost every part of its body. It looked particularly mysterious. In the center of its huge head, there was a scarlet-green flame-like imprint, like a cluster of burning flames. This was the result of it being nourished by the green jade glazed flame and the 10,000 beasts' true spirit flame. The ironclad scorpion was born with the green jade glazed flame. Therefore, it had mutated and its innate flame had a trace of the green jade glazed flame's wonders. Therefore, it could naturally withstand the nourishment of the green jade glazed flame. On the other hand, the 10,000 beasts' true spirit flame was a flame that was beneficial to all star beasts in the world. Ever since Wang Ting obtained the 10,000 beasts' true spirit flame, he often nourished Little White and the ironclad scorpion. Therefore, the ironclad scorpion naturally had a trace of the 10,000 beasts' true spirit flame's flame power. With the support of the two types of heavenly flames, its innate flame was even more powerful. The other change was in its attack methods. However, its two huge pincers did not become bigger. Instead, they became much smaller and more symmetrical with its body. It was not as eye-catching as before. Others could tell at a glance that the pincers were not to be trifled with. However, it would be a big mistake to underestimate the pincers because of this. The pincers had become sharper. When they opened and closed, they were like saw teeth that flashed with a cold light. If it were an ordinary universe-level ancient martial art practitioner, it would probably be able to clamp him in half. Probably only those ancient martial art practitioners who specialized in physical training would be able to withstand it. In addition, its scorpion tail had become longer. If the scorpion tail could only hang from its tail to its head before, then now, the scorpion tail could hover above its head a few times like a python. The venomous hook on the tail was like the fangs of a venomous snake, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It was suffused with a chilling light that made one's heart palpitate. At the same time, the scorpion tail was burning with a red and green flame. A trace of scorching heat radiated from it, causing the surrounding space to be slightly distorted. Wang Ting sized up the ironclad scorpion in surprise and could not help muttering, "The change is quite big." Indeed, the change is quite big. The golden light cluster is really good stuff. According to the standards of star beasts, the ironclad scorpion's original innate talent was already very good when it cultivated to the king level. Later, under the nourishment of the 10,000 beasts' true spirit flame and after eating a lot of good things, it grew to the lower emperor level. Now, because of the golden light cluster, it has broken through the bottleneck that was very difficult for it to reach the middle emperor level. Moreover, it seems that its innate talent has become much stronger. It really was not easy, Yuan Gungun analyzed. The golden light cluster can improve your innate talent, so it will be easier for you to cultivate in the future. Wang Ting nodded. This is all the good fortune that Master has given me. The ironclad scorpion will never dare to forget it. The ironclad scorpion flew over from afar. Its huge body stopped in front of Wang Ting. It lowered its head and said gratefully. Obviously, it had also heard Yuan Gungun's words and knew that it was all thanks to Wang Ting's nurturing that it could reach this stage. Otherwise, it would only be a mere lord-level star beast on Earth Star. You don't have to be like this. Since you have become my pet beast, as long as there is a chance, I will naturally not forget you. Wang Ting patted its head and smiled faintly. The ironclad scorpion was touched, but it did not say anything else. It scratched its head with its two pincers and said, "Master, I seem to have mastered a trace of the origin power." Oh? Wang Ting could not help but be surprised. He quickly asked, "What is the origin power?" "The origin power of fire." The ironclad scorpion lowered its tail that was hovering above its head. The red and green flames danced and turned into a small flame scorpion, which was very similar to the ironclad scorpion. At the same time, a strange fluctuation was emitted from the red and green flames. The surface of the flame scorpion cracked and entwined with flame runes. It looked very strange. Interesting. Wang Ting stroked his chin and looked at the flame scorpion in front of him with a smile. I can understand why Little White has mastered the origin power. After all, it has inherited the blood essence of the blood crow ancestor and its talent has been enhanced. I did not expect the ironclad scorpion to have also mastered the origin power. Yuan Gungun looked at the ironclad scorpion in surprise and said, "It seems to be because of the heavenly flame. After I absorbed the golden light, I naturally understood the origin power of fire," the ironclad scorpion said. "Is that so?" Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun looked at each other and fell into deep thought. The heavenly flame is something that is nurtured by the heavens and earth. It may contain some of the origin power. The ironclad scorpion has been nourished by the two heavenly flames for a long time. In addition to absorbing the golden light, it caused a burst of inspiration and comprehended the origin power of fire. "It is reasonable," Wang Ting said. "That is probably the only explanation." Yuan Gungun nodded. "Mastering the origin power is a good thing. The ironclad scorpion has given me a pleasant surprise." Wang Ting could not help but laugh. "This time our strength has increased. In the future, we won't have to be afraid of being ganged up on when we go out." Yuan Gungun laughed. Everyone was amused by Yuan Gungun's words and could not help but laugh. Wang Ting did not have much to say. He just moved the ironclad scorpion, Elizabeth, and Little White into the spatial fragment. After all, the devouring space was not suitable for their cultivation and life. It was more comfortable to stay in the spatial fragment. However, compared to their huge bodies, the spatial fragment now seemed a little small. Wang Ting still had to find a way to expand the spatial fragment. After entering the spatial fragment, the flower spirit girls came out to greet them. They looked at Little White and the ironclad scorpion and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Little White and Big Iron have become so big." Xianxia ran over and circled the ironclad scorpion and Little White. Her eyes were wide open. "Big Iron." Wang Ting had a strange expression on his face. How many nicknames did this guy have? Everyone had a different nickname. Moreover, all of his nicknames were inexplicably funny. "You little thing." The ironclad scorpion used its pincers to hook Xianxia's collar and placed her on its head. Ahahaha. Xianxia found it amusing and laughed heartily. She was not afraid at all. She even lay on the ironclad scorpion's head and stared at it. This little girl. Huazi and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry when they saw the scene. However, they were not worried that the ironclad scorpion would hurt Xianxia. After spending so much time together, they all knew that although the ironclad scorpion looked fierce, it was not fierce at all. At least, that was the case for them. Moreover, they all respected Wang Ting as their master. Based on this point alone, it would not hurt them. At this time, all the flower spirit girls gathered around Little White and the ironclad scorpion and chattered non-stop. They were very surprised by their appearance after their transformation. There was also Elizabeth. It was her first time appearing, so the flower spirit girls were also very curious about her. Elizabeth's personality was very gentle, so she quickly got along well with the innocent flower spirit girls. It was very lively. In the distance, a strange tree grew in an environment full of light aura. Specks of white light sprinkled from the branches and leaves of the tree, making it look very sacred. A phantom in a white dress sat on a branch, swinging her two long legs. She looked over at Little White, the ironclad scorpion, Elizabeth, the flower spirit girls, and the others. Wang Ting sensed her gaze, so he nodded at her. Then, he disappeared into the dimensional fragment. In the room, Wang Ting's figure appeared. After thinking for a while, he decided to look for a spiritual power cultivation method and combat skills for Yuan Gungun. "Wang Ting, there are a few messages for you." Suddenly, Yuan Gungun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. "Who sent the messages?" Wang Ting was stunned and asked. During this period of time, he had stayed in the primal chaos secret realm and could not receive any messages from the outside world. After returning from the primal chaos secret realm, he did not have the time to check. Now that Yuan Gungun had awakened, it naturally took over everything. It would immediately notify Wang Ting of any news. "It's from Enlan." Yuan Gungun's voice changed slightly, as if something was wrong. "You'd better take a look at it yourself." Wang Ting sensed something, but before he could say anything, a light screen appeared in front of him. The advantage of having Yuan Gungun was that sometimes, Wang Ting did not even need to ask. It would prepare everything for Wang Ting. What? Wang Ting's expression changed drastically when he saw the message on the light screen. He immediately stood up from his bed. Don't worry. I've already contacted Enlon for you. It's better for you to ask him yourself. Yuan Gungun's figure appeared beside him and comforted him. Lin Chuhan is missing. How can I not worry? Wang Ting's expression was a little ugly. His heart was in turmoil. Enlon had sent him many messages, all telling him that Lin Chuhan was missing. However, he had been in the Primal Chaos secret realm all this time and did not receive any messages immediately. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly felt a little guilty. He secretly hated himself for not checking the messages as soon as he left the Primal Chaos secret realm. Why did he only receive this news now? What's going on? Is it one of my enemies? There are many people who have a grudge against me, but to be able to take Lin Chuhan away from the hands of an area master without anyone noticing, other than the third prince, only the Pyrax family has such great power. Wang Ting clenched his fists. His expression was extremely cold, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. It better not be you. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. The killing intent in his heart boiled. In the end, it turned into deep worry. He could only pray silently in his heart. Chuhan, please be safe. Wang Ting, Enlon has responded, Yuan Gungun said. Quick, connect him. Wang Ting hurriedly said. Yuan Gungun nodded and waved his small hand. A light screen appeared, and Enlan's face appeared. Enlon, what's going on? Wang Ting couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries. He immediately asked. I'm very ashamed. I don't know what's going on either. A few days after you left, Lin Chuhan clearly stayed in the manor to cultivate. She didn't go out to do any missions, but she just disappeared from the cultivation room. My spiritual power has been hovering outside the cultivation room, but I didn't notice her departure at all, Enlon said very shamefully. You're saying that she disappeared from the manor? Wang Ting frowned and asked. Yes, no one saw her leave. The manor's surveillance system also doesn't have any record of her leaving. I even asked her mercenary teammates. They also said that they didn't see Lin Chuhan, Enlon said. Uncle Wu, what did Master Han and the others say? Wang Ting asked. They didn't see Lin Chuhan either, Enlon shook his head and said. Could it be that a sector lord, or even an immortal rank expert silently entered the manor and took Lin Chuhan away? Yuan Gungun guessed. To be able to hide from Enlan's spiritual power, it means that it's at least an immortal rank expert, Wang Ting said with a very bad expression. That's right. With my spiritual power, even a sector lord can't completely hide from me, Enlon nodded and said. He was very confident about this point. This was because he and Wang Ting were both spiritual sorcerers. Moreover, they were domain lord level spiritual sorcerers. An immortal rank expert. Wang Ting muttered. He was in a very bad mood. If an immortal rank expert made a move, who could stop them? Wang Ting, I'm sorry, Enlon said apologetically. Forget it. This isn't your fault, Wang Ting shook his head. Is there anything I can do? Enlon asked. Continue to help me keep an eye on the situation on your side. If there's any news, contact me, Wang Ting said. Okay. Enlon nodded. After that, the two of them disconnected. Wang Ting sat in his room and fell into deep thought. I left a doppelganger beside Lin Chuhan. That doppelganger doesn't seem to have any abnormalities. When Wang Ting left the last time, he left a doppelganger behind just in case. This time, after meeting Lin Chuhan, he changed to a doppelganger that he had modified. That doppelganger contained a trace of origin energy and was even stronger. At this moment, he came back to his senses and realized that the doppelganger didn't seem to send any warnings. It also didn't disappear. This meant that the doppelganger might still be beside Lin Chuhan. This was a breakthrough. Wang Ting closed his eyes and sensed the doppelganger's situation. That doppelganger had always been in a silent state. Only when Lin Chuhan was in a life or death situation would Wang Ting receive news. What he needed to do now was to activate that doppelganger and see the situation around Lin Chuhan. However, when he connected with the doppelganger, he realized that his vision was blurry. It was as if he was shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see anything at all. Sealed. It's actually sealed. Wang Ting sensed something. His thoughts were in turmoil. Seal. In Wang Ting's perception, his clone had been sealed and he could not sense what was happening in the outside world. That feeling could not be wrong. It must be a seal. Ever since Wang Ting had mastered the technique of sealing, he was no stranger to it. That was why he could feel it even more clearly now. Who is it? Even my clone has been discovered. Wang Ting's expression was solemn as various thoughts flashed through his mind. His clone was hidden very well, but in the end, it was still discovered by someone and sealed away. The other party's strength and caution had exceeded his expectations. However, there was one thing he could not figure out. If it was an enemy, they could have just destroyed the clone. Why would they seal it? Doing so was clearly strenuous and unrewarding. Unless the opponent had no ill intentions, then why did the opponent take Lin Chuhan away so quietly? Wang Ting could not figure it out. His mind was in a mess. Most importantly, he had lost his last clue and could not find Lin Chuhan's whereabouts. He slowly opened his eyes. His expression was somewhat gloomy, and it seemed like a suppressed emotion could explode at any time. Wang Ting. Yuan Gungun called out worriedly. I'm fine. Wang Ting said. Do you have any clues? Yuan Gungun could not help but ask. No. My clone has been sealed. I can't find her location. Wang Ting said. How could this be? Yuan Gungun's face was filled with disbelief. He asked hesitantly, then, what should we do now? There's no other way. We can only wait. Since the opponent did not destroy my clone and only sealed it, it means that Lin Chuhan is most likely safe. We can only wait for the opponent to find us. Wang Ting shook his head. I'll see if I can use Lin Chuhan's intelligent wristwatch to track her down. Yuan Gungun muttered. Is that possible? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Only now did he remember that Yuan Gungun had just become an area master. Perhaps he could really do it. I can only try. The virtual network is after all the territory of the virtual universe company. I don't know if I can avoid detection. Yuan Gungun said. Do your best. Wang Ting took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Okay. Yuan Gungun nodded and disappeared. It had originally planned to cultivate, but now it could only help Wang Ting find Lin Chuhan first. Wang Ting sat quietly in the room for a moment, trying his best to calm himself down. There was nothing he could do now, so he could only wait and not let his emotions control him. Phew. A moment later, he let out a long breath, and his heart gradually calmed down. Yuan Gungun knew that he was very anxious, so he did not mention anything about cultivation. However, he did not forget about it. He closed his eyes again and immersed himself in the inherited memories of the void-devouring beast, searching for a suitable spiritual power cultivation method and battle skill. Time passed in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Wang Ting did not make any movements, but the new students outside were surging like a storm. On a certain plain in the academy, a huge stone tablet floated in mid-air, and many new students' names had already appeared on it. The new student ranking. This stone tablet was the new student ranking. 3 days ago, the new students returned from the secret region, and many of them had a huge increase in strength. They also knew that the new student ranking had been opened. Many of them could not wait to start fighting for the ranking. In a short 3 days, tens of thousands of names had already appeared on the stone tablet. However, these were not all the new students. There were countless geniuses from various territories. Just the Qian Empire alone had 1,000 people. Of these 1,000 people, other than the top 10, were almost evenly distributed among the 7-star academies. The 7-star academies had to ensure that they had enough students in order to continue developing. This was the consensus of the 7-star academies. Although they competed, it was not a vicious competition, but a healthy competition under the condition that their opponents were strong enough. Therefore, even if the 7th Star Academy had a certain weakness, the number of students they recruited each year was not small. At most, the top 10 students would be fewer than the other star academies. In every territory, there were several forces like the Big Qian Empire, so in fact, the number of students that the Starry Sky Academy could recruit in each territory would reach several hundred people. With all the territories gathered together, there would be close to 100,000 people. Therefore, the names on the stone tablet were not all of them. There were still many people watching. At the same time, not only were the new students paying attention to the new student ranking, but also some of the old students. Every time the new student ranking was opened, it was the most popular event. Nowadays, the old students who were famous in the academy rose from the new student ranking. To a large extent, the new student ranking was an excellent opportunity for the academy's teachers and old students to observe the real geniuses. Some people rose in the genius battle, but fell behind in the academy, and were caught up by others. However, the new student ranking was different. Once the new student ranking was opened, it would stand in the academy until the next batch of new students appeared. During this period of time, everyone could chase after the rankings on the newcomer rankings. Therefore, as long as someone caught up, the people at the top of the new student ranking would be squeezed down. A temporary rise was nothing. The person who had the last laugh was the real powerhouse and the winner. This was also the reason why most people were not in a hurry to compete for the new student ranking. It changed. The new student ranking changed again. At this time, there was a sudden uproar around the new student ranking. Many onlookers noticed that the first place on the new student ranking had changed and were shocked. Then, there was a lot of discussion. Zhu Longshan. The first place is Zhu Longshan. Barney has been changed to second place. Who is this Zhu Longshan? What a strange name. Torch Dragon? I know, it's the Torch Dragon clan, a very powerful clan. The Torch Dragon clan, could it be the Torch Dragon clan that occupies the entire Torch Dragon weave? Yes, it's that clan. It's said that they have the Torch Dragon body and are very powerful. I never expected that even the genius warriors of this clan could not resist competing for the new student ranking. Amidst the discussion, ripples spread out from the huge stone tablet, and a sturdy figure stepped out from it and appeared before the crowd. The competition for the new student ranking was very simple. It was to enter the stone tablet and fight. However, this battle was not a real person battle, but a projection. This projection had been replicated by the stone tablet and was no different from a real person. It could unleash the full strength of a real person, which was very magical. In this aspect, it was very similar to some of the functions of the virtual universe. And this was naturally done to prevent the students from getting hurt. The new student ranking was to stimulate competition among the students, not to fight to the death. There were many places where death could occur, such as mystic realms, but not the new student ranking. Of course, although the battles in the new student ranking were replicated projections, the feeling was real. This way, the comprehension of the battle would not be lost and would still exist. Sometimes, battles were not purely for the sake of fighting. Part of the reason why the academy allowed every student to compete for the new student ranking was to let them fight each other and gain insights from the battles. After Zhu Longshan walked out of the stone tablet, he looked around with disdain, as though he did not care about the genius warriors around him. He looked around and did not see the person he wanted to see. He could not help but frown, then took a step forward and disappeared. Is he Zhu Longshan? He does look very strong. I can't see through him. Humph, this guy's gaze is very unpleasant. It's as though he's looking down on everyone. Haha, the Torch Dragon clan. Everyone watched Zhu Longshan leave with different expressions. Some were solemn, some were unhappy, some were disdainful, and so on. Everyone present was a genius warrior and all of them had their own pride. Of course, they were unhappy to be looked down upon. Not long after Zhu Longshan left, another youth with a slightly pale face also stepped out of the stone tablet. He looked around and left silently. It's Barney. Someone recognized the youth who walked out. From the looks of it, he has indeed been defeated. I didn't expect this. I remember. That Barney is from the Wizard Pagoda domain. I heard that he was also in the top 10 of the genius battle. He is very strong. I didn't expect him to be pushed down just as he reached first place. His first place is obviously fake. Many people haven't even made a move yet, so this first place will definitely not last long. What about Xianxia? This? It's hard to say. The Torch Dragon clan is indeed very strong, but there are also very strong existences in other domains. It's hard to say. Yu Qiqiao and Traiant Borat stood in the sky and looked at the changes in the ranking on the stone tablet. They could not help but frown. That guy has reached first place. Yu Qiqiao shook her head. He's very strong. Traiant Borat's eyes flickered slightly as he said. Oh. Yu Qiqiao was very surprised. Wang Ting once told her that this Traiant was not simple. Now even he felt that Xianxia was very strong. It seems that this Xianxia is not an ordinary genius warrior. Barney's defeat was not unjustified. I wonder when Wang Ting will come out. It's already been 3 days. Yu Qiqiao muttered in her heart. Not long after, Xianxia posted a message on the 7th Cosmic Sky Academy's internet. Wang Ting, the journey to the secret territory is over. I have advanced to the universe level. I am now first place on the newcomer list. I'll give you a chance. Come out and challenge me. It was very conceited and contemptuous. It was as if Wang Ting did not challenge him because he was a coward. When this news spread, many people were shocked. Who is Wang Ting? Needless to say, many people already know of Wang Ting's reputation. He is the top prodigy on the stars list. Once he entered the Cosmic Sky Academy, he attracted a lot of attention. As soon as Xianxia became first place on the newcomer list, he pointed his spear at Wang Ting. He even personally named him. In a moment, the new and old students in the academy were attracted to the commotion. Many people were ready to watch the show. Wang Ting's strength made many people afraid. They could not figure out how strong Wang Ting was. Now that Xianxia jumped out, they could test the depth of Wang Ting's pool of water. However, some people were somewhat annoyed. They felt that this was an excellent opportunity to become famous, but Xianxia took the lead. Especially those top prodigies from other territories, they were not convinced. What ability did Wang Ting have to be able to enter the stars list while they could not? Therefore, these people originally wanted to find an opportunity to suppress Wang Ting on the newcomer list. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, after Mount Torch Dragon made such a scene, all the limelight was taken away by him. Even if they came out again, the effect would probably be greatly reduced. However, 2 days after Xianxia's words were spread, there was no movement from Wang Ting's side. It was as if he did not care at all. The discussion outside became more and more intense. Many people secretly guessed that Wang Ting did not have the confidence to fight Xianxia, so he did not dare to fight. Wang Ting, if you don't dare to fight, you'll take the initiative to avoid me when you see me in the future. What stars list prodigy? It's just an undeserved reputation. You're tarnishing the reputation of those true prodigies on the stars list. Xianxia's words were very arrogant. They were full of contempt and ridicule for Wang Ting. When the other students heard these words, they were extremely surprised. Did this guy have a grudge against Wang Ting? His words were so harsh. He was offending Wang Ting to death. Haha, this is going to be interesting. There were also people who were interested in watching the show. They were looking forward to Wang Ting's fight. He's too arrogant. Yu Qiqiao stomped her feet in anger when she heard these words. She was now tied to Wang Ting. She was counting on Wang Ting to help her earn points. Xianxia's words were simply going to ruin Wang Ting's reputation completely. He would not be able to raise his head in the academy in the future. Every time a prodigy on the stars list appears, these prodigies and martial artists are bound to be jealous. Then, one by one, they will pounce on you and try to pull you down. Can you handle it? In the academy arbitration, Senior Wood laughed and muttered to himself. On the 3rd day, Wang Ting still did not appear, which made the crowd even more excited. They seemed to think that this was more interesting. One kept provoking the other, while the other did not move an inch. The conflict between the two would only accumulate, and it would be more exciting in the future. Sure enough, Xianxia spoke again. Are all the martial artists of the Qian Empire fake? Not only did they let a coward take first place in the prodigy tournament, they even let him get on the stars list. This time, Xianxia directly attacked all the prodigies of the Qian Empire. Obviously, he did this to arouse the public anger of the Qian Empire's prodigies and provoke Wang Ting to come out. Zhuliangshan is too much. Yu Qiqiao's anger rose. She gritted her teeth and looked at Wang Ting's residence. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? How can he be so calm? The other prodigies of the Qian Empire were also furious. They all posted on the internet of the 7th Starry Sky Academy. He's just a clown. What right does he have to criticize the Qian Empire? That's right, what Torch Dragon clan? I think he's a reptile. A reptile wants to challenge a true dragon? He's overestimating himself. No wonder Wang Ting is unwilling to come out. He doesn't put a reptile in his eyes at all. Ha ha ha, a reptile, crawl, on the internet, someone actually compared the Torch Dragon clan to a reptile and posted all kinds of vicious remarks. Many of the spectators were shocked. These Qian Empire's martial artists were too bold. They actually called the Torch Dragon clan a reptile. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. However, there were also many people who were watching with relish. They were not afraid of the Torch Dragon clan at all. At this time, they only felt that it was very interesting. Pfft. In the Academy Arbitration Council, Senior would spat out a mouthful of red wine and stared at the internet with wide eyes. Oh my, they even dared to scold the Torch Dragon clan. After Zhuliangshan saw this, he was so angry that he smashed everything in his manner. ***, who is it? How dare they call my Torch Dragon clan a reptile? Find them. Find these people who scolded my Torch Dragon clan. I must make them pay the price. Zhuliangshan was burning with anger and wanted to tear apart everything he saw. He immediately ordered people to find them. TSK, who started this? Their mouth seems to be a little vicious. Yu Qiqiao could not help but be surprised when she saw the scolding war on the internet. However, she was also happy to see someone scold Zhuliangshan. The other party was too arrogant and scolded all the martial artists of the Qian Empire. Did they really think that everyone was afraid of the Torch Dragon clan? The Torch Dragon clan had quite a lot of power in the academy. If they wanted to find a few people who posted on the internet, it was not impossible. In less than half a day, Zhuliangshan used some unknown method to find those people who scolded the Torch Dragon clan. In the end, it was not a group of people, but only one person, a fatty. Those posts that scolded the Torch Dragon clan as a reptile were all made by this fatty. Zhuliangshan wanted to find trouble with the fatty, but the fatty was very cunning. He hid in his manor and did not go out at all. Zhuliangshan was so angry that he smashed a pile of furniture. No way, it's actually that Wade. Yu Qiqiao had an extremely strange expression when she learned of the fatty's identity. Wade, a person who was quite famous in the Qian Empire's genius battle. Fatty, this guy had been abused by Wang Ting once and had experienced many hardships in the genius battle. It felt like he had it harder than the other geniuses. In the end, he still managed to fight his way into the top 1,000 and was finally admitted into the 7-star academies. Just like Wang Ting and Yu Qiqiao, he entered the 7th Star Academy. When Yu Qiqiao found out that Wade was the one who scolded the Candle Dragon clan on the internet, she was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. How many sock puppets did this fatty have? He actually scolded a group of people. She almost thought that the warriors of the Qian Empire were enraged. And how did he do it? Everyone only had one account on the Academy's internet, but this fatty had opened several sock puppets. It was unbelievable. If Zhuliangshan did not expose Wade's photo, Yu Qiqiao would never have thought that someone could do it. At the same time, a bunch of onlookers also appeared on the Academy's internet and were enjoying the show. Pfft. This is too funny. So this fatty is the only one scolding people. What a wretched fatty. This photo really captures the essence of the person. He's an expert. Awesome. Awesome. His guts aren't ordinary. By the way, is there no one else in the Qian Empire? Only this fatty stood up. I thought they had a common enemy. The others also scolded him, but they didn't scold him so harshly. What the F***ck? F***ck, Zhuliangshan must hate this fatty to death. He probably wants to kill him now. Ha ha ha, that fatty is hiding in the manor and won't come out. Zhuliangshan can't do anything to him. The Academy's internet was in an uproar. It had been a long time since something like this happened in the Academy. Many martial artists liked to cultivate in seclusion and did not like to cause trouble. Only a few new students would cause trouble like this. However, when it came to things like a challenge, generally speaking, if someone brought it up, the other party would definitely accept the challenge immediately, unlike Wang Ting who ignored it. Therefore, they couldn't cause a ruckus. At most, it would be a fight. The winner would gain a great reputation, and the loser would have to leave quietly. Next time, they would get back at him. That was all. But this time, before the fight even started, he had already started cursing. The matter had blown up a little. Even the 7-Star Academy's website had spread the news. Many people from the other academies had also noticed this matter. It's Wang Ting. Yu Yuanrui, Ji Haochen, Di Mosi, and the others from the Qian Empire saw that it had something to do with Wang Ting. Who is this Zhu Longshan? He actually challenged Wang Ting. Zhu Longshan. They're from the Illumination Dragon clan. They actually want to challenge that Wang Ting. I remember that he seems to be a top Heaven's Pride ranked on the stars list. This Zhu Longshan is not afraid of hurting his waist. Hey, many people want to step on a Heaven's Pride ranked on the stars list to improve their reputation. This Zhu Longshan is obviously one of them. That depends on whether they have the strength or not, otherwise they will just be making a fool of themselves. The Illumination Dragon clan should not be weak. Ha ha ha, someone actually scolded the Illumination Dragon clan as reptiles. This is so satisfying. This year's 7th Starry Sky Academy has this Wang Ting joining, and it hasn't been long since something happened. It seems that it won't be peaceful in the future. The 7th Starry Sky Academy has been quiet for many years, maybe they can take this opportunity to make a name for themselves. The genius martial artists of the other 6 Starry Sky Academies also joined the crowd, and all kinds of discussions were posted on the 7-Star Academy's website. Many mentors and powerhouses of the Academy were also alarmed and were silently watching the screen in the dark. As mentors and supreme powerhouses, they naturally could not post posts like some students, as that was not in line with their status. A Heaven's Pride of the Illumination Dragon clan and a Heaven's Pride of the Stars list? Interesting. Haha, I wonder who will win in the end between these two little guys. I guess it must be that Heaven's Pride of the Stars list, Wang Ting. The little guy from the Illumination Dragon clan is still a little lacking. It's hard to say, the Illumination Dragon clan is very talented. If they advance to the universe level, there may be a big explosion. Some mentors and powerhouses were also discussing behind the scenes, obviously very curious about this. The main reason was that Wang Ting, a Heaven's Pride ranked on the stars list, made many mentors and powerhouses place high hopes on him. They had been paying attention to him since early on. Wang Ting's manner. In the cultivation room. Wang Ting was sitting cross-legged and cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. A small figure appeared beside him, and it was Yuan Gungun. It looked disappointed as it shook its head and said, Wang Ting, I can't find her. Wang Ting sighed in his heart as if he had expected this. He said, forget it, it's fine if you can't find her. We're like headless flies now, and it's just a waste of time if we continue like this. Let's stop here. You're not looking anymore? Yuan Gungun asked hesitantly. Of course I'll look for her, but not like this, and not now, Wang Ting said as he shook his head. Yuan Gungun looked at him deeply and did not say anything else. It could see that Wang Ting was suppressing himself, and he was more anxious than anyone else. However, it was useless to be anxious now, so it could only suppress those emotions in the bottom of its heart. Eh? Suddenly, it exclaimed softly, and a ball of light burst out from its eyes. What's wrong? Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he could not help but ask. I received a message from Earthstar, and it might be related to Lin Chuhan's disappearance, Yuan Gungun said. Message from Earthstar? Is it related to Lin Chuhan's disappearance? Wang Ting was a little puzzled. Lin Chuhan was far away from Earthstar, so how could the two be related? He did not have time to think about it, and quickly asked, what's going on? Take a look for yourself. Yuan Gungun's expression changed, and it seemed like it did not know how to explain, so it directly opened the message. A holographic screen appeared, and on it was a message from Wang Ting's parents. Wang Ting was anxious. It was not easy to get some news, and whether it was related or not, he had to grab hold of it. At this time, he read 10 lines at a glance, and in an instant, he finished reading the contents of the message. Then, his expression became somewhat uncertain. Phoenix God Palace. Lin Chuxia was taken away by people from Phoenix God Palace. Lin Chuhan was also taken away by people from Phoenix God Palace. This was the content of the message. Wang Ting felt that it was a little hard to believe. A faction took away both sisters? It seems like it is true. There was a gap of more than 10 days between the two of them, and it was just enough time for them to reach Earth Star from Jade Star. After the people from Phoenix God Palace took away Lin Chuhan, they also took away Lin Chuxia, Yuan Gungun said. Did anything happen on Earth Star? Wang Ting asked. Who knew what would happen if outsiders landed on Earth Star? Fortunately, Earth Star was now his territory. Even if there were outsiders, they could not casually touch Earth Star. You can rest assured about this. They only took away Lin Chuxia and left immediately. They did not even stay on Earth Star, Yuan Gungun said. That's good. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and frowned. Speaking of which, do you know what kind of faction this Phoenix God Palace is? I just checked, but there isn't much information about it. I only know a little, Yuan Gungun said hesitantly. Hurry up and tell me. Cut the crap, Wang Ting urged. In general, this is an extremely large and mysterious faction in the universe. It is said that they are all formed by women, and each of them is extremely talented. Every generation can nurture a super expert, and there are even existences above the immortal rank. Their strength is extraordinary, and they are independent of the various large territories. They have a transcendent status, Yuan Gungun immediately explained. Existences above the immortal rank? This Phoenix God Palace is that strong? Wang Ting was shocked. Many of the related information described it this way. It can't be wrong, Yuan Gungun said. Why would such a powerful faction take away Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia? Wang Ting could not understand. Of course, it is to take in disciples. Yuan Gungun said, didn't they say before that they would search for talented women and bring them back to the Phoenix God Palace for guidance? If they want to take in disciples, then so be it. But why didn't they leave behind some information? It's not like it's something shameful, Wang Ting said. This is related to the Phoenix God Palace's style of doing things. The way they do things is a bit overbearing. Yuan Gungun said after pondering over his words. Overbearing. Wang Ting was so angry that he laughed, taking people away just like that? What the hell is going on? To put it bluntly, they are too high and mighty. They don't care about the feelings of others, Yuan Gungun said helplessly. F***ck. A type of grass, Wang Ting cursed. He then asked suspiciously, how do you know so much about this? From what I found out, almost all the information related to them said the same thing. Yuan Gungun raised his eyebrows and chuckled, actually, it's understandable. Think about it, they are a group of women living together. All they do is cultivate all year round. Without the nourishment of a man, their temperament will definitely become a bit strange. When he said this, Yuan Gungun revealed a wretched expression. F***ck. Wang Ting cursed again, then what about Lin Chuhan? She won't become like that in the future, right? When he thought about Lin Chuhan becoming an old woman, Wang Ting immediately shook his head and did not dare to think about it anymore. Currently, in his mind, the so-called people of the Phoenix God Palace were a group of eccentric old grandmothers. Cough cough, that's hard to say. I heard that part of the reason why their temperaments become a bit strange is related to the cultivation method they cultivate. You'd better get her out as soon as possible, or else. Yuan Gungun did not continue speaking. It was already too late to say anything. Is it related to the cultivation method? Wang Ting frowned. If that was the case, then they were in big trouble. Lin Chuhan had already been taken away. She would definitely cultivate the other party's cultivation method. It was only a matter of time before her temperament changed. But it's still good news. At least they weren't kidnapped by your enemies, Yuan Gungun comforted him. Wang Ting was angry. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. What the hell was going on? How could his fiancée be taken to a place full of crazy women? Did the heavens want him to be single for the rest of his life? That was too cruel. Why would they target Lin Chuhan? Although Lin Chuhan's talent is not bad, it can't be considered top-notch. Why would such a powerful force want her? Wang Ting couldn't figure it out. Maybe the two sisters have some kind of special talent? Yuan Gungun guessed. Lin Chuxia is possible. Her talent is very special. Lin Chuhan, forget it. There's no point in talking about this now. Wang Ting shook his head and asked, do you know where this Phoenix God Palace is? I don't know. Yuan Gungun shook his head and said, but you can ask around in the academy. Those immortal rank experts might know. Lin Chuxia didn't leave any other information? Wang Ting frowned and asked. No. That information was secretly given to you by Lin Chuxia through your parents, Yuan Gungun said. Sigh, it seems like the other party is really determined to take away Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia. They didn't leave any information for us. Wang Ting sighed and gritted his teeth. I hope nothing happens to the two of them. Otherwise, I'll tear down that nuisance Phoenix God Palace. It's not that I want to discourage you, but with your current strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Yuan Gungun said with a strange expression, Phoenix God Palace is a force that's much stronger than the Pyrax family. Humph. Wang Ting's expression darkened. He coldly snorted and said, even if I can't do it now, I'll do it in the future. If something happens to Lin Chuhan, I won't let them go. I'll kidnap all those crazy women from Phoenix God Palace and sell them as slaves. What great resentment. Yuan Gungun was speechless. He felt that Wang Ting really hated Phoenix God Palace. With his understanding of Wang Ting, if he really had the strength in the future, he would really do what he said. Not good. Why did he feel a little excited? However, Phoenix God Palace was a force that had existed in the universe for so many years. It was deeply rooted and had an unimaginable foundation. It wasn't something that could be easily shaken. Yuan Gungun felt that he had to persuade Wang Ting to not do anything stupid. Therefore, he said, I think it's more reliable for you to think of a way to secretly rescue Lin Chuhan. It's not that we aren't strong enough. It's just that the enemy is too strong. For the time being, it's impossible to use force. I know. Wang Ting was very calm. He helplessly said, right now, I can only gather information about Phoenix God Palace while increasing my strength. He also knew that he wasn't a match for Phoenix God Palace. Any random expert from Phoenix God Palace could crush him. Even if he went to find them now, he wouldn't be able to rescue Lin Chuhan and her sister from that abyss of suffering. It's good that you can think this way. I was afraid that you would be impulsive and want to throw an egg against a rock. Yuan Gungun smiled and comforted him, actually, you don't have to worry too much. Maybe those rumors are just rumors. Phoenix God Palace's techniques might not have the effect of affecting one's mind. If that's the case, Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia entering Phoenix God Palace might actually be a good thing. They can train there and quickly increase their strength. You won't have to worry about them. What you said makes sense. Wang Ting thoughtfully nodded, forget it, let's not think about it anymore. No matter what, we have to make the best use of our time to increase our strength. How come it feels like after entering Cosmic Star Academy, our opponents have become stronger? Wang Ting helplessly said, I just reached the universe level. I didn't even get to celebrate for long before reality poured a bucket of cold water on me. That's normal. The universe level is only the guardian of a galaxy in a low-level universe civilization like the Federation of Orange. How strong can it be? Yuan Gungun said. You're right. Wang Ting nodded and didn't say anything else. He changed the topic and said, I found a few spiritual force training techniques and battle techniques for you. Take a look and see which one you want. Yuan Gungun's eyes lit up. He was touched. He didn't expect Wang Ting to still care about his training under such circumstances. What techniques are there? Yuan Gungun didn't waste any more words and directly asked. I searched through the Void Beast's inherited memories and found a total of 3 relatively strong spiritual force training techniques. Wang Ting explained. The first one is the Pagoda Sutra that I'm training in. However, this technique isn't complete. Only the first 3 levels can be trained to Sector Lord level. There's no more after that. It needs to be supplemented in the future. However, this technique is said to be very mysterious. I don't know where the other parts of the Pagoda Sutra are. It all depends on luck. The other thing is that this technique is very painful to train in. It needs to be tempered thousands of times. I've already tried it. There's no doubt about it. The Pagoda Sutra. It's the technique that made you hover between life and death. After you finished training in it, you almost had facial paralysis. Yuan Gungun touched his chin and said. Wang Ting. Was this something a human would say? He was explaining seriously here, but this guy was actually mocking him. Cough cough, what other techniques are there? Yuan Gungun saw that his face was a little dark and hurriedly coughed dryly and continued asking. The second spiritual force training technique is called the giant whale visualization diagram. It's a visualization technique. Visualize yourself as a giant whale and roam the void ocean to temper your spiritual force and improve. Wang Ting continued. Anything else? Yuan Gungun frowned and asked. The third spiritual force training technique is called the mountain-breaking dragon scale diagram. It's also a visualization technique, but what you visualize is the scales of a dragon. You use the scales to form a dragon's body and hit the mountains to temper your spiritual force. Wang Ting paused for a moment and then continued. However, this technique has a few shortcomings. Dragons are legendary creatures and are too rare. It's very difficult to visualize them. In addition, I think this mountain-breaking dragon scale diagram is a little incomplete. You can only visualize the dragon scales but not the whole dragon. It's a little neglectful. I guess the person who created this technique was limited in his ability and could only create this level of visualization. It had to be admitted that Wang Ting was very familiar with all kinds of techniques after he had obtained so many techniques by picking up attributes. Even if he hadn't practiced the mountain-breaking dragon scale diagram, he could see many problems with it just by looking at it. And he could see it very accurately. The person who created the mountain-breaking dragon scale diagram was indeed limited in his ability. He could only create such a generalization of spiritual force training technique. What level can this mountain-breaking dragon scale diagram be cultivated to? Yuan Gungun couldn't help but ask curiously. Sector Lord level. Wang Ting said. Dragons are very mysterious and powerful creatures. Even if you only visualize the dragon scales, it will have a very strong effect. In fact, this technique surpasses normal spiritual force training techniques. The 3 techniques I've chosen for you are all rather powerful and can be cultivated to Sector Lord level. There are some scattered spiritual force training techniques in the Void Beast's inherited memories. However, they are either too ordinary or can only be cultivated to Domain Lord level. Therefore, I won't say anything else. Yuan Gungun nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, since they can only be cultivated to Sector Lord level, then I'll cultivate the Buddha scripture, like you. Are you sure? Wang Ting didn't expect Yuan Gungun to choose the most difficult technique. He was surprised. I'm sure. Yuan Gungun's gaze was resolute as he nodded. He then smiled. After staying with a monster like you for so long, even I have higher expectations for myself. I can't fall too far behind. And the stronger the technique, the better it will be for me in the future. Naturally, I'll choose the strongest one. You said it yourself. This technique is very rare. Others don't even have the chance to cultivate it. Now that the chance is in front of me, I can't possibly reject it. Not bad. Even your awareness has increased. Wang Ting said in surprise. Yuan Gungun wasn't like this before. He had always thought highly of himself. This time, he was humble. This was very surprising. Humans are always changing. Yuan Gungun said. All right then. Since it's your decision, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Ting looked deeply at him and nodded. No one knew better than him the difficulty of this technique, as well as the degree of pain. After all, he could be considered to have cultivated it 3 times, once for the original body, twice for the Void Beast avatar. During the last battle on Defense Star Zix, the Void Beast's 9 treasures pagoda was destroyed by him. He could only refine it once. 3 times, the pain was naturally 3 times greater. In this world, there was probably no one who felt it more deeply than him. Get ready, Wang Ting said. Come. Yuan Gungun took a deep breath. His gaze became serious. Wang Ting nodded. He reached out and touched Yuan Gungun's forehead. His spiritual power surged out. Through a special technique, he passed the cultivation method of the Pagoda Sutra to Yuan Gungun. Yuan Gungun immediately closed his eyes and felt the huge flow of information. Fortunately, he was now a domain master level artificial intelligence. In terms of perception, he was above a domain master level expert. He was even comparable to a sector master. Therefore, he quickly received the information flow. He opened his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes. He said with a complicated expression, "This technique is crazy. You were there when I was refining the 9 treasures pagoda. You should know how satisfying and difficult it is to refine it. I won't say anything else. I can only advise you not to visualize the 2 ancient divine hammers that I visualized. That will make it more difficult for you." Wang Ting reminded him. I know. I don't dare to think about those 2 hammers. Only someone as crazy as you would dare to visualize those ancient and mysterious things. Yuan Gungun smiled bitterly. I'm not crazy. I'm just confident, okay? Wang Ting said unhappily. Okay, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm going to cultivate. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes and said. Don't rush. I'll tell you a few of the difficulties of the Pagoda Sutra. Wang Ting stopped him and explained the Pagoda Sutra in detail. Yuan Gungun naturally listened very seriously. Wang Ting was very experienced. He had already successfully refined the pagoda 3 times. It was enough for Yuan Gungun to benefit immensely. After half a day, Yuan Gungun finally disappeared. He went to refine the 9 treasures pagoda. Wang Ting stood up and stretched. His eyes flashed slightly as he walked out of the cultivation room. It's time to go out and take a look. These few days have been a bit of a waste. He said to himself, there's also that reptile. He's jumping around happily. Does he really think I'm afraid of him? As soon as Wang Ting walked out, he was immediately noticed by many students. Wang Ting is out, someone exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ting's appearance meant that he and Zhu Longshan would naturally meet very soon. Many people had been looking forward to it for a long time. Some people even directly posted Wang Ting's whereabouts on the internet. At the entrance of Wang Ting's manor, there were also people sent by Zhu Longshan. As soon as Wang Ting came out, they immediately sent the news to Zhu Longshan. Very good. You're finally willing to come out. Zhu Longshan was overjoyed. There was a hint of ferocity on his face. Yu Qiqiao also received the news and hurried over. Wang Ting, you're finally out. Everyone's waiting for you. Waiting for me? Why are they waiting for me? Wang Ting said calmly. Zhu Longshan posted on the internet and asked you to challenge him. He even called you a coward. Yu Qiqiao could not help but say angrily when she saw how calm he was. If he wants to shout, let him shout. Do I have to bite back when a mad dog barks at me? Wang Ting said. Yu Qiqiao was speechless. Wade's mouth was already very sarcastic. She did not expect him to be worse than Wang Ting. Wade called the Torch Dragon clan a reptile, but Wang Ting directly called him a mad dog. At this moment, Yu Qiqiao only wanted to shout, Big brother, you're awesome. You're really magnanimous. However, she was still speechless. It's just SOSO, Wang Ting said calmly. To be honest, he really did not take Zhu Longshan's challenge seriously. It was just a universe-level warrior. No matter how strong his racial talent was, he did not believe that the other party would be a match for him. The other party kept provoking him just to find an opportunity to take back the body of the Torch Dragon clan. How could Wang Ting let the other party get what he wanted so easily? Since the grudge had already been formed, there was no room for redemption. The other party had provoked him time and time again. Did he think that he did not have a temper? if this mad dog really pounced on him and bit him, he would naturally trample the mad dog to the ground and crush him. He would not spoil him. Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Xianxia waved her hand tiredly. Wang Ting was not in a hurry, so what was the use of outsiders being anxious here? Aren't you going to fight? Aunt Borat also came and asked curiously. No hurry, let the mad dog bark for a while longer. Wang Ting smiled meaningfully. Why do I feel like you're holding back some evil tricks? Xianxia looked at him suspiciously. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not that kind of person, Wang Ting said. Then what do you plan to do next? Xianxia asked. There are many training grounds in the school. I plan to take a look, Wang Ting said. To him, picking up attributes was the most important thing. Previously, he had picked up many attribute bubbles in the sword rain plains. They could be used to increase his domain power. Then, the other training grounds might also have attribute bubbles. He naturally wanted to take a look. He could not let go of any place. After leaving the secret realm, it would not be so easy to get attribute bubbles of origin law power. Hence, he could only increase his domain power first. And before he reached Sector Lord level, his domain power had to be perfected. Otherwise, it would not be beneficial for his later comprehension of origin law. To the cultivation grounds, of course. I've only been to the sword rain plains for the past few days. Unfortunately, I'm still unable to enter the top 100,000. I've discovered that this dividing line is truly difficult to enter. You're too monstrous to be able to enter on your first try, Xianxia said. Continue to work hard. Wang Ting smiled. He prepared to leave and head to one of the cultivation grounds in the academy. Right, tonight there's an undying ranked teacher holding a public lecture on mental force training. Are you interested in going? Xianxia suddenly thought of something and asked. Mental force training. Wang Ting was dazed. Was it such a coincidence? Not only did Yuan Gangun have to train his mental force, but he also had to start training his mental force once he reached universe level. Previously, when his mental force reached star level perfection, it was stuck at the critical point and could not break through. Hence, there was no need for him to specially train. However, it was different now. After reaching universe level, his mental force attribute had to be raised again. However, raising the attribute was only the simplest and most direct method. He still needed to comprehend all sorts of things to unleash the full potential of his mental force. There was also the mental force weapon. He had to forge a new one. The moon gold wheel was damaged in battle and could not be used again. Go, Wang Ting nodded and agreed with Xianxia and the others to attend the lecture together at night. Then it's settled. Xianxia nodded and left. Aunt Borat also left. They all had their own suitable training grounds. They took different paths from Wang Ting. Wang Ting took out his own ship and flew towards a direction. Lightning Valley, the 7-star academies controlled a few strange spaces at the same time. They were called bounded spaces. Bounded spaces were a special type of space. No one knew where they came from. Some said that the strong warriors of the 7-star academies created them with great power. Some said that they were naturally formed. Bounded spaces were different from secret regions. Secret regions were the embryonic form of the universe, while bounded spaces were special spaces. Both had their own benefits. It was said that within bounded spaces, there were all sorts of ancient techniques and battle techniques. Even bloodlines and talents might exist. As long as one passed certain tests, they could be obtained. This was inconceivable. Normally, bloodlines and talents were innate. However, one could actually obtain them in bounded spaces. Hence, to the genius warriors from the various territories, the 7-star academy's most attractive place was the secret regions and the bounded spaces. And to enter the bounded spaces, one had to pass some tests. Lightning Valley was the only way to enter one of the bounded spaces, Lightning Region. There was another similar place, the Sword Rain Plains. Wang Ting was heading to Lightning Region. Thunder Valley was a huge valley filled with the power of thunder, hence its name. Thunder Valley was the entrance to the Thunder Region. Many people cultivated in Thunder Valley, but most of them were new students. The older students could safely pass through Thunder Valley and enter the Thunder Region. Before Wang Ting's spaceship got close, he could already see the gloomy sky from afar. Rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard from time to time. Terrifying thunder fell from the sky, causing the surrounding space to faintly distort. A terrifying aura filled the surroundings. This is Thunder Valley. Wang Ting stood in the spaceship's main control room and saw the scene through the panoramic simulation. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He had not seen much of such a heavenly scene. Compared to the thunder region that he encountered in Defense Star 6, the difference was too great. This place was terrifying. However, compared to the thunder calamity that he encountered in the Primal Chaos Secret Realm, it was still lacking by a bit. After all, that was the power of thunder calamity, one of the most terrifying thunder in the world. Of course, there was not much of a comparison between the two. The thunder calamity was more like a one-time output, allowing you to feel good to your heart's content. As for the Thunder Valley, it was more like a lasting effect. The longer it lasted, the better it would be. Then, here came the question. Which was better, an instant feeling or a lasting feeling? Wang Ting came to the outside of Thunder Valley with this strange thought. He flew out of the spaceship and kept the spaceship. This force is? Just as he came out of the spaceship, he immediately felt an extremely rich Thunder Star force. To a thunder martial artist, this was definitely the best place to cultivate. Wang Ting now had the chaos force, but he could also rely on these single-type forces to improve himself. However, before all the forces reached a balance, they would not merge into chaos force and would only be stored in the small universe in the body in the form of normal force. For example, after Wang Ting absorbed the Thunder Star force, it would still be Thunder Star force and would condense into Thunder Star debris in the small universe in the body. Once the other origin forces reached the same amount, they would naturally be converted into Chaos Origin Force through the Chaos Star secret. Compared to before, there wasn't much difference. The only difference was that there was an additional process of fusion at the end. The Thunder Valley attracted many lightning-type martial artists from the academy. Just by looking at the large number of spaceships parked outside the Thunder Valley, it could be seen. From time to time, people would disembark from the spaceship and enter the Thunder Valley. The Lightning Valley was the same as the Sword Rain Plains. There was no need to pay a fee and one could directly enter the Lightning Valley to cultivate. Wang Ting did not hesitate. After observing the situation around him, he headed towards the entrance of the Thunder Valley. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. During this period of time, Wang Ting and Xianxia were the talk of the town. Although many people did not pay special attention to them, they unknowingly knew about them. Now that Wang Ting had appeared in Thunder Valley, many people were shocked. Wang Ting. Why is he here? He didn't come out when Xianxia was shouting so loudly. Now that he's come out, is he going to accept Xianxia's challenge? There's going to be a good show. Many people were guessing and discussing softly. Wang Ting ignored everyone's gazes and strode towards the entrance of the Thunder Valley. The entrance wasn't big. However, endless lightning could be seen bursting out from the valley, as though it was trying to block the footsteps of those who came in. When many people saw this scene, they could not help but stop in their tracks. Their faces were filled with shock. The power of thunder in the Thunder Valley was beyond everyone's expectations. Many new students who had just arrived were immediately hesitant. What a terrifying power of thunder! If I go in like this, I'm afraid I'll be struck by lightning. Let's go all out. If I'm struck by lightning, so be it. I came here to be struck by lightning. Wang Ting smiled. Listening to the discussions around him, he walked straight into the Thunder Valley. Rumble, just as he stepped into the Thunder Valley, a bolt of thunder struck down from the sky. It was aimed at Wang Ting's head, as though it was trying to intimidate him. Wang Ting raised his head. His eyes flickered slightly. However, he did not move and allowed the thunder to strike him. Boom, the thunder struck his head fiercely. In an instant, Wang Ting was surrounded by thick lightning. The people outside could not see his appearance at all. When the surrounding martial artists who were about to enter the Thunder Valley saw this scene, they could not help but stop in their tracks and look at him in shock. Was the Thunder Valley so dangerous? To be struck the moment he entered, there were many stone pillars erected in the Thunder Valley. On the stone pillars, there were many figures sitting cross-legged. They were being struck by thunder. They also noticed the scene at the entrance of the Thunder Valley. They could not help but be stunned. Their expressions turned strange. They had stayed in the Thunder Valley for so long. This was the first time they had seen someone being struck by thunder at the entrance. Could it be that this person had done something outrageous? Was that why even the thunder wanted to strike him so badly? Soon, the lightning on Wang Ting's body disappeared completely. His appearance was revealed once again. He was completely unharmed. Even the clothes on his body were not damaged in the slightest. He twisted his neck and felt the power of thunder on his body. He felt that it was not strong enough. His body had been struck by the thunder calamity in the primal chaos secret realm. Now that he was being struck by ordinary lightning, he did not feel much. He ran his fingers through his hair and brushed away the lightning on it. It was as if he was brushing away the weeds on his hair. Many people stared at Wang Ting in a daze. They felt that their brains were not enough. However, there were also some people who noticed something. Their eyes flickered slightly. This person's body was so strong, Wang Ting did not care about the gazes of others. At this moment, he looked at his attribute panel. Ancient God Body, Unknown 5350-030-0000, 3 stars. This was the increase from the Thunder Calamity. It was a total of more than 50,000 points. It strengthened his Ancient God Body by a lot. This was why he was able to withstand the stronger Thunder Calamity. This time, other than picking up attribute bubbles, he wanted to borrow the power of thunder to strengthen his body. Other than lightning-type warriors, the majority of the people in the Thunder Valley were warriors who cultivated their bodies. Then, he scanned the situation in the Thunder Valley. He was a little surprised. There were pillars of thunder erected in the Thunder Valley. They seemed to have the effect of attracting lightning. Warriors who sat cross-legged on top of the pillars could use them to be struck by the lightning. Not everyone could be like him. He did not need any external objects to attract lightning. He had a thunder-attracting physique. Those warriors obviously needed to use the pillars to attract the power of thunder in the sky. They either needed to cultivate their force or their bodies. Actually, the reason why he had a thunder-attracting physique was because he had been struck by the Thunder Calamity. This caused his body to have a trace of the Thunder Calamity's aura. If it was under normal circumstances, nothing would have happened if there was no lightning. However, once he entered a place like the Thunder Valley where the power of thunder was concentrated, he would definitely be struck by thunder. This was something that even Wang Ting did not expect. It's a little similar to the thunder-attracting pillars that I used before. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Then, he scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There were indeed attribute bubbles around the thunder-attracting pillars. There were many attribute bubbles floating. Wang Ting immediately swept out with his spiritual force and picked them up. Lightning Attribute Star Force * 1500, Lightning Attribute Star Force * 800, Sacred Level Lightning Talent * 100, Lightning Attribute Star Force * 1200, Sacred Level Lightning Talent. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. There was actually a talent attribute. Moreover, it was a sacred level lightning talent. Wang Ting was extremely happy. Although his lightning talent had reached the sacred level, he felt that it was still not enough. He needed to improve it further. Talent was related to the speed of cultivation and comprehension. Only with good talent could one be closer to heaven and earth. Only then could one clearly comprehend the source laws. This was to pave the way for the future. The current him might only need a sector lord level talent. However, he would definitely need a higher level talent in the future. However, a higher level talent would probably be even rarer. Normally, one would not be able to find it. Rather than hoping to pick up a higher level talent, why not rely on picking up attributes to forcefully raise his sacred level talent? However, he only picked up 100 points of sacred level lightning talent. Compared to the 50,000 points required to raise a sacred level lightning talent, it was a little weak. However, to Wang Ting, it was a good start. He believed that there would definitely be many more sacred level lightning talents here. Other than that, he had also picked up quite a bit of lightning attribute star force. Now that he had reached the universe level, he could finally continue to raise his origin force. That familiar feeling of constantly raising his origin force appeared in his body again. It made him feel extremely happy. After the Thunder Star Force attribute entered his body, it turned into pure Thunder Star Force. Then, according to the operation method of the Chaos Star spell, it went into the small universe in his body and turned into star fragments, waiting to be absorbed by the black hole. Very good. Continue. Wang Ting was energized. His eyes lit up as he looked into the Lightning Valley. There were still many attribute bubbles in other places that he had not picked up. He could not waste time and had to act now. Pick up, Wang Ting did not delay and immediately headed into the depths of the Lightning Valley. As he walked, he picked up the attribute bubbles. Rumble, another bolt of thunder struck down and directly hit his head. However, Wang Ting did not seem to care at all. It was as if he did not feel anything. This made many people who were paying attention to him reveal a stunned expression. They felt that it was a little unbelievable. Even a lightning attribute warrior would not be able to do it so easily, right? It felt as if the thunder was just scratching an itch for him. In fact, to Wang Ting, the power of the thunder in the outer area was not much different from scratching an itch. The damage was not high. However, there were quite a number of attribute bubbles. The warriors on the stone pillars would drop a few attribute bubbles when they were struck by lightning from time to time. Lightning Attribute Star Force *1000, Lightning Attribute Star Force *1300, Sacred Level Lightning Talent *150, Sacred Level Lightning Talent *200, Lightning Attribute Star Force *1800. Wang Ting did not get tired of picking up attribute bubbles. His Lightning Attribute Star Force was slowly increasing. Just thinking about it made him feel very comfortable. At the same time, his Sacred Level Lightning Talent was also increasing. However, there were not many warriors with Sacred Level Lightning Talent. It was really a pity. Many people noticed that Wang Ting did not stop walking towards the depths of the Lightning Valley. They were even more shocked. The entrance to the Lightning region was in the deepest part of the Lightning Valley. However, not everyone could reach there. This was especially so for new students. At the beginning, they could only cultivate in the outer area of the Lightning Valley and slowly adapt. When they were strong enough, they could gradually approach the entrance of the Lightning region. Places like the Lightning Valley and the Sword Rain Plain could be considered as a threshold. A threshold to enter the realm. Not just anyone could enter the bounded domain. Although there were many benefits in the realm, there was a certain amount of risk. Warriors could use their spirit as a medium to enter and avoid a certain amount of risk. However, if they died, their spirit would also be severely injured. To the warrior, it was not a small amount of damage. Hence, there was a threshold like the Lightning Valley. This person's physical body is very strong. He is still not stopping after walking so far. Speaking of which, those lightning bolts did not seem to have any effect on him. Could he be a physique refinement warrior? Is this person also a new student? I have never seen him before. He is Wang Ting. The Wang Ting who is on the stars ranking. It is actually him. No wonder he has such strength. It seems like the rumors are true. I wonder how far he can go. Discussions could be heard from the lightning guiding pillars. They saw Wang Ting walking towards the depths of the Lightning Valley. While they were shocked, they were also very curious about how far he could go. They were all new students. Why was he so outstanding? I remember that among the new students, only Gallop was able to reach the 3000 M mark on his first visit. Yes, Gallop is not only a lightning attribute martial artist, but he is also a physique refinement maniac. That is why he has such a strong physical body. He was able to reach the 3000 M mark on his first visit. I wonder if this Wang Ting can surpass him? I don't think so. Gallop has an absolute advantage in this aspect. Even if this Wang Ting is a stars ranking prodigy, I don't believe that he can surpass Gallop. That is hard to say. How can a stars ranking prodigy be judged with common sense? The deeper he went into the Lightning Valley, the fewer martial artists there were. This caused the number of attribute bubbles that Wang Ting picked up to decrease as well. What is wrong with these people? I have only walked 1,000 meters, and there are so few people. Can't they give me more effort? Wang Ting complained in his heart. He was in a very bad mood. He was happily picking up attribute bubbles when the number of attribute bubbles suddenly decreased. This made him extremely depressed and helpless. A few more attribute bubbles appeared in front of him. Wang Ting immediately picked them up. Lightning attribute star force * 2000, ancient lightning rune * 100, lightning attribute star force * 2500, Saint tier lightning talent * 180, oh, ancient lightning rune? Wang Ting was stunned. He didn't pay much attention to it at first. This was because the attribute bubbles that he picked up previously were either lightning attribute star force or Saint tier lightning talent. After picking them up for a while, he got used to it. He didn't expect that there would be an extremely different attribute bubble this time, ancient lightning rune. This attribute bubble fused into Wang Ting's mind and turned into complicated and mysterious purple runes. These purple runes were like living creatures. They seemed to have a life of their own and could automatically change their form. It was very strange. They were also like streaks of lightning that were born from the unseen world and appeared in Wang Ting's mind out of thin air. An abundant sense of simplicity reverberated in his mind, and he could feel it very clearly. At the same time, the lightning rune flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. A purple glow seemed to be about to burst out. Fortunately, he closed his eyes in time and didn't let others see anything strange. What is wrong with him? Why did he suddenly stop? Could it be that he can't take it anymore? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like he had an epiphany. Epiphany? It can't be. He can have an epiphany after being struck by lightning a few times? Is there any justice in this world? Many people were surprised when they saw Wang Ting stop. Phew. After some time, Wang Ting opened his eyes slowly and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he finally understood what the ancient lightning rune was. The ancient lightning rune was also a type of ancient runes. However, it was a very special type of ancient runes. The ancient runes were like a type of language used to write the rules of heaven and earth. Ordinary ancient runes were the most common language, and the ancient lightning rune was the word thunder. Compared to the ordinary ancient runes, the ancient lightning rune was a type of runes that carried the power of thunder. It was said to be the embodiment of the origin of thunder. The current runes were evolved from the ancient runes. They seem to have been simplified to allow more people to learn and comprehend them. However, compared to the ancient runes, they also lost some of the rules of heaven and earth. It would be very difficult for the current runemaster to comprehend the most basic rules of runes. Therefore, these runemasters could only reach the grandmaster level. If they wanted to go further, they would have to learn the ancient runes. This was a path that traced back to ancient times. Wang Ting gradually gained some understanding after mastering the ancient runes. Back to the topic, Wang Ting was excited after mastering the ancient lightning rune. This was a good thing. Wang Ting had already mastered the ancient runes to the proficient stage. If he could obtain a complete ancient rune diagram, he would be able to inscribe an ancient runes array. Its power would definitely surpass the current runes array. If he used the ancient lightning rune to inscribe a thunder array, its power would be many times more terrifying than the ordinary ancient runes array. Let's use an analogy. If Wang Ting used the ancient lightning rune to inscribe an ancient rune diagram, it would at least be equivalent to the ancient runes array that was inscribed in the current ancient runes. This was the difference between the two. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. The ancient lightning rune was not listed separately. It was included in the ancient runes. However, Wang Ting's mastery of the ancient runes had improved by a lot. Ancient runes, 11203000, proficient, but why would the ancient lightning rune appear here? Is there something special about this Thunder Valley? Wang Ting retracted his attention from the attribute panel. His thoughts were churning. He could not help but look around, trying to find the reason for the ancient lightning rune's appearance. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. Even the lightning guiding pillars were just ordinary runes. They could not even be considered as ancient runes. Wang Ting opened the Eye of Truth and scanned the area inch by inch. Suddenly, his gaze paused as if he had discovered something. He looked carefully at a spot on the ground. So it's under the ground. Wang Ting was surprised. He saw some ancient lightning runes under the ground. They were exactly the same as the ones he had just obtained. Could this Thunder Valley be a huge thunder array? Wang Ting guessed. From his perspective as a Grandmaster of Runes, that place happened to be an important array node. That was why the ancient lightning rune was used to inscribe it. It had an extremely special effect. Obviously, it was because of the ancient lightning rune's operation that traces of true meaning appeared, which led to the appearance of the attribute bubbles. Since he had found the source, Wang Ting naturally would not let it go so easily. Fortunately, he waited for a while. After a while, Thunderstar Force *1500, Ancient Lightning Rune *50, the attribute values have decreased. This time, there are only 50 points. Wang Ting was deep in thought as he comprehended the new Ancient Lightning Rune in his mind. After absorbing it, he compared the Ancient Lightning Rune that he had mastered with the Ancient Lightning Rune underground. He realized that he had already mastered all the Ancient Lightning Runes in that place. He did not stop and continued to move forward. Everyone was shocked and their gazes followed him. They even put their own cultivation aside. These genius warriors would always pay extra attention to those who were more outstanding than them. Wang Ting continued to go deeper. Unfortunately, he did not encounter any more nodes with the Ancient Lightning Rune. Naturally, he did not get any more attribute bubbles. This made him very disappointed. As he went deeper into the Thunder Canyon, Wang Ting also felt a trace of pressure. The power of thunder in the sky was getting more and more terrifying. Bolts of thunder struck down and greeted his body. Wang Ting circulated the ancient god body cultivation method in his body and used the power of thunder to temper his body. Instantly, the pressure was reduced by a lot. Boom! Thunder struck his body and traces of power of thunder entered his body. It spread to every part of his body, including his little brother. That feeling was actually a little painful. Chaos force swept out from his body and cleansed the body that was struck by the power of thunder, reducing the pain. 1,800 meters, 2,000 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. The surrounding warriors were counting the distance between Wang Ting and their faces became more and more serious. Especially when they saw that he was close to 3,000 meters, they were even more shocked. This was the first time Gallop had reached such a distance. Was Wang Ting going to surpass Gallop? Wang Ting did not know what the crowd was thinking. He was tempering his body and picking up attribute bubbles at the same time. He was completely immersed in his own world. As a result, he was walking slower and slower. 2,800 meters. Could it be that he has reached his limit? Just 200 meters. He is very close. 200 meters is a huge gap. The further he goes, the harder it is to walk. The power of thunder is several times stronger than before. Normal warriors will not be able to withstand it. I thought I could surpass Gallop. Who would have thought that even Wang Ting could not do it? 800 meters is not bad. He can be ranked second among the freshmen. Many people felt that Wang Ting had reached his limit and were disappointed. But just when everyone decided to stop paying attention, Wang Ting was surprised. He noticed that a different attribute bubble had appeared in front of him. Thunder attribute bubbles were usually purple, but the one in front of him was golden red. The red was not an ordinary red. It was blood red. That attribute bubble was just 200 meters away. It was very close. Wang Ting immediately used his spiritual force to pick it up. Saint-level physical talent *220, when the attribute bubble entered Wang Ting's body, he immediately felt a huge change in his body. His heart was beating violently. His blood was boiling. His bones, marrow, meridians, flesh, skin. Everything had changed. It was as if he had changed into another body. That kind of feeling was really too special. It was even more special than the other physique-type talents he had obtained. However, the change was very fast. In just a few breaths, Wang Ting felt that the movement in his body had calmed down. It was as if nothing had happened. Saint-level physical talent. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He suddenly stopped, closed his eyes, and sensed it carefully. At the same time, a few more thunder struck down and landed on his body one after another. Pure physical talent? Wang Ting was bathed in lightning. He touched his chin and muttered to himself. He felt that his body had changed. It seemed to be more suitable for body refining. This kind of talent could also be considered a physique-type talent. However, it did not have special attribute changes like other special physique-type talents. For example, the body of light was closer to the light force. It was very suitable for cultivating the light force. The saint-level physical talent was purely a physical talent. Its biggest advantage was the physical body. It had a great effect on the cultivation of the physical body. If Wang Ting's ancient god body cultivation speed was 1 before he obtained the saint-level physical talent, then after he obtained the saint-level physical talent, his ancient god body cultivation speed was 3, that was the difference before and after. Overall, the saint-level physical talent was still very useful. Speaking of which, there is actually someone here who has the saint-level physical talent. Wang Ting's gaze landed on the stone pillar where he had picked up the attribute bubbles. Then, he walked over casually. This scene made the surrounding martial artists who were about to withdraw their gazes widen their eyes. What's going on? Didn't he look like he was at his limit just now? Why did he suddenly become so relaxed? Countless question marks appeared above their heads. Everyone was puzzled. 200 meters was a distance that was covered in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting directly arrived at the lightning guiding pillar, which was 3,000 meters away. Then, he stopped in front of the lightning rod and looked up. He saw a muscular young man sitting cross-legged at the top of the stone pillar. Thunder kept striking his body, bursting out balls of dazzling lightning. I didn't expect him to be a body-refining martial artist. And a thunder martial artist? Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But why is he a muscular man? Is this the side effect of the saint-level physical talent? No way, no way. I won't become like this in the future. Wang Ting suddenly felt a deep sense of malice. That was his biggest concern. He didn't want to become a rough man with terrifying muscles. That was simply too scary. It was very inconsistent with his handsome appearance. I have a feeling that I'm going to go further and further on the path of body refining. Wang Ting felt very helpless. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the other party's cultivation. He activated the eyes of truth to observe and finally came to a conclusion. The muscles on the other party's body had nothing to do with the saint-level physical talent. Instead, it was related to the other party's cultivation method. His cultivation method was to use the power of thunder to constantly stimulate the muscles all over his body, making them extremely strong. This method was a bit rough and didn't consider the body at all. Wang Ting's ancient god body was different. The ancient god body was too miraculous. The cultivation method seemed domineering and gentle at the same time. It was different from all the other body refining techniques. Therefore, Wang Ting could maintain his original body shape. All his strength was contained in every cell in his body. When it erupted, although it wouldn't cause the muscles to swell, it was still extremely terrifying. Therefore, he was relieved. Then, he observed the young man with great interest. At the same time, he was prepared to wait and see if there were any saint-level physical talent attribute bubbles dropping. I didn't expect Wang Ting to really walk to 3,000 meters. Looks like it's still very easy. He didn't use his full strength at all. Then why was he walking so slowly just now? Is he playing with us? Come on, he didn't care about us at all. Speaking of which, he should be able to go further. It doesn't look like he has reached his limit at all. Seems like it. TSK, this guy is too abnormal. Even Gallup's record was tied. I wonder if he can tie the highest record left by the old students? I'm suddenly looking forward to it. When the group saw that Wang Ting had really walked to 3,000 meters, they finally accepted this fact. They couldn't help but look at each other in shock. Gallup was bathed in lightning when he suddenly noticed a gaze on him. He couldn't help but frown and open his eyes. He looked around, but there was no one. What was going on? Who was watching him? Gallup felt a little strange. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be a person right below him. He lowered his head and saw a black-haired young man standing below the lightning rod. He was looking at him with a very strange gaze. The two of them stared at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. After a moment, Gallup's mouth twitched. He finally couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at the scenery." Wang Ting chuckled. Don't worry about me. Continue with your training. The muscles on Gallup's face twitched slightly. You keep looking at me. How am I supposed to train? Where did this weirdo come from? Gallup took a deep breath and said, go somewhere else. All right. Gallup didn't know why, but he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, a bunch of black lines appeared on his forehead very quickly. He saw the other party walk to another empty lightning rod. He leaped up and sat cross-legged on it. He faced Gallup directly and was still looking at him with a very strange gaze. Gallup felt a little like hitting someone. Hurry up and train. Don't let me affect your training, Wang Ting urged. Can you not look at me like that? Gallup said after a moment of silence. Oh, all right then. I think you look quite familiar, so I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Don't mind me. Wang Ting chuckled. Gallup. What do you mean by taking a few more glances? Were you staring at me the whole time? Who would look at someone like that? But does this guy have some special fetish? Gallup suddenly tensed up and looked at Wang Ting suspiciously. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Ting had already closed his eyes. I hope not. Otherwise, I'll beat him until he can't take care of himself. How dare he have designs on me, Gallup, even though I'm a real man. This thought flashed through Gallup's mind and he closed his eyes again. However, the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes again. He still felt someone staring at him. And he was sure that it was this guy in front of him. It was definitely him, that fiery feeling was definitely not wrong. However, he saw that the guy in front of him had his eyes tightly shut and did not open. He did not feel any spiritual energy waves either. Moreover, when he opened his eyes, the feeling of being stared at disappeared as well. It was as if it was just an illusion. Gallup was suspicious and closed his eyes again. The feeling of being stared at appeared again, swoosh. Gallup waited for a moment. Then, to his surprise, he suddenly opened his eyes. Unfortunately, that feeling disappeared again. The black-haired young man in front of him still had his eyes closed. Thunder even fell from the sky. He looked like he was seriously training. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. This time, he waited for a moment before the feeling of being stared at appeared again. Veins popped up on Gallup's forehead. He felt like he was going crazy. The eye of truth is really useful. Wang Ting had his eyes closed, but he activated the eye of truth and stared at the muscular young man in front of him through his eyelids. He felt like he had discovered a new way to use the eye of truth. Saint level physical talent *300, Saint level physical talent *250, lightning type star force *2500. Wang Ting looked at the attribute bubble that dropped from the opposite side and couldn't help but smile in his heart. Very good, as expected, it dropped again. This muscular man didn't disappoint him. He immediately used his psychic power to retrieve the attribute bubble. The Saint-level physical talent has increased by another 550 points. Wang Ting was elated. It seemed that keeping an eye on this muscular man was indeed a wise decision. Sometimes, one could only catch one sheep and harvest its wool, because other sheep didn't have such high-quality wool. Saint-level physical talent, 7705000. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. This Saint-level physical talent was the same as other Saint-level talents. The upper limit was 50,000 points. In other words, if Wang Ting wanted to break through the Saint-level physical talent, he had to increase his attribute points to 50,000 points. This was a little difficult, after all, it was only 770 points now. It was far from enough. He had to work hard to harvest the wool. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with determination. Through his eyelids, he continued to stare. Gallup was in the midst of cultivation. However, the veins on his forehead popped out again. He finally managed to overcome the feeling of being stared at and immersed himself in cultivation again. In the end, his defense was broken again. What the hell was this black-haired young man in front of him? His heart was filled with doubts and resentment. However, he couldn't do anything to Wang Ting. The other party was just cultivating not far away from him. He didn't open his eyes to look at him. He couldn't possibly chase him away. He wasn't the kind of person who would cause trouble for no reason. Hence, he stood up from the lightning rod, turned around, and jumped onto another lightning rod that was 1,000 meters away. The lightning valley was very large. Just the parallel positions alone had hundreds of lightning rods for cultivators to use. Hence, Gallop chose to hide. He couldn't afford to offend him. Couldn't he just hide? The people who were secretly watching them couldn't help but be filled with question marks. What was going on? Gallop actually took the initiative to change his position. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be very angry but helpless. Could it be that the two of them had already secretly exchanged blows, and Gallop lost? Everyone imagined a secret exchange in their minds. Their faces were filled with disbelief. That Wang Ting was actually so scary. Wang Ting was also a little speechless. He didn't expect him to take the initiative to retreat. This didn't match his image at all. Originally, he was prepared for the other party to get impatient and take the initiative to cause trouble. At the same time, he could harvest some wool. Unfortunately, could it be that he saw through my intentions? Sigh, I'm too kind. I never take the initiative to cause trouble. I always retaliate passively. Why can't they help me? Wang Ting sighed in his heart. Since the other party took the initiative to retreat, Wang Ting had no choice. He could only wait for the attribute bubbles to drop when the other party was cultivating. Then, he could pick them up. Time passed slowly. Wang Ting used the power of the lightning to refine his body while waiting for the attribute bubbles to appear. However, he realized that there was a gap between the appearance of the attribute bubbles. They wouldn't appear continuously. The thunder here wasn't enough for him. It couldn't quickly improve his ancient god body. Wang Ting thought about it and decided to head deeper into the Thunder Valley. At most, he could wait until the sky was dark and come back to pick them up all at once. Anyway, these attribute bubbles wouldn't disappear anytime soon. Moreover, he was using his psychic energy. Even if he was a distance away, he could still pick up the attribute bubbles. With that thought, Wang Ting stood up. He tapped his toes on the top of the stone pillar and flew deeper into the Thunder Valley. Wang Ting can still move forward. His limit isn't 3,000 meters. It's even further. When everyone saw this, they had expected it. They had guessed that Wang Ting's limit wasn't here. Now, it was just as they had expected. This gave him a sense of superiority. I'm very smart. I wonder how far he can go, many people thought to themselves. The highest record left by the 7th Starry Sky Academy is 5,500 meters. It's 2,500 meters more than Gallop. It's really abnormal. I don't know how the previous people did it. Can Wang Ting surpass this distance? Under everyone's gaze, Wang Ting flew further and further. This time, he didn't even have the intention to stop. He directly rushed past 6,000 meters. Everyone was dumbfounded. It happened in the blink of an eye. They were still discussing, but Wang Ting had already exceeded the limit by 500 meters. Not only that, he didn't have the intention to stop at all. He continued to move forward. His speed was simply too fast. Finally, Wang Ting stopped at 8,200 meters. He landed on a lightning pillar, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate his ancient god body. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. After a long time, they took a deep breath and wondered if they were hallucinating. 8,200 meters. Oh my god, how did Wang Ting do it? Does the thunder really have no effect on him at all? His physical body is a little too strong. Even Gallop opened his eyes and looked at Wang Ting in amazement. 8,200 meters, he was 5,200 meters more than him. What kind of abnormal person is this? At first, he was also surprised. There weren't many people who could walk 3,000 meters like him, but it wasn't like there weren't any. So what if the black-haired young man in front of him was the same as him? He wouldn't be too surprised. After all, only by fighting would he know who was stronger and who was weaker. But now, it seemed that the other party was more than 3,000 meters. His limit was 8,200 meters. This made him feel very desperate. The gap between the two sides seemed to be a little too big. Was the black-haired young man's physical body really that strong? But why couldn't he see it at all? At this time, Gallop couldn't help but feel a sense of battle. He wanted to have a fight with the other party. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He felt a pair of eyes full of battle intent looking at him. He couldn't help but open his eyes to look. It's that guy. What the hell? He suddenly looks like he wants to fight. Wang Ting was a little confused. He had played around with the other party just now, but it didn't anger him. Now, he didn't seem to have done anything. How did it become like this? Was it because he ran a little too far? Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that something wasn't right. But soon, he found out. Wang Ting, you broke the record again. Yuan Gungun's voice suddenly came. I broke the record again? Wang Ting was a little surprised. Yes, the highest record left by the 7th Academy in Thunder Valley was 5,500 meters. You reached 8,200 meters, so you broke the record, Yuan Gungun said with a smile. Is this record so easy to break? Why do I feel like it's not difficult at all? Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun. This guy, he's acting cool in front of me again. Oh right, didn't you go to the 9 Treasures Pagoda? Why do you still have time to come out? Wang Ting asked with a frown. Hee, this is a new function I gained after advancing to the Domain Master level. It's similar to a subsystem, or a clone of yours. I can provide you with some help at any time, Yuan Gungun said with a proud smile. You can do that? Wang Ting's eyes widened. He felt that it was very magical. This way, even if I go to Cultivate in the future, you can still get my help at any time. Unless you encounter something difficult to solve, this subsystem will only inform me, Yuan Gungun said. Will this affect your cultivation? Wang Ting asked. Don't worry, I only need a little spiritual power to maintain it. It won't affect anything, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. Now that you've broken the 7-Star Academy's record, you can try to break the overall record of the 7-Star Academies. Yuan Gungun said. What's the overall record of the 7-Star Academies? Wang Ting asked. The Thunder Territory was a common domain of the 7-Star Academies. Every Star Academy students could enter it. Therefore, in fact, every 7-Star Academies had a Thunder Valley. When Wang Ting learned about the existence of the Thunder Valley and Thunder Territory, he already knew about this. Therefore, when he heard Yuan Gungun mention the 7-Star Academy's record, he didn't find it too strange. 12,000 meters. Yuan Gungun said. That far? Wang Ting was a little surprised. Are you sure this is a record left by a new student? There's no mistake. This record will only be recorded by the Academy's AI system when a new student comes here for the first time, Yuan Gungun said. Okay, I'll give it a try later. Wang Ting said indifferently. Then, he suddenly thought of something. If I break this record, will there be any reward points? Entering the Thunder Valley didn't require points, but entering the Thunder Territory did. Therefore, Wang Ting needed to accumulate some points in advance. Yes. Yuan Gungun said. That's good. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He nodded, then I'll be more motivated. I knew you wouldn't act unless you saw some incentive, Yuan Gungun laughed. Ha ha ha, why would I waste my energy on something that doesn't benefit me? Fame is like floating clouds to me. Wang Ting laughed. Let's not talk about it anymore. Have fun by yourself, Yuan Gungun said and stopped talking. Wang Ting looked at the muscular man in front of him. He finally understood why the other party looked like he wanted to fight. It turned out that he broke the record. This guy actually cared about this kind of thing. However, since the other party wanted to fight, Wang Ting naturally wouldn't refuse. The opportunity to take advantage of him was right in front of him. However, he waited for a long time, but the other party actually closed his eyes again. His expectations were completely dashed. That's it? Wang Ting was depressed. He obviously wanted to fight with him, but in the end, he restrained himself. Could it be that he was a ninja turtle? Not knowing what the other party was thinking, Wang Ting couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He minded his own business and began to cultivate. Boom, boom, thunder crazily struck down from the sky, bombarding Wang Ting's body. Traces of thunder power invaded his body. The ancient god body cultivation method was activated, the sacred level physical body talent began to take effect. Wang Ting immediately felt as if he was being assisted by God. The effects were great. Comfortable. Wang Ting allowed the thunder to wash over his body. At this moment, he actually felt a very comfortable feeling. It didn't mean that after having the sacred level physical body talent, using thunder to temper one's body would no longer cause pain. Instead, it was under the effect of the sacred grade physical body talent that everything seemed to be extremely smooth. The pain was still there, but the effect of his body absorbing the chaos origin force to alleviate the pain was even stronger. It was as if every cell, every inch of muscle, and every drop of blood in his body was operating, causing his body to be in an extremely mysterious state. It was really painful and happy. The sky quickly darkened. Wang Ting exited from his cultivation state. He had an appointment with Xianxia and the rest to attend the public lecture at night. Therefore, he had to stop here for today. However, before that, he had to break the record. He first looked around and swept out his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles around him. Then, he moved his feet and leaped into the depths of Thunder Valley. Boom, an extremely thick bolt of thunder struck down from the sky. It was almost 3 times the size of the previous one. It was like a thunder dragon. Wang Ting didn't take it head-on. Instead, he dodged with extreme speed. He looked up and saw that the sky was dark and the space around him was distorted. The closer he got to the depths of Thunder Valley, the more terrifying the pressure from the sky was. It was as if mountains were pressing down from the sky and landed on top of Wang Ting's head. At this moment, Wang Ting had already crossed 10,000 meters and was advancing towards 12,000 meters. I didn't expect Thunder Valley to be so deep. Wang Ting was very surprised. Even at this place, he still couldn't see the situation at the depths. It seemed that it would be impossible to reach the entrance of the Thunder region in a short period of time. Eh? Suddenly, he exclaimed softly. He found a few familiar attribute bubbles. It looked like the one he picked up earlier. He didn't think too much and just picked it up. Ancient Thunder Rune *100, Ancient Thunder Rune *80, it's really the Ancient Thunder Rune. The corners of Wang Ting's mouth curved into a smile. He was in a good mood. His grasp of the Ancient Thunder Rune had improved and his understanding of it had deepened. As Wang Ting continued to move forward, the cultivators who were cultivating behind him became extremely shocked and dignified. They stood up from the lightning rod and stared at Wang Ting's back. They seemed to have guessed Wang Ting's plan. At this time, they were very curious. They didn't know how far Wang Ting could go. If Wang Ting could break the records left by the students of the other Starry Sky Academy, it would undoubtedly be a great glory for the students of the 7th Starry Sky Academy. 10,000 meters, he has broken the highest record left by the 4th Starry Sky Academy. Many people muttered to themselves. Every time Wang Ting broke a record, they became more excited and couldn't wait to shout. 10,800 meters, he broke the highest record left by the 2nd Starry Sky Academy. When Wang Ting exceeded 10,800 meters, everyone was completely excited, and there was even a trace of admiration in their eyes. He had broken the highest record of the 2nd Starry Sky Academy. That was the 2nd Starry Sky Academy, ranked 2nd, among the 7 Star Academies. Their overall strength was second only to the 1st Starry Sky Academy. To be able to reach this step, whether Wang Ting was a Stars List Heaven's Pride or not, he was worthy of their respect. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Could Wang Ting break the highest record left by the 1st Starry Sky Academy? That's right, the highest record was left by a senior from the 1st Starry Sky Academy. Although many of the highest records were not necessarily left by the 1st Starry Sky Academy, the highest record in Thunder Valley was left by a powerhouse from the 1st Starry Sky Academy. This also showed that the 1st Starry Sky Academy indeed had the absolute strength to dominate the 7-star academies. But now, someone from the 7th Starry Sky Academy was about to break this record. It was no wonder that the students were so excited. A record left by the 1st Starry Sky Academy was broken by the 7th Starry Sky Academy. What a great achievement! All the students of the 7th Starry Sky Academy would be proud of it. At this time, Wang Ting also felt an incomparably strong pressure. Even with his physical strength, he was unable to completely block the power of the thunder. His body became a little heavy, and his speed slowed down. This time, it was not to pick up attributes, but purely because of the pressure that made it difficult for him to walk. Wang Ting had no choice but to descend from the sky and walk on the ground, moving step by step towards the depths of Thunder Valley. Interesting. Wang Ting's face was slightly dignified, and he silently chanted ancient god body in his heart. Boom, blood flowed, and an incomparably powerful force poured into every corner of Wang Ting's body. In an instant, his footsteps became faster again, but the pressure was still there. Wang Ting found that although the power of the thunder was not as terrifying as the thunder tribulation, the pressure was almost comparable to the pressure emitted by the thunder tribulation. 11,000 meters, 11,100 meters, 11,200 meters, Wang Ting moved forward step by step, and the distance of 12,000 meters was getting closer and closer. He looked forward with a firm expression. He could reach this distance. The warriors behind him were also silently counting Wang Ting's distance in their hearts. They were probably even more nervous and perturbed than him. They were not as confident as Wang Ting, they had not reached that distance yet. Even if it was only 100 meters, it was still a huge gap. 11,600 meters. 11,700 meters. 11,800 meters. Almost there, just 200 meters, come on, many people could not help but cheer for Wang Ting in their hearts. At this time, they had already lost the heart to compare. When the gap was not big, they could still compare, but when the gap was too big, they could only look up and admire. Now, they hoped that Wang Ting could surpass the highest record and win glory for the 7th Starry Sky Academy. Even Gallop was not in the mood to continue cultivating. His eyes were still fixed on Wang Ting. He really did not expect the black-haired young man to have such a terrifying explosive power. He had always been known for his strong physical body, but in the end, he could only walk 3,000 meters. In fact, he could still walk further, but the thunder in the depths was not suitable for his current cultivation, so he only walked 3,000 meters. If he used all his strength, he should be able to walk 6,000 to 7,000 meters. But there was still a huge gap between him and the other party at this moment. At this moment, even he felt a sense of powerlessness. He could not walk that distance no matter what. Even if he used all his trump cards, it would still not work. Wang Ting raised his head and looked at the 12,000 meters in front of him. He smiled and walked forward. 11,900 meters. 12,000 meters. When Wang Ting completely walked to 12,000 meters, the warriors behind almost wanted to cheer. They clenched their fists and waved it to express the excitement in their hearts. Phew! Gallop also let out a sigh of relief. He found that his palms were sweaty and could not help but smile bitterly. He did not expect that even he could not help but be so nervous. With his personality, he used to only cultivate by himself and rarely paid attention to these things. But this time, his emotions were stirred by the actions of a stranger. It was really unbelievable. But this guy was really a little scary. He looked at Wang Ting in front of him and his gaze became a little complicated. Then, he clenched his fists slightly and the battle intent in his heart rose. It would be great if he could fight. In front, Wang Ting had just stepped into the 12,000-meter mark when a sudden roar came from above his head. It was so loud that his ears buzzed. It was as if a terrifying giant mountain was crushing down on him, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. F***ck. He could not help but curse in his heart. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He now knew why the predecessors could not walk further after reaching this point. F***ck, the pressure suddenly increased tenfold. Who could withstand it? If not for his strong physical body, he would have been crushed to the ground just now. I wonder if the senior who set the record at 12,000 meters was crushed to the ground. Wang Ting thought maliciously. Now, here was the problem. Should I continue? Can I still walk? Does reaching 12,000 meters count as breaking the record? I don't think so. At most, I'll tie with this record. At least, I'll have to take a step forward. But this step seemed to be a little difficult. He could not even lift his feet, let alone take another step. But it was not like there was no other way. Dragon blood battle form, open. He chanted in his heart, and the strange flames of heaven and earth wrapped around his body, turning into mystical flame patterns. Scorching heat swept out from his body, causing the surrounding thunderbolts to distort. The pressure was reduced. What is he doing? The people behind noticed Wang Ting's movements and widened their eyes again. A thought popped up in their minds. Is it not over yet? Wang Ting felt the power erupting from his body. He suddenly raised his head and a smile appeared on his face. He slowly lifted his feet and took a step forward. Boom! As his foot landed on the ground, Wang Ting felt the pressure on his body become even more terrifying. Boom! A terrifying lightning pillar fell from the thick clouds in the sky and smashed directly on top of his head, completely drowning him in lightning. Hiss! The people behind him sucked in a cold breath. They finally understood why the senior who set the record stopped at 12,000 meters. It turned out that if he took another step, he would be struck by such terrifying thunder. He didn't know if Wang Ting could withstand it. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Ting was bathed in lightning and took a step forward. Then 2 steps, 3 steps, the further he went, the faster he walked, the lightning pillar followed Wang Ting closely. It didn't stop. Perhaps only Wang Ting himself could understand how it felt. It was too satisfying. There seemed to be flames flickering in the lightning, but it was not very clear from the outside. Gallop and the others could only see some red and green lights erupting from the lightning. They only thought that Wang Ting was using some special method to resist the lightning and did not think much of it. Very soon, Wang Ting dashed forward for 1,000 meters and arrived at the 13,000-meter mark. However, he had no choice but to stop here. He could not go any further. With every 1,000 meters, the power of thunder would double. With his current physical strength, even if he used the dragon blood battle form, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. Forget it, I'll stop here. Wang Ting shook his head. He had already used 2 types of heavenly fire. If he used a few more types of fire, he might be able to go further. But there was no need. More than 12,000 meters was enough. He had already broken the record. With the points in hand, he could leave. Bye-bye. Wang Ting waved at the thunder in the sky and quickly retreated without any reluctance. At the same time, a notice was spread throughout the academy. And this time, the notice was spread throughout the 7-star academies at the same time, not just within the 7th-star academy. Congratulations to student Wang Ting for breaking the highest record for a new student of the 7-star academies in Thunder Valley, 13,000 meters. He is rewarded with 30,000 points. The notice was sent to every student's intelligent wristwatch and immediately set off an uproar. The record of Thunder Valley was broken. 13,000 meters. 1,000 meters more than the highest record. The record left by the 1st-star academy was actually broken by the 7th-star academy. The 1st-star academy has lost face this time. Wang Ting. It's this Wang Ting again. I remember that he just broke the record of the Rainsword list last time. Yes, it's him. Not long ago, he just broke the record of the Rainsword list, and now he broke the record of Thunder Valley. Is this guy a record-breaking maniac? How long has it been since he came to the academy? He broke 2 records in a row. The Stars List prodigy really lives up to his name. Now I believe that he does have the potential to be on the Stars List. Di Mosi, Yu Yuanrui, Ji Haochen, the 3rd Prince Yu Yuanheng and the others from the Qian Empire, and even Rabbit Little 8, Lin Qianxue, Su Jianchen and Ling Yangshu were all stunned when they saw the notice. Damn, this guy is too abnormal. Ji Haochen was somewhere in the 2nd-star academy. He looked at his intelligent wristwatch and couldn't help but shout. This was not only his thought, but also Yu Yuanrui, Di Mosi, and the others. Wang Ting was always unexpected. Even in the Cosmic Star Academy, he seemed to be very dazzling and wasn't overshadowed by the other prodigies. Unlike them, in the 7-starry Sky Academies, they were almost drowned out by the countless geniuses from various domains. The 3rd Prince Yu Yuanheng was lucky. Although he didn't enter the top 10, he was drawn to the 1st Cosmic Star Academy. However, in terms of treatment, it was definitely not as good as the top 10 prodigies. For example, in the previous trip to the Secret Realm, he only went to the Universe Secret Realm of the 4 Great Secret Realms. Generally speaking, it was definitely not as good as the absolute beginning secret realm that the top 10 prodigies went to. One step behind, he had already deeply experienced this in the Cosmic Star Academy. Fortunately, he seemed to have luck on him. In that universe secret realm, he obtained some benefits and advanced to the universe level. His strength was far beyond that of ordinary universe-level warriors. At this time, he also saw the notice, and his face suddenly became very gloomy and ugly. He spat out 2 words from between his teeth, King. Tung. He hated Wang Ting to the bone. If it wasn't for Wang Ting, he could have obtained more and better resources. Even in the Cosmic Star Academy, he would have been the most dazzling prodigy. Unlike now, he needed to pay more to achieve his goal. The road ahead had become very difficult. All of this was thanks to Wang Ting. And the other party was doing very well, blooming with dazzling light in the Cosmic Star Academy. How could he accept this? On the other side, Xianxia was happy when he heard that Wang Ting had left. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to block Wang Ting and force him to accept the challenge. In the end, when he suddenly received the notice, he was in a bad mood. Damn it, this guy broke the record again. He was provoking him crazily, but the other party went to break a record. If Wang Ting went to do anything else, he could say that Wang Ting was running away and didn't dare to accept the challenge. In the end, Wang Ting went to break the record. What else could he say? In the end, no matter how he looked at him, he looked like a clown. Xianxia was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. After being stunned for a moment, the students of the 7th Cosmic Star Academy all reacted. Some were stunned, some were envious, and some were pleasantly surprised. Everyone's emotions were very complicated. Wang Ting broke the record left by the 1st Cosmic Star Academy and won glory for the 7th Cosmic Star Academy. Many people naturally couldn't help but admire Wang Ting, but there were also some people who couldn't be happy. They were all prodigies, and they hoped that they would win this honor for the 7th Cosmic Star Academy, but no matter what, one thing was certain, and that was, no one dared to say that Wang Ting was running away from Xianxia's challenge. Everyone couldn't help but connect the two things. A person who ran to break the record and win glory for the academy, who could say that he was running away from the challenge? In addition, many instructors and powerhouses in the academy were surprised when they saw this announcement. The 7th Cosmic Star Academy has received a good seedling this time. How long has it been? And he broke the record left by the 1st Cosmic Star Academy. Hey, could it be that the 7th Cosmic Star Academy that has always been at the bottom is going to rise? Difficult, just one person is far from enough, even if the other party is a prodigy on the stars list. Ha ha ha, you are all jealous. Our 7th Cosmic Star Academy is definitely going to rise this time, just you wait. Wang Ting didn't know about the commotion outside for the time being. He was communicating with Yuan Gungun in his mind. I was rewarded with 30,000 points, not bad. Now that he had nearly 90,000 points, he should be able to do a lot of things. It was hard to come, but easy to leave. Wang Ting returned to the entrance of the Thunder Valley and picked up all the attribute bubbles along the way. Only then did the others come back to their senses and cast their gazes on him. That gaze was like looking at a monster. Prodigies on the stars list were really terrifying. Wang Ting didn't care about their gazes. He looked at the attribute panel and felt that he had gained a lot this time. Thunder Star Force, 120,002,0000, Universe Level 2. After reaching the Universe level, it would also increase by level. The first level was still 10,000 points, and with every level, the upper limit would be an increase of 10,000 points. However, 10,000 points was the Universe level's 10,000 points. The attribute value was a quantified representation. In fact, with the same 1 point of attribute value, a Universe level's 1 point of force attribute value was several times that of a star level's 1 point. Hence, if it was a star level's force attribute drop, it would be several times smaller for Wang Ting. Fortunately, the fighters in the Thunder Valley today were all Universe level fighters. Whatever attribute value they dropped, Wang Ting picked it up. This allowed his Thunder Star Force to increase from the first level to the second level. The speed was so fast that others wouldn't even dare to think about it. The other new students were the same as Wang Ting, they had just reached the Universe level. How could they reach the second level so quickly? The only regret was that only the Thunder Star Force increased. The other forces didn't, so they couldn't merge into chaos force. To Wang Ting, the chaos force that he could use was still at the first level of the universe level. Other than the Thunder Star force, there was also the improvement of his Saint-level Thunder talent and Saint-level physical talent. Sacred-level Thunder talent, 5200500000 Saint-level physical talent, 1350500000. Lastly, there was the Ancient Thunder Rune. This was an unexpected surprise. Wang Ting didn't expect to obtain the Ancient Thunder Rune here. After mastering the Ancient Thunder Rune, his understanding of the ancient runes had deepened. It would be of great help to his runes. All in all, the rewards were not bad. The first time he came to the Thunder Valley, Wang Ting didn't expect to gain much. However, life was always full of surprises. After walking out of the Thunder Valley, Wang Ting took out his spaceship and was about to leave. "Brother Wang Ting, wait." At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Wang Ting turned around. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Brother Muscle." "Bro. Brother Muscle?" Gallop was stunned. His face darkened. What kind of name was that? Cough cough. Wang Ting knew that he spoke too quickly and said the wrong thing. He coughed and changed the topic. "Why are you looking for me?" "I want to challenge you." Gallop took a deep breath. He didn't want to dwell on the name and said, "Challenge me." Actually, Wang Ting had expected this. However, at this moment, he pointed at his nose and pretended to be shocked. He asked, "Why did you challenge me?" "Because your physical body is very strong. Let's have a duel between men," Gallop said with a serious expression. Wang Ting. He felt that these words were a little weird. "Please accept my challenge. You are the man with the strongest physical body I have ever seen." Gallop was afraid that he wouldn't agree, so he said excitedly, "Don't be anxious. Before you, there was already someone who wanted me to challenge him. There has to be a first come, first served rule, so." Wang Ting said. "You mean that Xianxia?" Gallop frowned. "Yes, that's him." Wang Ting nodded. "You're going to accept his challenge?" Gallop asked in surprise. He saw that Wang Ting didn't respond to Xianxia, so he thought that Wang Ting didn't want to accept the challenge. The other party is so excited. "I have to go. How about this? You go to the newcomers ranking list tomorrow. After I'm done with him, I'll fight you." Wang Ting touched his chin. His eyes were shining. "Are you sure you want to fight both of us in one day?" Gallop asked hesitantly. This Wang Ting was a little too confident. Although he admitted that Wang Ting was very strong, he wasn't weak either. Moreover, since that Xianxia dared to ask Wang Ting to challenge him, it meant that the other party was also very strong. Wang Ting wanting to fight both him and Xianxia in one day was undoubtedly a little arrogant. "Of course." Wang Ting nodded calmly. "Our time is precious. Let's not waste it on waiting. We'll finish the fight together tomorrow." "All right. Since you're so confident, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. However, if you can't use your full strength, I'll find another opportunity to challenge you." Gallop wasn't one to waste words. He nodded immediately. "No problem. You'll definitely be satisfied with my service." Wang Ting chuckled. Gallop. What the F***ck service? It was as if they were doing something improper. He was a proper person, all right. Gallop turned around and left. He didn't want to say anything more to Wang Ting. He still had to go to the Thunder Valley to train. He couldn't stop training his body for even a moment. "Oh right, my name is Gallop." As he entered the Thunder Valley, he seemed to have remembered something. He turned around and added, "All right, I'll remember it." "Gallop." Wang Ting nodded seriously. "You should know my name, right?" "I know." Gallop waved his hand without even turning his head and walked into the Thunder Valley. "This guy looks pretty good. Wouldn't it be bad to trick him tomorrow?" Wang Ting muttered while rubbing his chin as he looked at Gallop's back. "Can you be more humane?" Yuan Gun said in his mind. "You can't say that. He's the one who wants to challenge me." Wang Ting said. Tisk, Yuan Gungun curled his lips in disdain and asked, "Are you really going to challenge that Zhulongshan? I'm not the one who wants to challenge him. He's the one who wants to challenge me. There's a difference." Wang Ting chuckled. Yuan Gungun nodded. If Wang Ting were to challenge Zhulongshan, it would show that he was inferior to Zhulongshan and that he was forced to do so. However, if Zhulongshan were to challenge him, it would be a different story. This would show that Wang Ting didn't want to accept the challenge and didn't care about him at all. It was Zhulongshan who insisted on challenging Wang Ting. "Will he come?" Yuan Gungun asked. "It's not up to him whether he comes or not." Wang Ting smiled meaningfully and said, "Go to the internet and post a message. Just say, 'You're too mean.'" Yuan Gungun had a strange expression on his face when he heard this. He did it once, so why can't I return the favor? Wang Ting boarded his spaceship and flew toward the manor, ready to meet up with Xianxia and the others. "But it's very interesting." Yuan Gungun chuckled. Not long after, a message appeared on the 7th Starry Sky Academy's internet. "I accidentally obtained the body of a shining dragon and will be selling it tomorrow. If you're interested, please contact me as soon as possible." Wow, as soon as this message was posted, the entire academy went into an uproar. At this time, everyone finally understood why Zhulongshan was targeting Wang Ting. How could they not hate you for taking the body of a shining dragon? The news that Wang Ting posted on the internet caused an uproar in the entire 7th Starry Sky Academy. The news was truly shocking. That was the body of an illumination dragon. To many warriors, the body of an illumination dragon was of great research value. Especially those opponents of the illumination dragon clan. If they could obtain an illumination dragon body and study it properly, they would definitely be able to understand their weaknesses and even find a way to deal with them. That was also the reason why Zhulongshan was so eager to retrieve the illumination dragon body. Initially, he thought that Wang Ting would never release this news. An illumination dragon body was extremely precious, and if others found out about it, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. However, Wang Ting just had to expose this news. This action caught Zhulongshan off guard. In a manner, Zhulongshan exploded as the force in his body surged out and destroyed everything. "Wang Ting, you're courting death." An extremely furious roar came from his mouth and echoed in the manor. TSK, Zhulongshan is probably going to explode from anger. Wang Ting is too mean. He actually sold the body of someone else's clansman. He's going to offend the entire Illumination Dragon clan. Actually, you can't blame him. Zhulongshan kept provoking him. "If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand this grievance either. Do you dare to insult the Illumination Dragon clan?" I don't dare. That's why I'm very happy to see others insult the Illumination Dragon clan. Watch the show. Watch the show. Speaking of which, will someone really buy it? Of course, not everyone is afraid of the Illumination Dragon clan. That's right, the Illumination Dragon clan has many enemies. I'm afraid someone has already secretly contacted Wang Ting. If Zhulongshan doesn't hurry up, I'm afraid that Illumination Dragon body will be bought by someone else. Ha ha ha, even if he wants to buy it, he's probably going to suffer a huge loss. Many people in the academy were discussing enthusiastically. Some were gloating, thinking that Zhulongshan had finally encountered a tough opponent. Not everyone would be afraid of the Illumination Dragon clan. Previously, they had been pressuring Wang Ting step by step, but now that they had angered him, they directly took drastic measures to deal with him. Many people wanted to see how Zhulongshan would deal with it. He had a feeling that there was going to be a good show about to start. Above. Wang Ting was resting with his eyes closed when a round and excited voice sounded in his ears. "Wang Ting, a bunch of people came looking for you." "Oh?" Wang Ting smiled calmly. "Open it and take a look." Wang Ting Qingshan's Klist Wang. Wang Lin Lin Fan. That's a lot. It seems that the Illumination Dragon clan has more enemies than I thought, Wang Ting Qingshan Sky Academy said with a smile. Not all of them are enemies. Some of them might just want to study the Illumination Dragon clan. After all, it's an extremely powerful and special race with a lot of research value. This is also why the Illumination Dragon clan rarely leaves their corpses outside, Yuan Gungun said. It doesn't seem to be a good thing for a race's bloodline to be too powerful, Wangting Qingshan Sky Academy lamented. It's inevitable. There will always be people who study powerful creatures or things, hoping to find a shortcut to obtaining great power from them, Yuan Gungun said with a sigh as if he had thought of something. Wangting Sky Academy nodded and did not say anything else. After all, this kind of thing was not uncommon in the universe. He would get used to it after seeing it many times. What do you plan to do? Reply one by one? Yuan Gungun asked. Let's leave it hanging for now. There's no rush, Wangting Sky Academy said with a smile. Who knows, there might be people from Zhulongshan among them. That's true. We really have to guard against them, Yuan Gungun Sky Academy said. The spaceship quickly flew to the universe-level dormitory area. Wangting Sky Academy returned to his manor. As soon as he landed, he saw Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy and the others waiting for him at the door. You guys are already here. Wangting Qingshan Sky Academy said in surprise. We saw that you broke the record in Thunder Valley and even posted an earth-shattering message. We came out to wait for you. We were afraid that Zhulongshan would find people to gang up on you, Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy looked at him and said with a strange expression. Then I really have to thank you, Wangting Qingshan Sky Academy said. Speaking of which, are you even human? Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy looked Wangting Sky Academy up and down and clicked her tongue in wonder. Wangting Sky Academy's face darkened. What are you talking about? If I'm not human, then what am I? Of course you're a monster, a demon. Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy laughed mischievously. Otherwise, how could you be so abnormal? Those records have been there for so long. No one else could break them, but in your hands, they were broken one after another. Go on. If you can talk, then talk more, Wangting Qingshan Sky Academy said with a happy expression. Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy. How could this person be so thick-skinned? Ha ha ha. Traiant Borat Sky Academy couldn't help but laugh. He felt that this scene was very interesting. He felt more and more that interacting with Wangting Sky Academy was very interesting. Forget it, I won't say any more. You're going to choke me to death sooner or later, Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy said speechlessly. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't give you anything to eat. How could you choke to death? Wangting Sky Academy looked at her red little mouth with a strange expression and said. What's with that look? Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy's face darkened slightly as she asked suspiciously. Ahem, nothing. Wangting Sky Academy coughed dryly and shook his head. Weird. Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy clearly didn't understand Wangting Sky Academy's meaning and said unhappily. Are we leaving now? Wangting Sky Academy changed the topic and asked. Let's go. The public class is about to begin, Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy said. With that, they were about to board Wangting Sky Academy's spaceship. Wait for me, wait for me. Suddenly, a panting shout came from the distant sky. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look. They saw a fatty running over from afar. He was in a very sorry state as if someone was chasing after him. Pfft. It's that Wade. Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy couldn't help but laugh when she saw the other party's appearance. Why is this guy here? Wangting Sky Academy asked in surprise. He's been stuck in the manor for the past few days because he scolded the Illumination Dragon clan. He's probably here to suck up to us now, Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy laughed. Suck up to us? Wangting Sky Academy was a little speechless. Suddenly, his gaze shifted as he saw many figures chasing after Wade from afar. Damn fatty, don't run. Stop right there. Shouts sounded one after another. Wade ran even faster and arrived in front of Wangting Sky Academy before long. Panting heavily, he said, "Be brother, save me." With that said, he really wanted to hug Wangting Sky Academy's thigh. Stop. Wangting Sky Academy hurriedly reached out and grabbed the other party's collar to stop him. If it was a girl, it would be fine if he hugged her and she wouldn't lose a single hair. However, this man was a wretched fatty. If he hugged his thigh, Wangting Sky Academy would have goosebumps all over his body. In short, he was ugly. Wade was not as tall as Wangting to begin with. Now that he was bent over, He was half a body shorter than Wangting Sky Academy. At that moment, Wangting Sky Academy grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air, kicking his broken legs twice in the air. "Tell me, what's going on?" Wangting Sky Academy asked. "They're from Zhulongshan and they want to capture me," Wade Sky Academy replied hurriedly. "Zhulongshan?" Wangting Sky Academy frowned and put him down. "Stand beside me. I want to see what they're up to." "Brother, I wasn't wrong about you," Wade Sky Academy said emotionally. "Move aside," Wangting Sky Academy said in disdain. "Okay. But don't worry, I've already helped you scold them back. You don't have to thank me. I really admire you, big brother. This is what I should do." But later on, they flew into a rage out of humiliation and blocked me for a few days. I couldn't beat them, so I didn't dare to go out. Today, when I saw the news of you breaking the record, I found out that you've come out of seclusion. I know that my savior has come, and the only one who can save me is you, big brother. Wangting Sky Academy felt as if a swarm of mosquitoes were buzzing in his ears. Sky Academy immediately shouted, "Shut up." Wade Sky Academy glanced at Wangting Sky Academy's expression and said, "Oh." He didn't dare to say anything else. Wangting Sky Academy's ears were suddenly quiet. Yuchichao Sky Academy and Traiant Borat Sky Academy looked at Wade Sky Academy strangely. This fatty was really a talent. He could actually make Wangting Sky Academy so depressed that he couldn't say anything. At this moment, the people chasing Wade Sky Academy finally arrived. However, when they saw Wangting Sky Academy, their expressions changed. They stopped a few hundred meters away, not daring to approach. "Wangting Sky Academy, leave that fatty to us," one of them said. "Scram." Wangting Sky Academy softly spat out a word. "You." That person's face was ashen. This Wangting Sky Academy was looking down on him. They were all new students, but he told him to scram. He simply didn't put him in his eyes. "You want to fight? You can go to the newcomer rankings," Wangting Sky Academy said with disdain. "Humph, don't be so smug. You don't dare to challenge Brother Zhulongshan. What are you doing here?" Another person snorted. "He asked me to challenge him, so I have to challenge him. Who does he think he is?" Wangting Sky Academy sneered. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He looked around and said, "If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude." "You." The dozen or so martial artists were actually intimidated by his aura. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. "I'll say it one more time. Scram." Wangting Sky Academy said coldly. The dozen or so martial artists were so angry that their faces turned red. However, in the end, they left with their tails between their legs. Wangting Sky Academy was giving them too much pressure. He was a powerhouse on the same level as Zhulongshan. They knew that they were no match for him. If they made a move now, they definitely wouldn't gain any advantage. They could only wait. Wait for the battle between Zhulongshan and Wangting Sky Academy. If Wangting Sky Academy lost, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of Wangting Sky Academy. However, if he won, these people didn't dare to think about that outcome. The seeds of conflict between them and Wangting Sky Academy had already been planted. It couldn't be easily resolved. Seeing those people leave, Wade Sky Academy immediately flattered, "Big brother, you're too strong." With just one word, they didn't even dare to let out a fart before running away. "Alright, they're gone. You can go back now. If they cause trouble for you again, let me know. I'll teach them a lesson." Wangting Sky Academy couldn't be bothered with this fatty. He waved his hand, wanting to send him away. "Don't, big brother. I'll follow you from now on. Just take me in," Wade Sky Academy said hurriedly. "You're not a beauty. Why would I take you in? Go stay where you're cool," Wangting Sky Academy said disdainfully. Wade Sky Academy. Damn it, as a man, when could he stand up? Yuchichao Sky Academy saw the resentment in Wade Sky Academy's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Fatty, you're really interesting. We're all men. Why do we have to dislike each other?" Wade Sky Academy said faintly. Scram, scram, scram. Wangting Sky Academy was almost disgusted. Wangting Sky Academy, I think you should take him in. This fatty is also a talent. You don't know what he did a few days ago. He created a bunch of aliases all by himself and helped you scold Zhulong Shan. Even I felt good just looking at him, Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy said. Wade Sky Academy was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this beauty to speak up for him. He hurriedly gave her a grateful look and then nodded furiously, that's right, that's right. Boss, I can help you scold them. I'm very good at it. Wangting Sky Academy naturally knew about this matter. After hearing Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy's words, he couldn't help but look at this fatty. He pondered for a bit and then said, very well, since we're all students of the academy and from the Qian Empire, we'll be on the same side from now on. But I have to remind you, don't use my name to cause trouble. If I find out, you'll be the first one I'll take care of. Boss, don't worry, I'm definitely not that kind of person. I'm very low-key and have always avoided trouble. Wade Sky Academy was overjoyed at Wangting Sky Academy's promise and quickly promised. Wangting Sky Academy thought about this fatty's style and felt that this was indeed the case. This fatty was so cowardly that it wouldn't be easy for him to cause trouble. He nodded with satisfaction and then said to Yu Qiqiao's group, let's not waste any more time, let's go. Okay. Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy nodded. Boss, where are we going now? Wade Sky Academy asked curiously. We're going to listen to an open class on spiritual cultivation. The one who spoke was actually the Treant Borat. He seemed to find Wade Sky Academy rather interesting and couldn't help but give him a friendly smile. Oh. Wade Sky Academy was stunned when he saw the other party's expression. A Treant, what a rare species. But it looked so ferocious when it smiled. The group didn't waste any more words and boarded Wangting Sky Academy spaceship. Then, they flew towards a place in the academy. This time, apart from Yu Qiqiao and Borat, as well as Wade Sky Academy's group, Yu Xianxia Sky Academy's group was also going. However, he was very quiet and didn't speak much just now. On the spaceship, everyone sat down in the hall and started chatting. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly go and break the record? Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy couldn't help but ask curiously. No, I just went to Thunder Valley to take a look and then gave it a try. I didn't expect to break the record. This record is a little too easy to break, Wangting Sky Academy said casually. Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy was speechless again. This guy was really old Versailles. Every word he said was pretentious. Wangting Sky Academy laughed in his heart. Pretentiousness is like the wind. It's always with me. If I don't show off every day, I'll feel uncomfortable. Speaking of which, when did he become such a vulgar person? Wangting Sky Academy couldn't help but touch his chin. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. However, this time, there was another person beside him who agreed and shouted 666. What's up with that candle dragon body? Do you really have the body of an illumination dragon? Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy decided to change the topic and stop talking about breaking the record. Otherwise, she felt that she might not be able to resist giving Wangting a headbutt. I do have one. Why? Do you want to buy it? Wangting Sky Academy glanced at her and smiled. If you want to buy it, I'll give you a 20% discount since we're friends. Thank you, but no need. I can't afford it. Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy rolled her eyes. This guy was just trying to anger her. Wangting Sky Academy, why do you have a candle dragon body? At this moment, Tree Man Borat Sky Academy couldn't help but ask. That candle dragon body was controlled by the dark apparition. I snatched it back. It's my spoils of war, Wangting Sky Academy said. A body controlled by the dark apparition. Yu Qiqiao and the others were shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a twist in the middle. Then, they came to a realization. No wonder Wangting Sky Academy had a candle dragon body. That was how he got it. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have had the chance to obtain a candle dragon body. The dark apparition is really terrifying. It can actually control a candle dragon body. I wonder what race it is. Yu Qiqiao Sky Academy asked with a look of fear on her face. Wangting Sky Academy told them about the demon brain race's dark apparition, making everyone's expressions turn even more solemn. That's too strange. This demon brain race can actually enter the bodies of other living beings and control them. Wade Sky Academy shuddered, feeling uncomfortable all over. Yuqiqiao Sky Academy and the others were the same. They all had disgusted expressions on their faces. In that case, the Candle Dragon people should actually thank you, Yuqiqiao Sky Academy said with a frown. If they were more polite in the beginning, I wouldn't have minded returning it to them. It's useless anyway, Wangting Sky Academy said with a faint smile. He had an expression that said, it's not my fault. It's all their fault. The Candle Dragon people are used to being overbearing. I'm afraid they've never thought of thanking you, Yuqiqiao Sky Academy said. But the Candle Dragon race is indeed very strong. If you sell the Candle Dragon body this time, I'm afraid you'll offend their entire race, Borat Sky Academy said. Don't worry. I won't sell the Candle Dragon body to anyone else. It'll eventually return to the Candle Dragon race, but they'll have to pay a sufficient price. Wangting Sky Academy smiled like a fox. If he really sold the Candle Dragon body to someone else, it would probably be a fight to the death. It would form an irreconcilable hatred. However, if it was just extorting a sum from the Zhulong Shan, this matter would only be limited to the younger generation. If the Candle Dragon powerhouses wanted to make a move, they would have to consider whether it was worth it or not. The network of connections behind him was not something to be trifled with. Wangting Sky Academy was no longer the martial artist from a backward planet who was bullied when he first came to the universe. You're so cunning, Yuqiqiao and the others immediately understood Wangting Sky Academy's plan and could not help but sigh. Boss is indeed the boss. You kill without spilling blood, Wade Sky Academy flattered at the right time. You flatterer, Yuqiqiao Sky Academy said speechlessly. Hee hee. Wade Sky Academy scratched his head and smiled as if he did not care. The spaceship soon landed in front of a building. Wangting Sky Academy and the others flew out of the spaceship and put it away. The building in front of them was very large. Just one building covered an area of hundreds of kilometers. Its style was very strange. Its entire body was made of an unknown metal and was extremely ornamental. Every building was enough to be a landmark. When Wangting Sky Academy and the others landed, a large number of spaceships flew over from all directions. Then, martial artists appeared in the air one after another. Obviously, these people were also here to listen to the class. Not only were there new students, but there were also many old students. When they arrived, they all fell silent at the same time as if this was an extremely sacred place. Let's go. The public class we're going to listen to today is in Building 7 of the Sanctuary. Yuqiqiao Sky Academy led the way in front. She had already prepared a guide before she arrived, so she was not unfamiliar with the place. Building 7 of the Sanctuary? Wangting Sky Academy repeated. This building is called the Sanctuary. It's where the instructors usually teach. It's extremely sacred. There are many buildings here. Since we're new students, we'll listen to the class in Building 7, which is relatively at the back, Yuqiqiao explained through voice transmission. Wangting Sky Academy nodded thoughtfully. Then, he followed Yuqiqiao Sky Academy to one of the buildings. At the same time, many new students entered Building 7 of the Sanctuary. Wangting Sky Academy and the others followed the crowd into the building. Inside the building, there were many lecture halls. The public class Wangting Sky Academy and the others were going to listen to today was in Hall 3. After they entered the building, they went straight to Hall 3. The entire hall could accommodate 10,000 people. At that moment, the hall was almost full. As soon as Wangting Sky Academy and the others entered the hall, their intelligent wristwatches reminded them that their points had been deducted. It costs 300 points to listen to an immortal-level instructor's class. Although I knew it, it still hurts, Yuqiqiao Sky Academy said sadly as she clutched her plump chest. Wade Sky Academy's chubby face was scrunched up like a bitter gourd. He only had 1,000 points to begin with. Although he had recently earned some points by helping people on the internet, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Spending 300 points in one go was killing him. It's okay. If it's not enough, I can lend you some. Wangting Sky Academy was fine with it. He had close to 90,000 points and was not short of money. Wangting Sky Academy, we have to start our business soon. Otherwise, we won't have enough points, Xianxia Sky Academy said. It's my fault. We'll start as soon as I deal with Zhu Longshan, Wangting Sky Academy said awkwardly. They should have started a long time ago, but because he had been worried about Lin Chuhan for the past few days, he was not in the mood to do this. You said it, Xianxia Sky Academy said. A gentleman never goes back on his word. I won't stand you up this time, Wangting Sky Academy said. I hope so, Xianxia Sky Academy said as she looked at him. Business? Wade Sky Academy's eyes lit up. He quietly leaned over and asked, Boss, what business? Count me in. I'm good at business too. Oh, you. Wangting Sky Academy looked at him and said, It's not impossible to count you in. Really? Wade Sky Academy was overjoyed. Xianxia Sky Academy, tell him the details, Wangting Sky Academy said, letting Xianxia Sky Academy be the narrator. Xianxia Sky Academy rolled her eyes and explained to Wade Sky Academy via voice transmission. Wade Sky Academy's eyes lit up as he listened. He was excited. Boss, you have to count me in. I can really do it. I've met many people on the internet. To tell you the truth, I've secretly formed a witch cooperation association. It's full of talented warriors from the Qian Empire. I can help you get in touch with them. Wangting Sky Academy was really surprised this time. He did not expect this fatty to be so useful. It was a pleasant surprise. End of chapter 1401. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.